Chapter 591. Ma stepped into the neatly laid grass. Sign this. Shadow handed over a contract. He took it and looked at it for a few seconds before signing his name, because the contract did not have any particularly harsh conditions, but only required him to keep the things he saw next confidential. They were standing in a beautiful little courtyard. When they walked in, the main door of the small villa in the distance was also pushed open, and the figure who walked out instantly made Ma understand all these battles, and why Shadow just emphasized how safe this passage was, and the necessity of this confidentiality agreement. It was Shinshao standing at the door. Ma blinked, and then he was sure that what he saw was true. There is also this one. After Shinshao came out, Ingzi handed over the second contract. Although you have signed a contract with us that you cannot help her, and Shinshao himself has signed dozens of contracts, we still have to ensure that there are no problems. Ma quickly read and signed the contract, and then immediately said to Shinshao, "You can already meet a dangerous person like you?" Shinshao said, as if he had predicted the future. When I went to Atlantis, their control over me continued to strengthen, so they were willing to give me a higher degree of freedom, and you and I both signed a contract that made them feel at ease. You can no longer save me. She had a smile on her face when she said this. Ma turned around and looked at Ingzi and Ye Qingyu in surprise. The Federation is willing to let me meet her? Ye Qingyu smiled. No, to be honest, the Federation did not agree, but after asking Shinshao himself, as well as many respected people with abilities and scholars, I came to the conclusion that it was not dangerous for you to meet. So I made a report and speech, and convinced them with facts and evidence. I think you should also want to meet her. When he said this, it seemed like he was just doing Ma a small favor. Shadow nodded. Yes, when I first heard the news, I thought he was crazy. And don't think he said it lightly, but he actually accomplished something miraculous in the past few days. I can't imagine that those old men who are conservative and stubborn would agree with his decision. Anyway, I don't have the confidence to convince them. Ye Qingyu smiled and said, I am now the general person in charge of this operation, and I judge that letting you meet is beneficial to our next plan to deal with the gods, and it is also in the interests of the Federation, so I made this decision. I just did the right thing. This made Ma suddenly have a completely new view of Ye Qingyu. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, there was really no risk in letting him meet Shinshao. Not to mention that they didn't know the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Even if there really was an Abnormal Control Bureau, he had no way to rescue Shinshao. And in fact, he had met Shinshao several times. If he really had this ability, he would have done it long ago. No, it should be said that if he had this ability, Shinshao would never fall into this situation. Only another Shinshao can save me. Shinshao said, as if he knew Ma's thoughts. Even if you didn't sign the contract, you wouldn't have any chance to do anything to me. If the Federation's measures were really so bad, I would have come out by myself a long time ago. Only Shinshao can save Shinshao. Ye Qingyu also said, in order to meet you, Shinshao also signed a lot of contracts to ensure that she has no way to communicate with you in any way, otherwise the Federation will not approve your meeting. The most important thing is that if we want to deal with the gods, we have to use the power of Shinshao. Although we said that Shinshao cannot go out to participate in the war, it does not mean that we cannot use any of her power. And I think you should also remember. At this moment, Shinshao should still be fighting against Heisi in the seabed from the outside world. Ma suddenly realized, and the sinking of Atlantis itself is the conspiracy of Saren, so the main thing you want to do is to deceive Saren, and now we can also use this to deal with the gods. So, Shinshao shook his head. No, the problem of Atlantis has not been solved, it has just been temporarily shelved. I transformed the two 5th level Heisi into what I want, which can control other Heisi and itself. But I still have to go back from time to time to stabilize them, and this thing can't last very long. Actually, I have another idea, which is to directly copy a creature similar to me, but unfortunately. Ye Qingyu also began to imitate Shinshao, and interrupted. Unfortunately, we rejected her proposal, but no one wants to see two Shinshaos in the world. Mayan really wants to see it. Shinshao continued, you want to take revenge on the gods, they want to destroy the gods, and I want to stop the gods, which makes this cooperation a natural thing. You can also understand that this is the second Atlantis for the Federation. And the Federation and I both agree that this cooperation will have little impact on the balance between us. Add to that the fact that they both dislike the gods, and the weapons and plans provided by Mon, which makes the Federation and Shinshao agree to this cooperation, and it also has different meanings for the Federation. With the first and second cooperation, there will be the third and fourth, until they really control Shinshao. And Shinshao has sufficient reasons to deal with the gods. Obviously, Even though she is imprisoned by the Federation at this moment, the gods are a threat to her now, especially the one who caused the sinking of Atlantis, Saran. So what are you going to do? Mon finally asked. The purpose of this meeting is... Shishao stretched out her hand in the direction of the yard, and then a beautiful butterfly with a pale blue phosphorescent light flew out from the bright flowers in the distance and gently landed on her wrist. Then she handed it to Ma-En. This is what I transformed from the 3rd, 5th level sea air. This is my gift to you to fight against the gods. But you should also note that it is the same as the other 2 sea airs, and can only last for a few months at most. When the time is up, it will naturally wither. When Ma-En reached out to take the butterfly, it gently flapped its wings. Then it appeared on his wrist. The teleportation module of the black hole bomb appeared. Ma-En carefully put it away. Only a few months. Knowing what he wanted to say, Shinshao smiled. It's okay, a few months is more than enough. Ma-En suddenly realized something. You mean? Shinshao nodded, and then announced, the war is coming. Chapter 592. After accepting the gift and warning given by Shinshao, under the suggestion of Shadow and Yechingyu, Ma-En quickly ended the meeting with Shinshao, followed the 2 members of the Federation to leave her residence, returned to the original building through the space channel, and came to a new room after many twists and turns. It was normal that the meeting did not last long. Although Shinshao, and he could not do anything, for the Federation, Shinzhao's contact with the outside world must be as short as possible, but Ma-En did not have any idea. Before he found a solution to the contract by establishing an abnormal force in hell, he had no chance to try to save Shinshao, and this would definitely be a long time later. The Federation has conducted a basic inspection of the weapons you provided, and there are no problems. Yechingyu said, standing in front of the table, now you can choose your own reward. We will give you a table that will calculate the total value of the things you gave, and convert them into points, as well as the value relative to the props. As long as it does not exceed the total value, you can choose at will. Take a look at the specific data. Shadow took out a contract, and a book from the Shadow, like his subordinate, and handed them to Ma-En. The former is a contract used to ensure that Ma-En has no problems, and confirm the transaction, and when Ma-En opened the latter, he could see a densely packed list of different abnormal items, and they were arranged according to the list. In addition, the book also wrote that the total exchange points he had were 10,000. From this, it can be seen that this unit called exchange points was temporarily designed for this transaction, rather than some abnormal currency within the Federation. When Ma-En looked at the catalog, the content on the page began to change with his consciousness. There are not all the abnormal items in the Federation here. Yechingyu continued to explain, after all, we can't show all our assets because of this, so here are mainly some abnormal items that we are not worried about being exposed, or have long been known to the outside world. Of course, there are already a lot of them here. But this does not mean that we can only provide these things. If you can't find what you want here, you can also ask us directly. It's not a problem to tell you a few abnormal items that we don't want to make public, but it's different if you know all of them. Ma-En nodded. I understand. If an organization like the Camarilla learns about most of the Federation's secret weapons, then this information itself is enough to become a threat no less than any top-level weapon, and the Federation naturally cannot do this. However, unless it is particularly necessary, Ma-En will not directly ask the Federation to help him choose a 5th-level weapon that is not on this list. After all, this will more or less expose his intentions. Neither he nor the Federation wants the other party to know their thoughts. What is the use of the thing that Shinshao gave you to the gods? Shadow asked curiously. Ma-En had a purely polite smile on his face. I don't know, but I think Shinshao must have her arrangements, and under your restrictions, she should not be able to do anything you don't want by giving me things. Since she can give it to me, it proves that this thing will definitely not affect her imprisonment, nor will it pose a threat to you. Of course he knew what this thing did. Abnormal entity. Flashing butterfly, bloodthirsty sea worm, abnormal strength, V.4. Description: the former insected bloodthirsty sea worm, transformed by Shishao into its current appearance. Features: flashing V.4. After being smoothed and reshaped, it has extremely strong flashes, and can evolve special powers against various space countermeasures at a faster speed than normal, which is almost impossible to stop. Shinshu's gift V.4. It is easier to bear when being used. Withering V.4. It is escaping Shinsha's control through self-withering. This thing almost perfectly meets the needs of the black hole bomb, solving the problem of how to quickly hit the opponent before the black hole explodes, and combined with the Sun Chaser, it can ensure that the bomb can hit Saran instantly. Now the only thing missing is how to make the user hold on until the bomb explodes. In fact, This matter is also quite interesting. Even a 4th level ability user finds it difficult to withstand multiple 5th level abilities for a long time. If the number of abilities is really increased to 4, they will definitely not be able to hold on for even half a second. But if they don't have the abnormal characteristics that can withstand the power of the black hole, they may die before they can even last a few microseconds. After all, neither the characteristics of the flashing butterfly nor the chasing sun can provide support to the user like the sea-covering scepter. The former is a special ability of Xiao, while the strength of the latter comes from the material itself without abnormal characteristics, and the chasing sun is just a one-time tracking system for missiles, so there is no need to strengthen its ability. In order to give the flashing butterfly a stronger spatial ability, and even allow it to adapt to and restrain spatial abilities, this is actually very similar to the characteristics of main spiritual power, and it actually comes from the ability of Heisei to change and evolve according to the environment, but Xiao has specialized it in the spatial dimension and enhanced the reaction speed. For this reason, Xiao also erased most of its characteristics, making it not have the overall combat power to be used, but she also gave the flashing butterfly a new characteristic, so that it can be more easily used by the Control Bureau, so that the duration of the black hole bomb can be extended. Moreover, with the flashing butterfly, the time that the black hole needs to exist is actually much shorter. This characteristic is enough for the user to hit Saran in an instant, and there is no need to consider the hit rate in the case of cooperating with the Sun Chaser, so even if the user can only maintain the use for a moment, it is enough. After flipping for a long time, Ma-En finally found what he wanted. The root of the mountain, a treasure of ancient civilization, extremely hard and tough. The basic characteristic is that it will not be easily destroyed. According to the environment and documents where it was discovered, it is suspected that it can be used as a casting material. After some special processing techniques, it can exert its true power. Choose this first. Ma-En pointed to the line of words. Among the abnormal items with toughness, root of the mountain is not the most suitable or the strongest, but it has many characteristics, so choosing it will not expose Ma-En's purpose. It will only make the Federation think that they have some way to reforge this special material. And the price of this thing is not high, only about 2,000. Then he began to look for the most important goal of this transaction, a new weapon suitable for the Control Bureau. In fact, when he met Xiao, he was still looking forward to getting some advice, but Xiao said nothing. In fact, this was a bit beyond his expectations. After all, Xiao could give him this butterfly. Thinking of this, Ma-En suddenly realized something. In fact, this matter can be explained in reverse. What if the real situation is that she will violate the contract after reminding it? Because the thing that she needs to find most through this book is an abnormal item that she thinks can threaten the content of the contract. The pages in Ma-En's hand began to jump at a high speed. Many abnormal items that Ma-En was going to think about carefully were not even looked at this moment. Now his standard is that only this thing can stop Xiao's suggestion. Then he saw it. What he should really look for is not the most powerful weapon that is most suitable for the Abnormal Control Bureau, and he does not need to consider the difference between direct use and utilization. Ma-En pointed to the page calmly, and this, I will provide another crystal of the gods. The name and introduction on the page are very brief. Jinlu can heal and reverse almost all mental trauma. Chapter 593. Inside the containment room, Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma-En sat cross-legged on the ground, with the dewdrop floating in front of him, which was said to be able to heal any soul pain. As long as he slightly opened his mouth, the dewdrop would fall into his soul. Before he was ready to start, he looked up at Qinlan standing outside the glass for the last time, and then closed his eyes. The moment he took the real dew, a strong drowsiness suddenly hit him like a tide, and at the same time he felt that his whole body was as if immersed in the warm sea water, with a sense of security like returning to the mother's body. Splash! The piercing ice water flowed through his body, and the cold air drilled into his lungs, pulling the half-asleep Ma-En out of the warm dream roughly, forcing him to open his eyes again to look at this reality. Wake up! Wake up! Someone was pulling his collar. Ma-En raised his heavy eyelids with difficulty. The face that came into his eyes instantly made him feel relieved, because the one squatting and looking at him was one of the few people that Ma-En could completely trust, and it was Qinlan, who watched him use Jinlu. Although he and Qinlan did not have any particularly deep feelings, Ma-En was still willing to believe that Qinlan would not betray him in almost all cases, because it was not feelings that made her follow him. Some things are more resilient than emotions. What's wrong? He asked a little drowsy. Qinlan said nervously, Director, something happened. Ma-En tried to sit up straight and tried to sort out his confused mind. Wait a minute. Spiritual Power 4.4. You have spiritual power different from ordinary people, and have many basic spiritual abilities such as clairvoyance, telekinesis, and mind control resistance. Ma En shook his head slightly and continued to ask, "What's going on?" Qin Lan looked very serious. "Director, you have been sleeping for 3 months, and we used all the backup plans a month ago, but couldn't wake you up. We all think that the Federation has done something with this thing." So Li went out to find a solution, because she was worried. Then something happened. Ma En looked at her in confusion. "What happened?" Qin Lan's eyes were a little more sad. "The moon goddess is resurrected, and she killed Li." Ma En's eyes instantly turned cold. "What?" Qin Lan seemed to be recalling the bad things, and her expression became heavier. "The most terrible thing is that we didn't realize that Li was replaced by the moon goddess, and the Control Bureau saw that she was no different from the original Li, so we let her return to the Abnormal Control Bureau. Then she took over the Control Bureau, and even I was controlled, and then she used my authority to enter here directly, preventing you from accepting the process of Jinlu, and letting you fall into eternal sleep. And she took over the Control Bureau directly, and took away almost all the abnormal items." Hearing this, Ma En asked in confusion, "Then how did you wake me up?" Qin Lan said, "Fortunately, we have a plan to deal with the invasion of mind and memory entities. Sure, Daochang is not under the control of any employee except you, so Yushin could not find him immediately. After he noticed the abnormality, he also found an opportunity. With the authority you gave him, he directly transferred the characteristics of the anti-mind treasure to me. Then I immediately reorganized the entire staff of the Control Bureau and ranked all employees except me as level 0 employees, but this still couldn't compete with her. And during this time, she has been using other employees to manipulate bargaining chips, constantly killing them to make me surrender and give up my authority. Now all the employees except your sister and younger sister have been killed by her. She kept them just to threaten you." Ma En said seriously, "Then how did you wake me up?" Qin Lan said as usual, "I just transferred the anti-psychic characteristics to you, but don't worry, although the moon goddess is now in the Abnormal Control Bureau, she can't catch me now, because I went to find our Titan ally. Then I transformed myself into a flesh and blood Titan without a soul." Ma En finally showed a surprised look. "But that means?" Qin Lan said calmly, "This is a necessary sacrifice, otherwise I don't have the confidence to hold on until you wake up." Swoosh! A pale shadow appeared outside the containment room, and when Ma En looked over, he noticed that the figure was just water mist condensed on the glass, but there was a real sound of footsteps in the corridor in the distance. 2 dull figures slowly walked out of the glass window. Shen Yuan and Yu Yu. Suddenly, they both showed a numb smile to Ma En at the same time. "Long time no see." Ma En looked at the white shadow on the glass and said, "Moon Goddess." The pale white figure said, "Do you want them to live? Then hand over this Abnormal Control Bureau. Don't think I dare not do it. After all, I have a total of 2 chips in my hand. I can kill one of them at any time. By the way, don't say I lied to you. I can let you meet them in person." After she said this, Chen Yuan and Yu Yu seemed to be awakened suddenly. Their eyes regained their former colors, and the moment they saw Ma En, their expressions became extremely bad. Chen Yuan looked at Ma En with worry in his eyes. "Don't worry about me, run away, don't give in to this kind of devil, and don't do stupid things for me, I'm not afraid of death." Yu Yu also showed a resolute look. "Live first, and then avenge me later." The afterimage of the moon god smiled even more happily. "What do you think? Can you bear to let them die like this? But don't worry, I can not only let them go, but even spare your life. As long as you hand over the Abnormal Control Bureau to me, I can even sign a contract with you. After all, compared to ruling the world, your life or death is not important at all." At this moment, Qin Lan's voice came from behind Ma En. "Director, I suggest you escape from here first. She can't leave here now. As long as you never come back here, she can't threaten the world. We must imprison her here. The Abnormal Control Bureau must not fall into the hands of such evil creatures." But at this moment, Ma En's expression suddenly became extremely calm. "I remembered a little bit. The power of the moon god can't be derived outside the Southern Federation. The Jinlu given to me by the Federation can't do anything, and if I remember correctly, Qin Lan didn't call me director either. And he didn't say in front of Qin Lan that he was the real master of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Except for Shen Zhao's message, no one could see that he was the director of the Abnormal Control Bureau. But a puzzled voice came from behind him. "Who is Qin Lan?" Chapter 594. Ma En turned around in surprise. Standing behind Ma En was a young woman whom he had never seen before, and at this moment Ma En suddenly realized that he had been seeing this strange figure from beginning to end, but he just didn't notice it. Just like when he just woke up, He couldn't realize that this was an obvious illusion. When Ma-en turned around and looked at the glass again, there was no more hazy white mist. Standing outside the glass was an uncertain twisted black shadow, exuding a hideous and evil aura. And the ones controlled by it were not Chen Yun and Yu Yu, but two faceless corpses. The black shadow had no face either. Then Ma-en suddenly noticed a detail that he had overlooked. There was a paragraph of text that he was very familiar with on the glass of the containment room. The moment he saw the text, he even had the illusion that the other party was the one locked inside. Abnormal entity. Darkness in the heart. Abnormal strength. Description. Characteristics. What on earth is this? You have to leave here forever. The woman who was mistaken by Ma-en as Qinlan said, never come back, so that it will not have the opportunity to invade our reality and destroy the remaining world. Ma-en asked, where is this place? The woman looked into Ma-en's eyes. This is here. Ma-en, who understood, then asked, so you are in the same group as the smiling man I met in the spiritual world last time? You want to stop me from getting my memory back, and you are the power of the unmemorable in my brain? Faced with this question, the woman just smiled. We are doing this for your own good. Ma-en asked, why? The woman raised her hand and pointed behind Ma-en. See? This is what you will face if you stay here. Some things are enough to cause the most terrible harm just by seeing them, and you may have misunderstood. Forgetting is not necessarily a problem that needs to be solved. On the contrary, it may be your protector. Ma-en looked at her calmly. Maybe, but I haven't seen enough evidence. In my opinion, you are just the remaining power of the unmemorable in my body, and according to the information I have now, he is not friendly. If you are not lying, then convince me. The woman looked at the shadow and said, if you don't believe it, you can try to go in. I'm not going to stop you. Ma-en turned around without hesitation and walked towards the door of the containment room. He seemed not to be afraid of the terrifying black shadow waiting for him outside at the moment, and the woman didn't seem to stop him. Click. He pushed the door open. You are no match for it. The woman smiled and saw Ma-en in the holding room behind the door. There was no corridor outside the door. Ma-en walked into the holding room exactly the same as before. It seems that you have trapped me here. The woman replied, no, you can still choose to leave. Ma-en walked to the position in front of the glass without any hurry, sat down cross-legged leisurely, looked up at the shadow standing outside, and showed a curious look. What about you? Who are you? Is she an accomplice who frightened me? The shadow raised something like a finger and gently tapped the place where there was text on the glass. The action seemed to be questioning Ma-en if he could not read. But Ma-en was not embarrassed at all, but still asked calmly, whose darkness are you? Mine? If so, I have to take a good look at you. But why do I feel that you look so ordinary? There was a bit of disgust in this sentence, and after hearing it, the black shadow also raised the position where it should be head like a child, as if to seek help and comfort from the woman. But the woman did not respond to its eyes, but looked at Ma-en's back. Your attempts are in vain. You can waste time with me. Anyway, I have plenty of time, but you should not be as free as me. Do you need me to remind you of what problems are waiting for you in reality? Ma-en shook his head slightly. No, my attempts are not in vain. If I remember correctly, I have taken the level 5.4 abnormal item Jinlu, and it is undergoing complex reactions in my body, so it is meaningful for me to wait. In fact, you want to persuade me to leave, which has proved this point. You don't really want me to stay here for a long time, you are lying. The woman's expression became serious. I want you to leave, but I am not lying. If you use the control bureau to check, you will know that there is no evil mind monster parasitic in your brain. I can't be your enemy. I am your friend. I am helping you. Ma-en squinted his eyes, as if he was half asleep and half awake and said, even if you are part of my consciousness, so what? I am not arrogant enough to think that all my thoughts and consciousness are good, and as long as you are human, there will be evil thoughts and wrong ideas. Even if you are really me, I don't believe you. The woman looked at him and said, you don't even trust yourself. Do you know how serious a mistake this will lead to? Ma-en slightly raised his right eyelid and glanced at her. I don't know. The woman stared at Ma-en, who looked indifferent, and seemed to want to say something unpleasant, but she still forced herself to remain silent, and then sat down directly opposite him with some anger. After a few minutes, Ma-en heard the woman's voice. I really do this for your own good, she said a little sadly. Ma-en closed his eyes, and said, I know what is good for me. If you have a real reason, you can also try to convince me. I'm not a stubborn lunatic. And he clearly remembered that the smiling man was not so friendly last time. The reason why the illusion was so gentle this time was probably because she couldn't be tough with herself, who had been exposed. Lies were her only remaining weapon. The woman sighed slightly. Don't try to kill me. Since you insist, I won't stop you. You can get what you want, but I have a condition. Ma-en opened his eyes. What? The woman looked at Ma-en's eyes calmly, and put her hands on his shoulders. Since you have forgotten so much, forgive me too. Then she pushed gently. Chapter 595. When Ma-en fell backwards, it was as if he had landed on a soft feather. But when he turned around in surprise, and looked behind him, he saw nothing at all. Then he realized belatedly that it was his telekinesis that supported him. Ma-en suddenly felt unprecedented ease, and even the world in his eyes became clearer, and his mind became more peaceful and profound, as if nothing could make him afraid anymore. Spiritual Power V.1. You have excellent spiritual power, and possess a variety of basic spiritual abilities including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, and memory erasure resistance, which will naturally improve over time. Spiritual Power V.2. Spiritual Power V.3. You have excellent spiritual power, and possess a variety of basic spiritual abilities including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, and memory erasure resistance, which are naturally improving over time. There are 143 days left to upgrade to V.4. It's like taking off the shackles. Finally, he was promoted to the 5th level, but Ma-en was not as excited as he thought. It was not because he had already obtained the power of the 5th level. After all, the significance of this promotion was far greater than obtaining the 5th level weapon. Although it was a bit arrogant to think so, Ma-en had an inexplicable confidence. Although his mental power was only the stronger level of the same level, he felt that he had no opponent in the same level of 3. Even if he relied on his mental power, he was confident that he could defeat almost all the abnormal entities of the 5th level. If he cooperated with the Abnormal Control Bureau, he would be able to deal with even the entities of the 5th level. A very important point is that spiritual power is different from other 5th order abilities, but his own ability. Therefore, this upgrade not only strengthens his overall combat power, but also increases the upper limit of his ability to withstand abnormal items. Before today, he used the 5th order ability with a 4th order body, which not only made him unable to use too many abnormal abilities at the same time, but also made him unable to use high order abilities for a long time. But now it is different. Now Ma-en can easily use multiple 5th order abilities to continue several battles. And if he can find a way to obtain a special restraint weapon, like he did against the gods this time, then even if he faces a 5.5 opponent like Saran, he is not without a chance to compete. Although it is difficult for him to have such a good opportunity again, it is also difficult for other 5.5 entities to be as strong as Saran. Yes, he has decided to deal with Saran. Before meeting Shen Xiao and obtaining Jinlu, he was actually a little hesitant. At the beginning, this plan was more like a defensive measure against Saran in advance. After all, he has a high possibility of becoming a threat to himself. Resolving this danger in advance is also his current motivation, but more important is Shen Xiao's words and Jinlu. Although Shen Xiao was restricted when meeting him, he was able to reveal things related to the gods. The phrase war is coming is obviously full of profound meaning. From the simplest perspective, it means that Shen Xiao has seen that he has no way to avoid conflict with the gods. The lies made up by the moon god can't always deceive this cunning and wise god, and when he finds the truth, then whether it is for the purpose of resolving the threat in advance or coveting the control bureau, Saran will definitely use the most insidious and terrifying methods to launch a full-scale attack on himself and take away his control bureau. In this case, waiting is the worst situation, and it is safer to take the initiative. But if he only received a warning from Shen Xiao, Ma-en's plan would not change. After all, he was already preparing for a decisive battle with the gods, and his slightly conservative plan was actually the best choice. He had to wait, because the longer the time dragged on, the higher his chance of winning would be. If he really took the initiative to attack the gods too impatiently, Ma-en felt that he had a 99% chance of losing. But it was completely different after obtaining Jinlu. Now he has the qualifications to take risks, and it seems that he can't wait any longer. Shen Xiao's urging must have a deep meaning. Maybe Saran will find a flaw, or maybe this world doesn't have much time to wait. In short, Ma-en must get rid of Saran and get his power. In fact, it is much more difficult to imprison the gods than other abnormal entities. They have no entity at all, and putting them to sleep does not mean really killing them. Although the Control Bureau has given a corresponding method to directly and quietly change the cognition of all mankind about the natural image of the gods, and in this process, it also prevents the gods from gaining power. But unfortunately, Ma-en can't do it now. Now he can only theoretically put the gods to sleep, and then steal their power by bypassing the god's consciousness, but it is unknown how long it will take. Now he is far from being able to directly invade and control the cognition of a certain natural image in the brain of all mankind, let alone do this to the sun god. It is much more difficult to do this to other gods, unless he cooperates with the omnipotent Federation. But that would really be a deal with the devil, and the Federation would definitely be aware of some of his secrets. So Mon would never do that, and he had a better and simpler way. He had it a long time ago. How long was I unconscious just now? Ma-En walked out of the control bureau. Xinlan said with some difficulty in hiding her surprise. I felt it was only a few seconds. This speed surprised Ma-En himself, which was also the reason why Xinlan looked strange. She had heard of and seen things that broke through to the 5th level, but she had never heard of Ma-En's speed. Ma-En nodded slightly. How many bombs are there now? He still exuded that cold-blooded feeling when he said this. Xinlan's expression also became serious. Now we have found 5, but the speed has slowed down. After all, there are not so many 4th-level death row prisoners who meet our conditions in this world. At least it is difficult to find them according to our standards. But if we lower the standards a little, we should still be able to find them. Ma-En suddenly raised his head slightly and looked at her and said, but aren't we already on the edge of the standard now? Xinlan paused after hearing this. Yes, but the search speed has slowed down now, and we may consume some level 0 employees in training at that time, I think. Ma-En shook his head slightly. No, we haven't reached that point yet, and if the standards are relaxed, I am very worried that they will not be able to continue to strictly enforce them, and most certainly those who are not guilty of death will be made into human bombs by us. Hearing this, Xinlan felt a strong sense of weirdness again. The word soft-hearted appeared in Xinlan's mind. She didn't hate Ma-En's insistence at the moment, but when facing the enemies of the gods, who could threaten the world, he still considered the rights of those criminals. It was somewhat in line with the description of this word. But what surprised Xinlan the most was not Ma-En's insistence on the bottom line, but the sharp contrast between his kindness and his cold-bloodedness just now, as if he was not the guy who proposed to make a human bomb. Good and evil seemed to appear on the man in front of her at the same time. But she immediately controlled herself and calmed down. So are we going to slowly prepare for the decisive battle with the gods? Ma-En shook his head again. No, we may have to launch the attack earlier than the original plan, and then we have to obtain the extremely powerful abnormal power of Saran, and after obtaining this power, we can go to hell to find a way to crack the contract. Chapter 596. Although this is hell, there is no hot magma, no pungent sulfur smell, and the streets are much cleaner than other hell cities. If you don't consider the faces of the long-horned devils and demons walking on the road, this place is almost no different from the developed cities on the ground. The most dirty in the whole city may be the casino and paradise opened by Prince Paradise. But even on the streets outside these buildings, there is no garbage, because even they have to respect the owner of this city, the devil who understands the contract best. This is also the purpose of the blind demon coming here again. At this moment, at the back door outside Libra Paradise, there is an old blind demon with cloth wrapped around his eyes, and behind him is a male demon who looks particularly fierce, and he is also his only 2 remaining apprentices. I didn't expect that we would come back here in the end. The male demon sighed. Not long ago, the prophet came to the streets of Libra City and found the breath left by their target, but soon they followed the breath and left here, and went to the territory ruled by the Dragon Mother, but in the end, they came back here again, and this time the clues of the target directly pointed to the ruler here. That terrifying big demon. The blind demon regarded by them as a prophet did not have any expression. We are not back here, but finally arrived here. After saying this, he remembered that he no longer needed to remind his apprentices. Now they no longer need to study the prophecy art, or to put it more cruelly, they are all blind. After all, even if he wanted to survive, he had to close his eyes forever. Some things would cause irreversible damage to the soul just by looking at them, and his other apprentices were turned into soulless statues. Not long after, a female high-level demon walked out of paradise. Teacher, he is willing to see us, but only for 1 minute. If it is not a 5th-level entity, it is not so easy to see the balancer. Unlike other demons, the balancer prefers to focus on more important things, go to various parts of the world to carry out the so-called balance, and constantly twist reality in the direction he expects. And this time, they were able to see the balancer because the blind demon knew that he was free at the moment, and the balancer was willing to provide some opportunities for demons who could get this news. The blind demon walked into paradise from the back door with his 2 apprentices, and then went directly to the top floor of the park through the stairs, a luxurious giant box overlooking the entire park. The balancer was sitting on the sofa with a normal expression, looking down at the demons, devils, and humans who were pursuing their desires in the paradise, and completely ignoring the succubi beside him. The blind demon walked to the side of the balancer, and then glanced at the seemingly ordinary empty seat. He's gone. There just sat another great demon, who was no less powerful than the balancer, Prince of Bliss. The balancer didn't care about the ability shown by the blind demon. You only have 47 seconds left. But the blind demon was not in a hurry. Don't you remember your old friend? The balancer then looked up at him. Who are you? The blind demon smiled and said, I really envy you. This is the happiness of the short-sighted. When we were almost drowned, you were still playing happily on the beach, and you couldn't see the coming tsunami at all. The check and balancer who heard this said arrogantly, if there was a tsunami that could drown me, the whole world would have been shattered long ago. Also, you are running out of time. The blind demon smiled. You haven't given up the idea of raising Libra City to the mortal world? But if I were to say, this would not help you realize your current plan. It is not that easy to achieve great revenge on heaven. Their current pope is not the little character who could not live for a few years before. The balancer's expression finally changed, because no one knew his true purpose. All the demons, devils, and heavenly masters felt that he had betrayed his anger and hatred at that time, otherwise he would not have become a demon. The balancer raised his head slightly, and looked at the succubi beside him, and opened his mouth. Then all of them instantly became lifeless and empty, and then their bodies began to rot and decay rapidly, and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. Then he pointed to the position opposite, and motioned the blind demon to sit down. Should I remember you? The blind demon sat down. Maybe, I still had some expectations of you. After all, you are the great demon who knows the contract best, but I didn't come here to give you an answer. The balancer interrupted. Who told you? The blind demon pointed to the cloth in front of him. I saw it myself. I am a prophet. This is a perfect answer. The so-called prophet is a powerful creature that can see through the truth of the world and even predict the future. In history, they often play the role of determining the direction of the times. They are either advisors to rulers or conspirators who guide the world behind the scenes. But in the memory of the balancer, there was no prophet in their era, and it can even be said that there has been no prophet for a long time. Most scholars attribute this phenomenon to the side effect of the birth of Shishao. In her time, the prophet had almost no meaning. The balancer was also a little surprised to hear this. Aren't you afraid that I will imprison you? The blind demon smiled and said, You can't do it. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The balancer didn't say anything nonsense, and directly raised his hand to the blind demon, and his eyes also emitted a silver-white magic aura, as if he was going to pull out the other's soul in the next second. But nothing happened. The balancer had a little more doubt on his face. What's going on? The blind demon said with some regret, You all forgot that we signed a contract. All the 5th level hell creatures can't do anything to me. I thought you could detect it by understanding the contract, but it seems that it's still a little short. The balancer's expression gradually regained its calm. What do you want? The blind demon said, A name, and in return I can help you with your current plan. I know you want to use the power of the contract to achieve revenge, but you are now on the wrong path. The balancer asked, What name? The blind demon showed a thoughtful look. I have traded with you. It should be a human male, and the transaction is related to Saren. By the way, Saren's name in hell should be Dark Star. Chapter 597. In the Cathedral of St. Kedron, Western Federation. A man in a suit and tie is sitting in the magnificent corridor, seemingly waiting for a visitor to be received by a high-ranking church official. The clergy who notice this figure are no longer surprised. Although their pope is only a young man in his 20s, there are always so-called big shots who want to see him. But if anyone really recognizes the identity of this middle-aged man, they may be somewhat surprised that he would sit on the chair outside so modestly, because he is not one of those mortal rich people who want to use his wealth to exchange for the opportunity to go to heaven. On the contrary, the man waiting for the pope is also a god. Saran had just left the Central Federation Islands, and his right eye was there, but he could not find it. Something covered the existence of the right eye, and this power was extremely powerful. At least after leaving the Southern Federation, Saran had no way to deal with him. Fortunately, he had a solution other than power. Knowledge and experience have told him some information. Although he cannot surpass this power to find out who has the war eye, this ability is already an answer. There are not many places that can cover up the existence of the war eye, and it is in the Central Federation Islands. Considering that they chose this simple and crude cover-up method, and that they have leaked their aura, Saran can lock the target among several organizations and entities, and the most suspicious one among them is the Federation itself. Similarly, in his inference, the Holy Church is not on this list, so now he came here. Having lived for so many years, Saran has all kinds of means that are not restricted by the Southern Federation, but they are not enough to fight against the strongest organization now, and he has obtained the right eye of war neatly. There are not many other forces that can do this, and even fewer of them can be used by him. Although the price to pay is not small, it is worth it to revive war. He needs war. The familiar footsteps of Saran came from the far right of the corridor. What are you doing here? The young pope looked at Saran seriously. Heretical god. Saran turned and looked at Raphivan. Don't be so serious. We all know that you don't really believe in your god that much. Raphivan curled his lips, but did not refute Saran's words. Are you here to find me? This question actually has a hidden meaning. Raphivan is not really surprised that Saran is looking for him. What he cares about is that Saran chose the church as the meeting place, because they have met privately many times in the past. At that time, what they discussed was not suitable to be put on the surface, let alone to his god. I'm here to find the messenger of the destined returnee in the mortal world. Saran gave the answer, and I represent the entire group of gods that now rule the Southern Federation. We have something to discuss with you. I mean you, including the slaves. Be respectful, they are the most selfless followers of the Lord. Although he said so, Raphael's expression seemed to be not really so disgusted with Saran's address. Saran smiled. We all know who the false god is. I ruled the world before he was born. Shut up. A cold voice came from behind Saran, and a faint holy halo floated gently on them like a feather, but neither Raphivan nor Saran felt the slightest bit of holiness. Saran turned his head to the side, and standing behind him was a beautiful human woman surrounded by holy light. Saran was also very familiar with this visitor from the upper world, because they had just met in Atlantis not long ago. This was the heavenly conspirator, the cherubim, who personally created the birth of the devil, and wove countless conspiracies behind the scenes for the awakening of the destined returners. Saran looked at her sideways and said, maybe it's my illusion, but I always feel that you have become a little arrogant after Shishao was imprisoned. I have never seen you so rude when she was still here. You even forgot how to respect the gods. The woman looked at him coldly. You are not a god at all, he is. Saran could tell from the cherubim's demeanor that she believed what he said, even though she had long known that she was the original god, which made Saran a little worried. The cherubim's crazy words at this time were not as willful and foolish as they seemed. At this time, she really denied that she was a god at the inner level, and she had successfully deceived herself. And she could only do this for one purpose, which was to replace reality with lies. Saran said with a serious look, he is just a poor imitator of mine. I ascended to the throne of God long before you appeared. The cherubim stared into his eyes, and said, it is the same now, and it was also true in the past, but the future will be different. In the future, he will be born before you. She did not mean to hide it at all. This sentence almost declared that these apostles who were destined to come were trying to reverse right and wrong. They wanted the destined returners to be born before themselves. In fact, she was making a request. This was the condition of heaven. Saran reminded with a warning, it is not so easy to tamper with reality. Don't think that you will not be hindered by Shishao being imprisoned. In the final analysis, you are just an extension of his power, not him himself. Don't try to control power beyond yours. Raphael also understood. Wait, but this doesn't seem to be the focus of the prophecy. Although he had not heard Saran's request, the cherubim had already proposed hers, which was to make Saran admit that the destined returner was born before him, which was obviously conducive to the change in his prophecy. But these were not the main prophecies. According to his understanding of the prophecy, there should be better choices. If they wanted to revive the destined returner, the prophecy they really wanted to realize was the decline of the gods. The cherubim turned his head slightly, and looked at him, and said, this is also the condition he wants to exchange. At first glance, it seems to be slightly better than the condition I am proposing now, but if you really believe him, it's over. This old thing is far more cunning than you think. This is a race. If anyone reaches the finish line first, the other contestants will be disqualified. No need to doubt, heaven has its own decision. After hearing what she said, Raphael had nothing to ask. Anyway, he didn't care much about the prophecy. Speak. The cherubim looked directly at Saran again. What do you want? The sun god replied, I want an eyeball. Chapter 598. Half a month later, Abnormal Control Bureau. During this period, Qinlan also found 4 suitable black hole carriers with other former members of the Salvation Alliance, which brought the number of black hole carriers to 9. However, the few found earlier also began training, and one of the more crazy serial killers accidentally blew himself to death. However, the performance of the other black hole carriers was relatively stable, and they could even use the power of black holes to maintain it for a short time, which means that their theory is completely feasible. Now all they need is to make them last a little longer, and this is just a matter of time. In addition, Mayan also took a brief inventory of his weapons. Black hole entity, anti-god crystal, used to deal with Thor's insulation suit, sun-chasing spear, polar night set by the fifth king, solar eclipse ritual, and the spiritual power he recently obtained. These war reserves are actually quite a lot, and even now Ma-En is somewhat confident in starting a war, but he naturally still wants to improve his chances of winning, so he is also thinking about how to trick Titan into getting some more weapons. But today there is a very special employee who came to the control distance. In a room that looks like hell, Ma-En is sitting on a skeleton chair, waiting for this special employee to come in, and the layout of this room is also closely related to the identity of this employee. Click. The person who walked into the room was not Qinlan's subordinate, but a little boy with eyes full of admiration. But this boy has dark red skin and a pointed tail, looking like a legendary devil. And he is indeed a devil, and a special employee of the Control Bureau in Hell. Is there any progress on the contract? Ma-En asked. Not yet. The little devil shook his head solemnly, and there has been no follow-up news from the Dragon Mother, and there has been no noteworthy changes in Hell recently. Ma-En asked curiously, so what do you plan to report? Now the little devil's work in Hell, in addition to collecting basic intelligence, is to find something related to the essence of the contract. Although Ma-En's goal is to cancel the contract, he did not ask the little devil to inquire about the way to cancel the contract. After all, it is almost impossible to achieve this directly. And he, who has the Control Bureau, wants to lift the contract restrictions imposed by the Federation on himself and Shishao, and he has to rely on directly finding something that is extremely related to the contract itself to do it, but this is very difficult, and he does not think that he can achieve it by relying on the little devil. Now he is just preparing for the next action. So he was a little surprised that the little devil would suddenly come to him. The little devil's expression suddenly became serious, because recently I noticed that someone seemed to be asking about me, and I don't think there is anything noteworthy about me, so I wonder if they are coming for you. Ma-En also perked up. How did you know they were there? The little devil explained. The other party has no intention of covering up their tracks. I guess a devil heard about you, and wanted to make a deal with you through me. Do you think I should try to contact the other party? Ma-En paused, and then said, you stay hidden for the time being, and then try to find the other party first, but before that you have to perform deep memory deletion to ensure that the information of the Control Bureau will not be leaked. Although every time the staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau leave, the most basic routine memory deletion is performed, but if there is really a high-level demon who wants to find him, he still has to be more cautious. These hell creatures don't care about the insidious means, and high-level demons also have an extremely keen sense of secrets. But just when Ma-En wanted to continue to instruct the little devil, a few lines of words suddenly popped up in front of him. Then he stood up directly. Wait here for a while. After that, he turned and walked out of the room, and Qinlan was already standing outside the door waiting. And her expression was extremely serious, even a little anxious. Something happened in the Federation. Ma-En asked, what happened? Qinlan said, we just received news from the Federation that there are traitors who believe in demons in their ranks. This is not a particularly surprising thing. My sister has eliminated many politicians who believe in demons or holy religions. In the past, there were far more politicians who were involved in other forces than now. But obviously now these bastards have no restraints, and a politician who believes that he can go to hell and become a high-level demon after his death betrayed the Federation. In fact, there have been many such things in the past. In fact, those politicians have always turned a blind eye to this. Needless to say, Ma-En also understands the reasons why these politicians do this. Qinlan continued, if it were just this, it wouldn't be serious, but the problem is that this politician somehow got a thing that can summon a 5th-level demon, and release this demon near a transfer station for important items. And the right eye of war was around at the time. Hearing this, Ma-En finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Someone has touched our weapons. Qinlan nodded, and this politician didn't know the existence of the right eye of war at all, let alone the location of its storage. The Federation adopted the highest level of confidentiality in this process, and checked afterwards to see if there was any insider. They now suspect that the news was not leaked, but that some powerful abnormal force located the real location of the right eye of war, which enabled the politician to know this information. Therefore, The Federation can be sure that the one who robbed the right eye of war is an extremely powerful abnormal entity, and the 5th level demon is also a stranger that no one has ever seen. The worst thing is that although the demon was killed by Shadow himself, his mission was successfully completed. He used some magic props to teleport the right eye of war away. Maan said, that is to say, the real mastermind behind the scenes even has the confidence to sacrifice a 5th level demon entity. Qinlan nodded. Therefore, the Federation suspected that it was the gods who took action, thinking that they already knew our plan, and even began to suspect whether we had leaked the news or made any mistakes. They want to see you. After just a few seconds, Maan came to the conclusion, no, the gods are not aware of our cooperation with the Federation. Because if that were the case, there would be no demons to take the right eye of war. What should really happen is that Saran launched a full-scale offensive against himself and the Camarilla, instead of doing this to alert the enemy. Qinlan said, but the Federation is not clear, they may even think that we are deliberately harming them. After all, they can't really know whether we want to deal with the gods. It's okay, I have found the problem. Maan replied. Yes, he immediately thought of what went wrong. The Federation suspected the Camarilla because in their view, these weapons were provided by the Camarilla, but Maan, who knew the truth, immediately realized who had done it, although he still couldn't understand why. But it must have been done by the Titans. Chapter 599. Although the top leaders of the Federation were looking for Maine and wanted him to give an explanation, Maine did not go directly to the Federation to explain to them. Going to see Shadow now would not solve the problem. Fortunately, as a force, the patience of the Federation is much higher than that of an individual. If the decision was made by a high-level ability person or those politicians, they would be completely furious if he disappeared for a few days, but the Federation would not. It would always give him the last chance, provided that he could give them a satisfactory answer. So he returned to the Titan ruins again. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation location, he saw the figure of the Titan King, but the one standing outside waiting for Maine was not his familiar ally Zasna, but the first King Walter, who was half blood and half iron. I don't know when he had rearranged the scene outside the teleportation point. The originally empty dome hall now looks as luxurious as someone's palace, and Walter is sitting on the throne with half-closed eyes. When Maine came out, he slightly raised his eyelids, and then showed a look of no surprise. You're finally back. Walter stood up casually, then turned around and stretched out his hand to the table beside him, doing something, and didn't seem to want to explain himself. Where is Zasna? Maan's expression was also very calm. Walter turned to look at Mayan and said, don't worry, she's fine, Victor is chatting with her, we don't intend to betray you, and our little tricks can't threaten you at all. After all, Shishao can always solve everything in the end, right? Even Maan had to admit that what he did was reasonable, because if Shishao was really as strong as Maan said, what they were facing now was just a trivial trouble. There was only one situation where Maan should be furious and completely break off cooperation with them, that is, this matter was enough to reverse the outcome of the war, but if this was really the case, then as a Titan, Voltaire might be more willing not to cooperate with him. So as long as Maan did not lie, then their cooperation only encountered a little bump. So you had this idea at the beginning? Maan asked, it really can't threaten our final victory, and if there is a chance, I may continue to cooperate with you, but the Camarilla and the Federation don't like betrayal, and they may target you after dealing with the gods. You can deceive me, but provoke them? I don't think this is a good idea. Although they may not tear their faces with you this time, if you provoke them again, neither the Federation nor the Camarilla will be willing to cooperate with you, and you will miss the opportunity to deal with the gods. It will not be them who will suffer in the end, let alone me. Although Maine expressed dissatisfaction, he was not particularly angry. After all, he was actually deceiving these Titans and the Federation. If he showed special anger at the Titans' tricks at this moment, it would only make him look cowardly. Seeing Maine's reaction, Walter finally confirmed in his heart that Maine was fine. Sorry, this is indeed an impolite little test. In fact, this is not my intention, but other Titans are still opposed to cooperation with you, so I want to trip you up in this way, but your reaction at this time is enough to prove that you are trustworthy and cooperative. I will go back and punish those traitors when I go back. But since you are willing to continue talking to me, I am willing to make another promise. He handed over a piece of gold with an oath engraved on it. Maine actually didn't believe him at all. It was impossible for Waddle not to know about this matter, and now he didn't quite understand why Waddle did this, and his motives were still a mystery. But the words on the golden oath could not be false. There was only a very simple promise on it, that the Titans would never betray them again in the next cooperation. This was indeed sincere enough, because in fact, the oath they had signed was particularly vague. For example, the requirement for Maine was only to deal with the gods, and there was no requirement to guarantee that Xiao could appear. After all, Maine was not completely sure that he could control such things, and the requirements for the Titans were naturally not so harsh. The real requirements for them were only the key points of holding the solar eclipse ceremony and the sleeping ceremony. This was also why they were able to make trouble behind the scenes, but now, as long as this oath was signed, these Titans would not be able to do anything to them, and the next cooperation would proceed smoothly. All the problems have been solved, only one thing is left. Mon held the golden oath in his hand, looked into Walter's eyes, and said, "We need an explanation. This matter itself has no answer yet." Walter was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer Mon's question, but soon he raised his head slightly and looked at a seemingly ordinary wall. "I can tell you the answer," Walter said. "Actually, I was going to tell you last time, but there were some unexpected accidents that I didn't expect at that time. But this time you also need to sign a confidentiality agreement." Mon looked at him and said, "This explanation is not for me." Walter raised his hand and pointed to the golden oath in his hand. "This is my explanation to them. I have reasons that I can't tell them, but after I show you the answer, you can still make a decision for them, and tell them whether they can continue to trust Titan. If you really think the problem is so serious, you can terminate our cooperation without revealing the answer. And I believe that after you get the answer, you may not be willing to share it with your compatriots. Sometimes knowledge is a curse." Chapter 600. Marn pondered for a moment. "In this case, you have to come up with something to convince them. You know that this kind of betrayal cannot be made up by simply apologizing and swearing. The gods have been reminded that the price we need to pay to deal with them is much higher than in the past, and the cooperation between the Federation and us has also encountered problems. Not to mention that it is very likely that members of us and the Federation will be killed by the gods because of this matter. Do you think their anger is so easy to calm down?" Walter's face is still abnormally gentle. "Yes, but the gods must not have noticed your purpose. Of course, they may realize that someone wants to deal with them, and it may become difficult to deal with them next, but you are wrong about one thing. That is, the Federation should pay the real price, not your secret alliance. No matter how you want to lie, I have already seen that although your organization really wants to get rid of these gods, you have no intention of doing anything yourself. This is a simple calculation problem. The power of Xiao, the power of the Federation, and our weapons, all of these combined are enough to make the powerful gods fall into a collective sleep. So in fact, you don't have to pay anything in this process. In fact, you have been getting something for nothing from the beginning to the end, right?" Hearing this, Mayan still looked innocent. In fact, the real situation is far more complicated than what Walter thought now, because in the process of contacting the head, he also lied more than Walter imagined. Although he was indeed getting something for nothing, he still had to take risks, and if Xinxia's words were a prophecy, danger would come to him sooner or later. But Maine couldn't behave like that. Instead, he had to maintain Walter's current view of him. A lie needs countless lies to cover it. Maine seemed to ignore the other party's question casually. "We, the Camarilla, may be able to accept this level of loss, but the Federation can't." Walter blinked and said, "Then I will compensate you with a weapon against the gods that has the same function, but is slightly stronger." "Okay," Maine said without hesitation. This was the only purpose of his trip. After getting Walter's oath and guaranteeing that the plan to deal with the gods could proceed smoothly, Maine only needed to solve the problem in the Federation. Although he still wanted to try to obtain more weapons against the gods, Maine could vaguely feel that Walter would not easily give in on this matter, and as Walter said, the weapons he provided were enough if the player on his side was Xiao. Lies have the power to turn decay into magic, but the user also needs to bear the corresponding price. If you don't control yourself, you will be completely devoured by them in the end. Walter spread his hands. "I will give you the weapon, but before that, you should want to hear my explanation." He handed over a piece of gold again, but this time it was Mon who needed to swear. Mon made a serious oath of secrecy. He really needed to know the reason. Seeing this, Walter also smiled. "Very good. Actually, I wanted to tell you this when we met last time, but something unexpected happened at that time, so I couldn't explain the details. In fact, I still don't understand what happened. But that's not important. You should have a little knowledge of the history of Titans. Flesh and blood and mechanical Titans were originally called puppets. They were war weapons developed by many scholars, including me. In the beginning, I thought they were just soulless puppets. The emotions they showed were simulations of humans. They were some kind of technical errors. Even the Titans thought so, so we recklessly threw them into the front battlefield and used them as weapons extremely cruelly. But it didn't take long for the puppet revolution to break out. All the flesh and blood and mechanical puppets rebelled, and this made us realize that they are actually living things, not tools that we can use at will. Now the problem is that you haven't realized it yet. Mayan looked up at him puzzledly. We don't even know your existence, so it's hard to say whether we are aware of it or not. Walter did not answer his question, but continued. After that, the human empire gave them their due status, and I no longer conducted experiments to transform flesh and blood titans into biological weapons, but instead prepared for the current titan recovery plan. That's when I saw the problem. Marn asked curiously, what's the problem? The gentleness on Walter's face finally disappeared, and he became expressionless. I saw the dark side of human beings, or to be more precise, he saw it. Now you should see it too. After he said this, the chair and wall behind him began to move to the sides, revealing a spacious secret space hidden behind him, and there were two things in this secret room that suddenly appeared. On the far right is the mirror that Maine had seen before, and on the left is a glass jar that looks like it is filled with some kind of liquid, with a young human woman floating in it. Moreover, this young woman's body is full of various needles, and even her eyes have been hollowed out. Instead of her eyeballs, there are two metal tubes inserted directly into her head, which looks particularly scary. Maine looked at Walter seriously. What is this? Walter said, this is a person with abilities who strayed into this place. She is also one of your kind, but don't worry about what I did to her. She is not a good thing. On the contrary, she is a criminal in your society, and has no relationship with the gods, so she is just the most suitable experimental subject. By the way, you may have heard that flesh puppets are actually not very different from you humans. Their body structure is basically the same as that of humans. It is much simpler for us to create them than to create mechanical titans. If you find a special book while you are browsing in the library, you will know that their bodies just have some organs that can replace the function of the soul. This is because your physical body is actually enough to undertake many conscious tasks. For example, the neural network centered on the brain is the most indispensable intermediate system for your souls to control the body, but in fact, the statement in the book is not completely accurate. We have not created organs that can replace the soul. There is no such thing at all, he said, placing the glass jar and the mirror at a specific angle. Then a woman with lively eyes appeared in the mirror. After appearing, she first looked at Walter, and after receiving Walter's affirmative and gentle eyes, she turned to look at Mon and smiled stiffly, then raised her hand and waved, "Hi, hello." Mon looked at her in confusion. Is this the soul of that human? On the contrary. Walter smiled, this is her body. Chapter 601. Marn had realized something, but he still looked puzzled. What do you mean? Walter said, it seems that you haven't understood yet. If you have a little understanding of the human body system, you will realize how perfect it is, and you will gradually realize the horrible truth while staring at it. There is no doubt that it is alive. Your head is alive, your hands are alive, your heart is alive, your legs are alive, your organs are alive, and all your cells are alive. The flesh will hurt, the lungs will breathe, the heart will beat, and the brain will think. Marn deliberately said, this is the principle of your creation of flesh and blood titans. Walter said, that's right, but the problem is that we didn't give them vitality. What we did was to ensure that they would not die without souls, so that they could operate without souls. This also reveals a cruel fact that these bodies are alive from beginning to end. When a baby cries for the first time, there are actually two lives crying. Martin's expression gradually became serious. You mean, my body is also thinking now, and it is not me. Wattel said, basically correct. Almost all human beings are like this. There is a life consciousness in your body that was born at the same time as you. Fortunately, because the soul deeply affects the brain function, they will not only see what you see, smell what you smell, and hear what you want to hear. They will also think what you think. That is, their reactions to things are almost the same as yours, and most of the physical consciousness will be led by inertia. So for a long time, they will mistakenly think that they are the real owner of your body. Until an accident occurs. Mon said calmly, they will want to close their eyes, but they are still looking at reality. Walter nodded. It is an extremely cruel and cold reality for them, because after this accident, their coordination with you will be completely destroyed, and then they will soon realize that they are not the masters of their bodies at all. They are prisoners trapped in your flesh, and they can still see what you see, hear what you hear, and even feel your thoughts flowing in their brains. So they will then realize with great pain that you are the real owner of this body, because they can feel that you are almost exactly the same as them. The only difference is whether you can control the body. They will continue to look at the world through your eyes, watching you live the splendid life that they once mistakenly thought belonged to them. The terrible loneliness and sense of restraint will destroy the remaining so-called humanity, and after they fully realize their fate, despair will break their last line of defense, and then hatred will fill their bodies. You know without me saying that almost every body that realizes the truth will hate its soul in a nearly crazy state, you robbers who enjoy the best things they have ever had. Walter, who said this, slightly sideways glanced at the woman floating in the mirror. It seems that Walter's words did awaken her worst memories, and the face of the lively woman also appeared gloomy, and even her tone was a little more painful. Yes, fortunately, I was liberated 2 years after realizing the truth, but those days almost turned me into a terrible devil, and I still can't get out of that shadow. Actually, I know it's not my soul's fault. She and I are so similar that if I met her under other circumstances, we might become soul-matching friends, but I don't like her at all. I hate her. I wish I could tear every last bit of her soul apart with my own hands. The woman's face was as ferocious as a bloodthirsty monster when she said this. Her clenched teeth made her look like she was really imagining the feeling of gnawing at her own soul, and her hatred was also revealed without any concealment. Walter looked at Marn and said, I don't know how this phenomenon came about. Is it because the soul was a parasite at the beginning, or because there was a deviation in the evolution process, or because someone transformed humans, but it doesn't matter. The reality is that there are the same number of innocent lives on the earth as you are now suffering from the horrible torture of despair and loneliness, and the survival of almost all human souls means a poor victim. These poor guys can't even end their lives. Marn, who had completely understood what was going on, looked serious. If what you said is true, it is indeed a terrible thing. So this is your purpose? To save these poor bodies? Walter said, what I want to do is to stop this original sin, but don't worry, although the most mainstream requirement of the Titans is to transform you into flesh and blood puppets, this is actually a lie. Our real purpose is to liberate those suffering bodies, and although you may not be particularly willing to believe me, I can guarantee that if possible, I will try not to sacrifice your lives. What I want to do is to find a way to separate you, and let you live together. But even so, the Federation will not agree, and that's why I want to weaken their power in advance. Maine really didn't believe it. What the Titans did here did seem to be trying to free all the flesh and blood bodies from the shackles of the soul, but they might not trust the life and death of the soul. But he didn't try to question Walter, because it didn't matter. This answer can't reassure me. Walter had expected Maine's attitude. You cannot believe me, but you have to believe in the existence of Shishao. As long as she is still alive, we will not even implement the plan to let you survive at the same time, because I don't see her intention to do so. Speaking of this, Walter suddenly smiled. It is obvious that she is just your savior. After all, we can think of it. She has seen the truth a long time ago. Maine didn't say anything after hearing this, because he knew that Walter was telling the truth. Shishao must know the existence of these physical consciousnesses, but she has not come here in the past to join hands with these Titans to find a way to separate the soul and the body, which does not mean that she does not care about them. Maybe she does not think that the flesh and blood consciousness should be saved, but it is also possible that it is because Walter did not tell the truth, or this matter is not a high priority for her. Mayan suddenly thought of a more likely situation. Maybe Shishao had done such a thing before, but when the 10th king was erased, their cooperation was also erased. Could the disappearance of the 10th king be related to this matter? You mean as long as Shishao is alive? Mayan said, we don't have to worry about you. This does sound quite reasonable. After all, you have plenty of time to wait. You really have no reason to be anxious. Walter nodded. Yes, so our cooperation can continue, right? By the way, there is one more thing. I just said that your guess about this matter is almost completely accurate, but there is a small problem here. That is, you don't have flesh and blood consciousness. When he said this, his eyes were tightly biting Ma in, so after seeing the slight surprise on Ma's face, Walter's heart also became a little more confused. What do you mean by this? Mon said. Walter suppressed his doubts and looked at the mirror beside him. This thing can reflect the human body, and you also saw it when you looked in the mirror last time. Someone murdered your body. Chapter 602. Marn showed a puzzled look. What do you mean, murdered my body? Walter said, you can recall whether you have encountered any special things that can bypass your soul and directly attack your body, perhaps some kind of attack at the level of consciousness. Marn showed a thoughtful look. I don't seem to remember anything like this. In fact, he did think of some possibilities. Maybe this matter has something to do with the unmemory that was able to attack the information itself at that time, or it may be because he is a time traveler, so his body is more special, or simply encountered something during the period when he lost his memory. However, he really didn't have any definite answers, and he didn't want to discuss it in depth with Walter. And Walter looked at Marn's expression, and knew that he would definitely not get an answer. Either Marn really encountered some accident that caused his body to die, or he did it. If it was the former, Marn would never say anything, and if it was the latter, it seemed that Marn didn't want to explain anything, and he didn't even want to use lies to perfunctory himself. That's nothing. Walter didn't delve into it. We live in a chaotic universe. It's not surprising that something quietly killed your body, but it's a pity that you didn't see it with your own eyes. According to Walter's original plan, he wanted Marn to see his body, which was likely to have developed self-awareness, by looking in the mirror during the last meeting, so that he could achieve his goal more naturally. That's right, he wanted to let Maine see his body for a reason. This time, he told Maine this not to explain the problem of the Eye of War, but to continue the last plan. Walter continued, "So now you understand why we can't help you with all our strength. In fact, I think you and Shen Shao are not necessarily on the opposite side of me. What I really need to worry about is the Federation. After all, we don't really want to go to war with you. Our wish is to free these poor bodies from your bondage, and I have no reason not to achieve this wish peacefully. You also saw the consciousness of this body. She is not actually in this body at the moment, but is controlling a flesh and blood puppet through our technology, and her original soul is trapped in this glass jar. We already have the technology to save all bodies peacefully." Walter's meaning is very clear. Even if he wants to achieve this peacefully, he will be blocked by the dangerous entity of the Federation. Even if it does not matter whether it will affect the dominance of the Federation, it is definitely not true that humans have no harm. They have to pay a price. If this matter can really be resolved peacefully, in fact, Marn may not want to stop anything. After all, if half of the creatures that are almost exactly the same as humans are in torture, he has no reason to stop anyone from saving these innocent and poor guys. But the problem is that the reality is not always that simple. Not only will the Federation not agree, the Holy Church, the gods, and various human and non-human organizations are likely to be unwilling to see this change, and when Walter can confirm this matter, Marn finds it hard to believe that he will still be willing to solve it peacefully at that time, and if war is the only option to realize Walter's wish, Marn has no doubt that he will make such a decision. But he doesn't have to worry about it now, because as Walter said, Shi Shao is still alive. Ma En nodded slightly. "As long as we can continue the original cooperation, but you really don't need to try to weaken the Federation at this stage. As long as you join hands with us to put the gods into sleep, the Federation and Shen Shao will encounter many new problems, and they won't be particularly relaxed at that time. By then, we will no longer have a cooperative relationship with the Federation." The meaning of his words is very clear, that is, to let Walter temporarily suppress the idea of dealing with the Federation. If he really wants to do something, he will consider it after solving their common problem of the gods. And the Camarilla will not care about Walter's plan at that time. Walter smiled. "It's enough to achieve this level. You are a smart human. The conditions I have put forward now have also shown my determination. You don't have to worry about what will happen next. I am not a fool. I know how dangerous it is to keep Saran awake." Mon nodded. "Very good, then I will go and solve the mess you left for me. By the way, next time I come back, I hope it is Zasna who is waiting for me here, not you or the second king." After leaving this request, he took a few steps back and left the place directly through teleportation. After seeing Mon leave, Walter also turned slightly and looked at the woman in the mirror. "You can go back too." The woman nodded slightly, and then her figure disappeared without a trace. After she left completely, Walter's expression became a little serious, and a few minutes later, a figure that he was very familiar with walked into the hall. It was the second King Victor who had just stopped Zasna. Victor said, "Did the plan succeed?" Walter did not answer his question directly. "Before the plan is realized, we can't get any answers, and I don't know whether the information you promised me is accurate enough. If there is a problem with the information you learned, we will be noticed by Shi Shao. Yes, this meeting has another purpose from the beginning." In fact, Walter planned to do this at the last meeting. The reason why he wanted Maine to see his body was not to explain anything, but to take the opportunity to communicate with Maine's body. In recent years, he finally perfected a terrible weapon that could subvert human rule. It is an abnormal language system that the body can communicate through various subtle reactions. It has the characteristics that are extremely easy for the body to master and extremely difficult for the human soul to detect. Even if humans really notice it, they will understand this special language signal as something similar to micro-expressions. And only smarter bodies can really learn this language, and without direct prompts through the mirror, other smarter bodies will also need a long time to master this language. As long as there is enough time to develop, all smarter bodies in the world will slowly learn this language, and then they will start in places where humans cannot notice. Therefore, he must pass it on to smarter humans, who can also contact other smart people. And these smarter bodies will also begin to slowly develop special social networks, and in the future they will become their undercover against humans. As long as some special abnormal items can take effect, then there will be a flesh and blood revolution that has been prepared long ago, and an offensive against the soul will be launched in an organized manner. Unfortunately, due to this accident, he did not succeed in transmitting this language to Main's body. Even if Main's body was alive, it would be difficult to notice the existence of this language without direct communication with himself through the mirror. After that, Walter had given up the plan, but Victor gave him an idea and a promise. "Are you sure Xiao can't stop this from happening?" Walter asked again. A reality twister like her with top physical strength can completely control her physical consciousness. She may even have killed her own consciousness. Victor said confidently, "Of course, I am fully confident. Let Gold witness my words." He knew that Xiao would not kill his own body. More importantly, Xiao was in a very special situation, and had no energy to suppress her own body, but she could see the future. So when Ma En approached Xiao, her terrifying divine power would take effect. Since this plan would lead to the destruction of mankind in the extremely distant future, the savior Xiao would definitely see the details of this future, and then directly see the language itself through Ma En. Then her body would learn this language. This was also thanks to the Federation's imprisonment of Xiao, otherwise she would probably rely on her ability to intuit and bypass this trick, and even if they really succeeded in her normal state, it would have no effect. But now is exactly when she is most vulnerable. They used Xiao's prophecy of Doomsday to achieve the goal of making Doomsday arrive countless years earlier, and even made this Doomsday countless times more dangerous than before, because the first person to master this language was Xinshu's body. Chapter 603. Victor Hotel. Shadow looked at the three federal politicians standing beside him impatiently. He had been waiting here for nearly half an hour. They were eliminating boredom by discussing the waiting guests. Although he often plays similar roles, and he has countless bodies with incomplete consciousness that can handle various problems, I don't know if it's really too much of this kind of thing. Today, he is somewhat tired of dealing with such things, but perhaps the situation is more complicated. Shadow frowned slightly, and then soon realized that he didn't suddenly realize the boredom, but finally couldn't suppress this emotion that existed from beginning to end. In the past, he just forgot his true thoughts. After all, he has joined the Federation for more than 20 years, and when he just joined, he almost completely forgot his identity as a shadow, as if he was really playing it himself. At first, he was able to completely deceive himself. He was a psychic, and could easily modify his personality to be almost perfect, so that the Federation could not detect any problems. He would slowly restore his original personality and memory when it was really safe, and find his true mission of joining the Federation. And over the years, because his status has been rising, he has completely gained the trust of the Federation, and he no longer needs to accept the routine inspections of the past. He only needs to abide by a few treaties, so he has completely regained his nature, and he has even begun to have the opportunity to meet his master. Maybe this is why he has become more and more irritable in recent years. Even though he could easily erase and suppress such emotions that were not conducive to the mission with his own abilities, he was too lazy to deal with the various emotional flows that were rippling deep in his heart because of the existence of such irritability. But this feeling was not bad. Shadow blinked gently, and hid his emotions behind his eyes again. Dong dong. The three politicians instantly raised their heads like antelopes that had noticed predators, and their hearts also exuded subtle and different vigilance emotions, staring straight at the direction where the knocking sound came from. The guest who came in was exactly what they imagined, Ma En, a wild 5th-level ability user from a dangerous world. When Ma En walked in, a little surprise flashed in his eyes, because at this moment, standing in the room were not only his familiar shadow, Nie Qingyu, a strange politician, but also an acquaintance he had not expected. His former partner in the Federation, Tang Xuewan, was standing behind the other two politicians. At the moment when Ma En looked at the three people, a suffocating short silence began to spread quietly in the room, but before it was noticed by several politicians. Shadow broke the silence. Ma En, you don't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. His seemingly serious tone made the atmosphere in the room a little more relaxed, pulling this serious conversation back to a seemingly normal chat, but the expressions of the other three politicians were still extremely serious. Ma En said calmly, I know very well that this is a serious mistake. Nie Qingyu also opened his mouth after Shadow, saying in an accusing tone, someone died in this accident. I spent 2 days dealing with their funeral. I know you may think that those guys who work for the Federation deserve to die, But you really should see with your own eyes the expressions of their parents and partners when they heard the news of their death. Do you know how difficult this job is? At this time, Tang Xuowan seemed to not know Ma En at all, and continued Nie Qingyu's words. Not all people in the Federation are bad. I think you should be able to understand that many people in this world don't even have the opportunity to understand the good and evil that are far greater than themselves. They don't know what the Federation looks like in your eyes. There are still many people who are just going with the flow. Her expression and tone were completely devoid of the trusting intimacy of the past, but she also didn't show any anger or hatred, which also made Ma En feel a subtle feeling, as if a familiar stranger. At this time, the politician with a young face finally said in a cold tone, Ma En, don't think that you can do whatever you want after becoming a 5th-level ability user. The Federation still has the confidence and ability to get rid of you, and the organization behind you. When he spoke, Ma En could feel a heavy aura that was completely different from that of other people. Before Ma En could answer, Nie Qingyu looked at Ma En anxiously and said, "This is Mr. Qigu, the person in charge sent by the Federation for this incident. He will decide how to deal with the mess you caused this time. I hope you can explain it to him." From Nie Qingyu's eager behavior, Ma En could also feel that he was afraid of saying something wrong, which also meant that this teenager, who looked only in his teens, was the leader of this meeting. At this moment, Ma En also noticed that Qigu's eyes were so inconsistent with his young body, but this strange scene was so natural. In Ma En's imagination, the most powerful politicians in the Federation are likely to have such characteristics because they have used longevity technology, which makes their appearance look much younger than their souls, even like now. But in fact, most politicians actually look old or middle-aged. Even those politicians who have used the Fountain of Youth plan look under 30 years old, and the reason is very simple. The Fountain of Youth plan itself is very strict, so the life extension technology is not that strong, and the politicians who can really use it are often not very young, so the technology they can use at any time is often only enough to make them a few years younger outside, and when they can use the Fountain of Youth again, they will have aged by dozens of years. So the politician in front of him looks very young, which is extremely rare. If he didn't have any adventure, then he used better and more effective life extension technology when he was much younger than other politicians. In other words, he not only has a high status, but also climbed very fast in the federal system. But even if Nie Qingyu didn't remind him, Ma En would not be angry because of this attitude problem. This angry threat is also a common trick of the Federation. Ma En looked into Qigu's eyes. Yes, that's why I delayed a little time to ensure that we can successfully deal with the gods, who made trouble this time according to the plan, and make them all fall asleep. Qigu met his eyes. Oh, so you are still sure to deal with them? Ma En replied, of course, when the gods offended the secret alliance, their sleep was doomed. No accidents can shake it. Chapter 604. After saying this, everyone in the room felt the firmness in Ma En's words, as if he was really sure to get rid of the gods, who had occupied the Southern Federation for thousands of years. And Ma En did not hesitate and said directly, "This incident is indeed a serious accident, but it is just an accident. When it happened, I began to deal with and solve this matter on behalf of the Camarilla. According to the intelligence I got, this raid did remind the gods of the potential threat, but they have not yet realized the real problem." The seemingly young politician crossed his legs nonchalantly. The problem is not whether the gods have really noticed our purpose. You must know that it is the Federation itself that is being attacked. Since this kind of thing can happen once, how can I continue to trust you? You don't look like a partner. Tang Xuowan, who was standing behind him on the right, also nodded slightly to show her agreement. Ma En, we all know that you are a person who thinks a lot. In fact, I would rather believe that this is part of your plan than the explanation that it was an accident. If you hadn't signed the contract, I would suggest that the Federation start preparing to prevent possible conspiracies and offenses between you and the secret alliance before things become serious enough. Even so, I still don't think he is a trustworthy person. Although Tang Xuowan's words were not very pleasant, she was indeed one of the few members of the Federation who were qualified to say so. Even considering her past experience, she might have said it a little lightly. Qigu, who heard Tang Xuowan's words, also nodded. I agree with you. It is still too dangerous to cooperate with such a former member of the Salvation Alliance, not to mention that you have had 2 accidents in succession. Even if I believe in your determination to deal with the gods, I can't believe that the guy who can make such a low-level mistake really has the ability to put the gods to sleep. Ma En turned his head and looked at the shadow and Nie Qingyu standing beside them. After confirming that they had no intention of saying anything, he looked at Qigu again, but his eyes did not really stay on him. He calmly explained, "First of all, this is not a low-level mistake, but a reasonable accident. If you think it will be easy to deal with a dangerous enemy like Saren, then you underestimate this dangerous opponent. And the result of this incident is that our plan did not encounter any obstacles. In my opinion, this is a very acceptable result. I have also prepared enough contracts to ensure that there is no problem with this. As he said, he also took out a pile of detailed contracts and threw them in front of several politicians. Not long ago, Walter did something similar to Ma En. This is also because neither Ma En nor the Federation cares about what happened in the past. As long as there are enough reasons, cooperation can proceed smoothly. Secondly, Ma En continued, you may have a little misunderstanding about our cooperation. You are not our only partner. My cooperation with you is just to make this matter smoother, but if the Federation is really worried that we can't do this, we can also cooperate with other organizations. It's just that it's none of my business what they ask for. The goal of the Camarilla is just to deal with the gods, including Saren, who had a grudge against us at the time. As for how other forces want to deal with and use the remaining gods, that's their own right. This statement hit the nail on the head for the Federation. The Federation agreed to cooperate with Mon. In addition to dealing with Saren and other top gods, which is beneficial to the Federation's control of the southern region, this process also contains huge benefits. For example, they can take the opportunity to control some low-level gods to contain the Holy Church that is trying to eliminate all the gods, and rely on the relationship between the gods and local warlords to quickly regain control of the Southern Federation, which is still in chaos, and re-establish order, or keep the Southern Federation in its current chaos. But if other forces cooperate with Marn, they can make all kinds of extremely unfavorable demands to the Federation. According to Chigu's understanding, at least several forces will be interested in this matter, such as companies that are crazy about profit, or holy churches that want to maintain the concept of a single god. They may intervene. But if you really think about it, the Federation is still the best choice for Marn, not only because the Federation has the most resources in this matter, but also because the damage to the Southern Federation by cooperating with them is definitely the lowest among these forces, and there is even a high probability that the Federation will improve the situation in the Southern Federation after this incident. This is also the reason why Chigu and other politicians behind him think they are the only choice for Marn. But if you think about it carefully, although Marn once belonged to the Salvation Alliance, he may not really care about these things. Chigu had read many analysis reports on Ma En, and these analyses had many different conclusions. Although these analyses came from different expert groups, such split reports were not common. After reading these analyses of Ma En's personality, he could vaguely perceive two seemingly opposite characteristics in the man opposite him, whose face was so calm that he could not see any intentions, kindness and indifference. This also made Chigu a little unpredictable about Ma En. He could not be sure whether Ma En was bluffing at this time, or was really considering cooperating with other worse forces. There is no ally more suitable for you than the Federation. Yet Chigu seized this brief gap and said, no one can forge a lie as big as the solar eclipse. You have no other choice. But this sentence gave Ma En the opportunity to speak. Then I will change my method. Do you think I only have this trick? After all, the reason why I need you is not how difficult it is to deal with Saren, but that I can't solve the chaos of other gods. My demand for this cooperation may not be as high as you think. Even if no one is willing to cooperate with us, we will punish the gods, who have caused us trouble according to the original plan. We have already decided. Shadow said in surprise. So you are sure to kill Saren? This is not a small hand, and I don't understand why you want to solve him. Your contradiction is not to such an irreconcilable point, right? This is also the reason why he is a little suspicious of Ma En. Many experts in the Federation think he has ulterior motives. Chigu also cast a suspicious look at him. If Ma En didn't answer well this time, he would immediately stand up and end the conversation with Ma En to prevent possible conspiracy between the Secret Alliance and Ma En. But Ma En said naturally, you are right. The conflict between us and the gods is indeed not to the point where we must put them to sleep. Nietzsche asked, so why do you do this? Since there is an accident, can't you just give up? Ma En smiled and said, because we can put them to sleep. This sentence revealed an extremely strong arrogance. Chigu also showed a look of disbelief. Oh, you seem to be more confident than I thought. That's Saren. Ma En smiled arrogantly. Yes, in fact, we can solve Saren by ourselves, and I don't think anyone in the Federation can solve him more confidently than us. Oh, by the way, if you are willing to send Shen Shao, then our Secret Alliance can hand over this opportunity. No one else can do it. Ma En was also a little sharp when he said this, and his expression seemed to be extremely sure of his words. Tang Xuowan, who was standing at the end of the crowd, also noticed that by now, Ma En had unconsciously completely reversed the initiative in this conversation, and the other politicians and shadows must have realized this. But she had a slightly different opinion. Although the other people noticed that Ma-en had control over this conversation, they also believed Ma-en's words. There was no contradiction between the two. But she vaguely felt that maybe Ma-en was not as indifferent as he appeared. Tang Xuewan's lips moved slightly. She said nothing in the end. In that case, Chigu paused and asked, if we are really willing to continue cooperating with you, how do you plan to make up for our losses? Ma-en said calmly, we will provide you with a new weapon of the same type, and it will be stronger than the original one, that is, the top 5th level weapon against the gods, and then we can prepare to cooperate formally and prepare to deal with the gods. Whether to cooperate or not, this is your last chance. Although he said all lies and misleading today, there is one thing he did not lie about. He did intend to get rid of the opponent more quickly before Saran posed a threat, and obtain the power of the sun that was enough to shake the world. Chapter 605. If we agree to continue the cooperation, Chigu asked tentatively. When facing Ma-en's question that pushed them into a corner, he no longer acted tough and arrogant like he had just now, but instead spoke with a more cautious tone. Because he was a federal politician, Chigu also knew what would happen if this opportunity was given to other forces. Especially now that Xinsha was gone, various forces were ready to move. The Holy Church, which had been cut off, began to infiltrate the Federation again, and various Eastern Federation companies were also active in chaotic areas such as the North and South Federations. They all had terrifying potential that made the Federation wary. Whether it was the prophecy of the destined returner or the restructuring plan of the Eastern Federation Company, there was a possibility of threatening the dominance of mankind. And as long as the dominance of mankind was overturned by something, as the executor of this will, he would completely lose all the benefits he had obtained, the social status at the top of mankind, the protection measures that were not afraid of top-level ability users, and the longevity technology that allowed him to live now. Chigu has lived for 213 years, and he has almost no worries in his life after he turned 75. He thought he was not a greedy person, so he did not want to live for thousands of years, like some top-level ability users. It would be enough if he could live a few hundred more years. By then, he would not hate death as much as he does now. So he would not allow the rule of the Federation to collapse. Unlike other politicians and mortals, they did not have to worry about the flood after death, but for him, the disaster 100 years later would also threaten his life. The Federation had already tied him to this chariot that could not be stopped. After seeing his concession, Ma-en also reached into his arms, took out a rectangular wooden box, gently placed it on the table in front of them, and opened it under their gaze. Inside was a classical telescope. Abnormal entity, Titan Watcher. Abnormal strength, 5.5. Description: a weapon against the gods forged by the ancient Titans, which can perceive the behavior of the gods in local battlefields. After being remodeled by the Flesh and Blood Titan Botel, the strength of the insight was weakened and the range was enhanced, which can cover the entire Southern Federation. Abnormal characteristics: Titan I 5.5. Can sense the movements of the gods. After looking at the telescope for a few times, several politicians looked at the silent shadow standing beside them, and the head of the Federal Investigation Department also showed a surprised look, as if he also vaguely sensed the power of the telescope. This thing is not simple. The shadow picked it up seriously, and handed it to the shadow under him, who was illuminated by the light. The shadow also stretched out a hand to take the telescope. Another shadow directly floated out of the shadow and said to them, I will take it to the Federation for testing. After that, the shadow's clone walked out of the protected hotel suite. This is already the strongest 5th level weapon against gods. Ma-en looked at Chigu and said, after you have this thing, other gods can only be controlled at will. As long as we get rid of Saran, you can rely on this telescope and the anti-god crystal to control the remaining gods, and then control the Southern Federation. Noticing that Chigu and Ingzi didn't seem to want to answer immediately, Nie Qingyu also seized this precious opportunity, and said to Ma-en, we won't lie to you. This condition is indeed very tempting to us, but I think you still need to make up for the losses caused by the gods' attack. This thing is far from enough. Chigu nodded secretly after hearing this. This is why he didn't say anything. Although they decided to cooperate with Ma-en to deal with the gods, the specific price and benefits have not been determined. However, Chigu himself has played the role of concession, and in this room, only Nie Qingyu is suitable to play such a tough role to negotiate with Ma-en. The other two are not suitable. Chigu has also heard of the name of this young politician, so he is slightly looking forward to his performance. But Ma-en had no intention of giving in. This thing is my compensation, don't be like a child, this is a win-win choice for us, you will naturally have to bear the corresponding risks and costs. We haven't discussed what you will pay specifically. Don't think of me as a guy who can be scared. Not only do I have the confidence to break up with you, but I also always know where your real bottom line is. Bluffing is useless. Nie Qingyu's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he quickly decided, okay, but the premise is that the weapon you give is really enough to meet our needs. But Gu, who was standing next to him, looked at Nie Qingyu a little unhappy at this moment. Gu didn't expect that he was frightened by a few threats and directly agreed to Man's request, which also made Gu a little angry. Is Man's notoriety really so terrible? They waited for a while, and then Shadow's eyes changed, and then he looked at several politicians, nodded, and said in a steady tone, "The simple report has come out. This thing is indeed not simple." Hearing this, Gu looked at the two politician companions beside him, and seeing that they had no intention of speaking, he turned to Ma En and said, "Okay, that's it. We will continue to prepare for the solar eclipse plan." Ma En said, "There are other helpers. Don't think you can profit by sitting there." Gu sighed slightly in his heart. He originally wanted to make the Federation pay as little as possible, or squeeze more benefits through this opportunity, but since Nie Qingyu had already let go, he didn't intend to overturn his companion's decision in person. He could only say reluctantly, "Okay." And Shadow continued his words without hesitation. "I will get rid of the God of Fire, the strongest arm of Saren." After saying that, he also smiled at Ma En, as if Shadow had been waiting for Gu to give in for a long time. Ma En nodded with satisfaction. "Then I will wait for your good news." After he left, Gu looked at Nie Qingyu and said in a tone of teaching, "You just gave in too quickly." Hearing this, Nie Qingyu's expression quickly became serious. "Mr. Qi, I just felt that it was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. The main problem facing us now is still the gods, and I always feel that Ma En is not a guy who can be threatened. He may really tear his face with us." After he finished speaking, Tang Xuowan, who was standing behind him, also nodded slightly. "Well, Ma En is indeed unfathomable. Since he dared to say such a thing, it means that he has the confidence to do so." After hearing their explanation, Gu calmed down a little. As long as Nie Qingyu was not really scared, but had a suitable reason, it would be fine. Although he had read a lot of information about Ma En, he had never really met him. That's why he felt that Nie Qingyu had made a mistake just now, because Gu always felt that Ma En was just bluffing with them. Even if they made a few excessive suggestions, as long as the way of speaking was appropriate, Ma En would eventually accept it reluctantly, because he didn't know why. He always felt that Ma En didn't want to deal with the gods as he said, but was a little inexplicably anxious, as if not immediately dealing with Saran would cause Ma En or the Camarilla to pay an unacceptable price. But this should be a misjudgment caused by his lack of real contact with Ma En. After all, Nie Qingyu is also an extremely outstanding young politician, and he has heard his peers mention this name more than a few times. His judgment should be correct. Chapter 606. The dust has settled. After seeing the new weapons, and the thick contract that Maine brought out, and after arguing with him for more than 10 minutes, these federal politicians finally decided to continue the cooperation and let all the gods fall into a deep sleep. After finalizing many details, several politicians left here through the security passage of Victor Hotel, and went to deal with the next cooperation with Maine. Before they left, the three politicians looked at Maine for a few times, but their eyes conveyed completely different implicit meanings. Even Maine could not tell what these politicians wanted to say, or what they had not said just by looking at their eyes. After finishing these, Maine also left the building directly through the main entrance. However, before he could get away from here through the shadow dimension, a figure emerged from the shadow of the alley in the distance. "Do you have anything else to do?" Maine said, looking at the shadow that suddenly appeared. Shadow said, "Can't we just chat a little? There aren't many level 5 ability users in this world, most of whom are in the Federation, and I have some conflicts of interest, and there aren't many people left who can communicate normally." Hearing him say this, Ma En brought up business instead. "So you will be responsible for dealing with the God of Fire?" Seeing that Ma En didn't want to chat, Shadow was not surprised at all, but he didn't rush to say anything. Yes, after dealing with him, other gods will not pose a threat. The currency god no longer has the transcendent status he had thousands of years ago. The thunder god, who reshaped his godhood with the concept of freedom, will not intervene deeply. The most dangerous of the remaining gods is the God of Fire. Oh, by the way, the moon god is gone too. After saying this, Shadow also looked at Mon with interest, expecting how Mon would react after learning that the Federation had obtained this information. But Mon said very naturally, "No, the moon goddess is still there, but you are blocked by the clouds." Shadow also seemed to ask casually, Oh, so you helped her hide? Then can I suspect that your idea of dealing with Saran is not so simple? You want the moon goddess to replace Saran's current position. After hearing Shadow's words, Mon also knew that he could not use the original excuse to prevaricate the Federation. So he directly admitted, yes, of course we have our own evil plan. I think anyone with a little brain can think that the reason I want to deal with Saran is not the conflict, but some reasons we didn't say. But this should have nothing to do with you, right? But Shadow didn't mean to be offended at all, instead smiled. You don't have to say you. There are only you and me here. I'm just a thug of the Federation, not their slave. I don't need to tell them everything. This is just my own judgment. After all, if you think about it carefully, if the moon god really existed, then you, who is actually a 5th level ability user, are the one we should suspect the most, but don't worry. Even if I really tell them this news, it won't be a bad thing for you. After all, if you want to support a new god to replace Saran, it won't be a bad thing for us. It may not be obvious in this era, but to make an inappropriate analogy, if the other gods in their heyday are compared to 5th level ability users, then Saran is the god among them. He is now trapped in a fish pond. If he can be killed in this era, the Federation is actually willing to pay a high price. As long as you can negotiate with them patiently and slowly gain their trust, you may be able to gain more benefits and help. Ma-En said calmly, maybe, but we don't need it. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly. Or your time is a little tight. Faced with this temptation, Ma-En was still watertight. It should be that our time is very tight. This sentence is of course not the truth. He is implying that the shadow gods are about to escape the curse. After hearing this, Shadow's expression also changed subtly, and he was a little unsure whether what Ma-En said was true. If that's the case, Shadow said noncommittally, then we really have to deal with the gods as soon as possible. I've said so much that I've forgotten that I'm not here to talk to you about business. I said I came to chat with you. You should know that I can't read the minds of those politicians, but as a psychic, I'm already familiar with the correspondence between various human emotions and expressions, so even without psychic abilities, I can vaguely perceive their thoughts. Of course, these politicians are more difficult to perceive emotions than ordinary people, so I can't say particularly specific and detailed feelings, but I always feel that one of them looks at you wrong today. Ma-En said, Tang Xuo-Wan? Yeah. Shadow looked up and glanced at the distance behind Ma-En and Yechingyu. Chapter 607. Hell, Black Market. The chaotic market was unusually quiet. All the guests who came and went here were wearing black robes, using masks and magic to hide their true faces. After all, there were no legal restrictions in Hell, so the function of the black market was just to provide a place for buyers and sellers to hide their identities. At this moment, 3 demons were exchanging important information somewhere in the market. So this guy used to be just an ordinary low-level half-devil. The strong male demon said to the owner of the tent, Are you sure he is the guy we are looking for? Opposite the male demon was a demon with a simple face. If the information you gave me is correct, the contract can prove that I am telling the truth. Even if he is not the guy you are looking for, he must have some relationship with that person. The male demon turned around and looked at the blind demon behind him. Teacher? The blind demon raised his hand and touched the bandage on his eyes, then gently used his sharp nails to pick up a very small gap, and then the pain spread from the eye socket to his whole body, even making his hands tremble slightly a few times, and the bandage that had just been slightly opened returned to its original position. Give me the money, the prophet ordered. The male demon took out a bag full of soul gold coins and handed it out. After the simple demon took the bag, he immediately showed a greedy smile, but he quickly stopped his smile and handed the paper with the address to the guests. The 3 demons collected the address and walked out of the tent, while the simple-minded demon licked his lips with a little delight as he looked at their backs. There was indeed nothing wrong with the address he gave, but what he didn't tell the 3 guys was that he had already passed the news to the little devil, his new master, when they were looking for the little devil's trace. The address was naturally handed over to the demons by the little devil. Outside the tent, the blind demon also told the 2 students, Since we have obtained the real address, let's go find him quickly. The female demon said a little worriedly, What if the other party is not willing to communicate peacefully? What if the other party is not a human at all? Her worry is not unreasonable. Since the disaster, the power of the blind demon has been extremely weakened, and he can no longer use his eyes that can see into the future to exchange for the power of other powerful demons. Now he can move freely in Hell only because he has signed a contract with these demons in the past. And until now, the blind demon is not completely clear about what he is looking for. He only knows that at a seemingly ordinary time, all his students were suddenly wiped out, and he can no longer use the power of the prophet to spy on the future as unscrupulously as in the past. Even his memory was severely damaged, and he couldn't remember many things at all. This also made him suspect that there were actually many people who could see into the future who were also affected by the disaster. At least after that, the only active prophet in reality was Shinshao. So at first, the blind demon suspected that this was actually her work. In order to ensure that she could completely control the future and the present, Shinshao killed all her kind with some terrible power. But after secretly meeting Shinshao several times, the blind demon completely dispelled this suspicion. No, Shinshao did not need to do this, and some of her symptoms also showed that Shinshao and herself were both survivors of the disaster. She survived by closing her eyes, and Shinshao might have avoided it by stopping her perception of the disaster, but this made her seem to be unaware of the existence of the disaster. This also led the blind demon to a conclusion, that is, ignoring this disaster will not destroy the world. But even if he collected a lot of information through various methods, it was difficult to really determine the true face of the creator of the disaster. The disaster had the characteristics of hiding itself. When he was blind, there was almost no possibility of finding and seeing the disaster that destroyed everything. Until some time ago, he noticed something strange, and then found clues in hell, as if the mastermind was no longer hiding his true face. Of course, this description was also problematic. The blind demon was not sure that the other party was a conscious abnormal creature. It could also be some kind of natural phenomenon. It doesn't matter what it is. The blind demon replied, I just want to see it with my own eyes. After hearing this, the two students also understood that the teacher had made up his mind, and he might not even care how he would survive after seeing the truth, and they knew that what they said was useless. After all, their souls were all in the hands of the teacher, and they had to move forward even if they knew that they might face death next. Several demons walked towards the address they got, and after walking for several hours, they finally arrived at their destination. This was a desolate manor in the suburbs, not on the map, and there were no guards or slaves from a distance. The blind demon also walked towards the door of the manor firmly. Although he had already vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with the guy who sold him the information, his intuition as a prophet told him that the information itself was fine. He still felt that way until this moment. But when he took another half step forward, he suddenly realized something was wrong. How far are we from the door? The blind demon asked. Silence. Have we arrived yet? Thinking this way, the blind demon opened his eyes regardless, raised his hand and hurriedly pulled off the bandage wrapped around his eyes, looking forward with his empty eye sockets, trying to see clearly what the truth he had been looking for so long was, and what destroyed everything he had. What was reflected in his eyes was his own reflection. A black curved mirror was almost in front of his nose, and when he stepped back a few steps, he could see clearly what the curved mirror was. It was a heavy round helmet with a pure black glass surface, and the figure wearing the helmet was also wearing the same heavy white fat clothes, but he exuded a terrifying aura that made the blind demon afraid. This figure was the astronaut, who quietly pushed Main and Shadow in the space channel. The blind demon opened his empty eye sockets to a huge size, and the future of the whole world poured into his mind, but the figure in the dimension so close to him did not emit anything, as if it had no future at all. You are the one who blinded my eyes. The blind demon asked, Are you the monster who took away my past? Blood splattered. After the body of the blind demon slowly fell, the astronaut slowly replied, No. Chapter 608. Titan Ruins, Teleportation Hall. With a few flashes of light, Mon's figure appeared here again, but this time the layout of the hall returned to its original appearance, as if Walter had never been here. Not long after, Zasa's figure appeared outside the hall. She floated in front of Mon and said apologetically, Sorry, last time they... Mon raised his hand and waved, interrupting her apology directly. Facing those two Titan Kings, you can't have any chance to resist. Zasa also sighed. If my body is in its prime, maybe there is still a chance to struggle, but you are right. Even so, my resistance may be meaningless. If they are really determined, I can only use my life to make them pay a price, and I guess I can't stop them. Mon said, Fortunately, they didn't do anything. After all, Walter and Victor still hope to really be together. We will work together to kill the gods, even if they have some tricks. This will not change. Zasa nodded. I will also urge them to complete the next preparations. They should have made an oath with you. Although they didn't tell me the specific content of your conversation, it seems that you seem to be able to accept the result. Ma-En suddenly asked, By the way, can you ensure that this place is safe enough? Zasa frowned slightly. You are doubting. Ma-En nodded. If you trust me, you can temporarily give up resistance, and we will change the place to talk. Zasna did not disappoint Ma-En. She nodded and agreed without even asking. Okay. Mon put his hand on her shoulder and pulled her directly into the shadow dimension, and then the soft white light instantly filled the corridor, and the two sides were filled with empty rooms separated by glass. They came to the Abnormal Control Bureau. Thank you for your trust, Mon said calmly, but I don't trust them. Although Volt and I have signed a new contract, betrayal has already occurred, and our oath only guarantees cooperation to solve the gods' previous affairs. Among other titans, I can only trust you. Here he was telling the truth. Although on the surface, he accepted Volt's behavior peacefully, this incident has revealed Volt's nature, which is also consistent with what is shown in the notebook. Zasna also agreed with Mon's opinion, so she answered sincerely, I will keep an eye on them for you. Mon shook his head slightly. It's not enough now. What if you encounter something like last time? You don't have any way to stop them in advance, but I have a way to solve this problem. Zasna asked curiously, what? Join the Camarilla. Mon looked into her eyes and said. This made Zasna look surprised. She turned her head slightly and pondered. Her failure to agree immediately also reflected her inner thoughts. Zasna was not very interested in Mon's proposal. She considered her words and said, You are indeed a very trustworthy ally, but in the final analysis, I am still a Titan. If there is really a problem that requires us to be hostile, I will decide which side to stand on. I don't think we need to establish another covenant. Her tactful refusal did not surprise Mon. After all, he and Zasna had not known each other for long. Although they had some comradeship because of the gods and the fifth king, they were definitely not able to join the secret alliance. Zasna also said immediately, But don't worry, I will stand firmly by your side in this matter of the gods. If you don't believe it, I can also let gold witness my unilateral promise. Mon smiled. Of course, I understand these principles. No matter what Walter and Victor did, you are the same kind, and I am just a human you met by chance. No matter what, I can't compare with them. If you believe me so easily, I can't make this request to you. But what if I tell you that Walter and Victor were once your enemies? Zasna raised her eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean? Mon explained. Do you remember what the 10th king looks like? Zasna showed a puzzled look. Of course, what's wrong? After hearing this answer, Mon knew that his idea was right, because when he took the initiative to mention the 10th king outside, these Titan kings seemed to hear nothing, and this also reminded him of his shaken memory when he first entered the Abnormal Control Bureau. Before the first Abnormal Control Bureau, he had never been able to think of a way to enter. You know, entering the Abnormal Control Bureau only requires thinking, and he tried dozens of different methods at that time, and it was impossible to ignore the simplest one. This is precisely because the power of the unmemorable made him ignore this obvious fact when he was outside. The disappearance of the 10th king was obviously an obvious thing, but they could only turn a blind eye to it, which was exactly the same as Mon's inability to remember how to return to the Abnormal Control Bureau at that time. So he thought of this method. Think about it carefully, don't rush to answer me. Mon said, Are you sure you can remember what he looks like? Zasna showed a thoughtful look, and then her expression began to change subtly. There was a little more doubt and confusion in her eyes when she looked at Ma-En, but she still couldn't fully understand what was going on. Ma-En directly reminded, You may find it difficult to realize that you are called the 13 kings, but in fact there are only 12 Titan kings present at the meeting, and you didn't notice this strangeness at all, because someone erased the traces of the existence of the 10th Titan king. Hearing this, Zasna's expression became more and more complicated. She had realized that something was wrong, but it was still difficult to digest the facts that Ma-En said, and she didn't know what to say in response. Ma-En didn't say anything immediately, but patiently waited for her to slowly accept the reality. After half a minute, the Titan King looked up at Mon again. What else? Mon handed Zasna a piece of paper he had copied, which contained the contents of the notebook. Zasna took it and looked at it, and immediately showed a look of doubt. This is not written by me, but it is written in my tone, and the things it says. I don't have a Titan King partner at all. Mon said calmly, What if I can swear to gold that these are all true, and this is the real history? Looking at Zasna's increasingly pale face, Mon knew that the Camel Alliance would welcome its first Titan member. Chapter 609. As Mon expected, after he proved the truth of these words with a golden oath, Zasna joined the Camel Alliance without hesitation, and this is also the third fifth-level member of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Is that all? Zasna asked, looking at the panel in front of her. Mon nodded. Well, now you are already a member of the Camel Alliance. His decision to recruit Zasna this time was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although Zasna, who was recruited by relying on the secret of the 10th king, would not help him like Carrie, and he would still only have a closer cooperative relationship with him, but this was enough to meet his needs. Because Mon did more than just establish a new relationship with Zaza. After learning that Walter and Victor were once the so-called rebels among the Titan Kings, and the missing 10th King and Zaza were the orthodox leaders, she and the current Titan King Gate also had a rift. With their cooperation now, she was able to stand on her side when she and the Titans conflicted. And Mon had a special reason for doing this. Of course, he was worried about the flesh and blood problem that Waddle talked about, but there was a more urgent problem coming. In fact, his cooperation with the Titans was still very reliable. In front of the common enemy of the gods, they could not really have any big problems with him, so he was not worried that these Titans would suddenly change their faces again. The problem was with him. This cooperation was based on lies from beginning to end. At the beginning, he used the reputation of Shishao to deceive their trust, but this was not the end. The point is that Mon also lied about the fate of the gods. He said that he would work with the Titans to put the gods to sleep, but in fact he was deliberately trying to steal the power of the strongest god, Saren, and replace him in the Southern Federation and this world. Even if Mon would do his best to hide the dangerous truth, he was not sure that he could deceive the Titans, who were most familiar with the gods, so he needed to rely on Zaza to solve and prevent this problem in advance. Since you have joined us, I have something to say, Mon said, and took out a document and handed it to Zaza. These are some basic rules for our members. You can take a look first. Zaza flipped through the document. So I still have to accept memory deletion? But I don't have the kind of mental structure you are familiar with. That's not a problem. Mon said without any concern, of course. We will also sign a contract in advance to guarantee that we will not use this against you. If you agree, you can sign it now. Zaza took the golden oath that Mon took out, read it carefully, and signed it solemnly. At this point, she couldn't retreat. Mon nodded slightly. Then I'd be honest, I lied to you. Xinxiao won't participate in this battle at all. Zaza raised her head suddenly, and her eyes changed when she looked at Mon. What did you say? Mon said calmly. But as I said before, I didn't lie to you, I just didn't tell the truth. Although we are not sure that Xinxiao will participate in this battle, we have people who are close to her level in dealing with the gods. Zaza narrowed her eyes, and said doubtfully, if that's the case, you can just use that person with the ability to convince us. Mon also had a very reasonable answer to this. Indeed, unless I have to lie first, there will be such a person with the ability. He didn't say anything at this point, but retreated a few dozen meters, signaling Zasna to stay alert and vigilant with his eyes, then looked at her seriously, and then closed his eyes. The light was taken away in an instant. The darkness came with a gravity that was enough to crush the mountains. Fortunately, this force only lasted for a moment, but when the darkness dissipated, Zaza was already standing in front of Ma-En, with some more scars on her body. This is, she said with lingering fear, black hole fragments? Main nodded. This is the strongest power of the Camarilla. We can seize the power of other abnormal entities. He was so sincere that he had a plan, but Zaza was not moved by his sincerity. Instead, the suspicion and vigilance in her eyes became stronger, because she had thought of something. So this is your purpose to deal with the gods? Zaza pointed out the truth directly. You want to use us and the Federation to obtain the power of the gods, not really want to put them to sleep. Main smiled. Yes, that's why we need your help more. But this smile did not dispel her doubts at all. Instead, it made Main's image more terrifying and evil in Zaza's eyes. She also began to doubt whether she really understood the human in front of her. But she soon realized that something was wrong. Why are you telling me this? Zaza was puzzled. You can continue to lie. This is what Mon wanted Zaza to think. He said naturally, because even if we want to replace Saren, it doesn't mean that we are bad people. I am willing to confess these things because I know that you will trust us more after knowing the specific details. In fact, this is the way to completely solve the gods. Let the power of the gods be sealed here. Even if humans really use their power in the future, they are just powerful people. The gods are eternal, but humans who use the power of the gods will fear death. And more importantly, they are our kind. Imagine, if it is you or other Titans who get this power, do you really think the situation will be worse than it is now? And I don't want to get this power out of greed. On the contrary, I need it because I have no choice. If you want, I can show you the current world. I already know what kind of Titan you are, so I firmly believe that as long as you see the world in my eyes, you will stand on my side. Although Zaza was a traitor among humans in the Titan Empire era, and a traitor among these flesh and blood Titans in the Titan era, Mon felt that there was a more accurate word to describe her. From thousands of years ago to now, she has always been an extremely soft-hearted good person. Sure enough, after hearing what Mon said, Zasna also understood his thoughts, and the doubts in her eyes gradually dissipated. The judgment cultivated over thousands of years made her feel that Mon did not lie to her at this time. So you want me to cover for you? Chapter 610. The complicated vines and twisted tree trunks condensed together like melted candles, turning into a weird face full of wrinkles, and on both sides of this face were two huge eyes. Those were the eyes of the god of war. The old man in the forest stood respectfully in front of the tree face he had cast, but his expression was not for the two huge eyeballs. The only god who really deserved his respect was the man in a suit who was stepping into the swamp. This thin humanoid body was holding a heavy giant metal coffin. Although the coffin was a standard ancient Titan-style coffin, its proportions were several times larger than a normal coffin. However, what was contained inside was not the dead ancient Titan hero, but the heart of the god of war. Although the god of war in the Titan Age joined the weak human camp to keep the war going, he did not join the human camp directly at that time. Instead, he put forward several requirements, including asking the Titan Empire at that time to use their unique technology to turn their heart into a physical entity, and to preserve it with the most advanced technology and perform special processing so that it can be directly resurrected at the peak of the war. And this thing was not originally in the hands of Saren, so he also spent a lot of resources to get this heart in a short time. This heart was originally in the Northern Federation, which he could not reach. Therefore, he found the Stikel people in the Northern Federation, who were hidden in the modern Homo sapiens, and actually secretly controlled the North. With the favor of protecting them in the past, he exchanged for help, and let them dig out the heart buried deep underground by the ancient Titan Empire, and hand it over to him. These ancient humans have a completely different way of thinking from Homo sapiens, because they respect their promises very much, and will not break their oaths as casually as Homo sapiens do. Originally, Saran was prepared to ask them to provide assistance when he really went to war with humans. In fact, this request was more important than the favor he gave. But Saran was confident that these Stygiers would agree, because the terrifying race Homo sapiens that now ruled the world had also been on their menu, and even their most important source of nutrition. Eating Homo sapiens' brains could keep their intelligence, which was originally slightly lower than that of Homo sapiens, at a fairly high level, and human flesh and blood could strengthen their bodies. Therefore, as long as Saran promised to give them enough Southern Federation people, they would show their fangs to Homo sapiens. In addition to him, Saran also commissioned the second free god Wind God to help him obtain the voice of the god of war at the cost of ensuring that he would not actively threaten his life and activities for 1,000 years. The god of war hid his voice in the wind. He buried all these and the bodies he collected in various places in the forest today. This area was also transformed by the forest elders in recent days. If anyone looked down from above, they would be surprised to find that this forest looked like the bodies of some humanoid creatures. But the purpose of Saran doing this was not to revive the god of war. He could not really call this powerful ancient god back to this world with these. In fact, there was not enough war in this world. He could not even open this coffin made by the Titans, let alone take out the heart of war. Saran gently sank the coffin into the swamp in front of him. The main purpose of his doing this was to prevent the upcoming war. In order to obtain these things this time, he paid 3 extremely precious resources, gave the wind god freedom, fulfilled the promise of the Stiker people, and the promise made to the Holy Church. 3 of his 10 fingers have been broken. And he did this for a reason. Although the Federation has the characteristics of collecting various things, it is not a special thing to see the Federation obtain the Eye of War alone, and it does not indicate any danger. He is very familiar with the current situation in the world. The Federation, the Holy Church, the Company, the Titans, and various messy forces have no possibility of threatening him. After his careful secret planning over the years, these organizations have no reason or power to oppose the gods. The only problem person was also suppressed by many powerful people including him. But perhaps it is because of the emergence of various things that have not been considered a problem in the past few hundred years. The emergence of the Camarilla, the existence of Shishao, the rise of the Federation, the dissolution of the Company, the prosperity of the Holy Church, these things appeared at the same time in this era, which made Saran feel strange and made him sense the smell of war. Although he didn't know who his real opponent was, Shishao, the Federation, the Holy Church, the Titans, the recently appeared Camarilla, or even Hell and the Company, it didn't matter who the opponent was. It was enough to know that the opponent existed. Saran walked to the distorted face made of trees. My proudest child, brother of blood and death, messenger of all wars, if I am in a real war now, then open your eyes. The 2 eyes that seemed to be alive suddenly blinked, and then a breeze with a decaying smell gently blew across Saran's face, and a weak voice followed. Saran, what do you want to do? The tone of the god of war was full of vigilance. When he realized that it was this cunning god who awakened him, he had the worst thoughts in his mind and began to worry about what Saran would do. But Saran just asked sincerely, so you saw it? A war found me. The god of war stared at Saran for a moment, and then continued, yes, you have been targeted, but I won't say who found you. Saran showed a confident look. So the opponent is generally weaker than me, then it is not Shishao. The god of war did not deny. This is not the war I expect, and it is not time for me to wake up. I have my own plans. But Saran did not intend to let him leave, but turned to look at the old man in the forest and nodded, okay. As he gave the order, the god of war closed his eyes again. The old man of the forest said respectfully, what preparations should I make? Maybe I can find a way to merge its divine power and join the battle together. Saran raised his hand to interrupt him. No, I don't need your power. If anyone can defeat me, then you can hardly control the fate of this battle. I will not lose. I am the immortal god. I need you to take this body to the underground world. You are not allowed to come back before receiving my order. The god of the forest showed a surprised look. Master, what can I do if I take it to the underground world? Saran replied, I will not lose, but if I really fall into a deep sleep, then I have to leave fire for the gods. Be prepared for failure. This is why he is undefeated. Chapter 611. Southern Federation, Silent Forest. Sparks were flying, the weak campfire reflected the shadow of the bushes, and as the flame swayed, the shadow gradually turned into a twisted humanoid figure, and the old man who was sitting next to the shadow and sleeping with his eyes closed suddenly widened his eyes. Long time no see. The shadow gradually turned into a humanoid figure next to the campfire, god of fire. The old man looked around a little bit, and after confirming that the area had been blocked by the most loyal thug of the Federation in front of him, he picked up the branch beside him and poked the firewood. Is the Federation ready to go to war with the gods? The shadow looked at the campfire between them. You are right. The old man sneered. You don't think it's useful to wipe me out, do you? I still have dozens of campfires left. Even if you destroy them all, it will not affect the next battle, but will only remind me. Although my consciousness cannot escape your shadow, I can also sense the extinguishing of the campfire. Shadow smiled. You are wrong. I don't want to destroy your campfire. I sealed this place not to prevent you from realizing my arrival, but to guard against another guy. The old man frowned slightly, and looked at Shadow with a puzzled look. In fact, he already knew the answer, but he didn't dare to say the name directly. It's the guy you think of, Shadow nodded. Although he was not afraid or worried about Saren at all, he also cooperated and didn't mention his name directly. The Federation heard that you seemed to have some disagreements with him. The god of fire shook his head and said, No, I am his most capable subordinate. But you did this only because of his power. Shadow pointed out mercilessly, all the fire gods before you were his fanatical followers. This does not mean that they are stupid, but they have not seen him at his weakest like you and us. Only then can you realize that he is not as invincible as other gods imagine. Shadow paused slightly, and then seemed to be reluctant to say, after all, he has been defeated by Shishao. Although this sentence seems particularly impressive, and only those who belong to the Federation are qualified to use the name of Shishao to show off in front of the gods, Shadow has not forgotten that he is not much better than Saran. They are all defeated by Shishao. The god of fire also raised his mouth. Stop talking nonsense, just say what you want to say, no need to hide, I'm not really afraid of Saren. Seeing him take the initiative to bring up this name, Shadow also nodded slightly. The Federation does not really intend to go to war with the gods, but we want to completely get rid of Saren. This matter is actually very complicated, and it's not just us who are really doing it, but these are not important. You also know what kind of organization the Federation is. If there is no benefit, we will definitely not intervene. The reward we get for participating in this matter is the Southern Federation and the gods after Saren falls asleep. I won't hide it from you. What we want is not to completely destroy the gods, but to control the Southern Federation through the gods. The god of fire sneered. You want me to betray Saren and become your dog? You might as well kill me. Shadow waved his hand. Of course not, we want to support you to take the position. If you really become a dog of the Federation, the other gods will not be convinced by you. What we need is a partner. The god of fire still had a bad face toward Shadow. If Saren really fell into a deep sleep, the other gods would not have a good end either. By then, even if I really became the leader of the southern gods, it would be meaningless. Shadow nodded. That's right, unless we sign a contract to help you control the Federation, and as long as you don't seriously endanger the interests of the Federation, we can't do anything to you. As long as you are as cautious as Saren, you won't encounter any accidents. If you don't believe it, you can take a look at these contracts. He took out a pile of documents, then handed them to the old man opposite him. The god of fire reached out and took it, flipping through the documents in his hand. Shadow continued, "Our request is not complicated. We just want you not to take the initiative to join the war. Although the outside world may think that you are not that strong, we believe that Saran treats you like this for a reason." The god of fire did not deny, "Yes, if you fail to turn me against me, he and I will surprise you at that time." The shadow looked at his hand holding the document. "But you don't want to be his slave for the rest of your life and live in the shadow." The god of fire looked at the shadow and said, "To be honest, the conditions you gave are a bit too generous, which makes me a little unbelievable. I can't imagine how you can treat me at that time, as if you don't care about the future after Saran's death." The shadow smiled. "Maybe it's true. For the Federation, Saran's death is enough. Yes, maybe by then you will become a stronger leader of the gods than now, but you will never surpass him. A leader of the gods weaker than Saran, this is what the Federation wants." Shadow's words may sound hurtful, but Vulcan doesn't take them to heart. He is not a fool who can't recognize the truth. The power of Saren is unquestionable, and he knows that he can't match him. But as Shadow said, he is not willing to be Saren's subordinate. Vulcan raised his hand and threw the document into the fire. "I agree." Chapter 612. In the Yuhua District, Central Federation. Nie Qingyu held a pen in his right hand and was looking at the pile of documents on the table with a sad face. These were all the contents he was responsible for. Qi Gu, the highest level member of the Rong Gang, could not handle these trivial matters with him, so he became the busiest member as the second only to Qi Gu in this mission. Although he was very good at handling these documents, otherwise he would not have reached his current position, but compared to these, he preferred to do some real facts, or to be more precise. He liked those decisions that could affect the world more. Whether it was good or bad, it could make him feel his existence. Just a light word could determine the tears and laughter of countless people. This feeling could easily make those idealists, who originally had great ambitions, sink endlessly, and this magic had a simple name: power. When a mortal has power, he is not inferior to any capable person. And the highest-ranking members of the Federation are not even afraid of Shishao. This is exactly what Nie Qingyu has been pursuing for so many years. Some politicians may think that the qualification to enjoy themselves is the most precious thing they have obtained, but this is definitely not what Nie Qingyu has been pursuing for these years. What he wants is the qualification to make the final decision. If he just wanted to live a happier life, he could have stopped a few years ago. Although he might have lost decades of life, he could have also lost more troubles and sorrows. Ding dong. Nie Qingyu raised his head in surprise. No one should come here to find him at this time, and there are not many people in the Federation who know his private residence. Could it be? Something happened? He suppressed his nervousness, stood up slowly, put away the things on the table, and then walked to the door, carefully opening it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Standing outside the door was a familiar figure, a well-proportioned middle-aged man, Zheng Changtai, a senior liberal who had often supported him over the years, and could be said to be half of his benefactor in his career. "Uncle Chang'ai, why are you here?" Zheng Chang'ai smiled kindly. "Uncle came to see you and talk about something." Having said this, he walked in on his own, closed the door, looked around the environment in the house, and then asked questions with concern. "Is everything working properly?" "Everything is working properly." Nie Qingyu immediately went to the living room and started to prepare, then asked casually, "Uncle, is there something important this time?" Zheng Changtai finally put away his smile, and his expression became serious. "Yes, Uncle wants to ask you for something this time." Nie Qingyu quickly poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. "Uncle Changtai, just tell me what you want." The relationship between him and Zheng Changtai is not that simple. The interest chain within the Federation is complicated. Even within the same faction, there are several groups, and he and Zheng Changtai are members of a small group. Although the specific name is unknown, there is also a senior counselor leader of the same level as Qi Gu in their group, but Zheng Changtai usually conveys his will. In fact, Nie Qingyu was originally spotted by the senior member whose name he did not know, and was pulled into this intricate small group. Uncle Changtai drank a few sips of tea and said a few random words before getting to the point. "Xiao Nie, I heard that you have been working with Qi Gu of the Rongbang faction recently." Nie Qingyu nodded slightly and asked with some caution in his heart, "Yes, I have been following Mr. Qi recently." He felt a little strange at this moment, because in the Federation, such missions are top secrets. Even Zheng Changtai, who is higher than him, should not know the specific details. At most, he only knows that this matter was done by Chigu and himself, so in fact, no one should find him at all. Zheng Changtai nodded with satisfaction. Xiao yeah, I'm not here for myself this time, but a friend wants to ask me to do something. He has some conflicts with that old man Chigu, so he wants to distract his attention. It just so happens that I heard that you and him are having something to do, so I want to ask my friend what you are doing now. Then Ye Qingyu frowned. A friend asked me to do something is their code, which means that this matter is requested by that person, so Ye Qingyu has no reason to refuse. Although this matter is a bit inconsistent with the interests of the Federation, to be honest, the congressmen don't care much about the Federation. In the final analysis, what they want has nothing to do with the goals of the Federation. For politicians, some things are far more important than the Federation, and he has no reason not to help. He opened his mouth and said, Uncle Changtai, leave this matter to me. Then he knocked on the button under the table. Zheng Changtai, who noticed something strange, changed color instantly, but before he could say anything, he suddenly froze, and a shadow appeared behind him, which was the shadow of the director of the investigation department. Shadow looked directly at Ye Qingyu. This is your man? Then you are bleeding a lot, Sure enough, he is investigating our affairs, but he seems to be unsure whether we are involved in the fight against the gods. He just suspects that you are related to this matter, so he will leave it to me next. But, I thought you politicians have no bottom line. Ye Qingyu smiled and said, the affairs of the gods are important enough. Shadow smiled and said, if you betray your companions, not only will your former companions bear a grudge, but other people will not trust you in the future. After all, which of you guys doesn't have some dirty deeds? How will you go in the future? If I were you, I would have turned a blind eye just now, and before pressing the button, you don't know whether he was bribed by Saren. What if it's not? Could it be that you simply can't stand the suffering of the people of the Southern Federation now? If not, then Ye Qingyu's career will completely stop here. Even if he really makes the correct decision now, his future will still be affected a lot. But he can only admit that he is unlucky. Ye Qingyu sneered. I will never be able to climb to a high position in this life. Besides, I am not a hypocrite of the reformists. I just have my own judgment. If I only work for others, I will never be able to reach my current position in this life. Besides, didn't I bet right? Shadow smiled and said nothing. If it weren't for the contract, then he couldn't invade the minds of these politicians. He would have gone in to see what Ye Qingyu was thinking. But even without psychic ability, he could vaguely guess Ye Qingyu's thoughts, but it had nothing to do with him before. You handled it well this time. Shadow said, I will contact the Federal Counterintelligence Department, but you'd better be more careful next time. You won't always be so lucky. Chapter 613. Saran was sitting at his desk flipping through various documents and intelligence. He had already exhausted his resources and had to make full preparations for this war, but he still hadn't found the mastermind behind it, so he could only exclude a few important organizations. The Holy Church, the Gods of Freedom, the Sea God, the Shadow Cabinet, the 12th Council, and a dozen other organizations had already confirmed that they were not involved in the war against him, so there were only a few organizations left to worry about. Shenshao and the Federation, the Camarilla, the Eastern Federation Company, Hell, the Third Hand, and the Titans were the organizations he was most suspicious of and worried about. In addition, there were a dozen other organizations that might attack him. However, the rest of the organizations and individuals were only likely to attack him, which meant that they had the motive and possibility to attack him, but Saran didn't think they were worth fearing. Among them, the most likely ones now were naturally Shenshao and the Federation, but this was too obvious, making Saran suspect that this was just a trick, and the real mastermind behind the scenes was someone else. Moreover, if the Federation really wanted to deal with him, it might not be Shenshao who would join forces with him. Shenshao should not be away from the bottom of Atlantis for too long now, and Saran did not think that the Federation would be willing to send her to deal with him at the risk of Shenshao finding a flaw. The Camarilla was more suspicious. After all, they had a conflict recently, but this was a bit too coincidental. The Titans were the most motivated, and Saran thought they were the most likely culprits, but Saran could not figure out how they did it. How could they threaten him? After all, his spies had penetrated the Titan ruins hundreds of years ago, and judging from the situation at that time, these Titans were not a concern. But if they really didn't take action, other organizations would not be able to really kill him completely unless they had some special abnormal items. Therefore, he suspected that Titan might have secretly colluded with the Federation or other organizations. As for Hell alone, Sirain was not so worried, but he considered that there might be multiple organizations behind the scenes, and the demons and devils of hell might be involved. After all, Serain had a good relationship with the Holy Church in recent years, and had offended several big demons. The situation of the Eastern Federation Company was similar to that of hell. They had no conflicts with him, but just because there was money in this world, these bastards might take action against him. Finally, the Third Hand was an extremely secretive and powerful organization. Even Serain did not dare to say that he understood this organization, and he was not very clear about their purpose, but in his impression, this was a dangerous force that needed to be extremely feared and paid attention to, and they did not need any reason to take action. Except for the Secret Alliance and the Third Hand, which he was not sure about, and the cooperation between Shinshao and the Federation, his chances of winning would be relatively low. He already had methods and plans to deal with other combinations of forces. Even if the worst result was that Shinshao and the Federation really joined forces, he also had a plan to survive, because Shinshao and the Federation were not a monolithic entity, and it could even be said that there was a huge contradiction. And he could seize this contradiction and split them. If the Federation really dared to do this, they would definitely regret it. Just as he was planning the next means, there was a knock on the door. Then, the sea god pushed the door open and walked in. Serain looked up at her. "What have you thought about?" The sea god's expression was extremely cold. "Now the god of light is not in your hands. I can't help you no matter what. And if I can really see you being completely killed by them, I guess I will wake up laughing in my dreams. What a pity." She said this of course knowing something. Serain and the moon god are the only two gods who are not afraid of sleeping. The moon god can be resurrected through the human heart, but in this process, she also used one of her own essential characteristics. That is, even if she disappears, she will return every night. And this characteristic of Serain is stronger than the moon god, so even if he really falls into a deep sleep, he can use the characteristics of the rotation of the sun and the moon to completely retain his personality and consciousness and resurrect, and will not become a brand new sun god. Although he does not have the same mental ability as the moon god, so he cannot actively use resurrection, but as a symbol of the sun, he will return sooner or later, and as long as the sun god is resurrected, he can retain his complete personality. This secret is only known to the sea god and himself, and the reason is very simple. Since he was born, Serain has never fallen asleep, so naturally no one knows that he also has the secret technique of resurrection. "So you are here to say goodbye to me?" Serain looked at her in confusion. The sea god sneered and said, "But I can promise not to attack you. You know I still have a trump card to play. The premise is, give me the method to resurrect my son." Hearing this, Serain was stunned, then shook his head. "You look like those mortals now. No wonder you are so easily controlled by hatred. If you don't attack me, and I am really killed by them, you still have a chance to lead the gods away from here. But if you intervene, this opportunity will slip into the hands of the god of light." The god of the sea didn't care about his words at all. "I am a god. I can do anything, including becoming more and more like a human. Now hand over the way to resurrect him." Serain paused, then replied, "Isn't he already alive? Or what you really want is the god of light you want?" The god of the sea looked at him and said, "How many years can this mortal body live? Don't lie to me. Your purpose is definitely not just to threaten me with it. You must have thought about letting him return to your side as the god of light, and you also want to resurrect him. Otherwise, why would you make those attempts?" Serain smiled, "But he didn't come back. I can't do it. If I could resurrect, he would have done it long ago, although I don't care much about the life and death of this child, but I hope to let you stand behind me again. I'm sorry. This is the truth." The god of the sea stared at him angrily. "I don't believe it." Serain's eyes were more sympathetic. "But now it seems that unless you fall into a deep sleep, I will never get the support of the sea god again. You are really more and more like those short-lived species with defects. Maybe this is our destiny. After all, we all come from them." Seeing that the sea god wanted to say something, Serain stood up directly. "If you want to go against me, then come on. I don't mind killing you." Seeing him stand up, the sea god's attention was also diverted to other places. "You don't wait?" Serain smiled. "It hasn't appeared yet. The god of fire is either dead or betrayed me. The god of moon has also joined the secret alliance. The god of wind has also received my promise. You have also been overwhelmed by the hatred of mortals. Then I can only fight alone, and no matter the victory or defeat. This will be a great battle." Chapter 6:14. 2 weeks later, Titan and the Federation were finally ready. At this moment, the Control Bureau also had 15 black hole bombs that could be used. After repeated consideration, Mon gave up the idea of collecting bombs through the Federation. This was too risky. Now Mon could actually challenge Serain at any time. As long as he wanted, the Federation and Titan could immediately prepare for the appearance of the solar eclipse and choose a time and date to attack Saren. But before the official war, he still had something to do. Or wanted to do it. Although when he just proposed to the Federation, they were not particularly happy, and even began to doubt Mon's motives again, and a very heated discussion was set off within the Federation. Mon was not particularly familiar with the specific details of the discussion. When telling him the final conclusion, Niechingyu claimed that he played the biggest role in it, but Mon never believed what these politicians said. The result was naturally that they passed the proposal. In fact, Mon had no doubt about it. The only thing that would change was how much time they would waste before agreeing. After all, they had come this far, and had no intention of backing down. And the conditions proposed by Ma and did sound quite excessive at first glance. In order to deal with the gods, he wanted to talk to Shinshao alone. The alone here naturally did not mean in space. If he just wanted to see her, it would not be difficult for Ma now. In fact, normally, he should have met Shinshao before going to war with the gods, and the Federation would definitely agree. His real request was to talk to Shinshao privately, and the content of their conversation would be kept confidential. The Federation is not allowed to eavesdrop or sense in any way. If it only goes this far, the Federation will not agree even if it is destroyed. So Mayan also took the initiative to propose various additional conditions to ensure that this conversation will not threaten the Federation itself, let alone affect the Federation's control over Shinshao. In other words, even if Mayan has a button in front of him that can kill Shinshao after pressing it, he has no way to touch that button. If he really does this, his and Shinjiao's souls will belong to the Federation. No matter who goes to see Shinshao, who has some abilities, such conditions are actually the most basic. So this time Ma-En also added a lot of other conditions to get the Federation to agree, such as not involving various forces other than the gods, and not allowing the secret alliance behind Ma-En to gain huge benefits. But in the end, the Federation still believed in their strict means based on ideals. In fact, under such harsh conditions, even Ma-En, who has the Abnormal Control Bureau, could not provide any help to Shinshao. Not to mention him, even if another Shinshao signed these terms, he could not do anything in this meeting. And his doing so naturally also shows that he really just wanted to meet Shinshao in private. The heavy metal door slowly opened, and Shinxia's neat yard appeared in front of Ma-En again. This time, she did not wait inside the house, but sat on the lawn outside the house waiting for Ma-En. Sit down. Shinshao patted the lawn in front of her. Anyway, they can't see it, but I think you should be mentally prepared. There's not much I can say. The purpose of this sentence was obviously to dispel the last bit of worry in Ma-En's heart. This should be the first time we meet. Ma-En sat down cross-legged opposite her. Hello, I'm Ma-En. Different from the previous times Ma-En saw her, Shinshao looked particularly ordinary without prying eyes, but her eyes looked particularly bright and clear. After hearing Ma-En's words, she just smiled and joked. I know you, remember? I found you personally. Ma-En asked curiously, so it shouldn't be a coincidence. Shinshao explained gently. Of course not. For me, there is no coincidence in the world. When I saw you, I already realized that there was something special about you, and this feeling is not uncommon for me. Is this why you don't want them to hear? Want to know if I plucked the strings of your fate? If so, I can tell you that your fate is always in your own hands, and there may be some misunderstandings about my ability. I am not the goddess of fate, who can decide all human lives. My intervention in other people is no different from your intervention in other people. When I kill someone, it's the same as when you kill someone. This is indeed the question in Mon's mind, that is, now that he has come here and provided so much help to the Salvation Alliance and Shinshao, is it because this is Shinshao's arrangement? But in fact, Ma-En has not thought deeply about or cared about this issue. After all, he knows what he was thinking when he decided to help Shinshao, and he also knows whether this decision was made by himself. No, this is not the reason why I came to see you. Ma-En answered honestly. In fact, the reason I don't want them to intervene is just out of curiosity. This time, Maine will face the strongest opponent in history. Although there is no countdown, Maine can also vaguely feel that he does not have much time to waste. After scaring off the gods, he did get a brief peace, but at that time, Maine already knew that sooner or later, Saren would notice the problem and become an enemy that threatens his life. After seeing Saren's methods, he did not doubt the possibility that the other party would kill him. So he had to take the risk of dragging the decisive battle with Saren to the time and place he set, which was undoubtedly extremely risky, and he might even die in this adventure. So before the possible death, he wanted to see the real Shinshao. After hearing what Ma-En said, Shinshao, who did not predict the future, also understood what he meant, and then suddenly showed a friendly smile like a neighbor's sister, as if Ma said something funny. I see, that may disappoint you. I am actually nothing special, although they will say that reality twisters are crazy, but if you ask me, I think most of them are crazy. Ma-en's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this, because often only crazy people would say that. Uh-huh. Xin Xiao said with a smile, I don't mean that. You must understand that reality twisters are not born crazy. The truth is that they can change reality. And any profound transformation of existing things can easily be regarded as crazy. But if you really look around, I think you will definitely realize that even a baby who has just opened his eyes and came into this world can notice that good and evil have long been misplaced, and right and wrong have been reversed. In such a world, anyone who can understand right and wrong is a madman. Chapter 6:15. Xin Xiao looked normal when she mentioned the baby, but Ma-en still felt that she was hinting at her state when she left Victor's sanatorium, even though there was no need for them to play dumb now. But this was indeed not something worth discussing. It was normal for Xin Xiao to notice that there was something wrong with his memory, and she was one of the few people Ma-en didn't have to worry about even if she knew about it. Any kind-hearted person with abilities didn't have to worry about their secrets being known by Xin Xiao, because no matter what weaknesses they had that they didn't dare to show to others, Xin Xiao wouldn't use them. On the contrary, just thinking of Xin Xiao's existence gave Ma-en a sense of security. Just like the mountains that were submerged in the clouds, seeing it was enough. Ma-en straightened his face when he thought of this. Although he insisted on meeting in private in order to see Xin Xiao in person, he didn't have nothing to ask, and Xin Xiao had just mentioned it. Since you've already mentioned it, Ma-en asked curiously, do you know anything about my past? Do you know how I can recover my lost memories? This is also the reason why he can't let the Federation eavesdrop. If the Federation knows his secret, they will definitely do everything they can to use it against him, and it will become a weakness that threatens his life. However, this is also a problem that the Federation cannot think of, so they can't restrict it. Xin Xiao's expression also became serious. He stared at Ma-en for several seconds, then shook his head slightly. No, maybe I knew what kind of person you were in the past, but since we met, I can no longer see your past and future. Now, I still can't see your future in detail. That's why you said my fate is in my own hands. Ma-en understood what she just said. To be honest, I thought you specifically asked me to help your sister, because I don't mind you doing this. Xin Xiao nodded. Yes, although I could feel something vague at the time, it was different from the vague feeling I had about other things. I didn't affect your future in a trance, and I didn't know what you would do. A strange silence suddenly came, as if Xin Xiao had something else to say but couldn't say it. It would be over the line to say more. Ma-en didn't think deeply, but continued, but you said maybe you knew what kind of person I was in the past. Xin Xiao nodded slightly, then looked into the distance. You should have noticed that I lost. Most entities cannot realize and see how strong the terrorist organization Federation that has crushed all other races is. Even I can't beat it. Ma-en asked, is it stronger than you? Xin Xiao nodded honestly, but then again, although I can't beat it, I didn't think I would lose, because although I am not its opponent, I can keep from really fighting it and remain invincible. If you ask the Federation, they will tell you that Zhao Guanwu found a way to deal with me, and based on this, he created a detailed plan against me, and it took several years to defeat me. This actually sounds reasonable. It is not a problem for the strongest organization to defeat me. Hearing this, Ma-en noticed something wrong. Can we discuss this? Xin Xiao smiled reassuringly. It's okay, they don't know what I'm going to say next, so they can't stop me. You see, these things sound completely fine, but the question is how can Zhao Guanwu find a way to bypass my prophecy to deal with me? Logically, I should be able to see this accident, right? What he is claiming now is that he has mastered a way of thinking that is not bound by time. This is indeed possible. Zhao Guanwu is indeed capable of doing this, and he said this to dispel my doubts. But I know it's not true. Now Xin Xiao is still sitting in front of Ma-en, and her soul has not been taken away. She continued calmly, the truth is that I was ambushed. Ma-en said in surprise, who can ambush you? Xin Xiao smiled and said, you have also seen him. He is one of the few beings who can restrain the ability of prophecy. Even if I can see his future, I can't remember his future, and I can't even construct his appearance in my mind. Just half a year before you were discharged from the hospital, he flooded the entire world. Ma-en looked into Xin Xiao's eyes and said, including you? Xin Xiao nodded. I don't remember how I survived. Most of my memories were abandoned by me. Only after paying these prices can I remember that he had been here. Almost all creatures except me were affected. I can't explain what happened exactly, but something was dug out from our world. History was broken, time was dislocated, and reality was reconstructed. Then we came to this incomplete new world. Ma-en suddenly understood what was going on. Although she didn't believe what she said, Ma-en had just seen the notebook that recorded the 10th king not long ago. In that world, Titan had already contacted the Federation and started formal diplomacy, and Xin Xiao was also involved. If you look at the notebook, the erasure of the 10th king has profoundly transformed reality. At that time, Ma-en didn't understand the purpose of the unmemory to erase it, but now he understands that the unmemory has no purpose at all, and it is just the tip of the iceberg of reality being erased. Seeing that Ma-en had understood, Xin Xiao agreed. It's just as you think, his power makes us naturally adapt to this incomplete world, allowing us to continue living with disordered and missing memories, unable to realize any abnormality. No one knows that the end of the world has actually come, and I don't know if I won. Ma-en looked at her and said, "That's why you lost to the Federation." Xin Xiao nodded and said, "This made me fall into a trance, and also created an opportunity for my opponents. The strongest organization in the world seized this flaw and defeated me. When I recovered. It's now." Ma-en thought of what she just said. "So you said that maybe you knew what kind of person I was in the past." Xin Xiao nodded. "Yes, before reality was reconstructed, everyone could know each other, including you and me. So I think you also know that I don't know who you used to be, but we can speculate that your situation is actually somewhat similar to mine, but my memory is more complete than yours. We are both survivors of the last world." Chapter 6:16. Although Ma-en still couldn't find his past, after listening to what Xin Xiao said, he had a deeper understanding of his current situation. It seemed that the unmemory had not only affected him, and Xin Xiao's words, combined with the finger in the Abnormal Control Bureau, also verified his previous speculation. He might not have been so weak before he lost his memory, otherwise he would not have survived. Even his loss of memory might have been his own initiative in the past, which could also explain why he wrote the note in advance. This might be the price he paid to escape the influence of the unmemory. "Do I need to worry about it?" Ma-en asked doubtfully. Xin Xiao did not give an answer. "As I said, its ability is particularly restraining me, so under the current circumstances, I can't give you a particularly firm guarantee, but I don't feel any crisis." "Has it tried to threaten you during this period of time?" Ma-en shook his head slightly. "I'm still alive, so it shouldn't be." Xin Xiao nodded. "Then I don't think it will try to kill you, but I still can't guarantee that there won't be any problems. You can only continue to be cautious. I can't help you beyond that." Ma-en nodded and didn't ask about the unmemorable. The memory problem is an important reason why he needs to meet Shi Xiao privately, but there is also a reason why the Federation agreed to let them meet at this time. He does have questions to ask Shi Xiao. "Then let's get back to business." Ma-en's expression also became serious. "When you reminded me that the war was about to come, you should have told me that I had to hurry up to deal with the gods, right?" Xin Xiao replied. "If you understood it that way at the time, then that should be the meaning. Even when I was outside, I would not try to understand every word I said, and now I don't have the attention. And Saran also took advantage of my imprisonment to create interference with the prophecy, so now I can't see his affairs very clearly. So I don't know why I said that, but you know, just trust your judgment." Ma-en nodded slightly. In fact, before hearing that sentence, I had already vaguely felt that things would not be so simple. Saran looks too dangerous. I always feel that I will be killed by him if I am not careful. That's why I am particularly worried about the gods. If he suddenly realizes that killing me is the best choice, he will definitely do it before I react, and will not give me any chance to struggle. If I don't want to die, I have to kill him. Xin Xiao also nodded. If you think so, then I think your judgment is basically correct. Looking at all the 5th level ability users alone, Saran is indeed the most dangerous one, and this is under the premise that he is in shackles, and cannot leave the Southern Federation. Fortunately, Saran, as the king of the gods, is not as powerful as he is. The strongest abnormal organization today is still the Federation that imprisoned me here. Moreover, he is ancient and great, and he also has many weaknesses because of his antiquity. So in fact, he is not as invincible as he seems. After all, winning or losing in this era is not important to him at all. He is not a real warrior. Compared with defeating his contemporary opponents, he is better at surviving after his opponents die. This is also the most difficult part for the gods. Of course, you don't have to worry about this. You just need to put him to sleep now. The future is my responsibility. Although Shi Xiao couldn't really give Ma-en a particularly clear answer because Saran blocked Xin Xiao's prophecy in some way, she obviously agreed with Ma-en to act according to his current judgment. Facing an opponent like Saran, just a little slackness could cost him his life. If it were Shi Xiao, she would take the lead when she realized that Saran might take action. This is the correct decision to deal with the Sun God. However, due to Saran's anti-prophecy ability and the matter of Atlantis, Shen Shao continued, I'm afraid I can't provide you with any help with my prophecy ability, unless the Federation is willing to reduce the binding index. This is also the confidence that Saran agreed to the Federation at the beginning. If I can still take action against him now, then he is not worth my effort at all. Mayan nodded slightly. I understand. In fact, he still had some words to say, and he couldn't say them. His fight against Saran this time was not just to solve the danger. After all, if he really wanted to hide in the Abnormal Control Bureau, he could just lie down in the Control Bureau and pretend that nothing happened outside. And in fact, he didn't need to isolate himself from the world. As long as he wanted, he could still influence the world through the Control Bureau employees and complicated confidentiality methods, but the efficiency would be much lower than it is now. The real reason why he decided to take the initiative was because of the power that Saran possessed. Even though Saran was an extremely dangerous abnormal entity, he was still the best choice for him among all the strong people of the same level as him. Other top ability users were more difficult to deal with than him. However, although the world is extremely dangerous now, he needs strength if he wants to survive. But the most important thing is not the power itself. In fact, Saran could never have thought that the reason why Main wanted to obtain his divine power so much was that Saran had indeed used extremely bad means to deal with Main not long ago. But Main was not retaliating against Saran out of hatred, but Saran revealed a piece of information in the process. He could sense the moon goddess, who was erased by the power of the unmemory. In other words, he resisted the power of the unmemory in some way. Although it cannot be ruled out that he achieved this through external objects, Main still felt that he did it by himself. Because the power of the unmemory itself restrains external objects, even if Saran has a treasure that can lift the curse by just reaching out and touching it, he may not even remember the existence of this thing. So Main believes that Saran can contact Oblivion because of his own power or characteristics. And no matter which one it is, he can take it away. Since you can't see Saran either. Mayan stood up and said to Shen Shao, I have to take action immediately regardless of the risk, but there is nothing safe in this world. Shen Shao nodded solemnly. I wish you victory. Chapter 6:17. Tomorrow morning, the world will usher in a 1,000-year-old astronomical phenomenon, the solar eclipse. Please. Neon lights flickered in the night, and the huge screen was rarely broadcasting news. Although few people would stop and listen carefully to what the news said, the information in it still quietly penetrated into their consciousness. Saran turned his eyes back to the street. The scene in front of him had revealed that both the Federation and the Titans were involved in this war, but they dared to expose this information at this time, naturally because it didn't matter now. The war will start tomorrow morning. It's too late to do anything now, and you may fall into the trap of the Federation. After all, there must be a reason why they dared to expose themselves. Maybe this is not all their opponents. But it's true, they do need to join forces to have a chance to win. After receiving the signal to start the war, Saran didn't waste any more time and began to prepare to find a way to force the opponent out, but before he took a few steps, he felt that a certain force had located him. The Federation found him. Almost in the next moment, shadows came like a tide, instantly eroding the environment around him, dragging the entire street into darkness, and then two figures gradually formed a line in front of him. Shadow, and politician Chi Gu. Are you my opponent? Saran looked at the shadow and said. Of course not. The shadow immediately replied, we are just passing by. Saran looked at the politician standing next to him. Mortal, are you not afraid of death? Chi Gu said expressionlessly, if you attack me, then your enemy will not only be the Brother Federation. Saran looked up at the screen between the buildings. In my eyes, you are already my enemy. Chi Gu replied expressionlessly, it is true now, but if you win next, we will still be friends. Believe me, you will wish you had fewer enemies by then. Saran smiled, but did not directly express his contempt. Really? You didn't come here to chat with me. Shadow said, of course not, we are here to negotiate with you on behalf of your real opponent. I know that after the fight, you will definitely deliberately tilt your power to the citizens of the Federation, so we hope that you can fight him privately. After all, we all know what will happen if they see the miracle. If this happens, we can only implement the elimination plan. In fact, fighting privately was also Mayan's request. He even asked the Federation not to watch the battle, so as not to affect the power of the Camel Alliance. This may also be because he did not want to expose the power of the Camel Alliance. Of course, Mayan also signed a contract with the Federation and promised to tell them the result of the battle in the end. Chi Gu also nodded. We are here to propose this to you on behalf of the Federation. Of course, we can guarantee that we will not cause you any trouble. We just don't want to fight you to the death. After all, the consequences of the elimination plan are unbearable for both you and us. You probably don't want the Southern Federation to become a deserted forbidden area again. There is nothing wrong with what he said. The consequences of the elimination plan are far from comparable to defeat. The Federation is also worried that if Saran is really about to lose, he will show his divine power regardless of the consequences. Doing so can indeed provide him with energy for a short time, but it will definitely not keep him alive. Because then the Federation will use the elimination plan. But Saran just smiled and said, "No, you don't have the courage, but don't worry, you can start the evacuation program. I won't stop the program from running, because this little power can't affect the war situation at all, and I can't vent my anger on mortals. I am a god, not as fallen as you are." Shadow and Chi-Gu looked at each other. The old politician nodded, and then he looked at Saran. "If you win, we are still not enemies." Although the Federation has decided to go to war with the gods, many members of the Federation are not optimistic about this. Chi-Gu does not believe that Maine can defeat Saran. The King of the Gods has proved his ability to stand to the end in the past few years, and they do not know the Camarilla at all. But even without completely trusting Maine, they are still willing to provide help, not only because the gods are indeed their biggest concern, but also because they know the King of the Gods. He will not completely tear his face with them, just because the Federation joins the war. But before hearing the other party say it in person, he was still a little worried. Saran also smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm not as stingy as you humans. Mortals will always try to challenge the gods, and then they will fail and pay a heavy price. Then, they will forget the mistakes they made and continue to repeat them. I'm used to what you do. Just don't forget to prepare a gift for apology." Chi-Gu was relieved after hearing this. It would be enough to get the promise from Saran. Although the King of the Gods is good at all kinds of tricks and often lies, his arrogance makes his words credible. He will not really fight to the death with the Federation because of this. In fact, they have already prepared a gift of apology. No matter who wins the battle, it is not a bad thing for the Federation, because even if Saran wins, the result is not bad. Because the Camarilla will be hit hard, and more information will be exposed. This is also an important reason why they agreed to Maine. They are not only using Maine as a knife to deal with the gods, but also want to use the gods to deal with the Camarilla. The best situation is naturally a loss for both sides. However, Chi-Gu can vaguely feel that the Federation hopes that Saran will win. After all, the problem of the gods has existed for so many years, but the Camarilla is a new trouble. At least Chi-Gu expects so, and he thinks so too. After meeting the King of Gods today and feeling his courage, he became more determined to think so, and felt that it was unwise for Marn and the Camarilla to challenge Saran, but this was also a good thing. Let these guys fight each other. The Federation will always benefit. "What about my opponent?" Saran asked. "He won't really want to wait until the solar eclipse starts. If that's the case, I may not have much patience, and I might destroy a few cities to warm up first." In order to make the impact of the solar eclipse large enough, the Federation must notify the world's human beings in advance, but doing so also makes it impossible for them to go to war with Saran when the solar eclipse appears. Shadow said, "Don't worry, you can meet after we start the ceremony." Hearing this, Saran did not continue to urge, but slightly closed his eyes and began to wait, and also looked forward to it, curious about who he would face. The decisive battle is about to begin. Chapter 618. When the Federation completely performed the dispersal ritual, temporarily transferred the nearby humans to a safe illusion, and completed the isolation plan, Saran opened his eyes again. "I didn't expect it to be you." He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and said, "But now I think it's actually quite reasonable for you. I didn't expect the Federation to believe that you could fight me, so this is revenge?" The one who appeared opposite him was naturally Ma-In. "No, I don't retaliate against others." Ma-In answered honestly, "But you are too dangerous. We thought that you might conflict with us in the future, and after considering your potential threat, we decided to get rid of you." Saran looked a little puzzled. "When you asked for peace, I could feel that you were telling the truth, so these days and I went to Titan to form an alliance with the Federation? That is to say, you know in your heart that you are not my opponent. If that's the case, you shouldn't show up at this moment. It's already late at night, and my strength at night is less than 50% of what it is during the day. Because of the upcoming solar eclipse and the Titan sleeping ritual, I only have 30% of my strength at this moment. But now there are only 5 hours left before the solar eclipse you're expecting. When the Titan's rituals start to run completely, I will be truly suppressed to my weakest state. Of course, You also know that if you don't show up to delay time, then I will definitely start to wantonly destroy the surrounding cities. At the beginning, I will act decisively and leave no trace. This way I won't be breaking the agreement with the Federation. If you don't show up at this time, I will start to guess my opponents based on your reactions, and take various measures to force them to fight me at night. If I were you, I would wait until those cities were destroyed before coming out. Ma-In said calmly, "We know, so I came here to delay you." Saran smiled. "It seems that you are an organization with a moral bottom line. I like such opponents. But I thought you had a chance of winning against me with only 30% of your combat power, and wanted to start fighting with me directly at night. I didn't expect you to simply have no way." Ma-In looked at him and said, "The combat power you mentioned is not accurate, right? According to the observation of the Federation, there is no particularly obvious difference in combat power between you at night and during the day. And this is because the extra 50% of combat power is redundant." Saran nodded with a smile. "Yes, because of the curse on me, I can't use my full strength, so even at night, I am no different from during the day. Unless it is a long and lasting battle, this overflow of strength is meaningless, but the situation is different now. With the eclipse taking root in people's hearts and the operation of the Titan ritual, my current 30% strength is indeed much weaker than when I am at my peak. If you ask, now I should only have 75% of my usual combat power. In other words, 40% of my combat power is actually the limit of Saran. Any more is redundant for him who is cursed." However, this sentence was said by Saran himself, and what he said at this time may not be the truth. Saran is an extremely cunning god. He smiled at Maine. "So, since your friends haven't shown up yet, then give me a reason not to kill you before the ritual is completed and destroy the surrounding cities, to lure out the warriors you really want to use against me." Maine said, "Since I dared to show up, I am sure. This time before I came in, I asked the Federation not to find out what happened here in any way, so they won't know what we do." Saran asked with interest, "So you want to cooperate with me to deal with the Federation?" Maine shook his head. "No, I still want to get rid of you. But if you agree to wait until the solar eclipse to fight us, we may consider not preventing you from resurrecting with your original consciousness after your death, and not distorting your form." When he said this, a silver-white bright figure appeared behind Maine. And unlike last time, the moon goddess did not hide her face this time, and the moment he saw her, Saran immediately realized that this would definitely not be the original moon goddess. "I see, my guess was correct." Saran nodded. "You took the initiative to attack me because you knew that I would find out sooner or later. If I knew that you had mastered this way of distorting the consciousness of the gods, I would definitely find a way to get rid of you so as not to affect my own resurrection." After Selly's figure disappeared, Ma-In said, "In addition, I can also agree to answer some of your questions so that your death is not so unclear." Saran asked curiously, "If that's the case, why don't I just kill you all at night? As long as I win, I don't have to worry about my consciousness when I'm resurrected, right?" Mon replied, "Because you can't force us to fight you before the solar eclipse, we will remain calm no matter what. If you really want to attack me, I will leave here immediately until the solar eclipse comes back." Saran smiled and said, "I think you underestimate my means and your own conscience." Mon shook his head. "This has nothing to do with conscience, I am just stating the facts." He reached into his arms and took out a contract and threw it to Saran. "I won't sign a contract with you." Saran just said this and noticed that the contract had been signed long ago, and the price on it was the souls of Mon and the moon goddess. The content of the contract required them, and other members of the secret alliance, not to appear in the battle at night because of Saran's coercion, otherwise they would all die. After seeing this, Saran was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Maine. "I admire you a little now, but are you really not worried about regretting it? What if I torture your conscience in various ways, because of anger or interest? Many innocent people will die tragically because of this contract, and you can only watch," Maine said calmly. "I'm not worried, because I have seen it. You are not a human, my kind. You seem arrogant, cunning, like the most evil kind of people, but those are just appearances. You are not a creature like us at all. Compared to cunning, the adjective that suits you better is wisdom. You won't take revenge on me. You are a god." Saran suddenly showed a real smile, because Maine was right. He would not do things that waste time for the purpose of revenge, just as Maine was not here to take revenge on himself. Maine has understood himself. The sun god sincerely praised the mortal in front of him. "You are not bad either." Chapter 619. As Maine said, Saran would not retaliate against Maine. He was a god, not subject to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals, and he knew that even if he did something now, it would not affect the next battle, At most it would anger Maine and his allies. But Maine did not seem to be the type whose judgment would be affected by anger. In this case, Saran closed his eyes and waited for the sunrise. The sun would always rise. And Maine also left here, also waiting for the sunrise in the control bureau. Saran did as he said, quietly waiting for the arrival of the solar eclipse. The scorching sun ascended to the sky, but just when he just sprinkled light and heat on the world, the dark moon appeared in front of him and began to erode and replace the scorching sun. Saran stood up. If you don't show up again, I will really start to destroy your world. Maine's figure appeared in front of him again. He could feel that Saran was really weak at this moment. He was no longer the strongest among the 5.5, but he still hadn't fallen below the level of 5.5. Who else? Saran asked. Let your companion show up. But Mon just looked at him and said, only me. Saran showed a surprised look. What did you say? He didn't expect that his opponent was only Mon. According to Saran's estimation, at least the God Moon God should have participated in the battle, but this also made Saran understand the reason why Mon asked the Federation. So this is what you want to hide? Saran looked at him curiously and said, you didn't show your true strength in front of the Federation, so what is your purpose? Even though his power was fading every moment, Saran was not in a hurry at all. But Mon did not really mean to explain. Maybe it's because I'm more low-key. Seeing that he was just stalling for time, Saran raised his hand to Mon, and then made a grasping gesture. The gravity of the star descended, and the space began to distort. But before Saran could crush the mortal in front of him, he stopped his movements. Almost at the same time, Saran's body, which sensed something strange, began to swell instantly, and his skin was torn and devoured by the blazing flames in his body, revealing the color of the surface of a star. And he also began to expand rapidly like a star, and in an instant he reached the sky. The storm composed of violent heat, and light vented towards the city even more unscrupulously. It only took a few seconds to turn the entire city into ashes, and devour Mon in front of him. But at the same time, the light went out. It was as if someone pressed the switch of the whole world, and the star called the sun also lost its light. After the darkness dissipated, the giant star that had stood tall and upright was left with only the left side of its body, while the right side of its body was nowhere to be found, and the city on its right side was reduced to ruins. In that dark moment, the gravity and light of the sun no longer made sense. Black hole fragments. Saran said with lingering fear, back then, this thing was like a toy to me, but now it almost killed me. Hearing this, Mon smiled. If this bomb could take his life, then he would not have to prepare so much. This cunning god was just showing weakness, and wanted to make himself look down on him. If he believed this, and wasted bombs to attack him, he would probably be defeated directly. Now he still has 14 bombs. The good news is that he doesn't know yet. Seeing Maine's smile, Sierra knew that he would not be fooled. The blazing right hand directly drilled out of his broken right side, and then the right half of his body was reshaped, and the blazing star giant stood on the ground again, as if nothing had happened. God is immortal. Sierra looked down at the tiny Maine and said, you should know this. Then he pointed his finger at Maine, like a human who wanted to crush an ant. The terrifying gravity instantly tore apart the still intact building on Maine's right side, and began to tear the ground apart, and pull it towards the sky like tearing off a piece of bread. But this force still encountered obstacles when it approached Maine. He still stood firmly in place, and the ground around him was not affected. Spiritual power V.3, root of the mountain V.3, seeing that gravity had little effect on Maine, Saran opened his mouth. The sky fire fell to the earth like a rootless waterfall. Darkness fell again. When the world returned to light, the blazing sky fire was also wiped out, and the star giant that covered the sky and the sun was completely destroyed this time. The whole city was torn apart, and a pit was dug on the surface. This time he used 3 black hole bombs. But this calmness only lasted a few minutes. I said that God is immortal. Then, Maine saw a normal-sized star arm appear out of thin air, and then Saran's arm seemed to grab something and directly pulled his entire body out. This skill of resurrection from the dead is almost miraculous, but Maine realized it immediately. The arm did not really grow out of nothingness. He was the omnipresent light born from the sunlight. Although the reborn Saran looked a little weaker than before, the reduction was extremely limited, and it was more like weakness caused by consumption rather than injury. Even if he came 11 times, he could not decide the winner. But you don't have much time. Maine looked at the sky and said, the solar eclipse has been completed by 1/5. And it seems that the Titans are also worried about his situation. He even vaguely feels that the speed at which the moon erodes the sun is getting faster and faster. Anyway, the Federation can explain it in the end. Saran smiled and said, "Before this, how many times can you kill me?" Maine smiled and said, "Countless times." Of course, he knew that even if he used multiple black hole bombs at the same time, he could not really kill Saran, and the reason he still did it was to make Saran think that his strength was still sufficient. This way, Saran would not use up his black hole bomb quickly. Saran did not really try to use up the black hole bomb. After all, although he could think that Maine's power must be limited, he could not understand the special situation that it could only be used 15 times. After all, he did not know the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau. And Saran also dispersed the flames on his body, and turned into a human form wearing a suit. Then he began to recite the language that Maine could not understand with a human mouth and tongue, but the breath of death also approached his soul along his spiritual power, making him make a decision without hesitation. Darkness fell again. Chapter 620. This time he only used one black hole bomb. But Saran, who did not turn into a giant star, was still torn apart by him. Just as before, after a few minutes, Saran was resurrected again in the sun. And this time, he was not weakened as much as before, but according to the calculations from the Control Bureau, Saran's resurrection speed was a few seconds slower this time. Now it seems that Maine seems to have the upper hand, but in fact, he has not really hurt Saran. He can't really use the power of the black hole, nor can he rely on this power to restrain Saran to continuously consume his power and make him fall into a truly weakened state. He only has 10 attack opportunities. However, the solar eclipse is getting closer and closer. As long as the darkness really falls, Saran will not be able to resurrect so freely. Where there is sunshine, the king of the gods said slowly, "There is me." Maine raised his head slightly and looked at the sun that was being eroded. Soon there will be no sunshine. The solar eclipse has been completed for a quarter. Saran smiled and said, "Maybe, but it is enough for me to deal with you. If you can use the power of the black hole fragments recklessly, then as long as you can avoid being killed by me, you will be able to defeat me sooner or later. But your power is definitely limited, and it is not easy to master it. But you seem to have more than just this power?" Under his gravitational attack just now, Maine easily resisted it, but at that moment Saran also noticed that there was some kind of impurity in those spiritual powers that he was particularly familiar with. Anti-God's Crystal V.3. After realizing that, he immediately turned to chant the Gurama magic. He was torn apart by the black hole again. He had to use something faster for the fourth attempt. Real light. The blazing light turned into a straight line, passing through the spiritual power without any influence, and fell directly on Maine's face with extremely high temperature, melting his head directly. The ocean began to evaporate. Maine, like Saran just now, turned into a giant made of seawater. The light that should have penetrated his chest began to weaken rapidly after sinking into his body for a few meters, just as weak as the sunlight falling into the light of the real ocean. And the heat that was enough to melt any creature was insignificant to the ocean. "You were there at that time?" Saran's expression became more and more surprised. "I began to wonder how much you could exceed my expectations, but Maine, this is far from enough." The blazing light instantly burst out of his body. This time, Saran did not turn into a giant, but directly turned into a burning miniature star. The terrifying gravity and temperature fell on Maine at the same time. Darkness fell again. There are still 8 black hole bombs. Saran's third resurrection was half a minute slower than before. The increasingly fast solar eclipse has reached half. But the reappearing Saran smiled. "So this is your only means? If so, then you may hardly live until the sun officially starts. You know, you can't stop me with this thing." He has begun to think about how to get rid of Maine before dying. Darkness. But Maine didn't give him time to think. 7 bombs. The fourth resurrection was nearly a minute late. Darkness. 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 4 bombs. Every time Saran appeared, Maine would throw a black hole bomb at his face, and didn't give him time to think about how to break the situation, and this was the most correct decision. After Saran resurrected and took the initiative to speak, instead of attacking immediately, Maine immediately realized that he was doing the same thing as himself, delaying time. It's just that he was delaying the time of the solar eclipse, while he was delaying the time of living. As the solar eclipse got closer, the whole world became darker and darker. And Saran's resurrection relying on sunlight was naturally slower and slower. When he was finally born from the light, Maine didn't throw a black hole bomb again. He just looked up at the sky. The solar eclipse has arrived. Darkness fell again. But this time, the scope of darkness was no longer this city, but the entire Southern Federation. The sun was blocked by the moon. Seeing this, Saran also showed an appreciative smile. "Very good, you successfully delayed the time, And you were not stupid enough to give me a chance to fight back, but unfortunately, Maine had already noticed something was wrong. He laughed more and more happily. Unfortunately, you didn't realize something very important. The black hole came again, and it stands to reason that this time the black hole will completely take Saran away, and the Titans in the underground can also put him to sleep through the ritual. Saran also used the method of turning into a star giant again, and Maine also threw 2 black holes in succession. The star was instantly torn apart by the violent black hole, and the light it emitted could not escape gravity. However, when the darkness dissipated, the world is still bright. No, it should be said that the world is bright again. And when Maine looked up, he saw the second sun. Almost at the same time, Saran was resurrected directly. Sorry, you thought you could block the sun, Saran said with a smile, but you forgot one thing. I am also the sun, even when the solar eclipse comes. I am the sun. At this time, his breath was a little stronger than before. Before the moon replaced the sun replaced the sun. He looked down at the tiny Ma-En. I should thank you for stopping that annoying guy. When I knew you were going to use the solar eclipse, I officially decided to participate in this battle because I have a way to crack it. If it was Shishao who went to fight, I might still lose, but if it was just you. Sorry. Chapter 621. Daylight has come to the world again. The once supreme star, now transformed into a sun ring, looked so weak in front of the light emitted by Saran, as if it was not the great sun that once illuminated the world. Mard raised his right hand, and when he made a slight grasping motion, a spear instantly appeared in his hand. Abnormal entity, Sun Chaser. Abnormal strength, V.4. Features, Sun Chaser V.4. Carrier V.3. The ancient Titan magic allows it to perfectly adapt and combine specially adjusted abnormal items, and also has the potential to combine with other items at the ordinary level, through special magic and ability combination. To utilize the feature, Midnight V.4 Eternal Night descends, and Saran, who was looking at the spear, also showed an extremely serious expression. Of course, he recognized these conventional missile propulsion systems that were once used against him, and he could also see that the spear lacked the most important spearhead. But he felt something extremely familiar in it. Something that shouldn't be combined with it. This is what Maine wanted to hide from the Federation. Maine raised his spear, and then threw it at the second sun hanging in the sky. When Jui cut through the sky and chased the scorching sun, the Son of God also began to hide away. And behind Jui was the night. The entire blue sky was like a torn curtain, torn apart by Jui, revealing the true scene of the world hidden behind the falsehood a night full of stars. And in the cluster of these stars, the dark sun ring was also surrounded. But if you really understand the scene in front of you, you will realize that it is not a sun ring. It is the moon blocking the sun. After seeing the scene, Saran did not attack Maine immediately, but concentrated on observing the entire world he could perceive, because he had realized who the opponent who was about to enter the battlefield was. But this was a wrong judgment, and this level of battle did not allow mistakes. The moon god descended. Saran looked at Maine in disbelief. Impossible, this feeling is not even an incarnation. Maine became the moon god V.4, V.3, sun god V.4, V.5, finally, their momentum is almost the same. All wrong. Saran's expression became more serious than ever. Of course, he thought that the moon god might participate in the war, so he also made preparations to deal with the moon god in advance, but he had to deal with the moon god who descended as a spiritual entity, not a human moon god. After the end of the Titan era, it is impossible for human gods to exist in this world, not to mention the natural god. Maine, who was emitting a bright silver light, began to become hazy. Then he raised his head slightly, and stared at the sun ring hanging high in the sky. Then he closed his left eye, and stretched out his right hand to gesture at the sun ring. Then he gently pinched the ring-like sun ring, and took it off casually. He gently put it on his hand. When the sun ring disappeared, the dark star also revealed its true form. The bright silver moon replaced the sun. You lost, Maine declared like a winner. Saran narrowed his eyes, and looked at the world that had turned into night. This is your spiritual world, not the real reality. But the real situation was not much better, as the moon was blocking the blazing sun. Fortunately, Saran, who was essentially a psychic creature, also had ways to deal with these psychics. He closed his eyes slightly, and began to search through his chaotic and heavy memories, trying to find the era when he could not fight against the weak psychics of today. As he closed his eyes, a golden and glorious city phantom appeared behind him, and behind him was a blazing sun that was much larger than normal, but it could not be fully revealed under the bright moonlight. That was the former Sun dynasty, and it was also a reflection in his memory. It was also the worship and fear of the sun in the depths of all human consciousness. Just recalling that era was enough to keep Saran's mind stable in Marn's illusion. He opened his eyes again. Snap. The silver-white light suddenly hit his eyes, and somehow, he was already sitting on a chair in an extremely unfamiliar white room, and Mon was sitting opposite him very seriously. No, what about the Sun dynasty that he manifested? The information contained in it is not something that any person with the ability of a mortal mind can bear and dissolve, and it is impossible to destroy or erase it. As if he had read his thoughts, Mon pointed behind him. Saran looked over cautiously. Behind him was a glass, and behind the glass was a white room, but at this moment the room was emitting an extremely majestic golden light, because the dynasty and the scorching sun in his mind just now were floating in the room like miniature models. There is also a sign above the room. Containment room. You are doomed to lose. Maine said, the Titans are performing a ritual underground to make you gradually fall into a long sleep. Your disappearance is only a matter of time. Saran turned his head and looked at Maine, but the sun will rise eventually, and I am destined to return, and my death is just the beginning. After I fall asleep, the god of war will return because you have provoked a real war. I have been prepared for a long time. My most intelligent offspring will replace me to lead the gods. The gods will not be as weak as you expect. Maine smiled and said, that is a problem for the Federation and Shinshao to consider, not my business. I just want to get rid of you. After you, there will be other gods and abnormal entities in the world. As long as we continue like this, sooner or later we will be able to rule the whole world, and you are wrong. You can't return. Don't you see the cage behind you? As he spoke, the hazy figures of the moon goddess and Selly also appeared on both sides of him. Ma continued, look, the moon goddess didn't come back. His eyes turned extremely dark as he looked at Saran. The terrifying aura of a black hole emanated from them. Saran had understood. Black hole fragments, polar night, moon goddess, you can imprison abnormal entities and force them to transform into your own power and use them, and you have also imprisoned the moon goddess forever. My judgment at the time was right. You can completely kill the gods. Ma-En nodded. But you can't kill me. You are not strong enough. Saran looked at him and said, otherwise you would have already attacked me. There is no need to stalemate with me here and waste your strength. He was very clear about this, but he also realized something else. Just by seeing these situations, Saran had completely understood how terrible the Abnormal Control Bureau was. Mon reached his hand under the table, nodded and said, as expected of the last god, we can't imprison you now. We can only let you fall into a deep sleep and find a way to slowly imprison you and use your power, but that is only a matter of time. After understanding what we can do, it should not be difficult for you to think that we will eventually control the world. You can be imprisoned and killed by us forever in a few years, or hand over your power in exchange for the opportunity to become a senior member of the Control Bureau 1,000 years later. As he said this, he pushed the contract in his hand towards Saran. That's right, Marn couldn't imprison him. If it was any other god, he might not be able to think of a way to deal with him. But when the one sitting opposite him was the longest-lived and strongest god, things became simple. He didn't need to imprison Saran, he just needed to let Saran imprison himself. At this moment, the King of Gods also recalled the moment when the Pantheon was established. Saran smiled approvingly. You win. This era belongs to you humans again, I hope you don't disappoint me. Then he signed. Chapter 622. In the Southern Federation, an invisible war platform was floating above the battlefield. After the solar eclipse began, several members of the Federation, led by Shadow, came here, looking at the entire city sealed by a powerful force from afar, waiting for the winner to come out and announce the result. At the beginning, they were the only senior members of the abnormal forces around the city. But as time passed, the platform began to be shrouded in shadows, and then several senior members of the Federation who should not have appeared here came out, some of whom were unknown secret members who had completed the function of hiding abnormal items, and some were projections of some top counselors. Then came several 5th-level ability users, some of whom were familiar with Shadow, such as Li Hu, who had fought against Saren and lost, and the old Professor Zhao Guanwu, who was completely out of the control of the Federation, and 2 senior members from other departments, and even 3 non-staff members appeared here. After they appeared, a floating island gradually emerged in the distant sky. Victor is here too. Li Hu walked to Shadow's side. The spies of the Eastern Federation company should have been hiding somewhere watching, and the gods also wanted to come, but we stopped them. The moon at this time had eroded half of the sun. This is why strong men appeared one after another. At the beginning, the strong men from all over the world who heard the news did not pay much attention. Saren had countless challengers. They all fell, but Saren was still standing. Therefore, most of the 5th level ability users who heard the news did not particularly believe that Maine could win. Even the Federation was only slightly more confident than them, and they also did not really think that the Camarilla could succeed. Most 5th level ability users did not think that the solar eclipse would really reach the current level. Before this, Saren must have killed the Camarilla who challenged him, just as he did every time before. But now the members of the Federation who appeared here all had expectations for the Camarilla. Could Maine and the Camarilla really succeed? And at this moment, the clouds in the distance were also cut by the holy golden light, and several white-winged human figures also flew out, and the beauty of heaven was faintly flickering behind them. Gospel, fountains, laughter, beautiful men, women, young and old, this distorted scene is eroding the world. My men are exploring the surroundings. Li Hu said, there are at least 7 5th level abnormal entities that have not appeared lurking around. We should not try to drive them away. Shadow smiled and said, can we do it? Li Hu did not answer. The solar eclipse has been completed for 3/4. In the sky not far from the warp platform, a pale golden light suddenly appeared, and a portal with complex patterns and symbols quickly formed. Then the Holy Church Pope Raphael also walked out with a serious look. As if aware of the chaos of the situation, even the ground in the suburbs not far away suddenly cracked, and the hot magma began to flow outward. A strong demon, with a golden crown on his head also appeared. He was the Prince of Hell's Soul, who had once joined forces with the Balancer, and the Prince of Bliss to fight against Shishao. Then the projections of the Balancer and Prince of Bliss slowly emerged beside him. Even though there were a group of angels not far away, and the Holy Church's Pope had also come here, they didn't care about the princes of hell who suddenly appeared because the eclipse had already been completed. All the 5th level ability users stared at the isolated city with serious expressions, and finally began to gradually realize that the situation might be more serious than they imagined, and the result of this war would change the world. Even if the winner was still Saren. Because that either meant that Saren was too weak, or that the secret alliance was stronger than they imagined. Finally, the isolation ritual began to become unstable. With several attacks from within, the isolation ritual finally slowly dissipated and revealed the scene inside. The once prosperous city had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a huge dark pit. The sinkhole that swallowed the city. Almost all the 5th order abnormal entities showed surprised expressions. What surprised them was not the sinkhole that replaced the city. This level of damage was enough to be caused by the aftermath of the Battle of Saren. What really surprised them was the figure floating in the sky. That was Maine. The first to appear was the invisible war platform, and then the shadow moved directly in front of Maine, looking him up and down anxiously, trying to see if he was in some special abnormal state. But Maine was not bloody, nor was he dying. On the contrary, he looked as calm as if he had just eaten breakfast. Where is Saren? The shadow asked. All the 5th order abnormal entities were waiting for Maine's answer. He said calmly. He fell into a deep sleep. Really dead silence. Compared with Maine's personal answer, almost all the 5th order entities were more inclined to think that Maine had made a wrong judgment. In fact, Saren had not fallen into a deep sleep at all, but was just reviving. But the only answer they got was still dead silence. While Shadow was talking, the solar eclipse had begun to gradually fade away. But the scorching sun that appeared again seemed so cold. Shadow looked behind Maine. Don't your companions like to show up? Maine replied, of course, that's why they need me to be the spokesperson for the Camarilla. It was not until this moment that many 5th order abnormal entities, including Shadow, gradually realized the possibility that Saren is really dead. Shadow also seemed to say casually, if any of them want to communicate with the Federation in the future, maybe you can introduce them? The Federation also hopes to become an ally with a powerful force like you. I think this will not be a bad thing for you. Mayan smiled. No, just tell me if you want to communicate with them. Shadow paused, then asked hesitantly, okay, but is Saren really dead? Mayan nodded heavily. Yes, maybe he will be resurrected again in a long time, but this era has belonged to us. This is of course a lie. Saren did not leave. He is being in Marn's chest. Abnormal entity. Saren/Sun God. Abnormal strength. V.5, 6.5. Danger level. V.5, 6.5. Description. A biological weapon created by ancient humans to fight against dragons. It was born and survived based on the concept of human collective consciousness. Its life and power come from humans, so it will always protect humans. Later, it became a god derived from human consciousness, and after creating the sun, it completely transformed and reshaped the characteristics of the gods, and temporarily broke free from the shackles, and transcended its original identity. Until later, it became a god again, and was cursed and sealed in the Titan Age. Characteristics: Sun God v.5, 6.5, the incarnation of the sun, the king of gods. Titan curse v.5. In ancient human civilization, the Titans cursed and sealed all gods, limiting the power of the gods to v.5, and also confining their activities to the Southern Federation area. Chapter 623. He lied to the Shadow. After signing the contract before falling asleep, the Sun God, an invisible entity existing in human consciousness, was successfully contained by the Abnormal Control Bureau, and Maine also obtained one of the strongest powers in the world. Of course, the power used by the Control Bureau cannot be comparable to the original Saran. Simply speaking, the power of the Sun God and Saran and Maine cannot be the same. Saran can use this power in various incredible ways, and can even resurrect himself easily. If it weren't for the suppression of the eclipse, and the eyes of the ritual during this battle, and being caught off guard by Maine's sneak attack, Saran could also show Maine a variety of stronger and more terrifying ways to use his abilities. In addition, Saran also possesses various ancient knowledge and secrets, and has many resources and allies to use, which were not contained by the Control Bureau along with the contract. This actually didn't have much impact on Saran's frontal battle. Although he also possessed a lot of 5th level magic, those things were nothing compared to his own strength. But this part of power was not meaningless. In fact, what they gave Saran was influence outside the Southern Federation. When Maine was Saran's opponent, he didn't feel strongly that Saran was a god bound in the Southern Federation. Otherwise, he would have no need to make peace with him at that time. If that was the case, he would just have to hide outside the Southern Federation. At that time, Maine would not be really safe unless he hid in the Control Bureau. Maybe the gods are confined to the Southern Federation, but Saran can reach the whole world. This is also the second problem of the power of the Sun God, which cannot leave the Southern Federation. When it comes to Saran, this problem is almost covered by his strength in other fields, but it is still very fatal. In fact, there is not much difference between Maine and Saran in this regard. Because although the power of the Sun God he is using now cannot leave the Southern Federation, the other powers of the Control Bureau can go to the whole world and find ways to lead the enemy to the Southern Federation. Therefore, the second defect is actually nothing to Maine. The real gap between him and Saran is that the Control Bureau cannot keep him in the state of Saran forever. Maine has just tried it. Even if he has the 5th level spiritual power, he can only maintain the power of the Sun God for about 10 to 20 minutes. In fact, the normal power of 5.5 strength should not be so short. The reason for such a short time is also very simple. The power of the Sun God is not the real strength of 5.5. If the seal left by the Titans was suddenly lifted, then Saran would directly return to the level of 6.5, and this power that Marn could only use for more than 10 minutes would also be raised to the level of 6.5. So, if he wanted to become stronger, what he had to do was very simple. That was to break the Titan curse that had trapped the gods for countless years. And now his long-term goal also included breaking the curse, which was an obvious way to break through to the 6th level. However, the curse that could trap the gods for many years was not so easy to touch, even if he had the Abnormal Control Bureau. After all, Saran must have found power close to this level. But under the unreasonable power of the Abnormal Control Bureau, he does have some chance to lift the curse. However, compared to this most difficult goal, there is a simpler way to break free, that is, to use the power of Saran to defeat other 5.5 abnormal strongmen in 10 to 20 minutes. This seems incredible at first. After all, he has so many restrictions on him, and he is far from being comparable to the original Saran. There is no possibility of defeating other people with the same level of ability. Ma-En thought so when he tried Saran's ability in the Abnormal Control Bureau just now. But when Ma-En walked out of the ruins and looked at these 5th level ability users who were watching him, he suddenly had an extremely subtle feeling, as if the warmth of Saran was still left in his chest, and he felt something. Arrogance. 10 minutes is enough. This is what he thought when he saw most people with abilities. As long as he uses the power of the Sun God, he can deal with most of the 5th level ability users present within 10 minutes. And when Maine saw those ability users of the same level as Saran, he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he was eager to try. If he could obtain the appropriate restraint ability and create a suitable battlefield, he might have a 20% to 30% chance of defeating these strong men within 10 minutes. And only in the Southern Federation, no one could kill himself in these 10 minutes, that is to say, As long as he is in the Southern Federation, he can guarantee that he will always be alive, and he can also rest through the Abnormal Control Bureau when he encounters danger. Therefore, he who has both the Abnormal Control Bureau and the power of the Sun God can start trying to find a way to imprison the ability users of the same level, so that he can truly become a complete 5.5 ability user. Maybe the shadow in front of him is the right choice. No! Why would he think so? Just when this thought completely occupied Mon's mind, he suddenly pulled the reins of his thoughts, and then he immediately realized his abnormality. This arrogant thought should not appear in his mind at all. Has he been affected by the power of the Sun God after just using it for a few minutes? This is the thought that the high and mighty Sun would have. After experiencing this thought, Ma-En immediately remembered that when he came into contact with Saran, he was also filled with similar arrogance in his bones, but Saran suppressed it at that time. After realizing that this influence was not irresistible, Ma-En also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he also thought of the various problems he had just ignored. How could he correctly judge the specific strengths and weaknesses of these people with the same ability level when he was not even using Saran's power? And even if this judgment was true, he should not think so arrogantly. In fact, Ma-En also felt that his judgment just now might have overestimated himself, but it was not particularly far from the real situation. After all, the Saran he had just defeated with difficulty had far more limitations than the one who was using his ability now. But even so, Saran was so difficult to deal with. Xin Shao has proved the gap between people with the same level of ability, and among the 13 challengers who are qualified to participate in that battle, Saran is definitely the best among them. Now he is indeed sure to deal with most people with the ability who have not reached 5.5, and he also has a chance of winning against some people with the same level of ability who can be particularly targeted and restrained, and it is also difficult for them to be killed by people with the same level of ability. But it is definitely not that easy for him to imprison and contain people with the same level of ability. He must wait for a special opportunity like this time to deal with Saran again, and although he can rely on the power of the Sun God without fear of death. But after he survives in this way for the first time, he will also pay a huge price. He will no longer be able to move freely with his current identity. Every time he enters reality, he must be controlled within more than 10 minutes, and he can only move within the scope of the Southern Federation. So if he really wants to attack someone, he has to keep it a secret. Things are not that simple. Of course, he does have the last trump card now, and he can overturn the table when necessary. And simply killing most people with abilities below level 5.5 is not a difficult task for him now. If he has the right abnormal power, he will have the opportunity to kill or even imprison other people with abilities of the same level. After suppressing the arrogance that came from nowhere, Ma-En continued what he just said. By the way, I have to thank the Federation for its support to the Camarilla this time. If it weren't for you. At this moment, holy light and falling feathers appeared among them. Chapter 624. As the holy light flashed before them, 2 six-winged angels appeared, both of whom were indistinguishable from male and female. Their faces were already so beautiful that they were beyond human cognition. This sentence is not a rhetoric, but a rigorous description. No matter how many times mortals looked at them, they could not remember or recall the true appearance of these 2 angels. They could only barely realize that their appearance was so beautiful that it made it difficult for them to breathe and think, and nothing else could be left. It seemed that because of this, their appearance began to change subtly. The one in front turned into a heroic and majestic young man, and his wings began to emit blazing flames. The angel floating slightly behind turned into a beautiful woman, and her wings had sacred patterns like eyes, like a peacock spreading its tail. Her eyes, staring at Ma-En, were drowned by the golden light. Seraphim, cherubim. Shadow looked at them with extremely vigilant eyes. He knew very well how dangerous and terrifying these 2 gentle angels were. What are you doing here? The female-like cherubim looked at Mane, and the golden light in her eyes became stronger and stronger, but almost at the same time, the dark shadow also invaded the space in front of Mane, blocking the golden sight behind. After being blocked, the cherubim slightly tilted her head, trying to bypass the obstruction of the shadow, but Shadow did not mean to give in. After noticing this, she looked directly at the shadow. Shadow met her gaze and said, "What? Do you want to provoke the Federation and its allies?" The cherubim slightly opened her lips, and the voice that floated out was gentle and kind. "No, I just want to know if Saran is really dead, please don't lie." Although she spoke in this tone, Ma-En felt an irresistible sense of oppression, as if the words she uttered were truth and orders, and no mortal should disobey. But as this feeling spread to his body, the arrogance that had just been suppressed was directly stimulated to occupy his mind again, and the strong anger after the provocation of the pseudo-god creature emerged. Ma-En frowned slightly, watching these two feelings that did not belong to him collide in his body, and gradually formed a kind of weird harmony, like two beasts biting and wrestling with each other. While these two unnatural forces invading his mind dragged each other, Ma-En raised his head slightly, and looked at the cherubim, who was watching him, and the eyes on her wings that were staring at him. Ma-En looked at them and said, "Death? I don't think his current state can be described as death, and he may have a chance to return to our world again, but I guess he won't have a chance to come back within 1,000 years. Now is our time." The seraphim glanced at his companions behind him. The cherubim nodded slightly, then smiled gently. "Thank you, mortal, you helped us solve a troublesome problem. I can give you or the mortals you care about the opportunity to become angels, so that they can continue to live after death." Ma-En immediately rejected the cherubim's ill-intentioned gratitude. No need. He did not try to mention Chen Yuan. The words the cherubim said were not even polite. And judging from his behavior of solving Saran, these angels should still be more or less afraid of him, and would not do anything to her while he was still alive. Therefore, if he really wanted to take the opportunity to raise some conditions with Chen Yuan, it would reveal that he cared about Chen Yuan. After getting the answer she wanted, the Angel of Wisdom nodded with satisfaction. Then she and her companions never looked at Ma-En and Shadow again, and directly fluttered their white wings on the spot. They disappeared directly in front of their eyes, and only the scattered feathers could prove that they had been here. Shadow also retracted his power. After Shen Xiao was imprisoned, these angels became more and more arrogant. Now that Saran is dead, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe we shouldn't get rid of the gods directly. In fact, this is also because the Federation and Shadow are not so confident about this matter, and they regard it more as a risk-free dice. If they knew the final result at the beginning, they might hesitate for a long time. Of course, they will still make this decision in the end. Ma-En kindly suggested, "You can try to release Shen Xiao again, they will definitely be much more obedient." Hearing this, Shadow just smiled. "Good idea, but forget it, the Federation is not afraid of the Holy Church in heaven, but without Saran, we can't use this leader of the gods to continue to restrain him, but we have a new ally. And this is all thanks to you." As he finished speaking, a seemingly ordinary figure on the platform in the distance suddenly caught fire, and was burned to ashes by the flames. Then the flames were ignited not far in front of Ma-En. The flames turned into a young man in a suit. But he didn't look as old as Saran's human form, and there was a bit of vigor in his expression that Saran didn't have, as if he was a middle-aged human who was preparing to show his strength. And he flew directly in front of Ma-En. He extended his right hand to Ma-En and nodded calmly. "Thank you for solving that old thing. I will continue to lead the gods in the future." Ma-En extended his hand and shook his hand. "You're welcome." This person was naturally the god of fire, who had reached an agreement with the Federation. Although his expression seemed very calm, Ma-En immediately noticed something was wrong when he saw him. It's not like he had never seen the god of fire before. The god of fire at that time was not like this now. The god of fire in the past was a bad-tempered bastard, and this dress made Ma-En feel very familiar. The god of fire at this moment seemed like a low-quality imitation of the former king of the gods. Shadow also smiled. "We have reached an agreement with His Excellency the God of Fire. Today, the Southern Federation will be jointly managed by us and the God of Fire. Although you provided us with weapons that can wipe out these gods, we finally decided to join forces with them. After all, this kind of cooperation is a good thing for both the Federation and the gods." The God of Fire also nodded slightly and said, "We will cooperate with the Federation to clean up the mess left by Saran, including those warlords who act recklessly just because of the existence of the gods. I guess you should really want to see this scene. You should have no other conflicts with us." Although the tone of the God of Fire at this moment was neither arrogant nor humble, his words still revealed the fear deep in his heart. He specifically mentioned the problem of warlords, just to please Maine. He didn't want to have any more disputes and conflicts with Maine. Even though the situation is different now, it has become himself instead of Maine who cooperates with the Federation, but he is still worried and afraid of the organization represented by the man in front of him. They just defeated the immortal God of Gods. After learning the result, the God of Fire even regretted his decision to stand aside and watch, because he had begun to gradually not know how to lead the gods. But now that things have come to this, he could only bite the bullet. Ma-En nodded. "Of course, as long as you don't cause us trouble." The God of Fire nodded and said, "I promise on behalf of the gods." But just when he said this, Ma-En, who was standing beside him, suddenly raised his hand. Chapter 625. The silver-white lightning spread like a tree root in the air, branching out like a tree root, and penetrated into every inch of space as if it was taking root in the soil to absorb nutrients, and came to them in the blink of an eye. Ma's hand had just been raised to the air, and the root of the lightning almost touched his finger, but when it was about to fall on him, the lightning finally paused. Then he passed by Ma and fell suddenly in the air behind him. These lightnings turned into a strong man, with bright light blue textures on his exposed skin, his eyes flashing with lightning, and thick lightning leaping behind him that could fall to the ground at any time. At this moment, the arrogant voice, like the roar of thunder, slowly fell to them. You are not qualified to represent the gods. Everyone looked at the uninvited guest, surprised by his sudden appearance, and also curious about how Ma would respond to his provocative behavior just now. Just now, Thor almost hit Ma. But Thor was looking at Mane meaningfully, and Mane looked back calmly. Because no one knew that Thor had not just bypassed Mane, Thor had intended to fall directly behind him and burn him, but when he came in front of Mane, he suddenly could not see Mane. True insulation material V.4. In fact, Mane's raising of his hand just now was just an instinctive reaction, and he had no time to deal with Thor, but when he left the ruins, he had already used the insulating suit, and Thor had no chance to hurt him. Even if he didn't use it, Qinlan, who had a high-speed reaction, would use it for him instantly. After this brief look in silence, Thor and Ma understood each other's meaning and successfully reached a subtle tacit understanding. Neither of them would mention the previous move that the others didn't even realize. Therefore, Thor directly skipped Ma, looked at Shadow and Vulcan and said, You have divided the Southern Federation now, and it seems that you haven't asked for my opinion yet. Shadow also frowned. The Federation did not completely think that Thor would show up and intervene, but in the end their professional team concluded that this possibility was not great. Thor can almost be described as free and easy in these years. He has not been involved in any incidents, so they didn't think that Thor would show up at this time. Of course, even if he showed up, it wouldn't matter. The Federation doesn't need to discuss anything with you. Shadow said very hard at first, and then softened his tone a little, and I heard that these trivial matters are not important to you at all. Thor just smiled. Then, Shadow felt that his clone had sent bad news. The troops they sent to suppress other gods were all eliminated. Thor smiled and said, I know you have weapons that can locate the gods, but it doesn't make any sense to me, because I can go to any corner of this world at any time, as long as I am fast enough, it doesn't matter where I am. Although the speed of lightning is not as fast as the speed of light, light is only a derivative power of Ran, and he is lightning. So he is the fastest god in existence. Shadow's face also became gloomy. Do you want to follow in Theron's footsteps? Vulcan also spoke up. Thor, this is not your business. The Federation and I are also in a cooperative relationship. They are suppressing only those who are loyal to Saren, and do not understand the current situation at all. Idiot. Thor looked at Vulcan and shook his head, but ignored him. While they were talking, Lihu's figure also teleported behind Shadow. In addition, 2 5th-level ability users belonging to the Federation also flew over to cheer Shadow. At the same time, Shadow also glanced at Ma, who was standing next to him as if nothing had happened. We know that you are not as strong as Saren. Thor smiled. You are right, I am indeed not as strong as Saren, otherwise I would have replaced him long ago, but if that were the case, he might have taken the initiative to give up his position to me before I challenged Saren's position. But this does not mean that it is the same for you. All power has a price. The more you have to bear, so you have a chance to suppress him. But I am not Saren, the god of freedom will not be restricted by you. I may be weaker than Saren, but for your Federation and other humans, I am definitely a more difficult opponent. You may be able to block the sun, but you can't catch lightning. Long ago, he separated the concept of human use of electricity from his body, abandoned the terrible power that was getting stronger with the times, and also broke free from potential constraints. If he still has that part of the power, then the Federation that controls human society can easily control him. Lihu turned and looked at Mon. Do you have a way to deal with this god? If necessary, the Federation is willing to pay. This was more like a warning to Thor than a formal request. Although Mon was wearing an insulating suit, he still shook his head slightly. We have solved our own problems. He did not directly say whether he could solve Thor, but simply rejected the proposal. If there had not been the previous confrontation, Thor might have thought he was bluffing, but he had just sensed the familiar Titan technology in Mon, so he naturally did not underestimate him. After hearing his answer, Thor also understood his attitude. This was a conflict between the gods and the Federation. The Camarilla did not intend to intervene, and Mon also proved for the Camarilla that the Camarilla had the qualifications to stand on the side, and they did not choose to retreat because they were afraid of him. Therefore, Thor nodded slightly to Mon at this moment. In the eyes of the Federation and other abnormal ability users, this was a symbol of Thor's arrogance. He seemed to be satisfied with Mon's concession, as if he did not take Mon seriously at all. Only Mon could understand the meaning of his nod this time. Thor has already regarded the Camarilla and Mon as strong men worthy of respect. It's useless for you to find anyone. However, Thor also deliberately concealed the tacit understanding between the two parties at this time. I am the fastest god you have ever seen. There are almost no humans in this world who can catch up with my speed unless you release Xiao. Although she is not as fast as me, she can indeed stop me. He specifically mentioned Xiao to express goodwill to Mon. Shadow immediately frowned. You underestimate us a little bit. Vulcan also interrupted. The Federation does not want to do anything. The conditions they give to the gods are extremely loose. I really can't understand what you want to do here. Thor smiled contemptuously, but did not continue to point out the stupidity of Vulcan. After all, he came to help him. Not now, but what about a few months later, or a few years later? Thor looked at his companions and said, You're right, they haven't done anything yet, so I won't do anything either. Vulcan looked at him with more and more confusion. Razor shook his head and said, Vulcan, don't underestimate the Federation. They won't do things as agreed. What do you think they prepared that kind of positioning weapon for? Nothing has happened yet that I need to stop. But if you really believe them, you will only take all the gods to the grave together. Then he looked at Shadow and the others. I came here to warn you. Don't think you have one. I'm still in heaven. Chapter 626. After saying the last warning, Thor turned into lightning and left the place again, leaving them all behind. Shadow and Li Hu looked unhappy. The god of fire, however, thought of something belatedly and fell into a brief contemplation. Some people with special abilities also noticed that Thor's appearance seemed a bit casual. They were a little puzzled that the purpose of his coming here was just to give a few verbal warnings, but they understood it when they thought of his title as the God of Freedom. But Ma-En knew the real reason for this anomaly. The most important purpose of Thor's appearance was certainly not to warn the Federation and the God of Fire. If his judgment was correct, Thor might have wanted to try to see what level he could solve the secret alliance of the gods. If there was a chance, he might even take the opportunity to continue the battle that had not yet ended. But because of the insulating clothes on his body, Thor gave up this idea after meeting him. As expected, the Titans are the ones who know the gods best. It is not without reason that Valtel gave this weapon, but it is hard to say whether this encounter is good or bad for Marn. After all, Thor is also a Titan from ancient times, and he must have seen the insulating clothing made by the Titan civilization, so first of all, he must have thought that he has the support of Titan weapons behind him. And this alone may not be able to detect anything, but if he sees that he uses a few more weapons from the Titan era, he may realize the existence of the containment ability like Duran. And just by hearing the name of Thor, it is not difficult to judge that he is better at escaping than Duran. If it was Saren who knew the secret of his containment, he would probably not leak it out, because he would definitely want to monopolize it, because he would definitely be arrogant and prepared to take away his power. But if it was Thor who noticed the problem, and was not sure he could solve it, he might reveal it. If you have any way to deal with Thor. After seeing him leave, Li Hu also reiterated on behalf of the Federation, you can also come to us privately. If necessary, we will give a suitable price. Ma-En politely refused. It is more in your interest to let Saren sleep, but it is more in our interest to let Thor live. There was arrogance in this sentence that did not take the Federation seriously, but at this time, neither Shadow nor Li Hu felt anything wrong, because the person standing opposite them was Ma-En, the representative of the Camarilla. This organization had just surfaced not long ago, and it solved Saren, who forced them out. Although the Federation also provided some help in this process, they all knew that they were just icing on the cake. Whether it was spreading the information about the solar eclipse or isolating the entire city, it was not the most important thing. What really solved Saren was the terrible power that moved the moon and destroyed the entire city. And this is only the part that the secret alliance has revealed. No one knows how huge the iceberg under the water is. Now Maine naturally has the power to reject the Federation at will. In response to Maine's rejection, Li Hu just nodded. If you change your mind, come to me in Shadow. This is also the reason why so many abnormal forces and strong people have come to the vicinity. From the moment they put Saran into a deep sleep, they have replaced the position of the God King in this world. After finishing this, Li Hu and the other two returned to the distant war platform, and the other federal politicians and people with special abilities who were watching did not come forward again and were teleported away as the war platform operated. Only the shadows of the members of the Federation remained here. After they left, Shadow's expression was no longer so serious, and his tone was a little more relaxed. I actually believe that you can succeed more than most members of the Federation, but after it really succeeded, I still felt a little unreal. You easily solved Saran, who has troubled us for many years. Ma-En shook his head. It's just that everyone has their own expertise. You are just not suitable to touch him. After all, you not only have to deal with the threat of the entire world, but also have to imprison the most dangerous 5th-level ability user in the world today. Shadow smiled. You must think we are all idiots who have to compete with Shishao, but if you still remember, you should know that I once mentioned that the mission of the Federation is to maintain human rule in this world. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will definitely realize that the goals of the Federation and Shishao are not contradictory, and they should even be able to coexist harmoniously to a large extent. So have you ever thought about why the Federation finally chose to suppress Shishao in such a violent way? Ma-En replied indifferently. I don't care, anyway, I can't stop you now. But Shadow still insisted. But the federal politicians care now. You have shown a power that requires us to be careful, and it is only you who signed the contract, not the secret alliance behind you, so I must tell you. The reason why Shishao and the Federation cannot coexist harmoniously is very simple. There must be something wrong with one of them. We all say that Shinsha's goal is to save the world, but do you know what the world is to her? She never said that her power is to save mankind, so have you ever thought about what price will it cost for mankind to save the world? Ma-En shook his head. I don't know, but I think I will definitely like that world. He didn't care about what Shadow said at all. And strictly speaking, he may not be a human in the eyes of the Federation. You know, his soul comes from another world. Hearing his answer, Shadow was not surprised at all. I just conveyed the Federation's intention. Now you are not only yourself, but also a representative of the Camarilla. If you are willing, you can come to the Federation in a while. We have something to discuss with you. Ma-En nodded slightly. If we are free. After that, he teleported away directly on the spot. Seeing this, the various forces that were watching began to retreat. Mon and the Camarilla did not suddenly rise with the fall of Saran, but they all knew that the world had changed in some ways. Now they just had to wait. Only a few 6-winged angels still did not leave. After waiting for the other ability users to leave, they directly waved their wings and flew in different directions, preparing to patrol the entire Southern Federation. They wanted to make sure that Saran was really dead. Because if this cunning king of the gods really left this world, then now is the closest day for them to fulfill the prophecy in the past few thousand years, because although he did not mention it in the prophecy when he was alive. But these angels knew very well what was hindering the return of the true God. Chapter 627. The Ninth City of the Titan Ruins, the Teleportation Hall. Zasna, Walter and Victor, the 3 Titans, were patiently waiting for Mon's arrival in the hall. They had been here for several days, but this was nothing for them, the immortals. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, they did not feel the existence of Saran after the ceremony, which means that if there was no special situation, the king of the gods should have fallen into a deep sleep. For them, it was not too long to wait for this news. Zasna broke the silence with some curiosity. If he really solved Saran, what should we do? When the 2 Titan Kings just arrived here, she also asked a similar question, but they did not give any answer at that time, just said that they would stay here and wait for Mon's arrival. So Zasna waited for a few days before raising this question again. In fact, in her opinion, this question was not something that needed to be strictly kept secret, but she still tried not to arouse suspicion as much as possible. And this time Walter also answered normally, and he did not have any doubts about his compatriot Zasna. Although their end has been dealt with, the other gods are still extremely dangerous, and judging from the instruments, they are almost all not asleep. We must take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with the other gods. Otherwise, we don't know when they will try to wake up their end again, and they may even find this place, and forcibly destroy the ritual we use to keep their end asleep. By then, many titans will definitely die. Victor thought a little more. The premise is that Saran really fell into a deep sleep. We have to be more careful about the cunning god king. Maybe he just deceived our detection by some means, and Mon may have been killed by him. Or worse, Mon may have reached some agreement with him, and wanted to deceive us. Zasna didn't agree with this view. He signed a golden oath with us, and would not betray us. Victor said, but the oath we gave is still too loose. After all, we don't have any handle on him. If he really discussed it in detail with Saran, maybe he can really find some loopholes. Anyway, we can't trust him directly. Zasna didn't say anything else. But he secretly sent a message to Mon through the panel in front of him. Nearly 20 hours later. As the magic power in the building wall began to flow, The eyes of the 3 Titan Kings lit up, and they looked at the ritual core in the center of the hall, and as their eyes fell, Mon also walked out of the dissipating teleportation light. Success? He looked at several Titan Kings and said, Beren has fallen into a deep sleep. But facing this good news, Victor showed a questioning look. What about the other gods? You said at the time that after dealing with Beren, all the gods would fall into an eternal sleep. But why haven't any gods fallen asleep in so many days? Ma'an had already thought of an explanation. Because we just dealt with Beren, Thor came to the scene and had already dealt with it. All the troops that the Federation was going to send to deal with other gods were killed by him, and the Federation also changed its mind. After all, they are the ones who really have the dominant power, and I can't promise or decide anything. Victor narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is too important, so if you are willing, can you make this golden oath to prove that Saran has really fallen asleep? After that, he handed over a golden plate. The content on it was as dense as a contract from hell. The first few paragraphs required Marn to swear that he was the one who entered the Titan ruins some time ago, and not a spy disguised as him. There were various harsh requirements in the middle, including asking him to promise that he had not reached a deal with Saran. He couldn't pass this test alone, and he also failed many other requirements. After all, he was lying from beginning to end. So he couldn't make this oath. So he looked up at Victor and said calmly, No, this contract is too complicated. Victor's face turned cold when he heard this, and Walter and Zasna standing behind him looked at him with a little more surprise. But they did not express their opinions immediately, as if they were waiting for Mon's explanation. Victor asked directly, Then how can we trust you? If we can't believe that you didn't collude with Saran, we might just detain you here, and you might never go back to your world. Mon first looked at Walter and replied, I can swear to gold that we have sealed Saran for 1,000 years. We can't guarantee that he can't escape during this period, but I didn't lie to you about this matter. At this point, Mon glanced at Victor. As for your threat, you can try it, and then you can meet other members of the Secret Alliance. Victor's expression became worse again, and he didn't believe Mon's words at all, and wanted to say something. Okay. But Walter interrupted him forcibly, and took out a gold plate again, stretched out his hand and wrote a new oath on it according to Mon's words, and then handed it to him. Mon didn't hesitate, and signed the oath directly. Seeing this, Walter also nodded. In this case, we can continue to talk about the problem of other gods. What Victor said just now is not wrong. At that time, you promised us to make all gods fall into a deep sleep. Mon said seriously, I said I would do this at the time, but I didn't promise that it would definitely succeed. If the Federation wants to cooperate with you to solve other gods, I will come back to you, but I don't think they mean that. The Federation wants to use the power of the gods to control the South, and I have no way to intervene. Walter nodded slightly. Then maybe we can put forward some conditions to the Federation. I believe that solving the problem of other gods should be a good thing for you. No human would want the gods to still rule the world. Maine nodded. Of course, I can also convey this idea for you, but we have exactly the same needs in solving the problem of Saren, so we will provide additional help, including persuading the Federation to take action. But now we have no other reason, so I can only help you convey the message to the Federation and provide some limited help. If you have any ideas, you can also contact me through Zasna. But this time, don't be so stingy. Having just dealt with Saren, he could not let himself fall into a dangerous quagmire, which would only give the Federation and the gods an opportunity to kill him, but it would be okay to let the Federation and the Titans deal with the gods alone. And Walter also heard the hidden meaning of Marn. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with their deliberate withholding of weapons. But now, he could only nod and say, Very good, I will contact you through Zasna. Since Saren has fallen into a deep sleep, there is nothing we want to know. I will start preparing the rewards for dealing with other gods. Sure enough, as he expected, only the soulless Titans can stand firmly against the gods. Chapter 628. After Marn left, Walter and Victor did not stay here any longer, nor did they discuss anything in detail with their compatriot Zasna. They left the Ninth City without saying a word. And after leaving the Ninth City, they also hid their whereabouts. After reaching a safe enough distance, Walter showed up. You don't believe in Zasna? Victor nodded. Yes, although I think Zasna doesn't have the courage to betray us Titans. She is too naive and may make irreparable mistakes because of her foolish belief in those humans. We just saw it. These humans are ready to stop, and they are not going to get rid of all the gods as they said at the beginning. It seems that this Mon and their organization just want to use us to deal with the gods. Walter was not angry because of this. From the beginning to the end, I never believed that these humans could work with us to get rid of the gods. The gods will always be the responsibility of us Titans. There is no need to expect other creatures to stand on our side. I didn't expect them to do anything else. It's enough to do this. Those humans may not be able to understand, but you and I should know what the real meaning of Saran is to the gods. As long as he falls into a deep sleep, it is enough. We can deal with the other gods by ourselves. He didn't have any aversion to Mon's refusal to help. At the beginning, he didn't expect Mon to be good enough to help them get rid of all the gods. At the beginning, the gods lived and died with humans. Therefore, only the soulless Titans can defeat them, and it is not just the gods that need to be eliminated, but also the human souls imprisoned in flesh and blood are his enemies. So he does not mind eliminating the gods and humans at the same time. Victor's thoughts are completely different from his. If we want to eliminate other gods, we should go to the surface in person, find the Federation and Shishao that cooperate with us to eliminate the gods, and cooperate with them in person. Otherwise, we will definitely be controlled by Maine. Hearing his proposal, Walter frowned slightly. You mean we should take the initiative to contact the gods, but the other gods are not dead yet. Under the restriction of the curse, the distance between the Thunder God and Saran has also been shortened a lot, and he is still very dangerous to us. Walter is not just talking about strength. Although Thor is not as cunning as Saran, he is definitely not a stupid god. He just doesn't use his wisdom and strategy. Victor nodded. Yes, although Thor is also very strong, he is not as insidious and cunning as Saran, nor does he have so many irresistible magic and items. Unlike Saran, he will not send spies who could reverse infiltrate here. Other gods may be able to kill us, but they are nothing at the strategic level. Don't forget, we are also immortal. And now Victor and Walter now have the resources to revive immediately. Although they know deep down that the resurrected person may not be the current self, it is enough for them to have exactly the same consciousness. After all, they are flesh and blood creatures without souls. But Walter was still a little worried. I don't think this is a wise choice. We still have 1,000 years to slowly deal with the gods, and although I don't expect those humans to really help us, I am ready to use them. As long as we offer enough benefits, that Mon will be used by us. Victor said, then let me go up alone. I can go to find the Federation, and I can also find other Victors to ask about this matter. They should still trust me, and other gods are not a concern. Saran is dead, we can't give the gods a chance to breathe. Otherwise he may come back. Although Mon has made a vow, it is only his judgment. And he may be fooled by the cunning Saran. Hearing these words, Walter also fell into a brief silence. In the end, he agreed, okay, but you have to swear to gold with me. At the same time, in the Ninth City, after waiting for them to leave for a sufficient period of time, Zasa returned to the secret room deep underground, activated all the isolation and protection, and then found a place to close her eyes. The gentle white light gradually hit her eyelids, as if someone had turned on the lights outside. She opened her eyes. As she expected, Mon was standing opposite her with a smile on his face. Thank you for your reminder, he said sincerely, but we still have to pay attention to them next. Other Titan Kings may want to continue to put the gods to sleep. In fact, I also support them to do so. If they have any ideas, you can also convey them to me immediately. But I think the Federation may not be willing to let all the gods fall into a deep sleep. Although they have expressed their intention to deal with Thor alone, I also doubt that they just want to threaten Thor. And based on my observation of Thor, he will not force himself to fight a decisive battle with the Federation. Zasna nodded, but did not want to discuss this topic. She asked directly, so, did you successfully imprison Saran? Although Maine showed her the containment power through the black hole fragments, she was not sure whether they really succeeded in imprisoning Saran's power, because it was easier to put Saran into a deep sleep than to imprison him. Maine did not say anything, but just blinked. When he raised his eyelids again, his eyes turned into two blazing miniature stars, and then as Saran's power spread, his whole body was bathed in warm sunlight. Although this power was extremely weak at the moment, Zasna still recognized it. Sun God. Maine nodded. We are not in the territory of the Southern Federation now, so I can't fully exert his power, but unlike other gods, his power can be maintained at the 4th level outside the Southern Federation. By the way, I also want to ask, if I use this power in the Southern Federation, will you notice it? Zasa replied, you may have to stay out of the spotlight for a while. At least recently they will still check the power of Saren, but they don't have the resources to monitor the entire Southern Federation all the time. After a while, they should only check every 2 weeks. I will give you the specific timetable at that time, but since I have already helped you, can you tell me more about the issue of the 10th King? Chapter 629. Maen did not hide the fact from the other party. It may not be just the 10th king who was erased. Recently, I took advantage of the incident of Saran to meet Shen Xiao. According to what she told me at that time, many things in this world may have been erased. As for the others, just like you forgot the 10th king, they also forgot the past world. Shen Xiao did not know how many worlds were erased by this power, but the 10th king should not be a special case. Countless lives have been erased. I guess they are probably dead, or in a special state between life and death, and cannot affect us. Otherwise, our current world should not be like this. Of course, the most optimistic idea is that they were erased from each other. Just like the Federation and the world of immortal cultivation, the lives they forgot also forgot them, and the two sides could not affect each other. But Ma'an did not think they were so lucky. Even Shen Xiao said, "They are survivors. So I once had a husband, and he's dead." Zasna frowned. Ma'an's words gave her a strange feeling. The death news of the 10th king actually didn't cause any disturbance to her, but if the 10th king was really her husband, she should be very sad now, but now she can't feel anything. It's as if her sadness was wiped out along with the 10th king. After thinking silently for a moment, she said in a mood she couldn't explain, "Then do you have a way to find them back? Since you can find the notebook, can you also find those people we have forgotten? The husband I don't even know?" Ma'an shook his head slightly. "I can indeed notice their existence, but not in the way you expect. I am also trying my best to find those things that we have forgotten. If I have any clues, I will inform you immediately. Of course, if you are willing, I will also let you help." Zasa replied firmly, "Of course I am willing. Although it is strange that I am neither angry nor sad, according to what you said, I should be angry for my murdered husband, and the murderer even took away my anger. If I don't even have the right to be angry, then I at least want to know the truth. And it is very important that Zasa believes that she will not have a political marriage for the purpose of alliance or other purposes. If she wants to become an ally, she can directly form an alliance. It is also timely to say that if she really becomes a couple with someone and may have a family, then she must really love the dead king who she doesn't remember at all. This is also what makes Zasna feel the most awkward and uncomfortable. She couldn't feel any anger or sadness towards her dead husband, but her heart was still filled with a sense of loss and sadness, as if someone had stolen something from her. Her love was stolen. If you need any help, I tell you. In fact, determining the time of the Titan surveillance may also help with this matter. Don't let anything go wrong. Although Ma'an did not have a way to find the dead 10th king, he was not without any ideas. On the contrary, he actually had a very important plan for his forgotten memories. When he noticed the 10th king, his mental power had already developed resistance to cognitive impairment, and now his mental power has been upgraded to the 5th level, and his resistance to cognitive impairment has been improved again. As long as he keeps healing, he will be able to slowly recover his memory sooner or later. However, Ma'an did not intend to wait like this. After all, it is hard to say how long sooner or later will be, so he actually had the idea of actively solving the memory problem a long time ago, and he also found a way. Although the other party did not say it, Ma'an noticed it. When everyone forgot about it, Sarah-in noticed the disappearance of the moon goddess, and even accurately deduced that the moon goddess had been murdered by them, which also shows that he can resist cognitive impairment through something. And Shen Xiao said that when she went in, Sarah-in thought of a way to resist her prophecy. Although the strength may still be different from Shen Xiao, he is indeed very good at solving various abilities. And although Sarah-in has mastered many resources, there should be many magical things that can fight cognitive impairment, but Ma'an still thinks that he relies on the power of the sun god to fight cognitive impairment. Because no matter what, the power of the sun god is the strongest power of Saran. Even in a suppressed state, it is far superior to other abnormal items, not to mention that its current normal state is level 6. In addition, the gods themselves are a special form of life, and their main body is in the human consciousness, so the identity of the gods is probably the reason why Saran can fight cognitive impairment. This is why Marn asked when Titan would monitor. If he wants to try to use the power of Saran to fight cognitive impairment, he has to leave the Control Bureau and use Saran's power in the Southern Federation, so he needs to know the surveillance of Titan. As long as he has the opportunity and time to use the power in the Southern Federation, he may master Saran's ability, and find the way he fought cognitive impairment at that time, and finally regain his memory. And Zasa also saw that this matter seemed to be very important to Maine. I will do my best to help you pay attention to this matter. Normally, they will remove the rituals and magic arrangements used to detect the entire Southern Federation in a month at most. And even if they really happen to detect Saren's breath, they will definitely not doubt you, but will only think that some gods are trying to resurrect him. After all, no one thought that such power exists. And I actually think you're a little too worried about Walter and Victor. From what I know about them, they won't be particularly wary of you after you swore in front of them. Zasna paused and continued, They are not the Saren among the Titans. They are not that cunning and cautious. I used to think that Walter and Victor were not so suitable to lead the Titans. Now we know the truth. They are indeed not the real leaders of the Titan King. Walter and Victor were just two losers in the past world. They were just lucky enough to get to that position because of some changes we don't know, so they were never qualified kings. The real king is dead. After getting her repeated promises, Ma-En also nodded, okay. So now, he just needs to wait for a month. Chapter 630. You are right. The point is not heaven, but the omniscient and omnipotent Lord himself. Many priests will feel heaven and his messengers, but this is only because heaven is too obvious to us, and heaven and angels can also be regarded as part of him, so there is no problem in feeling heaven directly. But what we really need to feel is his existence. Heaven is naturally a derivative of his body and will, but what in this world is not? Mountains, seas, thunder, sun and moon, all created by him. He is the creator, the starting point of all things. As long as you can feel the world as a whole, you can see and feel his body and appearance, although mortals can never really see his face completely. But we can still see, and that's enough. You only need to see God, not understand God. The speaker is a white-haired old man who is nearly 70 years old. His face is covered with dense wrinkles, and his wrists that extend his sleeves look dry and thin, but his sky-blue eyes are unusually bright. The person who was listening to him teaching knowledge was Ma and Sister Chen Yun. She nodded slightly and said, So what we really need to perceive is him, but he is not here, so we can only feel those things created by him, and heaven and angels are his most direct creations. So most priests can feel them, but in fact the whole world is created by him. The old man nodded. You have a good understanding. In fact, if you didn't insist on understanding the essence of divine arts first, I would not want to let you directly perceive his existence, because most of my students can't do this. But you have shown enough talent in the past few months. I think you should be able to directly feel his presence, and see what the divine art is, and who is responding to our call. Chen Yun lowered her head slightly, and then closed her palm slightly. The holy golden light instantly escaped from the gap between her fingers. The old man who saw this scene also smiled with relief. Although the light-making technique is very simple, such a holy light is not common. Only extremely pious and talented priests can be so close to the holy light of God. Chen Yun, who closed his eyes, also felt the existence of some kind of behemoth. And he is everywhere. As the old man said, Chen Yun could not see his appearance clearly, but when she focused her attention on everything around her, a very strange feeling arose in her heart. Gas, sunlight, temperature, silence. These are all him. There was no grand and sacred entity. She still felt these ordinary things, but her brain could not recognize them as usual. Instead, she regarded them as a whole. And this whole was so huge that she could not understand it, so she could only stare at him blankly. The golden light dissipated. Chen Yun also opened his eyes. The old man smiled and said, How is it, did you see him? Chen Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. Maybe, if I saw him. The old man nodded with satisfaction. The light you created is very sacred. I think you can start learning the complex principles of divine arts at any time. With your talent, you may be able to master the 4th level divine arts in a few months, and you will have a good chance to go to heaven after death. The old man had taught this new student for several months, but she never formally accepted the study of divine arts. Instead, she was immersed in basic theological knowledge. If other students did this, he would be happy that they were down to earth enough. But Chen Yun did too much, wasting her talent and time. In the old man's expectant eyes, she still shook her head. I don't think I'm ready yet. I don't know enough about theology. The old man disagreed. I also started to get in touch with divine arts after studying theology for a long time, but not to your level. Learning divine arts can help you understand God itself. Why are you so resistant? Chen Yun also had his own explanation. I think we should be pious and respectful when treating God. Just as the old man was about to say something, there was a dull knock on the door outside. Then came the voice of a young man. Can I come in? Of course. The old man who heard the visitor immediately stood up and prepared to greet the guest. But before he walked over, the visitor had already opened the door. Standing outside the door was a handsome young man, and behind him stood a beautiful woman who looked like a paladin, who looked like her guard. But the fact was just the opposite. The woman was indeed the youngest paladin of this generation of the church. She had already reached the threshold of the 5th level at such a young age. She could almost be said to be the rising star of the church. But this man who was younger and weaker than her was the most talented diviner of this generation of the church, and he had already broken through to the 5th level many years ago, and was the best of his level. He was the contemporary Pope Lafayette, and following him was Ivany, who had fought with Maine before. "You go out first." Lafayette came in and said directly to the old man, "I talked to Chen Yun." The old man nodded, and then walked out without saying anything. After he left, Lafayette came in, and Ivany closed the door, and stood guard outside, as if they really needed to guard against anyone breaking in here. Under Chen Yun's gaze, Raphael sat down opposite her, and then asked with a smile, "Do you know me?" Chen Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you Pope Raphael?" He smiled and nodded. "We should not have met before, but your brother Ma En and I have some history. He sold me a personal favor some time ago, but now it is hard to say whether he really needs my help." After the duel between Ma En and Ivany, he expressed his gratitude to Ma En for showing mercy, and promised at the time that he would help him say a few words about Chen Yun. And he did so. Although the angels were also stubborn at first, he still successfully persuaded them not to trouble Ma En again, and later it turned out to be an extremely correct decision. "Do you know Ma En?" Chen Yun asked curiously. Raphael smiled and said, "You don't seem surprised that your brother can contact me." Chen Yun said confidently, "I know Ma En. I'm not surprised by anything he does." Raphael nodded. "Then do you know that he challenged the most dangerous false god in the world?" Chapter 631. Chen Yun's heart was slightly lifted. The reason why she was not so nervous was that Raphael's expression did not look like something had happened to Ma En. No matter how much Chen Yun trusted Ma En, she would still worry about him when she heard such news. Because Ma En was her younger brother. "Has he started the challenge?" Chen Yun asked seriously. Raphael explained, "It's over, but my words may be a little inaccurate. It should be that an organization including him challenged the strongest false god representing the sun." "Didn't you hear him talk about this?" Chen Yun shook her head. "I don't usually ask him about these things, and he doesn't want me to worry." Besides worrying, there was no use for her to know these things, and judging from Raphael's current reaction, Ma En should have safely survived this dangerous battle without any accidents. Although she was sure that nothing had happened to Marin, she couldn't help asking when she saw that Raphael didn't continue what he had just said. Raphael smiled and said, "Survived? You should ask his opponent about this question, and the guy can't answer you. Your brother didn't just survive the war, they won an incredible victory. They killed the strongest false god, and put him into a long sleep." Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. It's good that nothing happened." Raphael continued, "To be honest, when I heard about this, I didn't think they could succeed. The whole world got the news when the war started, and at that time, we didn't expect anyone to put Saran to sleep. Both the Federation and the Church have tried to put him to sleep. It is not impossible to defeat this false god, but it is extremely difficult to completely make him leave this world. Anyway, we failed when we tried to do so. The we he mentioned here refers not only to the Church, but also to those high angels, who try to kill this god every few hundred years, but fail every time. It is precisely because of this that Saran has formed a deep friendship with the cherubim, and they have cooperated with each other many times over the years without holding grudges, and the cherubim often turn around and deal with him after the cooperation ends. But Saran doesn't care about this betrayal at all, as if he didn't worry about those angels taking his life. But such a hero was solved by this suddenly appearing secret alliance. It's not just him who can't believe it. I'm afraid almost all the people with abilities in the world are still. I wonder if the secret alliance really put Saran into a deep sleep, or if this is still just a conspiracy of the cunning God King. And although many ability users did not say it, and many were not present, they must still be paying attention to this matter silently, waiting for the impact of this matter to slowly take place. Only a very few top ability users, who are more confident or do not care about the outside world, will not pay attention to this matter. In fact, Raphael thinks that he should have this confidence, but his identity is more special. As the contemporary Pope, the leader of the Holy Church among humans, he has the responsibility to pay attention to Saran's life and death. Because the rise and fall of the gods is related to his return, heaven has tried to kill Saran countless times. Chen Yun also understood what Raphael meant. So it's not just Ma En who's doing this. Is he joining some organization? Raphael nodded. They call themselves the Camarilla, and they look like a very mysterious organization. I guess there must be a lot of people who want to know their identities, but no one knows what their purpose is. At the beginning, there were rumors that they were some kind of evil organization, but now this statement has completely disappeared because they defeated Saran. And your brother is the spokesperson for this mysterious organization. Chen Yun said with some doubts. So will this affect anything in my church? She was asking Raphael about the purpose of his visit this time. After all, Maan was her brother, not Raphael's. She didn't need him to come here and tell her this. Raphael also smiled because she just asked about the purpose of her coming here. He shook his head slightly. No, this matter will not affect anything of yours. You still have to learn divine arts, slowly understand the true God we follow, and execute the destiny he has arranged for you. This is what you have to do. Nothing will change. This is the key point. Chinyun nodded and said with some caution, So you just came to tell me this? She didn't think Raphael was so idle, so she suspected that the Pope wanted to use her to do something to Ma In, and it might not be a good thing. She had already felt the power of hell. Although she knew that the power of hell was not a good thing, she also deeply felt some of the true face of heaven, and knew very well that they were not good people. As she expected, Raphael came here for Maine, who had just solved the King of Gods. Yes, I came here to ask you to do something. Raphael replied, although Maine and the organization behind him killed the sun god, there are still some doubts about this matter. Many people, including me, suspect that this might be a conspiracy, so I want to ask you to do me a favor. At that time, the Angel of Wisdom went to ask Maine for this purpose. However, although she confirmed with her own eyes that Maine was not lying, Raphael still had some doubts about this matter. What do you want me to help you with? Chinyun asked doubtfully. I want to talk to your brother in private. Raphael answered seriously, It's just me and him, and the position is determined by him. I can sign a confidentiality agreement and certificate after I arrive, okay? She was right. Raphael's purpose was indeed Maine. Thinking of you and the angel, Chinyun was also a little worried whether they had any malicious intentions. But she immediately replied, I will tell him. Lathavan was a little surprised by her straightforward answer, because he had specially inquired about the relationship between Chinyun and Ma En before coming. Although Ma En did not show anything to her sister, Chinyun was extremely concerned about her half-brother, which even made some angels dissatisfied. I thought you would be worried that I would harm your brother. You should have gradually understood how cruel the world we live in is. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Chinyun smiled and said nothing. She did not trust Lathavan, but she believed that Ma En would make the right judgment. Chapter 632. 1 month later. Deep underground in a remote suburb of the Southern Federation. Ma En was sitting cross-legged in an empty cave created by telekinesis. The reason he was hiding here was naturally to secretly use the power of Saren. For this purpose, he also made some basic preparations with the help of the Control Bureau, and confirmed through the undercover agent Kania that the Federation's detection tools had consumed energy some time ago. After receiving the news conveyed by Chinyun, he also agreed to meet with the contemporary Pope Raphaven. Although Ma En didn't know him very well, and didn't have a good impression of the church, the situation was still okay when they met last time. And now, he doesn't need to worry and fear whether the church has any conspiracy. After the Camarilla solved the King of Gods Saren, it is estimated that few organizations in this world will easily provoke him. Even if the church really has any interest disputes with him, it will take the lead in communicating with him. Unless the interests involved are much more valuable than Saren's life and death, they will have the possibility of trying to take risks. Otherwise, it is not worth it for them. If the church really wants to attack him for some special benefit, it can only prove that this matter is enough for them to ignore the mysterious secret alliance, and they will attack him no matter what. So out of this last caution, he still set the meeting place in the Southern Federation, and also pushed the time to after he officially used the power of Saren in the Southern Federation to ensure that there would be no accidents. If the church and the angels want to do something at that time, they will deeply realize how difficult it is for the secret alliance to defeat Saren. And now was the first time he used the power of Saren, Sun God V.5, 6.5, to use. When the power of God appeared in the Southern Federation, he felt a warm feeling deep in his body, and then this feeling began to flow out from his internal organs, spreading along the bones and blood vessels to his whole body. When this warmth reached his epidermis, every inch of his submerged skin began to dry and crack with the warmth, and what was exposed was a brand new surface like a star. When Maine completely turned into the incarnation of the sun, his heart no longer beat, but began to rotate in his chest like a star, and other bones and organs had long melted into blazing stars. With the feeling surging from deep in his heart, Maine lowered his head and looked at his feet. Then his soul seemed to be separated from his body, and began to move away from the soil under his feet, quickly passing through thousands of meters of rocks and soil, and returned directly to the ground, and was still rising rapidly. In just a moment, his soul seemed to fly out of the clouds, and the animals and trees covering the vast land turned into black ants that were difficult to see clearly, and soon these individuals began to melt away, either disappearing directly from his sight or becoming part of a larger thing. Then he saw the whole of Orens. He became the sun. He was the sun. In the blink of an eye, the planet that happened to be so magnificent became as small as a bullet. Maine felt that he could easily crush the planet with just a slight stretch of his hand. In his eyes, nothing was important. The planet that accommodates countless humans and powerful creatures is just such a tiny thing. In front of him, it is nothing. And those so-called mortals, Shishao, Federation, Heaven and Hell, he can't even see them. They will be completely swallowed and crushed by this terrible power just by approaching him. These lives have no value, and there is no need for them to exist. No. Even if I am really so great, I shouldn't deny the meaning of the existence of those creatures. If I think so, then what is this star in such a vast universe? Are all things smaller than me nothing, and I am the starting point of valuable things? This is too arrogant. You must know that in the eyes of the entire universe, I am nothing. The difference in size is just the difference in size. Other than that, it is nothing. It can't decide anything. In Ma's cold thoughts, the fiery arrogance began to fade away, and he suddenly fell heavily towards the bullet in front of him like a bird with broken wings. Orens turned into a huge object that was so huge that it suffocated him, but this feeling soon disappeared, because he could no longer use his senses to form a concept of the entire Orens. Only the endless sky and earth remained. Boom! He fell heavily back into his original body. Ma exhaled a deep hot breath. The price of becoming a god king was heavier than he had imagined. When he turned into a star just now, he felt from the bottom of his heart that the tiny planet in front of him was nothing. From that perspective, this also seemed to be the truth. But he still held himself back with cold rationality. After encountering his nature, that kind of almost arrogant arrogance was quickly devoured by the heat, just like encountering the raging fire of the glacier, and then buried deep in his heart again. But even so, Marn couldn't completely eliminate them. He could only suppress this fiery arrogance, and even had to consume a lot of energy to fight it. Fortunately, he couldn't maintain this power for too long. His consciousness should still be able to overcome the changes brought about by this power. After suppressing the arrogance of the sun, Marn also began to patiently and calmly feel the terrible power that had completely merged with him, and tried to establish a connection between it and his mind. The moment he had this idea, the warmth that seemed to have swallowed his whole body also found a new direction in an instant, and instantly rushed to his head that had turned into a star. But they did not stay here, but quickly went to the next place. His soul. Hot. The warmth gradually turned into scorching heat, but Ma, who was bathing in this feeling, did not resist or feel uncomfortable. Instead, he began to feel refreshed, as if it was just hot water for a bath. And this scorching temperature also began to penetrate into his spiritual power. Like a withered tree that had long been blessed with sweet dew, his spiritual power immediately buried itself deeply in this powerful divine power, and madly absorbed this heat. Ma'an's vision gradually became blurred, but at the same time he felt that he was becoming more and more awake, even more awake than when he was awake normally. Then, a hazy voice began to ring in his ears. Chapter 633. Are you okay? After this gentle greeting, the dazzling sunlight pierced Ma'an's eyes, and gradually made him see the environment he was in. The scorching sun was still hanging high in the sky, but the world it illuminated was only a devastated place, with broken ruins of the city everywhere, and all kinds of bodies on the ground. And just in front of Ma'an, not far away, stood a heroic figure that he was already very familiar with. Shinshao was holding a spear, looking at the corpses in front of her with a firm look. It's okay, she replied, they can't touch me. At this time, Ma'an realized that the greeting just now actually came from his body, and now he was not in any free illusion, this was a memory that could not be changed. After realizing this, he also began to observe the surrounding environment. Although there were many broken bodies on the ground around them, Ma'an did not see any blood, and there were strange white spots on the cross-sections of their bodies. Although you are Shishao, you still have to be careful, he said, they can spread directly through the mind. If even you are accidentally replaced by them, we will be completely finished. Shishao said confidently, although their mental patterns are difficult to predict, and they are also looking for ways to fight against me, I have changed my predicted patterns, and they can't get close to me. Now just wait patiently for all the survivors to leave here, and then you can officially implement the sterilization plan. It's also thanks to their core city being under your jurisdiction. He smiled and said, you're welcome. Our intentions are exactly the same as yours. I can't watch humans being replaced by such a weird thing. That's bad for both you and me. And no one except you can kill the 7 fungus kings one after another. Although he was praised, Shishao still looked serious, Even if the sterilization plan is successfully implemented, it can only destroy their mental network between the surface and destroy their ability to reproduce and parasitize directly through the mind, but we can't kill them completely. Their roots have spread all over the underground of many cities. If we kill them directly, countless cities will collapse instantly, and if we show such an intention, it will do the same thing. He nodded. That thing is really too big, no one can kill it in a short time. I also suggest that you simply block its mental communication with the outside world, and then slowly think of a solution. But as long as it is blocked so that it can no longer explode on a large scale through the mind, then its threat to you will be much smaller. I believe you can solve this problem sooner or later. Xiao nodded. The key point is that those infected people who have not yet erupted do not know that they have been replaced by fungi. If the killing plan is directly implemented, tens of millions of people in this world will be killed. But at this moment, Mayan suddenly noticed that Xiao's eyes changed, and he looked up at him. Then she said seriously, "Something is coming." He asked in confusion, "What?" Then Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at the distant horizon. Dense white figures suddenly emerged like a tide. With the vision of this body, he could clearly see their appearance. They were all humans covered with white fluff. At the same time, among this group of white mushroom people, there were some tall figures whose heads had completely turned into mushroom caps, and the necks had turned into long white mushroom stalks. And in this group of mushroom sea, there were 4 white bodies as huge as mountains. They no longer had the appearance of humans. They were like giant fat mushrooms with hands and feet. Xiao's face instantly became serious. 4 mushroom kings. While speaking, Xiao also raised the spear in his hand, aimed directly at one of the giant mushrooms, and then threw it directly at its position. The spear instantly landed on the giant mushroom, and then the blazing flames instantly devoured and submerged it. But the spear did not stop there, but flew to other places. But it was not aimed at the other 3 mushroom kings. In the distance where the spear was aimed again, the mushroom people on the ground began to gather together, and then instantly twisted and gathered into a new mushroom mountain range with a tall mushroom man as the center. The mushroom king just now was reborn through mind movement. At the same time as Xiao took action, Mayan also looked at his body and raised his hand. In an instant, countless mushroom people were crushed into powder by some terrible force, and in a short moment, a clearing with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was created. But as these mushroom people died, mycelium continued to emerge from the ground, and began to repair and create their bodies again. Almost in the blink of an eye, the empty space was filled again. They spent a lot of money, he murmured, and then looked at the other 3 mushroom kings. They were all heading towards Xiao's position. Yes, their target is me. Xiao replied, I saw it. I think they have given up the idea of completely replacing humans. This is their last struggle. They think they can only infect my mind if they want to win. He asked, is there a risk? Xiao nodded, not much, but there is indeed a risk. If the guy underground finds an opportunity, it will take action personally, and it is indeed possible to infect me into one of them. And if it is it that takes action, I don't have the confidence to hold on until treatment. He nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Go quickly, leave this to me. Xiao glanced at him. Okay, but you have to be careful, there are dangers everywhere here. Don't make any mistakes, otherwise you may not be able to leave here safely. But he just smiled. They can't distort my mind, you should understand this. As for the body, I'm not worried about any problems with this body, anyway, I have to replace it with a new one sooner or later. But Xiao still insisted, don't take it lightly, maybe you have made some mistakes. Hearing this, he smiled arrogantly and said, don't worry, the sun will always rise, you go quickly. Xiao nodded slightly, then jumped out of his sight, and seeing this, he turned around and looked at the dense fungi, revealing an arrogant smile. Then, the scorching sun broke through his chest and flooded the entire city. Chapter 634. The light completely drowned Mayan's vision. And at this time, he also completely realized the problem of this memory. Judging from the tone of the speaker and the power exerted, this memory should belong to the Saran, who had just been taken in by him. But although Mayan could occasionally see the arm appearing in his eyes, when he tried to recall the difference between his body and that body, he could not find any difference between them. The more important question is why he saw Saran's memory, and the strange scene in the memory. In Mayan's understanding, Xiao had never cooperated with Saran to fight against any fungal people, and the white mycelium was also very familiar to him. That was the first threat he encountered after waking up. But whether in his own impression or the explanation given by the Abnormal Control Bureau, this kind of fungus that can parasitize and replace humans is not as terrible as in that memory, and it is even less likely to threaten Xiao. Combining these, Ma can also think that this memory obviously does not belong to the current Saran. That was the scene of the old world. So what he recalled was the erased memory of Saran. But this is a new question. Why did he recall Saran's memory instead of his own memory? And how did he get this memory? Although Saran also has a ritual similar to the moon goddess to revive his consciousness, Mon had already solved this problem when he signed the agreement with Saran. Logically speaking, his resurrection ritual would not work on himself. Could it be that this is because the existence form of the gods is very special, so his memory will not disappear with the sleep of consciousness, but will be connected to himself through human consciousness? This seems to be a reasonable explanation, but it doesn't explain why what he saw was not his own memory. You know, he didn't have any knowledge and power of Saran in his mind. Why did Saran's past memory suddenly appear when he wanted to retrieve his own memory? Just when he thought of this, the light finally began to gradually fade. Swish. The girl closed the curtains, then turned around and said to Ma In, "It's better to turn on the lights. Reading in the sun is not good for your eyes." The face was a little childish, but there was a bit of strength that didn't belong to this age, and Ma In was extremely familiar with that face. It was exactly what his sister looked like when she was much younger. "Electricity is not cheap," Ma In said softly. The girl smiled gently. "We still have this money, just don't spend it recklessly." He replied unconvincedly, "You haven't eaten meat these days." The girl interrupted him. "I'm past the age of growing up, and aren't we saving money to let you go to school? If you damage your eyesight, how can you go to school?" Young Ma In completely disagreed with the other party's point of view. "I don't want to go to school at all. I said that as long as you agree, I can easily get enough money for our expenses, and I don't need to rely on studying to make money." Hearing this, Qinyun showed an expression of "I knew it a long time ago," and sighed slightly. Then she frowned and said, "Then is your method legal? You understand that doing bad things is wrong, right?" The boy said unconvincedly, "I can pick bad guys to do it, and—" Qinyun put his hands on his hips and lectured, "Is it really safe to do this? How do you know that you won't be discovered? What if some evil scientist captures you and dissects you? Do you know how many dangers there are in this world? We can support ourselves, and you are not illiterate. Why should we take risks and take shortcuts? Can't you even work hard for a few years?" "No," the boy immediately retorted. Qinyun asked with a puzzled look, "Why is that? Is there anything you want to buy?" The boy paused for a long time before saying with some difficulty, No, if we have money, you don't have to work so hard, and you can also do whatever you want, whether it's going to school or doing anything else." He finished the last sentence with great difficulty. The girl standing opposite understood something in an instant, and then suddenly laughed. "Do you think I'm having a hard time?" The boy nodded. "Of course, and it's obvious that I can easily live a good life." Hearing what he said, Qinyun also walked up to him and sat down, putting her hand on his shoulder. Then she looked into her brother's eyes and said, "If you want to make money for yourself, I might continue to tell you how risky it is, but if you want to help me in this way, I will tell you directly. You don't have to do this. I don't want you to do this. This is my own decision." Looking at her firm eyes, the boy opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Qinyun smiled and said, "If you are worried about me, then you should study hard, get into a good university in the future, and find a good job that allows you to choose what you want to do freely without taking any risks. When that time comes, I will never refuse any of your kindness. But the premise is that you have to accept my kindness now, okay?" Finally, the boy still answered reluctantly, "Okay." And Ma In, who was watching this scene, immediately realized that this memory was also different from Qinyun's memory, because according to the record Qinyun gave him, he should not have told her about telekinesis. But everything except telekinesis can match the record Qinyun had given him. In Qinyun's description, she did come out in advance to bear the family expenses, and there was even a similar conversation in Qinyun's notes. Everyone's memory in this world has gaps, and it seems that Qinyun's memory of himself is also missing the part about spiritual power, which also caused Ma In's doubts. Why in this new world, I didn't tell Qinyun about my spiritual power? Why did Qinyun forget this? This difference is obviously not as much as the changes of Saran and Xiao, and certainly not as much as the 10th king, who has completely disappeared. His existence has been completely erased. So the degree of influence of the unmemorable on all living beings must be different. And if he can figure out the difference in principle, maybe he can understand what the unmemorable did. He may even be able to more or less infer what his problem is. But just as Ma In was looking at this warm scene, someone knocked on the door. Chapter 635. The moment the knock on the door sounded, the whole world fell into a kind of silence. At the same time, Ma In felt his body relax a little, and then he realized. He took over this body. This is no longer a pure memory. Who? Ma-en turned around and looked in the direction of the door, then turned slightly and glanced at Chen Yun. At the moment of silence, Chen Yun, who looked like a girl, turned into a statue as if time had stopped. A vague answer came from outside the door, and then the door was opened directly. Standing at the door was a thin boy, and he had a face that Ma-en was particularly familiar with. He had seen this face several times in his memory. This face without facial features. The faceless boy moved his Adam's apple and mumbled, "Did you take the wrong road?" Ma-en asked with a firm look, "Who are you? Why do you want to stop me from retrieving my memory? If you really have a reason not to let me retrieve my memory, you can tell me directly. I am a very good communicator. As long as you can convince me, I can turn around and leave." The boy shrugged. "You have already experienced it. Remember the last time you and Qiao Yan met, you saw something, and you gave up and went deeper into it? That's why I want to stop you from recalling. I can't say anything, because just going deeper into it will cause problems, which is why you lose your memory. But you have already given up and gone deeper." Ma-en frowned and began to recall the situation when he and Qiao Yan joined forces to enter the dream. At that time, they did not bring any specific memories out, only the vague impression that they agreed to give up their memories. But this phenomenon only appeared when he and Qiao Yan entered the dream at the same time. And that dream was a mixture of his and her memories. Before and after this, there was no similar situation, so Ma-en had never thought that this was the reason why these faceless people wanted to stop him. But this was also a reasonable explanation. Reasonable, but it couldn't convince Ma-en. Because if this was the case, the situation would definitely not be like this now, and the one who came out to stop him would not be this inexplicable faceless man, but the guy who convinced him last time. "No, you are lying." Ma-en made a judgment. "You just want to stop me from going in, but you still don't want to explain the reason, so if I'm right, you are the illusion of the power of the unmemorable in my mind. You represent the power that caused my memory loss, so you want to stop me from moving forward to the depths of my heart." This explanation is much more reasonable than the last one, and it is also the idea that Ma-en has always held. The faceless boy who heard this also fell silent, as if he had no way to refute it. Then he stopped refutation and took a half step back, then suddenly grabbed the door handle and slammed the door. At the same time, Ma-en also focused on the wooden door and instantly projected his telekinesis onto the door. The wooden door turned into powder in the blink of an eye, but the faceless man was no longer behind the door, and a slightly sarcastic voice came from behind Ma-en. "Do you want to see? Then watch enough." Instantly, bright red blood flooded Ma-en's vision, and he immediately felt that the blood was flowing out from the gap between his upper eyelids and eyes, and when he looked out through the bright red, countless broken corpses rushed into the room, like a tide, and then he began to hear a faint sound like a mosquito, but when he focused his attention on it, he immediately distinguished it. It was a miserable scream, and mixed with a cry of begging for mercy. This harsh sound also seized the opportunity for Ma-en to concentrate, and suddenly drilled into the depths of his head along his ear hole, and the corpses pouring into the door frame also took the opportunity to submerge his body. The broken limbs were like living things on him, and then it seemed to grab him, pulling him madly into the depths of the tide, and then pure darkness instantly submerged his consciousness. Just when he was ready to fight back, several hands pushed his back violently. Snap! Ma-en staggered and fell out of the tide of corpses. When he came to his senses, he was already in a dark alley. The two tall walls blocked the bright moon outside, and the street lights near this alley were turned off for some reason. "There is no light here. Hand over all your money." He raised his hand in front of him. Only then did Ma-en see the young woman hiding in the darkness. She was floating in the air, looking at him with a look of fear, and holding a very expensive-looking handbag in her hand. "Hurry up." He put the woman back on the ground. "The things on you are valuable." Ma-en could recall his nervousness and anticipation at the moment. But the moment the woman landed, a terrified scream instantly broke through the quiet alley. At this time, Ma-en could also feel the subtle panic and fear in his heart. At this time, he was more afraid than the woman opposite him, and the emotion of wanting to stop her instantly occupied his mind. He raised his hand and wanted to cover the woman's mouth. Pah! Bright red blood splashed. In front of the extraordinary power, her head was as fragile as a watermelon. He looked at his hands in black gloves in disbelief, and his heart was instantly overwhelmed with fear, regret, guilt, and other emotions. He had no idea how to deal with the situation. These feelings were so real that even Ma-en could hardly deny their existence. This was definitely not an illusion. The boy's voice floated in the alley. "You obviously have the opportunity to start over, but you still don't want to accept the arrangement I gave you. then you must be mentally prepared, because not everything is worth remembering. This is just the beginning. Then Ma felt someone patting his shoulder. Then the moment he turned his head, the intense pain suddenly made him lose consciousness for a short time, and his body was instantly knocked out like a rag doll. The moment he flew out of the alley, the dark night instantly turned into a blue sunny sky. The punch directly knocked him into the next memory. But he didn't even have time to observe the surrounding environment, and his waist was hit again quickly and powerfully. Then the attacker appeared directly in front of him, and Ma had to look at the extremely determined face in fear, and there was righteous anger on her face. That was Shen Zhao's face. The third punch also came. Then he lost consciousness. Chapter 636. The intense pain caused Ma to lose consciousness for a short time. All colors, sounds, and smells disappeared from his neural network at this moment, and his whole head was completely occupied by the intense pain. Until the dazzling industrial white light opened his eyelids again. Awake? An extremely cold voice came from the other side. After Ma raised his eyelids with pain, he first saw his plastered hands, and then he felt pain all over his body, as if he had just been run over by a truck. At this moment, he was sitting at a table made of silver white metal. The dazzling light also came from the metal table lamp on the wooden table in front of him, and there was a middle-aged man, who looked like a federal official sitting opposite the table. Ma moved his hand suddenly. The middle-aged man sneered, "Don't waste your time. Do you think you can do anything just because you have some telekinesis? No one in this world can stop a superpower like you. Now you have learned your lesson, but it's too late." Fear and panic appeared in his chest at the same time. Ma could feel that he had no idea where the guy on the opposite side came from, and he was even more afraid that he couldn't use his ability. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the opposite side also smiled. "Now you understand that you are nothing. No longer think of yourself as a god, and know that there are still things in this world that can control you. Are you finally starting to regret it?" When the other party said this, Ma also felt the emotion of regret surging. "I didn't think about it. This is not what I thought at the beginning," he explained with some difficulty. "It's too late." The middle-aged man interrupted, "You've made a mistake." He closed his mouth. After a short silence, the middle-aged man's words became a little more relaxed. "Although what you did was terrible, we do know that you have indeed gone astray. You can reflect on your actions during this period. When we meet next time, I hope you can truly realize your mistakes." Snap. The desk lamp went out, darkness fell, and then the sharp alarm bell and the flashing dark red light tore through the darkness at the same time, and when Ma used all his senses to pay attention to the surrounding environment, he saw the scene in front of him with the dim red light, the pure white containment room, and the familiar glass. However, the glass was covered with fresh red blood, and there were broken bodies everywhere outside the corridor. The red light representing danger flickered on and off, and the melodious alarm could only be heard by him, who was imprisoned. Then he watched himself press his hand tightly against the glass, and desire and expectation rose in his heart. Wait! When the red light went out again, the crisp sound of glass breaking reached Ma's ears. Then he saw nothing, but he could feel the strong excitement and tension, as well as the force that lifted his body up. He was escaping from here. He escaped from prison. After this thought came to mind, all the noise around him disappeared instantly, and the gentle sunlight flowing in through the gaps in the curtains pulled him back to the small and reassuring bedroom again. The faceless boy standing outside the door also raised his head and said, "Are you satisfied? You like to see the cruel reality with your own eyes, right?" Mayan stared at him straight, without saying anything immediately. The memories just now should be pieced together. They were what he encountered at different stages of his life. He made extremely bad mistakes, was easily subdued by Shen Zhao, and then was arrested. The last scene was the scene of him escaping from the containment room. This scene was completely different from what he had expected, but it was extremely reasonable. After all, he did not have a power called the Abnormal Control Bureau, and the Abnormal Control Bureau always existed independently. So if we continue to think according to these memories, maybe he was just an escaped prisoner, and when the owners of this abnormal entity at that time were slaughtered, he survived, and brought the Abnormal Control Bureau with him. So, he was a bad guy in the past. Because of Qinyun, Ma-En had never thought that he might be a bad guy, but if he really calmed down and thought about it, there was nothing wrong with this possibility. Even if he was evil, Qinyun might be shaken by love, or he might lie, and based on Ma-En's observation of himself after leaving the mental hospital, it was not impossible for him to become a bad guy. If someone said that Shen Zhao was a bad person in the last world, he would definitely quickly regard it as a lie. Because Shen Zhao was standing at the end of the road of kindness and justice at this moment. She was almost the most extreme good person. But he was completely different from Xiao. If it was him, he might have been a bad person in the past, but in Ma's imagination, he should be more like the role of the mastermind, not the prisoner. At the moment when he just got out of the memory, Ma still doubted whether these memories were the other party's lies. But those memories were so close to him, even closer than what normal people could recall. Colors, temperature, smells, sounds, emotions, all rolled in his mind. So real that he couldn't find any reason to escape. Maybe the faceless man disrupted the order of his memories, and reversed the truth through editing techniques. In fact, escaping from prison may not be his last memory, but even so, he once had a bad history. That guy is completely different from him now. If you really get your memory back, the faceless boy said, you will become a person. A very bad and painful guy. You are very happy now. If that's me, I will also remember it. Ma said firmly, even if getting back my real memory will bring serious pain, I will accept the real me. And I believe I can bear it. Not to mention that these memories may have been manipulated. The boy shook his head. Don't you understand yet? I am the protection mechanism of your brain. Learn a little about medicine. I am preventing you from remembering because I have discarded those things for you. This is the best choice for both you and me. It is because you can't bear it, and don't want to accept it that I exist. Ma used his imaginary telekinesis to create a defensive membrane, and then raised his hand to the boy. He said firmly, no, I have my own eyes, and I am not afraid of my past. Just when he tried to tear the house apart with telekinesis, he suddenly felt that he was gently embraced by a pair of soft arms, and he immediately realized that they were the arms of the girl Qinyun. He also immediately prepared to crush the arms with telekinesis. Unfortunately, he was still slow. Ma hesitated and paused for a moment almost instinctively. That was enough. Chapter 637. Pa. Ma fell back to reality heavily. And the moment he saw that he had returned to the cave, he immediately tried to use the power of the sun god and his own mental power to fight against the power that expelled him from his memory. Not moving at all. This was not surprising. After all, Saran did not remember the past, but only realized that the moon god had existed. Even according to his reaction at that time, he might not be able to completely recall the moon god. In the final analysis, the power of the sun god does not include the part of dealing with memory erasure. Saran could sense that the moon god was simply strong enough. Now that he thought about it, he was also delaying time by guiding himself into Saran's memory at the beginning. Those memories might have been thrown to him by the faceless man to consume this power, and thinking of Qinyun in his youth was to make him hesitate for a moment when using telekinesis to fight. Even if Ma was sure that it was just an illusion, and that she and other memories could be torn apart in an instant at a speed that most people would think was the blink of an eye, when Qinyun's illusion was in that room, he would still instinctively pause for an imperceptible moment. After all, as long as he was still a human with flesh and blood, there was no way to avoid this. He still had to rely on reason to tell himself that his gratitude was fake. The faceless man took advantage of the danger he had set up and successfully drove himself out. He was much more cunning and dangerous than the previous times he appeared. Ma didn't know whether this was because he had gone too deep into the memory, or for some other reason, and the memory fragments he obtained seemed to have been edited, which also showed that the other party was still lying. Since the other party is still resisting, he has no reason to believe the scene specially created by the other party. Although relying on the power of the sun god has not been able to completely solve this problem, Ma has not been discouraged and has no intention of giving up. The main purpose of this attempt is to see the reaction of the other party. After learning the reaction of the faceless man, he can make the next move. Yes, the power of the sun god he is using now is not specifically aimed at the ability to erase memory, but there must be a power in this world that can resist this kind of memory erasure, and the Federation must have this kind of ability. He does not need to obtain the same level of counterattack ability as the sun god power. Even the memory erasure counterattack ability of 5.1 is definitely better than the current sun god power in this regard. After all, the latter is professional. So now his problem becomes how to obtain this rare abnormal power. But in fact, this is no longer a problem for him. Because he now has 5.5 solar power, Main's second purpose this time is to test whether the solar power can work normally. According to his feeling over the past 10 minutes, this power is not only effective, but also strong enough to find a way to obtain the 5th level anti-memory erasure power. Now all he needs to do is find a reason to trade the corresponding ability with the Federation or other forces. As for the bargaining chips, Main, who has already obtained the top level ability, can always find them. It just so happens that Shadow also said that he would meet him on behalf of the Federation, But there is one thing to do before going to find him. He has already made an appointment with Rafivan. The next day, in the suburbs of the Southern Federation. An ordinary cabin sits in the deserted suburbs, dozens of kilometers away from the nearest town, and not next to any natural environment such as forests or lakes. In other words, there are neither the eyes and ears of the Federation nor the bodies of natural gods. This is a relatively safe meeting place. Several rays of light flashed in the air not far from the house, and then the young Pope came out, but he first released a few divine arts again, and then came to the door of the cabin. He reached out and touched the door handle, and then he realized that the door was not locked. Raphael opened the door and walked in. Welcome. Marn was sitting on a chair in formal clothes, and tea was prepared on the table in front of him. The young Pope nodded slightly to him, and sat down in front of Marn, but he did not immediately get into the main topic of the day, but took out a contract from his arms, and placed it on the table. This is proof that I came here alone, and I hope we can keep this conversation confidential. Of course you can share our conversation with your fellow members of the Camarilla, but you can't leak it to anyone else, and I won't tell anyone. Mon immediately lowered his head, and looked at the contract on the table. The various regulations on it were very detailed. It was a very formal and standardized contract. Neither party could use this contract to do anything. There were cunning guys who used similar contracts before. Through the rule that the signatory cannot reveal the content of the conversation, others could not reveal to others what they already knew or were about to know. But this contract has been changed for many years, and the details of various conditions are already very late. Now only contracts used for fraud will have such problems, and the content of this contract is also very normal. So the problem is not here. This is a contract of hell. Ma-En looked at the other party with some surprise. If I remember correctly, you should be the leader of the contemporary Holy Church. Raphael smiled. To be precise, the leader of the church in the mortal world, but it is because I am a member of the Holy Church that I brought the contract of hell, because hell will definitely not favor me. Ma-En asked curiously, so you can also sign a contract? Will heaven have any objections? After seeing the contract, Ma-En also had some more ideas in his mind. Now he is bound by the contract. Raphael also said with a smile, of course they would mind, so we have to sign a confidentiality agreement, and you may not understand that although we church members cannot sign contracts at will, some angels often do so. Because although the contract itself comes from the power of hell, it actually represents the devil, and it is also a kind of standing on the opposite side of the devil. In fact, the appearance of the contract is inseparable from some angels in heaven. The appearance of the devil is the same. Ma-En pretended to be puzzled and asked, but this power itself still represents the hell that is opposed to you, isn't it? Raphael nodded and explained enthusiastically, yes, but hell is not the same as the devil. Although hell was originally the origin of the devil, after all, hell is dead. He is not a real living thing, he is already half dead. So in our opinion, his power can also be used. The same is true for the destined returner. Chapter 638. After getting Raphael's explanation, Ma-En also signed the contract. After hearing Raphael so easily say that the devil and the contract were made by the angel, Ma-En also thought of what he had been looking for, a way to completely resolve all the contracts. In fact, the contract is not completely without a way to cancel. The most basic method is that as long as both parties agree, it can be directly canceled through an intermediary. If the standard contract provided by the check and balance is used, it may be more complicated, but there is still a way to solve it. But in this matter, the contracting party with him is the Federation, and it is obvious that the Federation cannot agree to cancel the contract in any case, unless he has a terrible power that can suppress the Federation. In that case, he naturally does not need to find a way to cancel the contract. In addition, there are some rumors that some devils in hell have the way to cancel or bypass the contract, but in those stories, those who tried to cancel the contract with the devil eventually achieve their goals in a way they did not want. Considering that the Federation is willing to use the hell contract to make peace with themselves, they probably don't worry about these. In fact, this statement is reasonable. The contract itself is something that the devil created when he got rid of the essence of hell. It is the result of their transformation from demons to devils, so they must be the group most familiar with this power, but Maine does not think that he can solve the federal transaction by trading with the devil. If any devil can do this, they will definitely not be afraid of me with the power of the Sun God, and will definitely use my needs to calculate me, and Maine also has his own way. As long as he can find some abnormal entity that can represent the contract, he can temporarily expel the influence of the contract from this world by containing it, and exert a feasible influence on it. In fact, the hell contract itself is not an abnormal entity that is particularly suitable for containment. It is not some magical power that can be easily used. It is more like a complex mechanism that has been fixed, and there is no need to contain it. Ma can use this mechanism to sign a contract with others, so there is actually no special meaning in containing it. Unless he wants to violate the contract that has been signed. And this is why he recruited the little devil. He wants to find out what the contract is. There are many opinions on this in the abnormal world now, and there is a very important point that the contract is no longer a simple derivative of the power of hell, but a kind of individual that already exists independently. In other words, he does not need to find a way to contain the entire hell, and it is possible to contain the contract. So before Raphael formally raised his question, Ma'an raised his own question first. By the way, you should have no way to deal with the contract. Ma'an deliberately pretended to be worried that Raphael would break the contract. Raphael immediately said, "Absolutely not. I can sign the contract now to make sure I am not lying, or you can prove it in other ways if you want." Maine expressed his doubts. "Sorry, after all, you mentioned that the contract is related to your angels." Raphael also felt Maine's doubts and concerns. He was not surprised by Maine's thoughts. After all, among the fifth-level entities active in human society today, the cherubim can be regarded as the most cunning and insidious ones. Even the cunning Saran is far inferior to her in this respect. In Rafivin's opinion, Saran is more like a wise and decisive king, but cherubim is a complete conspirator. Compared to the brave and resourceful Saran, cherubim will not take action if she can. And she is the mastermind behind the birth of the devil, so it is reasonable for Marn to suspect that heaven and the churches have something related to the power of the contract. Logically speaking, if there is a loophole in the power of the contract, it will definitely be secretly controlled by several major forces including heaven and the Federation. But they do not have this power. I understand your idea, Raphael explained, but the contract itself is not in our hands. It is precisely because we are sure that no one can affect the operation of the contract that we promote its use. Ma'an asked curiously, "Even the devil can't affect it?" Raphael nodded. When the cherubim cooperated with the demons, who had not yet become the original demons, they had already determined that this thing would not be controlled by anything, otherwise the demons would not agree to cooperate. Ma'an then asked in depth, "So is this contract a concept or an entity?" This is actually not that important to him. As long as he knows enough, he can contain it through special methods. After all, the two gods he has contained recently have no entity. Raphael paused when he heard this question, and did not answer immediately. Obviously, he did know something about it, and it was not something that everyone knew. Just when Raphael was thinking about what to say to Maine noticed this and took the initiative to change the subject. "By the way, what do you want to see me about this time?" After hearing this, Raphael acted as if the question just now had not appeared, and immediately said seriously, "I was also there when you solved Saren. To be honest, I thought Saren would still be the winner as before, because in my opinion, if Shishao is left out, few people can defeat him in the Southern Federation." Maine said modestly, "We have a solar eclipse ritual to suppress Saren." Raphael smiled and said, "But it can only last for a few minutes. I also feel your suppression of him, but I also know that the power in Saren's body is not just what he shows. He is an ability user who is extremely not afraid of suppression of power. I have been extremely confident since I came into contact with the magic of the gods. I was even a little arrogant before I learned about the existence of Shishao. I almost thought I was the brightest star of the future. Although I am now very convinced of Shishao, I still have enough confidence to say that I am one of the strongest humans besides Shishao, but I am not sure that I can defeat him in such a short time. I can't imagine how you won, and those angels must think so too. Remember the cherubim and seraphim who went to find you at that time? To be honest, I know they even suspected that you did not defeat Saran, but just cooperated with Saran to act and deceive them." Ma'an asked, "So you are here to confirm this again and again?" Raphael nodded. "Yes, but do you know why we care about whether Saran is dead or not?" Chapter 639. "Is this related to your gods?" Ma'an asked curiously. Raphael nodded. "Yes, you should have heard of the prophecies of the destined returner. These prophecies do have the terrible power you imagine, and they do have to do with whether he can return to this world he created. Although the prophecies of the destined returner did not mention the life and death and existence of these gods, in fact, the theological community now generally agrees that putting these gods into a deep sleep is also one of the prophecies we need to complete. Because although he did not mention these gods, his silence itself is deafening. He did not mention the gods because the gods do not exist at all. The destined returner is the only god. And if they want to make this a reality, they have to let all the gods fall asleep." Mon also understood what he meant. So in fact, You also hope that Saran is really asleep, but you are also worried that this is a conspiracy set up by him and need to deceive you into making a wrong decision. Rafivan replied, yes, although the cherubim thinks she has confirmed this, I still have the obligation to ask you. After hearing this, Maine also confirmed his guess that the other party really needed him, which was why he just changed the subject, and it might also be the reason why Rafivan hesitated. And Maine also said enthusiastically, I can sign a contract to ensure that Sirain will sleep, but to be honest, a member of the Secret Alliance is a little curious about the contract I just mentioned. After learning that I want to see you, he specifically told me to ask about this matter. If you are willing to tell me about the contract, I can help you sign a contract. This is not a particularly excessive request, especially for the current Secret Alliance. So Ma-En didn't think that Rafuin would refuse. But the young Pope did not immediately agree to Ma-En's seemingly generous proposal. He also knew that this condition was not a problem for both parties at present, and he did not doubt that Ma-En had any special purpose. But none of this matters. Rafuin suddenly said, if I feel correctly, you should have a good relationship with your sister. Hearing this, Ma-En also frowned slightly, not knowing what Rafuin wanted to say. Yeah, what's wrong? He acted very indifferent. But Rafuin knew that he didn't really care. You haven't mentioned Chen Yun to the outside world many times. If I'm right, you should want to protect her, right? Ma-En asked back, does she need my protection? Isn't she your saint? Rafuin smiled and asked, do you understand what a saint is? This made Ma-En cheer up. He showed an expression of listening carefully. What is it? Raphael said seriously, saints are messengers of the destined returners, agents of the Lord among humans, and angels of the future. There is a reason why they were chosen. All saints have the same characteristics. That is, they are extremely suitable to carry the power of the destined returners, or to be more precise, it is the power of reality twisters. His words surprised Marn a little, because these church members did not admit that the destined returners were reality twisters. They often claimed that reality twisters were just inferior imitations of the destined returners, or said that reality twisters were created by him beyond the limitations of time. Seeing that Marn's interest was aroused, Rafuin continued, a long time ago, beings like your sister were called plastics, and they were extremely easily influenced by reality twisters, and could be easily swayed by the ideas of reality twisters. You may think that this feature is nothing, but in fact, plastics are also extremely magical. Although they are extremely dependent on the existence of reality twisters, they are often miserable when they encounter evil twisters. They will be completely transformed and twisted in mind extremely cruelly, and reshaped into a brand new individual. Hearing this, Marn immediately thought of the destined returner and his angels. Ian's deeds have proved that the minds of these creatures are all bound by the destined returner, and are all his slaves. Rafuin did not realize what Marn was thinking, and if the reality twisters want to do something evil to them, those evils will also befall these poor guys in a way that is completely in line with their imagination. Many times, even the reality twisters may not notice their omnipresence, because their influence on all mankind will also take effect on them. If a reality twister tries to make all of humanity feel a little depressed, these plastic beings will probably be tortured by terrible despair, and try to commit suicide in an instant, and my case is just a mild one. And those truly terrible things, I don't even want to imagine. Needless to say, Marn can also imagine how pitiful these creatures, who are easily transformed by the will of reality twisters, will be. The worst imaginations always exist in the minds of humans, but no one usually pays attention to them. And the shapers and reality benders can make them become reality. Rafuin continued, fortunately, not all reality benders are good at influencing others, such as Shishao. Although I think she is also good at influencing others, this has nothing to do with her reality benders. She relies on herself to influence others, and she bends her own reality. At the same time, if these shapers meet the right reality benders, there will be a wonderful chemical reaction. Many ordinary shapers have become geniuses in the corresponding fields after following their reality benders. For example, there is a king who does not know that he is a reality bender. He has never shown any extraordinary power in his lifetime, but he has an invincible general and a guard who is like a god. Later, we found out through research that these two people are shapers. And in fact, you may have seen shapers of this era, because all the six-winged angels that appeared after the departure of the destined returners are shapers, and there are also two shapers among the current big demons. We have been fighting with hell for them over the years. Normally, these plastics would find some reality twisters to follow under the influence of their physique, but it is we who have been looking for them for the past few thousand years. We also forged the so-called saints. At this time, Ma-En understood why Chen Yun could become a high-level demon so quickly. She turned into a demon, so quickly that it was as if hell was waiting for her to hate her at all times, and she completed the transformation extremely quickly, and also gave Qin Yun a particularly strong power. But Ma En, who understood this, gradually realized the severity of the situation. Chapter 640. Although what Raphael said was not good news for Ma En, he was not in a hurry at the moment, because since Raphael mentioned this to him at this moment, he probably wanted to use it as a bargaining chip for trading. In the past, Ma En also knew that there was a problem with the saints, and his original strategy for dealing with this matter was to delay. Because he had no idea what these angels thought of the saints. But these angels did not seem to plan to do anything so quickly. But the most important thing was that he did not have enough power and bargaining chips. So he did not show the idea of solving Qin Yun, in order to prevent stimulating these angels to do something irreversible in advance, but since Raphael mentioned this, he could not continue to delay. But Ma En was not anxious or worried, because Raphael and the mention of the saints also meant another thing. "Do you have anything to say?" he asked very cooperatively. Raphael nodded. "I can assure you that you may find it difficult to accept what these angels want to do to Qin Yun. Although your victory over Saren is enough to make them more afraid of you, it is far from enough. As long as you have contact with them, it is not difficult to find that these angels have problems in their brains. You should have heard that all reality twisters are crazy, and they are all created by reality twisters. If you ask me, they are just an idea that escaped from the brain of a madman." Ma En looked at him with some surprise. Raphael actually bluntly called the destined returners madmen. The young pope continued as if he didn't notice Main's eyes. "No one can be sure what these crazy things will do next. These angels are not like any opponents you have ever encountered. They are not afraid of death or anything else. So strictly speaking, your sister is in danger now, because as long as they suddenly get interested, they will transform your sister into their kind, which also means that she will leave you forever." After saying that, he raised his hand and drank a sip of tea on the table, looking at Maine slightly. Maine did not disappoint his expectations, and asked directly, "So you have a way to help me solve this problem?" Raphael smiled. "Yes, you are really a smart person. I can become her divine teacher through some means, and quietly take care of her for you in the church. As long as this is done, the angels will not be able to act at will. Even if they really want to do something, I can delay them and notify you. Don't think this is a simple thing. They hardly care about any human thoughts, including powerful organizations like you who can solve Saran. What angels care about cannot be understood by humans. But I am indeed one of the few humans they care about." Raphael's answer did not surprise Ma En, but it made him wonder. What is his purpose? Ma En also asked this question directly. "So what do you want?" Seeing that Ma En was really asking this question seriously, Raphael was a little relieved. He was afraid that Ma En really didn't care about Qin Yun that much. Although he felt that Maine was not that kind of person based on the few times he had met him, he still couldn't be sure of his judgment when he thought of Maine's actual performance in dealing with various things. But after hearing this question, Raphael felt that his judgment was at least 70% correct. He said seriously, "I just said that the angels want to confirm whether Sarain is dead or alive, and I also need to confirm this matter." "That's it?" Maine looked at him puzzled. If that was all, he only needed to talk about the contract, and there was no need to do this. Sure enough, Raphael also answered directly, "Of course it's not just that. In addition, I need you to promise me something. Putting Sarain into a deep sleep is only the first step in realizing the prophecy. If we want to truly realize the prophecy that the destined returner has never said, we must completely solve all the pagan gods. This also includes the god of thunder and the god of fire, so when the angels come to you for help, I hope you can refuse them." Ma En raised his eyes slightly. "Reject?" Seeing his puzzled expression, Raphael also explained with a smile, "Yes, let's put it this way, although the church and heaven are both devout servants of the destined returners, we actually belong to two completely different systems, and there is no superior-subordinate relationship between us. It's just that the church and heaven have been relatively close in the past few years, but the situation is different for me. I am the most talented diviner in the past 2,000 years, and my views on my Lord differ from those of the angels. To put it simply, those angels and I are more like competitors than companions, so I offered to help your sister Qin Yun because I don't want to see them have new colleagues. I have my own plans for the church." After hearing his explanation, Ma En showed a thoughtful look. Although Raphael was eager to hear Ma En's answer, he still pretended to be calm and turned his head slightly, raised his teacup again and took a sip, and patiently waited for Ma En's reaction. If he proposed Qin Yun as a bargaining chip, because he believed in Ma En's love for his sister, Then he dared to make this suggestion directly because he trusted Ma-En's identity as a former member of the Salvation Alliance. Needless to say, Xin Shao did not like them, nor did he expect a return of the same kind as the destined returner. So when she was active, those six-winged angels were extremely low-key, fearing that they would attract the attention of this powerful reality twister, but after they learned how to get along with Xin Shao, she did nothing. Therefore, Raphael also believed that Ma-En, who had lurked in the Salvation Alliance and helped them complete the armistice agreement with the Federation, also had the same views as Xin Shao on the matter of the destined returner. Okay. Ma-En nodded slightly. I won't ask your purpose, and you don't need to explain. Just take care of Chen Yuan, and don't let her fall into the hands of the angels. But in this case, you need to tell me about the contract, because the decision to reject the angels should be made by the entire Camarilla. If I want to print it privately, I must give my companions a reason. This incidental request should not be too much. Raphael nodded. Okay, then let's sign the contract. Although he didn't understand why Ma-En insisted on this, nothing is strange in this world, and this news happened to be a small matter that was a secret to everyone else, but the leaders of the church and heaven knew it. After signing the contract, Raphael said, the contract and the devil are essentially forces separated from hell, and in order to make it independent of this reality twister, it must have an entity, although this entity may have new changes in the future. But now it is on the balancer, or it is the contract itself. Ma-En blinked. This is really good news. Chapter 641. For Ma-En, the fact that the body of the contract is now in the balancer is extremely good news, because in this way, he can contain the special abnormal item of the contract in a very simple way. He just needs to catch the balancer. But this matter is obviously not as simple as it sounds. Although according to the information Ma-En knows, Saran, who is also at the top of the 5th level, is stronger than the balancer. This is the case in the Southern Federation, and he is not the complete Saran now. So now he can only be considered to have a chance to defeat the balancer, but it is still not easy to achieve this. Of course, he can also find some allies like he did with Saran. The balancer must have many enemies, such as the demons who have a grudge against the devil, and various different strong men. Of course, this is actually the worst way. Ma-En naturally thought of a simpler and more reasonable way, which is also the way he took some time ago. He can make a deal with the balancer. You have to know that the Hell contract is not the only form of agreement in the world. The Titans have the Golden Oath. The contract is just the most accepted and easiest to use among these forms of agreement. However, before proposing a deal, he also has to understand the character of this balancer, and figure out how the contract exists in his body, and whether temporary containment can solve the problem of the contract. If not, he has to consider containing the contract forever, and doing so will definitely cause chaos in the whole world, so he can only act after he is sure to rescue Xin Shao. If Xin Shao is free, then this chaos should not be a big deal. He already had an idea of what to do after rescuing Xin Shao. When he was first hunted by the Federation, he deeply realized what was wrong with the world. The various things that happened next strengthened Man's view, and he had gradually formed a rough plan in his mind. Rescuing Xin Shao was just the beginning. After she broke free, Ma-En would rely on the Control Bureau to join forces with her to completely solve the problem of her lack of helpers of the same level, and imprison several top-level 5th-level ability users, while the world was not reacting, creating a terrorist organization out of thin air that no longer had to fear any abnormal forces. Ma-En had not considered the possibility that Xin Shao would refuse to join forces with him, because he knew how to make Xin Shao stand on his side forever. All he had to do was decide to help Xin Shao save the world. In that way, she would see that cooperating with him could save the world. As long as they can cooperate, Ma-En estimates that no one in the known civilized world can fight against Xin Shao who is in league with him. At that time, not only will the world not be destroyed, but he will probably also get unprecedented security. He and all human beings will be protected by the all-round strength in Xin Shao. And whether he wants it or not, he will gain extremely terrible power in this cooperation. But before that, he still has to accumulate strength. And now the most urgent thing for him to do is to find a way to get the abnormal items that can make him recall the past, and this depends on his next negotiation with the Federation. And he also has what the Federation wants. Although he just signed a contract with Raphael not to help the angels completely put the gods to sleep, helping the Federation and the Titans to connect is not included in this. Because the Federation did not intend to destroy the gods, they wanted to control the gods. When the spokesperson of the Camarilla, Marn, and the contemporary Pope Raphael had just finished the transaction, an uninvited guest arrived in a seemingly ordinary corner of the Southern Federation. In the reception room of the Deluo branch of the Eastern Federation Security Company. The young woman in a black suit had a standard polite smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. K, we have understood your needs." The man sitting opposite her was wearing a black robe with a hood, and his whole body was hidden in the clothes. He did not tell the members of the Eastern Federation Company about his identity, and they could only call him by a code name. And the reason why he was so careful was that he was afraid of being discovered. After all, there are other selves in this world now. "Is there any problem?" Victor asked. Unlike what Walter thought, he had actually been to the surface in the past, and had asked the Eastern Federation Company to investigate other selves, secretly preparing to get rid of those disgusting clones of himself. And this is why he insisted on coming to the surface. He actually doesn't care whether Maine is willing to help them deal with the gods. If he hadn't made a golden oath, he wouldn't ask for their information now. Walter is not so easy to fool. The woman looked at him and said, "The information you want is the information of the Federation in Maine. The former is the most dangerous force in the world, and the latter has been in the limelight recently. His information is not so easy to get. We have only cooperated with you a few times at a relatively low price." "I am a little uncertain." Victor sneered. "I heard that you can do anything as long as you have money. My understanding should be correct." The woman kept a doll-like smile on her face and nodded slightly. "Of course, as long as it is currency, the gold you gave me before will also be fine." Victor said, "That's no problem. I still have thousands of times more gold on me." After hearing this, the woman immediately reached into her arms and directly took out a document and handed it to Victor opposite her. Victor also noticed that the document was not in the other party's arms just now. "This is the contract. Please take a look." Victor took the contract, looked at it for a few seconds, picked up the pen on the table, and signed it directly. "You just mentioned that this Maine has been in the limelight recently. Did he do anything?" The woman nodded. "Yes. Isn't it said recently that he and his secret alliance solved the King of the Gods, Saren? Many organizations, including ours, are investigating this organization that appeared out of thin air, wanting to know where they came from. But now we have no information, so we can only focus on Maine, the spokesperson of the secret alliance." Victor nodded slightly after hearing the news. No matter how they viewed Maine, Saren's death was a good thing for them. Although Victor, as a Titan, did not regard the gods as the most important thing, he would be very happy if all the gods fell into a deep sleep. However, the words of the Eastern Federation employee opposite him also made him a little confused. Shouldn't it be the Camarilla and Shin Shao who solved the problem of Saren together? The smile on the woman's face was still like a mask, but there was a little more doubt in her eyes when she looked at Victor. "If I'm not mistaken, Shin Shao didn't take action, right? I didn't do any heavy work, and my waist was injured again. I give up." Chapter 642. "What?" Victor asked in surprise. Although he heard about Shinshi's situation when he came to the ground last time, and knew that her condition was rather special, Victor did not doubt Maine on this point. After all, Saren's sleep was a fact. Besides her, who else could deal with the King of the Gods? Seeing his doubts, the young woman also explained, "At least according to our intelligence, only the Federation played some not-so-important help. The ones who fought Saren should be Maine, and the members of the secret alliance he represented, and no one else we know of intervened." Victor's expression became extremely serious when he heard this. If Shishao did not make a move at all, then did he take out Shishao just to convince these Titan Kings who did not take him seriously? Looking back now, the oath that Maine made at that time was only to let Saren sleep, and did not mention that he would definitely let Shishao complete this matter. At that time, he should not have planned to really let Shishao take action. In other words, when Maine first came to them, he had the confidence to deal with Saren. Thinking of this, Victor was somewhat glad that Walter held him back and did not let him confront Mon head-on, because he knew very well that even with the help of Titan, Saren would definitely not be easily defeated. Mon must have a top-level 5th-level ability user behind him. "Don't you have any specific information about this secret alliance?" Victor asked. The woman reached into her arms and took out a new file out of thin air and handed it to the other party. "This is all the information we have about this organization, but the price of this information is not expensive, because in fact we don't have any specific information, and almost all the content is semi-public. There are only a few things we can be sure of now. Maine is the spokesperson of this organization. Apart from him, there has only been a psychic who we don't know about. And this organization surfaced because Maine encountered difficulties from the Federation at that time, so he had to expose the existence of the Camarilla to force the Federation to retreat. In the end, it was the members of this organization who solved the Saren incident alone." Victor flipped through the thin papers in his hand. There was indeed no important information on them. They were mainly the time and place of various events, as well as the analysis report of the Eastern Federation Company. However, because there was not much information itself, they could not analyze anything. These are the other information you want. According to your requirements, they are all paper documents. The woman had a thick stack of documents in her hands. Victor placed his hand directly above the information, and then a blue light lit up in his palm, and then all the contents in the file were recorded in the storage module in his mind. However, to his surprise, the contents recorded in these files far exceeded the scale at first sight. It seems that the technological level of these humans is slightly higher than he imagined. After carefully confirming that there were no mistakes or omissions, Victor said directly, "These can be destroyed." At the same time, he also began to look at the information about the Federation in Marne. The content of the former was extremely trivial, because the Federation itself was an extremely bloated behemoth, and he did not specifically ask for any information, so the Eastern Federation Company took out all the cheap information it could find. However, although Victor did not ask, they still emphasized the division of power in the Federation. After seeing the names and positions of many 5th level ability users, he completely gave up the naive idea of confronting this organization head-on. Even if there were 13 more Titan Kings, they would not be able to go to war with this Federation. So if he wants to get rid of his other clones now, he must convince Walter to directly start the extermination plan for all mankind and stop thinking about liberating those flesh and blood bodies. Because liberating flesh and blood bodies is much slower than exterminating humans, and Shishao may not always be subject to the Federation as it is now. If her prophetic ability is not completely liberated, then even if Walter's plan to liberate flesh and blood bodies succeeds a long time later, it may be stopped by Shishao and the Federation together. Moreover, exterminating humans is much simpler than liberating flesh and blood bodies. Even if the problem of Shishao is not considered, the possibility of failure of the latter is already very high. These flesh and blood bodies have melted together with human souls. It is almost impossible to separate them, not to mention that if they successfully make all the gods fall into eternal sleep, then Walter may even want to liberate the flesh and blood bodies while retaining the human souls. In this regard, Walter is an extremely weak guy. If they failed to successfully liberate their flesh and blood bodies, or if they did not need to sacrifice the human souls when liberating their flesh and blood bodies, then the other victors would definitely survive. He must kill them. In addition to not wanting these clones to live in such an ugly form, Victor did this for another very important reason, that is, he was very worried that these clones would try to kill him. He did not like himself, and Victor knew this very well. In many cases, other selves can live in harmony with their clones, but deep down they must still hope that all their other selves will die. They all hope that there will be only one Victor. So Victor is also worried that they will do something to him. In his memory, the original self has actually deeply realized that the one who will live next is not the current him. So when he created so many clones, he did not worry that his clones would kill each other. The original Victor felt that only the consciousness that survived to the end was qualified to represent him. Narcissistic bastard, but he was right. So the problem is how to make Walter agree to directly exterminate humans. While thinking about this problem, he also saw Mon's intelligence. Unlike the Federation, Mon's intelligence directly focused on his experience, and he immediately realized something as he looked at it. That is, Mon and the Federation are not harmonious, and there have even been many serious frictions. He now has to find a way to change Walter's mind, but he also needs to know the Federation's views on this matter and Mon's true thoughts. Very good, these are what I want, and I will come back to you if I need it. He nodded to the young woman opposite. The woman nodded slightly and said, "Okay, if you need other services, we can also provide them. The most important business of our company is still various security operations, and eliminating threats is the best security operation. As long as there is money, we can do anything." Victor also noticed her stiff smile at this moment. It was like a mask. Chapter 643. Western Federation, St. Cagrin Cathedral. Raphael stood and listened to the old voice coming out of the wooden door, raised his hand and knocked on the door, then pushed the door and walked in. The old man who was teaching theology and Chen Yun, who was concentrating on studying, were both startled by Raphael's sudden intrusion, and looked at the Pope, who broke in without saying hello with some surprise. And this time, Raphael, who broke in without asking, was not idle either. The moment he walked into the door, his eyes crossed between them very secretly, and he also noticed their reactions. When he saw him suddenly break in, although the old man did not show it, there was still a bit of panic in the depths of his eyes. At first glance, it seemed that he was frightened by his sudden opening of the door. But Raphael knew that he was frightened by his decision to suddenly open the door. Because normally, he would only do this under special circumstances, such as finding some problems with the other party and preparing to arrest him and hand him over to the court of justice. As for why he was worried, Raphael didn't care at all. Qin Yun's reaction was more interesting. There was only surprise in her eyes, without any fear, but there was a bit of curiosity and vigilance in her expression, as if she had already thought that she might bring bad news, but she could still deal with it calmly. Raphael looked at Qin Yun first and said, "I will teach you divine arts in the future." After saying this, he looked at the old man. "You can go." Faced with the sudden transfer, the old man opened his mouth in a trance. The six-winged angel who chose him to teach the saints was no less than the Pope. According to the process, this position should be revoked by the angel. But in the end, he shut up. Not everyone has the courage to refute the Pope's decision in person. After watching him walk out of the room silently, Raphael first raised his hand and cast a few magic spells, and then looked at Qin Yun, who was still sitting calmly in his original position, and didn't seem to be in a hurry to know the changes in front of him. "I have met your brother." Qin Yun naturally knew that this was the reason why Raphael suddenly came here. In fact, Raphael was right. When he just came in, Qin Yun also considered that the other party might have bad intentions. But she didn't worry about her own safety. After all, Ma En had just met him. And she had the courage to face all kinds of bad things a long time ago. "Is this related to me?" Qin Yun showed a curious expression. Raphael nodded. "Next, I will be responsible for teaching you divine arts. This is what your brother asked for. In addition to being your teacher, I am also your protector in the church. And speaking of this, you should be able to think of a question, right?" Qin Yun did not disappoint him. "The question is, why do I need protection?" Raphael nodded. "Very good, you have a good understanding. I remember when I came last time, you said that you should study theology first, and then study divine arts. This is very good. I was the same way back then. For geniuses, the time spent on laying a good foundation is nothing at all. But if it is from your superior teacher, you can't learn what you really need to know." Qin Yun looked at him with a sharp gaze. "What do I need to know?" Raphael slightly sternly said, "You should now understand the simplest truth, that is, even if we believe in the same God, we will still have various differences and struggles within us, and the church and heaven can be regarded as two camps. Of course, we are not enemies who will never give up, but we do have frictions, and the saints used to be in the heaven camp, so I want to pull you to our side. And your brother agrees with this." Qin Yun also immediately thought of something. "And this way, you can actually win over my brother." The young Pope showed an admiring look. "Smart, but this does not mean that you are not important. Although you may not be as good as me, as a saint, you must have a strong talent for divine arts, and you don't actually need to understand the principles of divine arts. You are like a bridge between him and the world. And here I will also say something that many people don't understand. Divine arts are actually different from the power of angels. They are two different ways for the destined returner to influence the world. Angels are his creations, and it can almost be said that he has the most direct influence on our world, while divine arts are the methods we slowly explored after the establishment of the church. It is the way for us humans to communicate with him. That's why our understanding of him is completely different from that of the angels. You can learn the details slowly in the future. You just need to know that if you join us, you may conflict with the angels. I have explained the situation to you. Now you can answer me. Are you willing to join the church? Or do I need Ma En to explain the reason to you?" Qin Yun replied, "I will send him a message to confirm, as long as this is really his idea." Raphael asked, "Don't you want to know why?" Qin Yun looked at him and said, "I do want to know, but it won't affect my decision." Raphael nodded. "You have a strong belief, which is a good thing for a believer." When he said this, there was a knock on the door. Then came Ivani's voice, "La, the angels are coming." "I know." Raphael replied immediately, then raised his hand and cast a few spells again, then looked at Qin Yun and said solemnly, "They are a little dissatisfied with your decision, but you don't have to care about it." Even if he didn't have the power to recruit and protect Qin Yun without authorization, doing so would definitely attract those high-ranking six-winged angels to trouble him, and it would not be easy to deal with. But even so, it was still worth it. The reason why Raphael did this was naturally not that he really cared whether there were more Qin Yuns in his camp, although the change in this force might have a significant impact on the church's structure in the future. But he didn't take this matter to heart at all, because he didn't care about anyone. It didn't matter who Qin Yun stood behind. And what he said to Marin was not entirely true. He did not want the angels to destroy the remaining gods, but he did not want to compete with them for the credit. Raphael had no intention of letting the gods die. Stopping the angels was his motive. And what he really wanted to stop and delay was also very obvious. That was the return of the destined returner. Chapter 644. Anomaly Control Bureau, Corridor. Kanaya is here. Qinlan looked at Ma En in front of her and said, but she seems to be a little concerned about the promise we made to her at that time. After all, she has been helping us for free during this period, and there is no contract to constrain us to execute the promise. It is normal for her to be worried. You can comfort her a little later. Ma En nodded. I know. By the way, what is the situation in the Northern Federation? Qinlan replied, it's still the same as before. They are a little disgusted with our contact. After they signed the contract with the Federation, they suspended their contact with the remnants of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance, because the remnants of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance, who knew that they had signed a contract, would definitely not easily believe him, and he couldn't deceive them with the reason of joining forces to rescue Shishao. But there is actually a very important reason for this, that is, the Northern Federation is not like the other regions. The members of the Salvation Alliance in other regions are almost forced into a dead end. Therefore, as long as Ma En finds them, he can easily persuade them to come to the secret alliance, but the members of the Northern Federation are different. They are still fighting against the Federation at this time. Not only have they not given up, but they have not been defeated. Although they have some breathing space because the Federation is not so serious after the Armistice Agreement, it can also be seen that the remnants of the Salvation Alliance of the Northern Federation are indeed different from those of other regions. They are more tenacious than other members of the Salvation Alliance. This is mainly reflected in their physical combat power. Therefore, the members of the Salvation Alliance of the Northern Federation are more cautious and suspicious than their companions. Even if they have sent members of the Salvation Alliance from other regions to contact them, they have only contacted them, and have not really established trust with them, let alone their specific situation. If they had not signed a contract with the Federation not to rescue Shishao, they could have gradually gained their trust by helping them rescue Shishao, but now Ma En couldn't do that. Even if he told these Northern Federation warriors this, he couldn't gain their trust. In fact, their caution and suspicion are not a bad thing at all. It is precisely because of this that they can survive until now, otherwise they would have been disintegrated by the Federation through various insidious and cunning means. This actually shows that there must be at least one excellent leader among the remnants of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance. And now they do have the ability to protect themselves, and at the same time, they are still making trouble for the Federation. If there is no special reason, Ma En just plans to watch them, and don't let them encounter any accidents. The key point is an abnormal item he has, contained abnormal entity, Shinshu's blood. Abnormal strength, 4.5, V.2, danger level, 4.6, V.2, description, the blood cast by Shishao himself for his allies. Features, divine body 4.5. When the phantom of doom fades, flesh and blood will be as hard as iron. Divine power 4.5. When the conspiracy of the two gods fades, the mountains will bow down. God speed 4.5. Unlocked, when the secret alliance rebuilds in the shadow, thunder will fall into the mortal world. Gods will V.2. Unlocked. Prophecy to be fulfilled, although he no longer needs Godspeed, this drop of Shishao blood, which is actually transformed by Hong Yuan's reality distortion power, has the potential to be upgraded to V.2. Although Ma En is not sure what the last feature is for, he believes that it must contain a power that will surprise him. You know, Shinshia's most unique power is to predict the future. But now, he doesn't know if he can convince the members of the Salvation Alliance of the Northern Federation to join him. When other employees, who used to be members of the Salvation Alliance, contacted them, they were not friendly. If they were captured by force, they would not be able to unlock the speed. So now Ma En is also thinking about how to recruit them, or more accurately, to truly realize the prophecy of establishing a secret alliance, and then fully obtain the power contained in the blood of Shishao. Keep an eye on him. Ma En instructed Qinlan. Okay. Qinlan nodded. He mentioned this at this time, because he had a little free time recently. He didn't have the opportunity, and time to deal with the affairs of the Northern Federation before, and now he just happened to have no threats to consider. But he still had some things of his own to deal with. Click. Ma En pushed the door open. Kania, the Federation's psychic expert, was holding her hands in front of her chest, staring at Mon, who walked in with a serious look. Before he walked over to sit down, she asked, "When are you going to help me rescue Alice? I have done a lot for you." Mon looked at her calmly, and somewhat coldly, and sat down easily. "But the value you provide us is far from what you want us to pay. You know very well how difficult and dangerous it is to rescue Alice. Not only will we offend the Federation, but it is also very likely to attract top reality twisters, and we have our own things to deal with." Kania also looked at him coldly. "So you are hanging me like this, How long are you going to wait? Wait until the Federation suddenly disappears. I don't know if you can understand, but I don't see any hope at all. Mon looked into her eyes, and Kanaya suddenly noticed his eyes. So firm. I can see hope. Mon replied, Shen Xiao is still alive, isn't she? Although she is imprisoned by the Federation just like Alice, and although I signed a contract with the Federation and cannot save her. But she is still alive, and if she can leave the cell, I believe this will be much easier. Kanaya also forced herself to look into Mon's eyes, and said, she was once free, but Alice is still in the hands of the Federation. Ma-En nodded and said, that just shows the difficulty of this matter, or do you think Shen Xiao would not save her if he could? Hearing this, Kanya also fell silent. Although she wanted to blame Shen Xiao for not saving Alice, her reason prevented her from saying such a thing, because she knew that it was not true. Seeing this, Ma-En struck while the iron was hot and said, but if she had our help, it would be different. You also know our strength. If we join forces with Shen Xiao, we can definitely save Alice. Some problems in this world are so difficult to solve. But you don't have to be discouraged. You probably don't know what I'm looking for you for this time, right? Kanaya looked at Maine with some suspicion and expectation and asked, what are you going to do? Maine said seriously, I need you to perform a risky task and help me find out if there are any fifth-order abnormal items in the Federation that can resist memory erasure and cognitive impairment, but we can't let this matter be exposed. So first you will only remember what work you have to do, and we will also give you a way to delete your own memory. We will let you use the fifth-order mental ability that is very good at concealing yourself. Although this power can only be used within the scope of the Southern Federation, I believe you can solve this problem. Of course, this matter is just risky, and I don't intend to force you. If you are willing to investigate the abnormal items I want for me, I will let you use this power to continue to investigate Alice's affairs, such as how to bring her to the Federation. Hearing Maine say this, Kanya's eyes instantly lit up. Okay, I will definitely get the information you want. Ma-En nodded slightly. Don't take risks in this process. It's not a problem to rescue her later, but if you die, no one will care about her life or freedom. You are her only hope. Don't let her lose hope. Chapter 645. Maine's words were deeply buried in Kanaya's heart, but when she answered the reality again, this sentence lost a very important information, that is, who said this sentence. After leaving the Abnormal Control Bureau, Kanaya lost all the memories that could contact them, but she still remembered Maine's request and promise, and immediately thought of a way to transfer to the Southern Federation. As a professional psychic, Kanaya did not let Maine worry. She quickly mastered the basic use of the power of the Moon Goddess. With many years of experience working in the Federation, she found the opportunity to use the power of the Moon Goddess, and completely hid her changes at the spiritual level in the blink of an eye. This power is much stronger in her than other users, even close to the psychic ability users who have been in the 5th level for a long time in reality. As long as this level of ability users want to hide their existence, even the Federation with top resources and psychic ability users cannot find them immediately. The current Moon Goddess power is indeed not as strong as Shadow's, but that doesn't mean she can't even hide, especially since the Moon Goddess is very good at hiding herself, so the things that Marn was worried about were not discovered at all. Kanya's search was extremely smooth. Half a month after she went to the Southern Federation, she cleverly used the power of the Moon Goddess to easily control and brainwash a low-level mental entity, forged several accidents, and forced the Federation to use resources to deal with this accident. Then she exerted some subtle influences in an extremely covert manner, making her look naturally selected as the commissioner to deal with this special accident, and the accident caused by this mental entity was naturally related to memory erasure. Then, she came into contact with the internal information about memory erasure. Similar to what Maine had speculated, the high-level items that the Federation showed him at the time were indeed screened, and they did not show him any items related to memory erasure. They kept such things very confidential. In fact, the Federation was indeed very cautious about such items. Even after Kanaya had put forward professional opinions and a complete plan, the Federation directly kept her in a mysterious room and began to perform some extremely complex and lengthy rituals. That's right, they deleted Kanaya's memory of these materials, although the way they achieved this seemed particularly cumbersome and troublesome, and it was not the type that he could use at any time. And Maine could also feel that the Federation should not have used this technology very often. Others might find it difficult to detect the ability to erase memory, but Maine, who also had the ability to erase memory and also had the Abnormal Control Bureau, could still perceive the impact of memory erasure. If he hadn't sent Kanaya to find out the items that could resist memory erasure this time, he might not have known or noticed that the Federation had mastered this technology. It seemed that they only used it on internal members. And facing the memory erasure, Kanaya did not try to resist. Because Maine, who was observing her at the time, immediately sent a message, telling her not to try to use her psychic ability to prevent the memory erasure from taking effect, but only to erase the dangerous memories in her mind in advance. And the information of all the items had been seen by Maine through the Abnormal Control Bureau. The Federation did have items that could truly resist memory erasure, and among them, there were indeed things that Maine wanted to get. Reverse mind medicine. The effect of this drug is to make the user's mental state return to the past for a short time. When the Federation first discovered it, they thought that the effect of this drug was to turn the user into an idiot in a short time. Because most of the experimental subjects who took the complete drug would instantly return to the mental state of infancy, and even a very small number would directly return to the state before birth, and completely lose all mental abilities. In the Federation's tests, their minds were in a blank state during that period. Fortunately, these drugs will only cause the user's mental state to degenerate in a short period of time. As long as the drug effect time is over, it will return to normal, and will not retain the memory of that period. When the Federation first obtained this drug, it did not take it seriously, but after some top psychics studied and continuously tested it, they finally found the correct way to use and function of this drug. First, they found a way to dilute the drug, which can accurately control the time of the user's mind. In this process, they gradually realized that this kind of mental regression not only affects the state, but also has an effect of time reversal on memory, personality, and other aspects. Therefore, the Federation also used this drug in some interrogations that they thought were extremely important at the time, but they soon realized that this was an extremely wasteful behavior, because in an experiment, they suddenly realized that this drug could completely reverse the mental damage suffered. A Federation member who suffered severe and irreversible mental trauma due to combat, and eventually became a vegetative state returned to his intact state before the mental damage after using the corresponding dose of the drug. Unfortunately, this drug can't really cure the user, it can only make them have a last burst of light, but the Federation doesn't care about this small shortcoming at all, because they soon realize the real use of this drug. Although the user whose mind has been reversed can't maintain this state forever, he can tell the Federation important information in a conscious state, which also includes the ability users whose memory has been erased. As a giant organization, the Federation can directly retrieve the information he knows through dialogue. Unfortunately, it is extremely dangerous to use mental perception directly on the drug user, which may cause serious mental damage to both the drug user and the perceiver. The Federation has also sacrificed more than a dozen mental ability users. Some drug users will be extremely resistant to dialogue with the Federation, but the Federation can always find a solution. Mon is not worried about this at all. Although he has seen the memory fragments shown by the faceless man, he still trusts himself who wrote the note at that time. He must be a person who can communicate. Moreover, he could also find his sister and younger sister. As long as they came on stage, Mon, whose mental state had returned to the past, would definitely be willing to answer their questions, and he would probably immediately think of how to convey the information most efficiently, and what he must know. If he was lucky, he might even tell him the solution directly. Now, he just needed to find a way to get this extremely precious pill. Chapter 646. After confirming the existence of the antipsychic drug, he had to think about how to obtain this extremely valuable and secret drug for the Federation. The first idea that came to his mind was to use Kania to snatch it. But after careful thinking and discussion, Maine gave up this idea. The success rate of doing so is a bit too low. If the Federation really wants to use the antipsychic drug, it is difficult for Kania to be the psychic scholar to carry out this matter, unless she uses the power of the moon god in a more abrupt way. This is a bit too underestimated by the Federation. With the power of the moon god, it is not difficult for Kania to hide, but if she wants to arrange personnel to carry out the task for the Federation, it is not so easy to do. Therefore, after excluding this idea, Maine immediately decided what to do next. Talk to the Federation about this matter, and now he has a good opportunity. After Maine defeated Saren, Shadow also mentioned that he could meet him when he had time. So now he came to the Central Federation, the Supernatural General Investigation Department. The bright silver building is like a spear piercing the sky, with a sharp top and a towering building. If ordinary people who don't know this place pass by, they may doubt whether this building is really stable enough. But when Martin looked at the dazzling glass, he could feel the magical power contained in it, and when he looked at the whole silver building again, he vaguely saw a mysterious and strange silver obelisk. Although Martin had never heard of any secrets of this building, nor any rumors about it, he was sure at this moment that this thing was definitely an extremely powerful war weapon. When Ma-in walked into the unattended front door, he instantly felt a surge of magic power rushing towards him, but they only brushed past Ma-in gently in the end, and seemed to retreat quietly after noticing that Ma-in was unusual. A few steady footsteps sounded out of nowhere at the corner of the corridor, and then Ma-in saw the shadow come out, but as he walked out of the corner, whispers like crickets came from behind him. The shadow raised his hand to make a stop, and then opened his mouth slightly. But he didn't make any sound. The thing hiding behind the corner didn't say anything else, and seemed to have left, but Ma-in didn't feel anything coming from anywhere during this process, as if the shadow was talking to the air. Members of the Federation. Shadow looked at Maine. I thought you wouldn't come so soon. Maine walked over and said, I'm not here to see the Federation. The incident with Saren made us very unhappy, so I signed a not very equal treaty with you, and we had some conflicts before. Shadow knew what Maine was reminding them of. At that time, he had to bow to the Federation and sign the agreement because of Saren's targeting, even though Maine's attitude was very tough, and the power he showed was beyond the Federation's imagination. But in the end, he was at a disadvantage at that time, because he still had to deal with Saren. And not long after, Saren died. No one expected this result. Facts have proved that Maine's concession was not because he was afraid of the Federation, but to first solve Saren's delaying tactics, which was the price he gave up for a more important purpose. At that time, the Federation chose to make peace with Maine, not because they were really afraid of Maine, but because they felt that the benefits of negotiating with him far outweighed the disadvantages. In the end, in the eyes of the Federation, this was just a trade-off of interests. If Maine had said this at that time, the Federation would have arrogantly thought that this was an overconfident provocation. But after the death of Saren, even if Maine did not say it explicitly, Shadow, who represented the Federation, had to take his somewhat dissatisfied words seriously, because now, he was no longer a mysterious organization that appeared out of nowhere. As the sun fell, something rose. If it weren't for Saren. Shadow smiled. I'm afraid you wouldn't have given the Federation such a good face at that time. Your proactive behavior of showing weakness was also very powerful, and the Federation did not perceive any threat at all. If Maine had been more aggressive at that time, although he would not have to pay this price, it might have aroused the Federation's vigilance and alertness, and if Saren had also noticed this and used it. Then the Federation and Saren might have joined forces to deal with Maine and the Camarilla and eliminate this potential threat. After all, if he hadn't signed the agreement, then Ma-in would be extremely dangerous to them, because he might still want to rescue Xin Xiao, which was enough for the Federation to take action. Seeing that the Shadow was thinking in the direction he misled, Ma-in certainly didn't explain anything. His purpose in saying this was to make the Federation mistakenly believe that the Camarilla was more dangerous and powerful than the actual situation, which was also a foreshadowing for his next purpose. He followed the Shadow into the depths of the corridor. When he reached the corner, he saw a narrow corridor that was much deeper than before, with densely packed room doors on both sides, and the next intersection was still dozens of meters away. Shadow casually opened the door beside him without even looking at it. Thank you for coming to see us anyway. Ma-in did not answer him, because there was a federal politician standing behind the door. Yetching. The young politician showed a false warm smile the moment he saw Ma-in. Mr. Ma-in, we won't let you regret coming here. Ma-in asked, is it about the gods? Although we will not take action against the gods again, we can indeed provide the Federation with some help you may want. Yetching was stunned when he heard this. Although he also knew that Ma-in had said this, he did not think that Ma-in was serious about this. He thought that Ma-in would not reveal the way to deal with the gods. But he immediately came back to his senses, ignored the question and continued, no, we can talk about this slowly. Now we have a more urgent problem to solve. You should remember the armistice agreement we signed. That agreement restrained us from taking action against you. Ma-in said, yes, the price was Xin Xiao and our concessions, and not all members of the Salvation Alliance were present to sign the agreement at that time, so you naturally couldn't restrain them. Yetching nodded. We can't take the initiative to take action against you, but you can still resist, and we can counterattack after you resist. At the beginning, some members of the Federation even tried to kill all the rebels. Although the Shadow Minister solved this problem, the federal politicians who tried to do so were also retaliated. But some members of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation are still our trouble. Chapter 647. This made Ma-in interested. He did not expect the Federation to take the initiative to mention the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance. He also perked up a little. What do you want to do? Seeing that Ma-in was indeed interested in this topic, Yetching immediately rubbed his hands excitedly. This matter is good for both of us. Let's put it this way. Recently, the members of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation have become more and more rampant. If I remember correctly, the Eastern Federation and the Northern Federation were the two regions with the most assassinations of politicians at that time, but the Eastern Federation started assassinations after you signed the Armistice Agreement. The Northern Federation started assassinating Northern Federation politicians before the Armistice Agreement, or it was not until recently that we noticed that they were assassinating politicians because their actions were particularly cautious. Now we have begun to suspect that many politicians who died accidentally were their work. Shadow nodded slightly and added, at that time, the members of the East Federation Salvation Alliance wanted to perish together, but these members of the Northern Federation were not seeking revenge on the Federation. Their assassinations all had very clear goals and motives. During this period, they eliminated many politicians who were good at suppressing people with abnormal abilities, leaving behind many trash, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. If the members of the East Federation Salvation Alliance knew who was behind the scenes, then they knew how to truly disintegrate the Federation's offensive and survive. Hearing him call the surviving politicians trash, Nieching's lips moved slightly, and he did not dare to continue with Shadow's words, but looked at Ma En as if he did not hear it. He slightly straightened his face. After finding out that the Northern Federation was secretly assassinating politicians, many high-ranking officials of the Federation were extremely angry and prepared to deal with the remnants of the Salvation Alliance in a more formal manner. They also found many abnormal ability users, including Shadow, to discuss this matter. It was also thanks to His Excellency Shadow's strong persuasion and explanation that they temporarily gave up the idea of directly sending an army of abnormal ability users to directly fight against these members of the Salvation Alliance. Speaking of this, Niechingyu also looked at Shadow. Ma En also followed Niechingyu's guidance and looked at Shadow with some curiosity. Shadow smiled and explained, from the beginning, I advocated a more gentle approach to the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, because I always felt that it was not a wise idea to create so many massacres because of Shinshao, because Shinshao is also a mortal with 7 emotions and 6 desires, and some of her emotions are even stronger than most people. For example, her anger is as terrifying as thunder, and she is not just brute force. She can take the lives of enemies silently, including top-level ability users like me. Under her guidance, I may mistakenly step into a battle that may kill me. No one should anger her. Although other federal politicians realized this a little late, they did understand this simple truth. However, the assassination of federal politicians can offset the impact of this truth on them to some extent, because both of them may cost them their lives. So they asked me to capture these members of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance. They did not ask me to kill them, but this does not mean that there is no need to shed blood. Everyone knows how bloody the people of the Northern Federation are. They won't surrender. The war is over for you. But they haven't surrendered yet. Ma En frowned slightly. You mean, if they don't intend to surrender, you are not sure to capture them alive? You should know that Shadow is a top psychic. If you don't consider some special circumstances, psychics can be said to be the best type to capture other psychics alive. Shadow nodded. I have tried it, and the result is that 3 members of the Salvation Alliance died. Don't get me wrong, I really want to capture them alive, but they all burned their lives like crazy and attacked me. They even almost destroyed one of my clones and blocked him from passing the information to me, but fortunately my clone successfully sent the information back, so I could stop other plans to deal with them. Otherwise, many members of the Salvation Alliance will die. And through this fight, Shadow also realized that there might be some strong people in the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance that they didn't know before. Otherwise the members of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance, who saw no hope, would hardly survive until now. Ma En's expression became a little solemn. Then you stop hunting down the members of the Salvation Alliance. Shadow shook his head. No, the politicians disagree. They asked me to continue the mission of capturing them alive. If all the members of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance died in the process, it would be their business. There are 2 reasons why they decided to do this. They think that as long as enough people die, those incomplete members of the Salvation Alliance will surrender. Secondly, they think that the people who died in this way will not be counted on their heads by Shinshao. But I think so, but unfortunately they didn't listen to me. Ma En said seriously, so you found me? At this time, he gradually realized that perhaps this was the time in the prophecy. Perhaps even if he established an organization called the Secret Alliance, he could not fulfill the prophecy, because the members of the Salvation Alliance of the Northern Federation were still fighting, so they were still in the so-called open. Shadow nodded. Originally, they didn't intend to allow me to use other methods. I was thinking about how to convince these brainless old bastards, but soon they changed their minds, and the reason was very simple. You solved Saran. It was when Ma En proposed to deal with Sarah En that he found a reason to delay the Federation's plan to deal with the Northern Federation in an all-round way. After Sarah En really fell, they also relaxed. Because no matter how many identities Ma En had, he had participated in the Salvation Alliance and really spent time and energy to help the Salvation Alliance overcome difficulties. This was enough for the Federation to reconsider. Ma En agreed at the time only not to rescue Shen Xiao, but did not stop the Federation from persecuting the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation, so they were also a little afraid of Ma En, who had helped Shen Xiao. Ma En fell into deep thought. So you want me to deal with them in a gentle way? Shadow smiled. Yes, we will pay you, we hope you can help them, and I hope you can too, because this is the only hope for those Northern Federation members, and they also need you to save them. Of course, this is not a simple matter. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, if my inference is correct, their leader is likely to be a person with the same ability as us, but he is extremely cautious and careful, and has never exposed his existence. What do you think? Chapter 648. Faced with Shadow's question, Ma En did not answer immediately. It was more difficult to deal with the remnants of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance than to help them join forces with the Titans, as he had originally thought, but this also had an advantage. That is, he could naturally ask for the anti-psychic medicine. If things developed as he had originally imagined, he would probably have to use some tricks to obtain the anti-psychic medicine. But the current situation can be said to be a natural outcome. I think about it. Ma En deliberately showed a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Nie Qingyu immediately said, if Mr. Ma En is willing, we can also discuss the reward for this operation in detail. You also saw what the Federation has last time. We can talk about it as long as you want. Ma En shook his head slightly. The things we need in the Camarilla are extremely rare, at least I haven't seen them in your place. Shadow asked, then what do you need? After thinking for a moment, he said, well, let me tell you a few things and see if you have them. We are looking for some abnormal items that can travel through time and directly observe the past, props that can perfectly heal irreversible mental trauma, or weapons or items that you must have that suppress the power of reality distortion. We should still have some needs for these. The corners of the Nie member's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Although the preciousness of the things mentioned by Ma En may have slight differences, they are all extremely precious and rare top-level abnormal items. Shadow's expression also became slightly serious. If we only talk about this matter, the Federation cannot give such precious things. Ma En said calmly, I mentioned these not because they are equivalent to your requirements, because we only have demand for the three things I mentioned. The premise of the transaction is not that the items on both sides of the scale have the same weight, but the exchange of needs. I only have these few needs, and you have nothing to give us. Even if there is, I can't tell you. The other two items are naturally Ma En's tricks. Even the actual request for the anti-psychic medicine is exaggerated to the point that it can be perfectly cured, so that it is not abrupt when it appears with these two. Of course, if the Federation is willing to provide the other two things, he can also accept it. The items that can observe the past history may also help him find the memory of the past, especially after being used by the Abnormal Control Bureau. And the weapons that deal with the power of reality twisters can be used to deal with the big demons and angels. Nie Qingyu glanced at the shadow, and then seemed to have received some news. His expression immediately became extremely serious, and his eyes were staring at Ma En tightly, as if he was conducting some formal negotiations. Sorry, we can't accept this condition. You're asking for too much. Ma En shrugged. I actually want to stop you from attacking the Northern Federation, but I'm still a member of the Secret Alliance. I caused too much trouble to my alliance during this period. Now I have to repay their kindness. At least, I can't bring back more trouble without taking anything. Shadow pondered for a moment and said, well, your request is indeed very excessive. We certainly can't meet it, but we have a drug that can temporarily heal irreversible mental trauma. If you are interested, you can take a look. Ma En casually said, show me the file. Soon the file with detailed information was in Ma En's hands, and he pretended to read it, as if he was considering whether it was worth his while. After reading all the information, Ma En nodded slightly. Okay, this should be enough for me to explain. Seeing his reaction, Nie Qingyu was relieved, but this was also within his expectations. Although Ma En just said the reason for rejecting them, he still felt that Ma En would not give up helping the remnants of the Salvation Alliance. If he didn't take action, the fate of the Salvation Alliance members of the Northern Federation would probably not be good, so deep in his heart, he must still hope to agree to this transaction, but due to various factors, he couldn't agree to their request at will. By the way, Ma En asked as if he suddenly thought of something, You actually care so much about Xin Zhao's feelings and thoughts about this matter. I thought you all didn't care what she thought. Yet Yu showed a confident look. It's normal for you to have such doubts. All politicians hope that Xin Zhao can be controlled by us, but we have a lot of differences on the details of controlling her in the future. In addition to this matter, there are many more. For example, I think Xin Zhao will have a higher degree of freedom in the future, so what I do now will leave her with enough goodwill, and this will be transformed into our interests in the future. In short, I am investing in advance, and the question is whether my judgment is right or not. However, Mr. Shadow agrees with me on this. He also looked at Shadow. That may be a little ambiguous. The Shadow who was seen clarified, I am not as firm as he is in believing that Shi Xiao will have a higher degree of freedom in the future. In fact, I think there are several possibilities that have a good chance of becoming a reality, because the federation that is fighting against Shi Xiao is also strong enough, but I am a little different from other politicians. That is, if they make a wrong judgment, there is no cost, because there are too many politicians, but if the reality of Shi Xiao getting a high degree of freedom happens, and I have done something that offends her, then she will definitely find me. This actually explains why there is such a huge conflict between many politicians and Shadow's views. In fact, it is not because Shadow has exactly the same judgment as them, but even if their judgments are similar, he cannot afford the risk of offending Shi Xiao. Because even if Shi Xiao has only a very low probability of gaining freedom, the cost of offending Shi Xiao is extremely serious, and there is even a high risk of death, so he has no intention of taking the path that will offend Shi Xiao. The most important thing is that his interests are different from those politicians. The greed and fear of these politicians forced them to imprison Xin Xiao, because they were afraid that they would be killed by this terrible and righteous force, but Shadow was not worried about this. Not to mention that he didn't even care about the survival of the Federation. He was not a thug of these politicians. He was the shadow of his master. Ma En nodded slightly. I see. I hope your expectations can become a reality. Shadow did not answer this question, but directly said, Then we have a deal? Chapter 649. Northern Federation, Sac State. Sac is the third most chaotic region in the Northern Federation. Unlike the Southern Federation, it is not so backward, and its infrastructure is quite complete. There are no old families or separatist warlords in various places. But the crime rate here is not inferior to that of the Southern Federation, because there are many gray and black industries hidden in the dark cracks of the Northern Federation cities, and violence and crime grow here in a more civilized way. Gang members with tattoos on their bodies patrol the streets in 2s and 3s. From time to time, dice rolling and rude shouting can be heard on both sides of the street, and even occasionally there are faint groans, and the sound of flesh collision. There is no barbarity here, only crime. Young Roman was sitting in a compartment of a roadside bar, closing his eyes, and listening to the voice of the city. Unlike those third-rate thugs wandering on the street, he is a middle-level gangster, and is responsible for professional intelligence work. Today he came here to meet an informant. With the creaking sound of wood, the door of the compartment was pushed open. The informant was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a thick coat, and the scarf around her neck covered the lower half of her face, but her bright eyes exposed also made people imagine her beauty. But after she came in, Roman did not continue to ask questions as usual, but glanced at the window, then raised his finger and touched the window. Ripples appeared, and the scene outside the window began to blur. Seeing that he had completed the insurance work, the woman sat a little more relaxed. Boss, do you remember the group of members of the Salvation Alliance? Yes, Roman, who looks like an ordinary gangster, is not only a member of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance, but also the leader of the remnant that they still don't know about. This identity can't match him. This is one of the reasons why the Federation has not found him yet. However, before Xin Xiao was imprisoned, he had already hidden in Sac State with his current identity. From beginning to end, only a very few people knew his identity. His undercover work is to deal with situations like Xin Xiao's imprisonment. When the other members of the Salvation Alliance gave up resistance, he still kept the fire and accumulated strength to try to rescue Xin Xiao Walker in the future. Well, I remember you didn't give them too much information. Roman glanced at the blurry window. They are also very cautious. The woman raised her hand and touched her scarf, and it seems that after finding our peripheral personnel, they don't seem to care so much about in-depth contact with us. We don't trust them. Roman's eyes returned to the woman opposite. Of course they don't trust us that much, and when facing the pursuit of the Federation, this suspicion is necessary. Building trust is never an easy thing. The woman nodded. Now they want to arrange a meeting, and they have also made public the guy behind them. That is the man who has been making a lot of noise recently, and it was he who took the lead in signing the armistice agreement. Can we trust him? Roman asked back. Do you know him? She shook her head. I can't guarantee it. Although we have some information about him, from what we know, this Maine should not be a federal spy, but his style of doing things is also quite special. I am not sure that I can completely trust him, and I can't decide whether to meet him. Roman nodded slightly. This matter is very serious. The woman asked, So you try to delay them? Roman shook his head. No, you arrange a meeting, just him and me. I don't know your information, so if there is really a conspiracy here, there is no dangerous information in my mind that can be taken away. The woman asked, What about you? Roman showed a confident look. I can't be caught so easily. If there is really an ambush, I still have the confidence to escape, but your concerns are not unreasonable, so I made this decision because I believe in him. To be precise, I don't believe in Ma-En, I don't know him, but I believe those members of the Salvation Alliance who found you at the beginning. Unless Ma-En deceived them, Ma-En should be fine. Although he said that he didn't trust them, they didn't trust him either. But when he said that, he had already tacitly acknowledged that the group of people were in the same situation as himself. The woman nodded. Okay, I write them back now. If anything happens to you, we will wait for you to appear in our sight again. Before that, we will continue to not expose our existence. If you die? Roman nodded firmly. Then continue to fight. Chapter 650. Several young and strong hooligans were taking a nap against the wall out of boredom, occasionally whistling at the passing women. Apart from that, they had nothing to do. Although they looked idle and wanted to have some fun, they were still working. And if there was any problem with their work, they would not just be fired. Just as they were looking at the territory of this street, they suddenly saw a figure that was somewhat out of place. It was a young and handsome man from the Eastern Federation. This was not common in the Northern Federation. Some people from the Southern Federation and the Western Federation would settle here, but people from the Eastern Federation tended to stay in their hometowns or go to the most prosperous and tolerant Central Federation area. And judging from his dress, he was not a member of those Eastern gangs, but a tourist. But there were no tourists coming to their city. This was not a tourist attraction, but was famous for its high crime rate. He looks like he has some money. Hooligans began to look at the young man. But as he looked over, the young man seemed to have sensed his gaze and raised his head. Blankness instantly invaded these gangsters, and then they remembered nothing. But Roman, who was sitting on the windowsill, saw clearly that this Eastern Federation man had invaded their minds, but his handling method seemed to be relatively gentle, and he did not rely on his power to act recklessly. Although this face was different from the information he had obtained, he had vaguely guessed the identity of the visitor. Sure enough, the young man walked directly into the tavern and walked around to the door of the compartment in 2 or 3 steps. Ma-En opened the door directly, and under Roman's gaze, he walked to sit opposite him, and he took this opportunity to look at this member of the Salvation Alliance, who was on the same street as him. The man sitting there had a typical Northern Federation face, with a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a gloomy look. It was impossible to understand his thoughts through his expression, and he also gave people a feeling that he was not easy to mess with. Roman did not ask about Ma-En's identity, but raised his hand and knocked on the window as usual. Then he said, Who are you, Maine? Or a lobbyist for the Federation? Maine sat down and cleared his appearance recognition barrier. In a sense, it can be said that both are true. Roman frowned slightly when he heard this. I thought you were on our side. Maine shrugged. I am on your side too. You should be the leader of the members of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance, right? Roman. He introduced himself. Then you are Maine who signed a truce agreement with the Federation? Tell me the purpose of your visit to us this time. I don't think you are here to ambush us. He agreed to meet Maine because he felt that he was not a lackey of the Federation after hearing about Maine's deeds and learning a little about the identities of the former members of the Salvation Alliance, who contacted him at that time. But his words just after entering made Roman feel uncomfortable. Maine also noticed his emotions. He did this to put the ugly words in front. If he said that he was commissioned by the Federation after the discussion was halfway through, it would reduce the trust between them. As for the resistance caused by such words, he has also prepared corresponding remarks. Ma-En said with a very sincere look, My visit to you is indeed related to the Federation. You may have heard that I have signed an agreement with them privately to restrict me from saving Shenxiao, so I can't be here to discuss how to rescue her. But since I will sign such an agreement with them, it means that they are afraid that I will do so. You should understand this. Based on their contact with the Northern Federation and the information given by the Federation, the leader of the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance should not be stupid, and those decisions should also be made by him. Otherwise, The person who made these decisions would not let him meet with him alone. And just as Maan speculated, Roman fully understood his logic. Although Maan seemed to be restricted by the contract and might not stand on their side, it was precisely because of this that Maan was credible. But just this could not make him really trust Maan. So why do you want to see us? You have been looking for us for a while. Roman raised the question in his heart and looked at Maan curiously, waiting for his answer. Maan did not disappoint him. Yes, at that time I actually wanted to join forces with you to deal with the Federation, but you were more cautious than we thought, and it seemed that you didn't need our help. At the same time, I encountered some troubles, so this matter was delayed. I think you should basically know what happened later. So you are right. My motive for coming to you now is different from before. Just after we defeated the King of Gods, Saren, I received a message from the Federation, wanting to talk to me about something. The Federation already knows about your assassination of politicians, and is preparing to deal with you forcefully. After listening to his explanation, Roman immediately understood why Maan came to them, but some members of the Federation still hope that this matter can be resolved in a more gentle way. At the same time, you are also worried that we will be killed by the Federation, so you came here to help us to stop the war. Maan nodded. Yes, as long as you agree, I can guarantee that the Federation will not harm any of your members. If they dare to do so, I will seek justice for you, and you can believe it. The Federation will not want to be an enemy of the Camarilla. But when Roman heard this, he shook his head and smiled. I understand. You said this out of good intentions. You want to protect us members of the Salvation Alliance, but I want to explain to you a little bit. We are not afraid of the Federation, and we have the confidence to compete with them. At the same time, we are not afraid of death. All the members of the Salvation Alliance, who are still fighting, have already made plans to die on this road, so you don't need to save us. We are all ready to fight to death. His attitude was quite mild. Although they had different opinions, Roman did understand Maan's idea. It was just that he had different ideas. Maan did not particularly agree with his view. I don't think you can achieve anything if you continue like this. Fighting like this will only lead to more fearless sacrifices, unless you have some special confidence. But even if you do, you probably won't tell me. Otherwise, you might as well disband temporarily, and wait for an opportunity. Roman smiled and said, You are right, the possibility of our success is not very high, but we do have our own plan, and it is indeed possible to change something if we continue, and that is enough. Because we all know that this is our last chance, and other approaches are just giving up with other excuses. All of us know what will happen if we retreat at this time. The Federation will completely block our possibility of saving Shishao, and we will lose the spirit of persistence and eventually return to our normal lives, just like you did. Don't get me wrong, I am not mocking you. On the contrary, you have made this choice, and based on my observation of you, your method is not particularly good. Of course, you have not lost all hope. But in this case, why don't we each try our own methods? So I hope you can also understand our decision. We support you to do so. Maybe you can also understand our choice. Chapter 651. Maan can fully understand his thoughts, and does not think there is anything wrong with his choice. At least from the perspective of Roman and other members of the Salvation Alliance, their approach is completely correct. But the problem is that Maan knows that his choice is actually the more correct one. Because although Roman thinks that he failed when signing the agreement with the Federation, in fact, it was just a small setback. For the Abnormal Control Bureau, there are almost no problems that cannot be solved. Even if Maan really can't cancel the contract and really can't save Shishao, he still has hope to solve the current situation where the Federation imprisoned Shishao, because the Abnormal Control Bureau has extremely high potential. It is no exaggeration to say that the Abnormal Control Bureau has the potential to surpass the Federation and Shishao. It doesn't even need to reach that level. It is enough to be second only to the Federation in this world. In that case, it doesn't matter even if he signs a contract that can't save Shishao. Because at that time, the Federation will need to carefully consider the attitude of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Their existence itself is enough for the Federation to make concessions. And that kind of future is not just a little hopeful, but a future that can be reached as long as you don't die. Although it is a bit immodest to think so, Maan feels that if the Abnormal Control Bureau is in the hands of anyone else, there is a high possibility that it will be detected and destroyed in the process of becoming stronger. But if the Abnormal Control Bureau is in his hands, then this future is almost destined to come. It's just that this period of time may be longer. Even if he seriously considers cracking the contract, the difficulty here is lower in comparison. Even if Roman and his team have some extremely sophisticated plans, the effect they can achieve should be relatively limited. Let's talk somewhere else. Maan looked out the window, okay? At this point, They had basically understood each other's situation and put down their initial guard, so Roman naturally had no reason to refuse Ma-in and nodded to him directly. Ma-in extended his hand to him. Don't resist. In the moment he blinked, the scene in front of him suddenly changed to a white room. Faced with this teleportation ability that was not in Ma-in's information, Roman did not ask much. What do you want to say? Ma-in took out a contract and gave it to him. The following information needs to be kept confidential. If you agree, you can sign this contract. If you refuse my proposal, I can at least delete your memory of this aspect. It's not that I don't believe you, but I still need to worry about other psychics. Roman looked at the contract for a few times and nodded to him. No problem. After he signed the contract, Ma-in took out the prepared information. This is why we hope you can agree to temporarily give up the direct confrontation with the Federation. What he took out was naturally the characteristics of the Abnormal Control Bureau that had been used to convince countless people. After seeing the contents of the document, Roman's expression became extremely serious. He read it over and over again, as if he was also shocked by the contents. He looked up at Ma-in again, his eyes seemed to be asking if this thing was true. After thoroughly confirming that this was true, Roman said, I see, no wonder you want me to sign a confidentiality agreement. Even if you are sure that I am indeed a trustworthy member of the Salvation Alliance, the Camarilla will not really tell me such information. But since you have this power, it is indeed very likely that this problem will be solved in the future. How far away this future is another matter. Ma-in did not deny this. Yes, but if you ask me, I think at least Xianxiao will definitely wait until that future, because no matter how tragic the price of her fight with the Federation is, it will not endanger her life. Xianxiao will not give up, and the Federation does not want her to die, so the hope of final victory is actually very high, so even if this road may seem a little long and difficult, I think this is the right way to go. But unlike the previous times, after listening to his words, Roman did not directly agree. He showed a thoughtful look. What you said makes sense, but even if you have such strong abilities, I still think you are a little too optimistic. In fact, it is normal for you to think so, because you don't know how terrible the Federation is. I dare to say that even those politicians and Federation ability users don't know how terrible the Federation is. In fact, even among the politicians at the highest level of the Federation, few of them know the nature of the Federation, and those who know this do not understand it because of their status. If there are people in the top level of the Federation who understand the horror of the Federation, the order of things may be completely opposite to what you imagine. They may have learned the inside story before choosing to join the Federation. If there is anyone who understands this, Saren, who fell asleep not long ago, may be one of them. But even his understanding of it is not particularly deep. After all, he has the wisdom of a god, so he has never fought with the Federation since his birth, and has never stood on the opposite side of the Federation. Hearing what he said, Mon also showed a puzzled look. So, you know the horror of the Federation? This was completely beyond Mon's expectations, because whether it was his perception or logical reasoning, the Roman opposite him would definitely not be the strongest of the 5th level ability users. How could he know such a thing? Roman also saw Mon's thoughts, smiled and said, Yes, I know, and most groups that know about this have far less detailed understanding of the danger of the Federation than I do, and the reason is very simple. We used to be the enemy of the Federation. There was a war, and we and the Federation were involved in it. Obviously, we lost, and the Federation got the world. Mon asked curiously, You guys? Roman looked at him and said, Have you ever heard of the Stykul people, or our nickname? Ogre. Looking at Marn's expression, Roman knew that he probably hadn't heard of it. Seeing this, he also cleared his throat and said seriously, It should be difficult for you to find relevant information now, but in prehistoric times, there were more than a dozen different human subspecies, including us standing in front of you, and we once had an absurd idea that we were the most perfect human beings, and even called ourselves perfect people, because we can maintain their talents by eating humans of other subspecies for a long time. For example, you have provided us with extraordinary intelligence, and even our power through eating is stronger than yours. We are smarter than the smartest humans, stronger than the strongest humans, and we have far more power than you in all aspects. We seem to be born to be the masters of all human subspecies. This is a ridiculous idea. Chapter 652. At that time, some people had almost eternal life, some subspecies had the best bodies, some subspecies were all abnormal, and some humans had terrible language talents, and could easily grasp the essence and all relationships of the world, and we had all their power. So it was very natural for us to conquer you and other humans, and establish the first perfect dynasty. After establishing our dominance, we immediately realized that we had to consolidate its existence. Because our power that surpasses all humans is built on the corpses of other races, we must continue to eat your flesh and blood to maintain our power, and we cannot exterminate you. So our ancestors will soon find the right way with the wisdom you gave them, which is to enslave all other human subspecies and treat you as slaves and food. The horrific prehistoric dynasty was born. We forced more than a dozen human subspecies to reproduce like animals. The most talented humans were sent to the Supreme King's table as soon as they reached adulthood. The less talented ones were supplied to the upper class of society, and the less talented ones were sold to the ordinary market. And other subspecies were also used as slaves and soldiers when they reached adulthood. Relying on the strongest human race, we quickly conquered the world, and the experiences of those slaves were extremely terrible. They were sexually gratified and tortured. No animal had a worse living environment than our slaves. To be honest, even the ugliest humans in the Federation are nothing compared to us. I feel sick just by hearing what they have done to you. That is not only evil, but also a kind of intelligent evil. At this point, you may think that it was an extremely barbaric and bloody dynasty, because we are now calling it the prehistoric era, and this fits your impression of it. But in fact, this barbarism only stays on the spiritual level, because thanks to your flesh and blood, we quickly created an extremely prosperous civilization, and the excessive intake of several types of flesh and blood also caused some senior members of our civilization to have too much conscience. But this voice was quickly suppressed, because in addition to the excessive conscience of some subspecies, we also got the evil nature of some subspecies, and the most important thing is that we realized the premise of maintaining rule. Because our strength is entirely based on the bloodthirsty slaughter of you, and if we slow down the degree of slaughtering and enslaving you, we will soon weaken to the point where we can no longer maintain our dominance. So we only have two choices. Either use your flesh and blood in the most brutal way, or be torn to pieces by you. However, all wise men believe that this will not happen, and even make many plans to prevent your resistance, such as planting the seeds of hatred among you slaves, so that you will never be able to unite, and eat all threatening humans. In this way, we blindly indulge in the worship of our own power, and eagerly use your flesh and blood to constantly repair the palace that has already towered into the sky. Completely unaware that this barbaric and evil crazy behavior will only bring about a more terrible nightmare. Roman paused and took a sip of water. It seemed that he was still afraid of the imminent destruction, and could not express it so easily. Marn asked doubtfully, "What is a more terrible nightmare?" Roman raised his finger and pointed at him. "You." At this moment, there was a little more complicated and inexplicable emotion in Roman's eyes. Marn looked at him and said, "You mean our ancestors?" Roman smiled, as if to say that there was no difference between the two. "Yes, as we expected, the rebellion will eventually break out. There will always be smart enough subspecies slaves who survive to adulthood and have the opportunity to collude with each other to plot against us. Under our clever strategy, all races hate each other. Your hatred for each other is far greater than that for us. Even when our dynasty was overthrown, this hatred still exists. But among Homo sapiens, there was an extremely talented human who did something impossible. He found young geniuses from more than a dozen other races. Most of these geniuses actually realized, like him, that overthrowing us was more important than hatred, and those who could not realize this were brutally murdered by him. But even so, he had no way to eliminate the hostility between races that had lasted for countless years, because this hatred was no longer just our strategy, but a blood feud that was so subtle that it could only exist between each individual. So he came up with an idea, which was to create some kind of abnormal mechanism that could unite all human subspecies without eliminating hatred, and this mechanism was almost impossible to destroy. But even if they can put aside their hatred, they can't resist temptation, such as love, desire, and greed. We use these basic desires to gradually alienate them and destroy the fragile covenant of your ancestors. Soon your resistance was weakened. Many subspecies geniuses were either murdered or betrayed you for other reasons. Only a very few geniuses, who wanted to resist us the most, are still persisting. But even so, they can no longer see hope. The original abnormal entity has been almost perfectly manufactured, but it can't complete the final step. So your ancestor came up with an idea to temporarily transform it into a special weapon. I don't know if this is in his plan. Maybe he has already anticipated the collapse of the Covenant. The transformation of this weapon is so smooth that it is hard to imagine that it was completed without premeditation. We think that your ancestors did not tell the truth to other human geniuses when they realized it. You deceived them, and perhaps because of this, you also deceived us. We quickly slaughtered all the rebels and foolishly returned to our original rule, and even enslaved you in a more brutal way to avenge your transgression. The matter ended here. I don't know how many years have passed, and I don't know what happened in the middle. Suddenly, almost all human subspecies became extinct, and our prosperous dynasty was like a crystal glass pushed off the table by a child, and it turned into debris that could never be restored. Because Homo sapiens rose. Chapter 653. Marn pondered and said, "And what they created is the current federation." Roman nodded. "It can be said that now we will make what these subspecies wanted to create at the beginning as the balanced line of human survival status, and its ultimate goal is to forcibly achieve equality of status among all human races." Even in some of the iterated versions, our race was also included in this mechanism, but now we can no longer know whether they will let us survive in the end, because all subspecies have been deceived by your extremely cunning and cruel ancestors, including us. This is an extremely ironic thing, because the perfect people who eat your flesh and blood have a higher average intelligence level than you, and theoretically should have a higher limit intelligence than you, but we didn't notice the lies you made up at all. Of course, we also know that intelligence is not the same as wisdom, and some things are not the higher the intelligence, the higher the probability of success. After all, you have countless chances, but we can only fail once. And that in human life was filled with strong hatred, unwillingness, anger, and fear. These were the nutrients that enabled your ancestors to come up with that plan later. The completion of these things made you beyond our cognition. Spoiled people can never imagine what slaves can do. The fact is that your ancestors actually betrayed other subspecies members, deliberately letting those subspecies geniuses, who were no longer needed by them, betray them, or secretly kill them, causing the incomplete subspecies members to fall into complete despair and hatred, and when they completely gave up hope of resistance. They have only one extremely simple wish in their hearts, which is to destroy us. Your ancestors perfectly used their pain and hatred to convince them to change the way this weapon works. Then, the baseline of Homo sapiens dominance was born. Maine remembered what Shadow had said. The effect of this thing is to allow Homo sapiens to maintain its dominance on this planet, but how it achieves this, I can't see how it works at all. Roman replied, "It's normal. It is not a tangible entity. If that were the case, it would not threaten our prosperous dynasty. We didn't see it at first. And it is not dependent on a few people, or any special devices, magic rituals. If it has any carrier in the material universe that we can access, it may be your race." In the process of casting the baseline, each subspecies held terrible activities similar to large-scale sacrifices, and countless mortals became its fuel in the process. In the beginning, your ancestors teamed up with geniuses from other subspecies. They used hatred, fear, and despair to deceive their compatriots into self-sacrifice. At the end of the plan, almost all subspecies began to actively slaughter their own kind, and this process in turn affected you. It caused you extremely bad side effects and scars. The average intelligence of Homo sapiens was 30% higher than your average intelligence now, and the flesh and soul were more harmonious than they are now. But these costs are worth it. Your flesh and blood, soul and consciousness are all closely integrated with it. It has become a part of you, and you have become a part of it. But it is not just that. There is another very important factor that allows you to succeed smoothly. At that time, there was an extremely magical creature. You can call them ancient fairies. This creature itself does not have a particularly strong combat power, because their own reality is extremely stable. But they can easily interfere with the external reality. Therefore, this beautiful and powerful creature has an almost incredible miraculous power in our eyes. Simply put, they can fulfill the wishes of other creatures. At the same time, they also have extremely noble character, and are only willing to fulfill the wishes of those they recognize. A long time ago, a kind wisher created a barrier to ensure that they would not be found. So no more vicious monsters will try to use them, and this wish is also successful. Indeed, no one has found them again, but they took the initiative to find one of your kind ancestors. They saw your pain and suffering, and our evil deeds, so these fairies gave you the opportunity to save all creatures, but unfortunately, they are not strong enough to directly overthrow our slavery. A single fairy does not have such powerful power, and after your kind ancestor reported this matter to your leader, he immediately thought of a solution, which is to gather the power of all fairies. But when he proposed this idea through the kind-hearted wise man, the fairies rejected him. He said that although they could barely fulfill this wish in an extremely rough way, this process would also cause bad results that they did not want to see, and many innocent people would be wiped out in the process. Unless all the fairies are willing to spend a long time preparing, let alone other fairies have not agreed. Even if they are willing to do so, you may not be able to wait, so your ancestors changed their minds. He asked the kind chosen one to make a wish. Then, this beautiful and kind creature never appeared again, and the prototype of the balanced line of human survival status appeared. Because we investigated these later, we can't know all the details, but we generally speculate that your ancestors either did something terrible to the ancient fairies, making them never dare to show up in front of us again, or, that is, this race has been extremely cruelly exterminated. Roman did not mean to blame when telling this history, because he knew very well that what they did to Homo sapiens must be far more terrible than this. In the final analysis, they are the root of evil. Evil will only breed evil, and hatred will always breed hatred. In the end, your ancestors killed all other slave subspecies, and they were also cruelly cleansed and massacred by us, and the genius who proposed this plan was also executed extremely quickly and efficiently. But no one realized at the time what his peaceful death meant. He had completed the Homo sapiens dominance baseline. Chapter 654. Finally, all kinds of unexpected things happened that we couldn't figure out. The greatest and most terrible king in history appeared among Homo sapiens, leading all subspecies to rise and overthrow our dynasty. But after overthrowing slavery, he didn't stop there. Like his ancestors, he showed his cruel and evil true face, using lies, conspiracies, and all kinds of power they gained by defeating us, and slaughtered other subspecies of the human race that had cooperated with us one after another. You need to understand something very important. The baseline and your rise are built on the blood and bones of countless intelligent lives. Your dominance was built on various crimes from the beginning. After all, the purpose of your ancestors was to make their race no longer have to worry about the future. To realize such a vision, sin and blood are just the most insignificant price. So it should not be difficult for you to understand why the Federation is so ruthless and cruel. It obviously has the great power to save all mankind, but still allows those politicians to do whatever they want. It doesn't care about your good or evil now. It cares about more than just survival. It will deal with any existence that threatens your dominance in advance. Naturally, this includes the Shinshao Walker. After hearing this, Martin fell into deep thought. Roman not only explained why the Federation was so dangerous, to show that he didn't think he would win, but also explained why the Federation condoned evil. But Martin also had some doubts in his heart. Then why didn't they exterminate you? Roman smiled, because they couldn't do it. You did win, but it was a hard-fought victory, and our prosperity is far beyond your imagination. Remember I mentioned that there is a subspecies with almost eternal life? At the same time, they also have a slight immortality. This property is very weak. Even the strongest individuals among them may be killed by various means, so their race was also exterminated by you. But we have a very small number of top-notch talents, and we have been asked to implement such a plan, that is, to continuously absorb the best quality flesh and blood of the immortal race, and accumulate and store it in our bodies. As I said, we can not only obtain your talents, but also far surpass you in the aspects you are good at. We are smarter than you and more immortal than them. Your compatriots failed to kill the last few survivors of ours, so they sealed them up. As time passed, they were transferred out by the later Homo sapiens kings as slaves, and later they were given hereditary positions by some Homo sapiens kings to maintain their rule. But after such days lasted for a while, a king who could see far into the future sealed us up again, and demanded that future generations never let us out again. It's not hard to guess what happened in the end. No matter how great a dynasty is, it will fall. Yours and ours too. Long after the Homo sapiens dynasty was destroyed, our ancestors finally managed to escape the seal. But although the dynasty was destroyed, the rule of Homo sapiens has never ended since then. You have encountered many threats, and some of them almost won, but in the end, they all failed. If I list all these races, mix yours in, and ask those outsiders who don't know what happened in the past, they will definitely not think that you will win in the end. But the fact is that you still rule the world, and all those who are hostile to you. Almost all of them are extinct. May nodded. This really makes sense. To be honest, with the current human beings, it is hard for him to imagine that this race can survive from such a distant era to the present. From the perspective of probability, this is almost impossible. Unless something breaks this probability. Maine is still a little confused, so the Federation is this baseline. Roman shook his head. No, the baseline is intangible. It can be said to be omniscient, but the Federation can be equivalent to the manifestation of its will to a certain extent, because it cannot highly interfere with any human beings. But if there is a whole composed of a large number of powerful humans, then it is easy for it to shape and transform the world through subtle influences, and use them to establish a special organization. It does not directly control the Federation. You can say that the Federation is its creation. The Federation is already an independent and powerful abnormal entity. It cannot create rules out of thin air, So it uses humans and the world to create many mechanisms to restrict you. These rules are already running independently, but the Federation is still like a puppet in its hands. As if thinking that Marn might not understand what he said, Roman paused and continued, to change the way of understanding, imagine yourself as an invisible entity and can influence humans. Then if you want to influence the world to the highest degree, you will definitely go directly through the complex behemoth of the Federation. The Federation is its best carrier. Even if the creation of the Federation has nothing to do with it, it will eventually become the highest tool for the baseline to achieve the dominance of Homo sapiens. Such things have happened countless times in history. Only a few times did the baseline not reach its current level, such as some civilizations that collapsed immediately before they stabilized, or some civilizations that knew about it and could control it. But even human civilizations that seemed to be so great that they seemed to transcend the baseline were still destroyed. And it still exists. Ma-En nodded. I understand. So is this why you want to help Shen Xiao? Roman said in confusion. What? Ma-En explained. The existence of the baseline, you and Shen Xiao are both its enemies, so you want to help Shen Xiao. It is the baseline that destroyed your dynasty and prevented you from rising again. Hearing this, Roman smiled. It is a reasonable guess, you did notice this. Shen Xiao is indeed on the opposite side of the baseline that maintains the rule of Homo sapiens, and she is also on our side, or she is behind all intelligent creatures. You may feel that Shen Xiao betrayed you humans. But if she doesn't care about the lives of us aliens, and only cares about the fate of humanity as a whole, then she would never stand up against the Federation, because then she wouldn't care about any individual harmed by the Federation. Although the top leaders of the Federation are indeed constantly committing crimes, you humans are indeed under rule now, and it is the Federation that maintains this rule. If she doesn't care, she can definitely help the Federation. No, she cares about every individual who died because of mistakes and injustices. Only those who want to save all races and individuals may want to save the world. Otherwise, what she calls saving the world is just another way of saying rule. Such a person will only be a king, not a savior. Chapter 655. While speaking, Roman was also observing Marn's expression. He had to say that those illusory rumors seemed to be somewhat reliable. The man opposite him did not show any attitude towards his words. Agree, resist, dislike, like, nothing. So he could only nod slightly and said, after saying this, you may have such doubts. Is Shen Xiao's behavior standing on the opposite side of your human dominance? If you want to think so, it's right, but I hope you understand a very important thing. That is, the dominance of humans is not equal to the interests of all mankind, or I will say it directly, that is, the dominance of humans is likely not in the interests of the majority of people, even if the Federation massacres all 20 billion civilians and leaves only those politicians alive. It doesn't matter. It only wants the dominance of humans, while Shen Xiao wants all the powerless ordinary people and the power of rebels like you, so even if she really breaks the dominance of humans, that's good for you and us, unless you are interested in joining the federal politicians to help them oppress the rest of you, secretly assassinate anyone you don't like, and indulge angels, hell, companies, and other organizations to do evil in order to achieve your own goals, and wantonly slaughter and sacrifice humans. If you don't plan to join the Federation, and don't think that federal politicians are nobler than ordinary people, then I think it's absolutely right to help Shen Xiao fight against the dominance of Homo sapiens. Ma-En had a blank expression on his face, without revealing any of his thoughts. Well, you have a point, but that doesn't mean that this is the reason you say that. I think your purpose in insisting on helping Shen Xiao is to fight against the baseline and destroy the dominance of Homo sapiens. I'm really sorry, but I find it hard to believe that you don't have any position. Roman smiled. Then you are wrong, you made a fatal mistake. We surrendered to you a long time ago, and there are many reasons why our dynasty collapsed, one of which is that we are becoming more and more moral. We rose too fast, so our culture was extremely cruel and bloody at first, but with the passage of time and the wisdom gained by eating your flesh and blood, we finally made a more correct decision, that is, to abandon evil and move towards conscience, which is the result that wisdom will inevitably lead to. I am not discussing the issue of morality. Wisdom will eventually lead to conscience because we finally realize that conscience is a better choice for ourselves. If it weren't for the existence of the baseline of Homo sapiens rule, perhaps in a few thousand years, your race will merge with us and become a great human empire. My people now basically only use the flesh and blood of death row prisoners, because although our dynasty has collapsed, our thoughts on civilization and philosophy have been passed down. My people will not start a war against you because we know very well that this is wrong. Although it's ironic, we have indeed changed from the most brutal and evil race to a race that is more noble than you. Short-lived wisdom and greedy desires will lead to evil, while eternal wisdom and satisfaction of desires will slowly give us true morality. Martin still frowned as he listened to this, as if he was thinking whether what he said was true. Seeing this, Roman also said frankly, "To be honest, I am not smart among my kind, because I have hardly eaten your flesh and blood in these years, because the number of death row prisoners is really limited, so I am stupider than most of my kind. But I am still smart enough to realize that helping Shishao is right, and I am too stupid, so stupid that even if I realize that I will die on this road, I still don't back down. On the contrary, my other kind are too smart, and they have also seen the results of going to war with the baseline, so none of them came to participate in this battle that cannot be won. If I really want to help Shishao for my own benefit, then I shouldn't come at all, because following her is the choice that is least in my interest. Shishao Walker is almost doomed to fail, and I am almost doomed to die if I follow her. Since I care so much about my own interests, then why don't I hide in the upper echelons of your society, secretly control you, enjoy the pleasures brought by money and power, and spend the rest of my life without any danger?" He questioned with an extremely enthusiastic look, even making Ma-en want to avoid him. But Ma-en still looked at him firmly. There is indeed some truth in this. But there was still some hesitation in his words. Roman said seriously, "I just mentioned that Shishao cares about the life and death of us non-human intelligent creatures, so you should think about this problem in reverse, which means that she also cares about the life and death and power of you Homo sapiens, so she will never let us or other races threaten you humans. If we are really evil creatures, will threaten your survival in the future, will be cruel or evil to your race, then Shishao will destroy us before this future becomes a reality. We don't dare to be her enemy. You may not believe us, but you should at least believe in her. You can not only believe in her morality, but also her power. For Shishao, it is not even a matter of whether she can punish those who make mistakes. She can completely stop other races before they make mistakes, and take the right mistakes in advance to prevent the future from coming." Ma-en nodded slightly after hearing this. "You make sense." In fact, he didn't care about this matter at all at the beginning. Ma-en was not sure what Roman and his kind thought, and what they would do in the future, because it didn't matter. He believed in Shishao. As Roman said, Shishao is not just an unparalleled kind person. She also has eyes that can see through everything. And the purpose of guiding Roman to say these things, in addition to observing his reaction, the more important reason is to achieve the purpose of his coming here, complete the secret alliance ceremony, and obtain the anti-psychic medicine. So this is why you won't give up. Ma-en fell into deep thought. But even if all you said is true, then I think it is more likely for you to win by following us. Roman shrugged. We have different opinions on this point, which is normal, because I didn't tell you everything. Although you may have believed me, I am also worried that some important things will be leaked. But as long as you stand on the side of justice and Shishao, I will not be a problem for you. Chapter 656. For Ma-en, the real problem is not whether he believes in Roman or not. After all, the direct purpose of his coming here is not to consider how to save Shishao. This is just a side purpose for him. His most important goal is still the anti-psychic medicine, followed by Shinjiao's blood, and finally Shinjiao's business. As Roman said, Ma-en certainly believes in Shinjiao, but this does not mean that he will do anything as long as Shinjiao agrees. Moreover, although rescuing Shinjiao is a very important thing here, it is far from his highest priority goal from beginning to end. This is just a side thing for him. Because compared to Shinjiao, he has someone he trusts more. Himself. For Ma-en, what he wants to do most is to enhance the power of himself and the Abnormal Control Bureau. Therefore, Ma-en is almost determined to get the anti-psychic medicine. Even if what Roman said is true, it is good for Shinjiao to let him continue to fight, but Ma-en would rather let him stop temporarily. He prefers to take his fate into his own hands, and Ma-en does not think that this is hindering Shinjiao. As Roman just said, as long as he stands on the side of justice and Shinjiao, he will not be a problem for him, and Ma-en always feels that as long as anyone stands on the side of justice and kindness, Shinjiao is not his enemy. But this sentence can also be said the other way around. According to Ma-en's understanding of himself, as long as Shinjiao stands on the side of kindness and justice, then the stronger he is, the better it will be for Shinjiao, so he does not intend to act according to Roman's judgment. You are absolutely right. Ma-en nodded slightly and said, I also understand your judgment, but I still hope that you can temporarily stop resisting the Federation, and there is another reason for my insistence. Because I have a prophecy from Shinjiao. She once said, when the Camarilla is rebuilding in the shadow, thunder will fall into the mortal world. This is a series of prophecies. I have fulfilled 2 of the 3 prophecies. Now the only thing missing is this feeling that has not been fulfilled yet. I think this is probably because you are still in the outside world. This is the last means that Ma En used to persuade Roman. Since he rejected his plan to give up resistance because of Shishao, the best way to persuade him is naturally to use the prophecy given by Shishao herself. Hearing this, Roman also showed a thoughtful look, as if he was recalling something. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "If you can prove this, I can join you in any way, but I still don't agree to give up resistance. Now that the Federation has found you to lobby me, it means that they really hope that we will give up resistance. We will join you to help you realize the prophecy, but I will not give up resistance. After all, joining you doesn't mean we need to obey your demands unconditionally." When saying this, Roman's expression was extremely firm. It was obvious that he knew that Ma En wanted him to give up resisting the Federation and hide temporarily, and he also strongly expressed his wishes. The other party's reaction was somewhat beyond Ma En's expectations. He originally thought that Roman would agree with his approach and make concessions after seeing Shinzhao's prophecy, but he didn't expect him to insist on this. In other words, he had some reasons to insist on this matter. Seeing that Ma En was still trying to persuade him, Roman continued with a serious look. "No matter what your purpose is to persuade me to give up resistance, it is because the Federation gave you a price that is hard to refuse, or because you firmly believe in your one-sided judgment, or simply believe in Shinzhao's prophecy. I can tell you that I will not give up the resistance of the Northern Federation. I am even ready. Even if you can assassinate me or invade my mind, other members of the Northern Federation can still continue to resist the Federation. I don't have any confidential information of them in my mind. I can prove all this to you. Even if the Federation defeats me, it can't defeat the members of the Salvation Alliance of the Northern Federation. And I can tell you with certainty that even if you take out a prophecy and tell me to give up resistance, I will not give up. So unless you are a spy of the Federation, and your real purpose is to kill me, otherwise what you say next will be useless. No matter what reason you give, it will not shake me. Signing a formal covenant with you is the limit of what I can do, and you must ensure that this process will not affect my battle with the Northern Federation, otherwise I will not even sign a contract with you. Even if this is Shinchi's prophecy, this is my bottom line." Ma En frowned slightly. Roman's resistance was far beyond his imagination, and it was completely different from the members of the Salvation Alliance he had met before. Although Roman, as a high-level ability user, should have his own judgment, such strong resistance was something Ma En had never expected. This made him feel that Roman must have some special reason for doing this. He deliberately said in a questioning tone, "I always feel that there seems to be a reason for your persistence, as if what you really care about is not whether Shishao can be saved, but the baseline of Homo sapiens." Roman also smiled. "Didn't think so, I won't explain anything, I have already made my attitude clear." Ma En's eyes gradually turned cold. "Really? But if this is your real motive, then I will start to doubt whether your purpose is in line with the purpose of Shinzhao and the Salvation Alliance. If necessary, I may skip you and discuss this matter directly with other members of the Salvation Alliance, unless you can give me a reasonable explanation." Seeing this scene, Roman's eyes became sharp, and then he moved his body slightly. "You may have underestimated me a little, and I have my own race behind me. Before you attack me, you should consider whether you can afford to offend my compatriots. They are not weak at all." "Really?" Ma En looked at him calmly. "But when you come here with me, I have a way to decide where we will return to in reality, and I am not afraid of your compatriots." But as Ma En spoke, a dark red light shone in his eyes, and at the same time, the surface of his body began to emit a scorching high temperature, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Roman did not feel a particularly strong aura from Maine. This power gave him the feeling that it had just reached the peak of the 4th level at best. But just when he was confused, he suddenly remembered the ability of the Abnormal Control Bureau introduced by Maine, and what he meant by being able to return to any place in reality. Roman's back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Because the person sitting in front of him at this moment was the King of Gods. "I understand." Roman, who realized what was going on in front of him, finally backed off. "Okay, I can tell you the reason why I insist. I do have my own ideas and the support of my people, but these are not the real reasons for my insistence. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that this matter would be leaked. I also got the prophecy of Shinzhao." Chapter 657. This answer made Ma En frown slightly. This was not something difficult to understand. Although Shinzhao's prophecy contradicted the prophecy she gave herself, Shinzhao's imprisonment was also an emergency. It was normal for her prophecy to go wrong. But what if Shinzhao was not wrong? This idea means a lot of things. Although seemingly contradictory prophecies should not appear, in fact, Xin Zhao's way of interfering with the future is not necessarily to let the recipient of the prophecy to realize the prophecy. False prophecies can also create the future she expects. For example, if she wants Ma En and Roman to conflict, she can do so. But there is a hidden problem here. That is, for Ma En and Roman who believe in Xin Zhao, giving the correct prophecy directly is the best way. This is also the reason why Ma En has never doubted Xin Zhao's prophecy. If Xin Zhao wants to interfere with the future through people who trust her, then giving accurate prophecies, or nearly accurate prophecies, will often be easier to achieve. If this is not the case, there may be two reasons. Either even if he realizes the true prophecy, knowing the prophecy itself cannot advance that future, or the future that Xin Zhao really wants cannot be told to him, because he will not act according to the prophecy after knowing it. Even though Ma En trusts Xin Zhao very much, he naturally has these associations when he realizes these things. He did not think of these things because of his suspicion of Xin Zhao, but thought of them the moment he knew them. The facts are there, how can he turn a blind eye to them? And there are some interesting coincidences in this. If he and Roman both do what Xin Zhao asks, then the final result is that Xin Zhao's prophecy can still be realized, and what is blocked is not actually Xin Zhao's blood. What was blocked was the anti-psychic drug from the Federation. If that was all, he should have already suspected the Federation, because it was very likely that the Federation would tamper with his anti-psychic drug, or play some tricks. Anyway, it must be the Federation's problem. But after realizing this, Ma En immediately recalled something that happened in the past. After he was just discharged from the hospital, he once joined the Salvation Alliance, and with the fall of Xin Zhao, he was also involved in the vortex of the struggle between the Salvation Alliance and the Federation, and finally decided to cease fire with the Federation. At that time, he had met a very dangerous reality twister Hong Yuan, who could imitate the abilities of other reality twisters. The characteristic of Xin Zhao's blood was also created by Xin Zhao using his power. With the power of reality twisting, he once launched a seemingly fatal attack on himself, that is, using the reality twisting ability to pull himself back to the past, trying to return himself to the weakest baby state. This change sounds familiar, because it is very similar to the effect of the anti-psychic drug, but the anti-psychic drug is much weaker than what Hong Yuan can do. It can only take effect at the mental level, and it is also time-limited. But they all achieved similar results in the end. At that time, Hong Yuan's move did not work properly. When his state reached the first meeting with Xin Zhao, Hong Yuan's attack was suddenly blocked, and the power stolen from Xin Zhao returned to their real owner. Xin Zhao easily took away the power that originally belonged to her, and killed Hong Yuan with it, and turned all the remaining power in his body into Xin Zhao's blood, which is the power of this prophecy. She told Ma En that even if she didn't come out to intercept, Ma En would win in the end, but he would try to directly seize and use Hong Yuan's power, which would cause his so-called indigestion. This situation would definitely lead to a bad future, so she came to stop herself, and in order to prevent this power from being discarded, she also transformed it into the easily digestible blood of Xin Zhao. She may have lied, or she may have told the truth. But now Ma En felt that at least she didn't make it all clear, because when she appeared there, she had another purpose, which was to prevent herself from returning to the past, to be precise. To return to the past before she lost her memory. Combining these conditions, he would inevitably think of these, and this is in line with his speculation. If Xin Zhao's purpose is to prevent recalling the past, then she really can't tell herself directly with prophecy. Because even if Xin Zhao said so, it would be difficult to stop herself from looking back to her past. This also reminded Ma En of the memory fragments he saw at that time. If those things were true, then it could indeed explain why Xin Zhao wanted to stop him from recalling. Perhaps recalling his past would not be good for Xin Zhao to create the future she wanted, and it might not even be good for him. But if it was the latter, Xin Zhao should have been able to tell him this directly, unless Xin Zhao's power judged that even if he heard Xin Zhao's warning, he would still look for his past. When thinking of this, Ma En also had the same judgment. Unless recalling his past would eventually lead to extremely bad and unbearable consequences, then he would definitely retrieve his past memories without hesitation, because this was related to an extremely important issue. That is, who is he? And Xin Zhao did not stop it directly, which proves that looking for the past will not lead to such a bad result, otherwise Xin Zhao's power will tell it directly to herself. That is to say, the reason why she stopped herself was because of the issue of saving the world. Although in thinking about this problem, this seems to be Xin Zhao's decision, but if you calm down and think carefully, it is not difficult to realize that these prophecies may not come directly from Xin Zhao Xingzhe, a human being. It is more likely to come from the cold-blooded and ruthless Xin Zhao power itself. Its purpose is only to save the world, whether you can find the past and know yourself clearly again. As long as these block this power from saving the world, then it will stop it without hesitation. Moreover, now that Xiao is in a state of imprisonment, this power is no longer bound, and may even make many decisions that go against Xiao's will. Ma Yan also gradually realized how dangerous it might be to imprison Xiao, because although they can bind Xiao's will, this power is still floating outside. After thinking about this, Ma Yan immediately made up his mind. Regardless of whether this is in line with the future of salvation, he must obtain the anti-psychic medicine and find his past. Okay, I agree with your idea, Ma Yan replied. But he does not intend to confront this force directly. Roman smiled. Very good, then I will officially join you. Thunder has fallen into the mortal world. Chapter 658. The contract was successfully signed, and Maine made a promise not to interfere with Roman and the others, and they also agreed to join the secret alliance in this special non-staff way, and when the decision was made. The third prophecy of Xiao's blood has also been completed. The divine body, divine power, and divine speed have all descended into the real world, and the final prophecy and power have gradually revealed their true colors and came to the real world through Xiao's blood. Contained abnormal entity, Xiao's blood. Abnormal strength, V.2. Danger level, V.2. Description: the blood cast by Xiao himself for his allies. Features: divine body 4.5. Divine power 4.5. Divine speed 4.5. Divine will V.2. The downtrodden wanderer finally followed the guidance of the prophecy and embarked on the journey home. Inside the Abnormal Control Bureau, Qin Lan was already standing outside the containment room and obtained temporary high-level authority. At the same time, the psychic entity from Silver Moon, the girl Selly, who was Ma Yan's childhood sweetheart, had already made good use of the 4th-level psychic ability and stood in the corner of the containment room ready to start working at any time. And Ma Yan was in the middle of the containment room, preparing to use the blood of Xiao. The change of this characteristic perfectly predicted Ma Yan's speculation. Sure enough, the power of Xiao did not want him to obtain the memory of the past through the anti-psychic drug, but it did not intend to stop him directly. It is not surprising that the power that can see the future can see the past. According to this description, the blood of Xiao specially opened a path to the past for himself. Ma Yan believed that if he could obtain the memory from the past through the blood of Xiao, it would be more conducive to the work of Xiao's complete salvation. Combined with the memories that the faceless man had shown, Ma Yan could imagine and understand this situation. His past seemed to hide something shameful. Although he did not believe the faceless man, it claimed that preventing him from retrieving his memories was to protect him. This might be true, but it was not entirely his purpose. Although Ma Yan did not give up the idea of obtaining the anti-psychic medicine, since Xiao, his ally, had paved the way for him, he would see what kind of past she wanted to show him. Don't worry, I will take care of you. Looking at the silent Ma Yan, Li smiled encouragingly. She was very happy that Ma Yan had entrusted this important task to her. This was not only because Ma Yan believed in her, but also because she could help. However, Li's eyes were also firm, as if Ma Yan was about to enter an extremely dangerous place. Compared with the joy of being able to help, she was more worried. After all, the last time Ma Yan found her, she was still fighting against Saran, and the situation at that time could be said to be extremely dangerous. Ma Yan saw Li's worry and smiled and said, "It's okay, this matter is not that dangerous. It's just that I have encountered a guy with self-awareness several times in my past memories. Although he is troublesome, he has never threatened my life." After that, Ma Yan nodded to Qin Lan and then sat down. Used, blood of Xiao, blink. All disappeared. Li standing in the corner, and Qin Lan outside the window. But he was still in the containment room. When Ma Yan looked up, he saw a very familiar figure. "Didn't you understand? This is to protect you." Ma Yan was tired of hearing the familiar words, but this time the speaker had a different face. Standing outside the glass was Xiao. The moment he saw this figure, Ma Yan had a strange trance feeling, and opened his eyes wide to try to distinguish whether it was the real Xiao in front of him, or the faceless man wearing Xiao's disguise. But Ma Yan soon made a judgment, because this Xiao had her own expression. Her expression looked very cold, not at all like the savior who cared about all living beings, and in her eyes Ma Yan felt a calmness close to cruelty, as if she didn't care about anything at all. "Do you feel like you are looking in the mirror?" Xiao sneered. "I just talked to it. It seems that you find it difficult to accept your broken memories, and you have a strong resistance to its views. Didn't you notice that this resistance is irrational? This is your own brain. How could it want to hurt you? It is just trying to prevent a bad reality from coming. It's preventing you from finding me." Ma En looked around calmly. You are lying. You want to scare me. You want to gain power in my mind by creating fear. If what you said is true, then he can directly say this, instead of just repeating that he is protecting me, and what he should do is to warn me. Seeing Ma En looking around, Xin Xiao sneered. You have too high expectations of him. He is just a memory fragment, a self-protection mechanism of the brain. What are you looking for? If it's that kid and my sister, then you'd better give up. You should take a closer look at my abnormal strength. As long as she's not in the Southern Federation, she won't be able to compete with me. Of course, if you're not in the Abnormal Control Bureau, the result will only be worse. If you're looking for the faceless man, then don't waste your energy. I've killed him. Ma En's expression gradually became gloomy. Seeing this expression, Xin Xiao smiled even more happily. Of course, I know you're actually looking for them at the same time. I can see everything, remember? What exactly are you? Ma En asked seriously. Xin Xiao said calmly. Don't pretend. I know you know the answer, exactly the same as you think. I am the thing you are most afraid of encountering on this journey back to the past. Xin Xiao's power is manifested after it is freed from the reins. What she can't accomplish, I will do for her. The enemies she can't defeat with all her strength are not a threat to me at all, because I don't have any shackles or burdens on my body. At the same time, I am also the strongest person with abilities. I am the future. Ma En said firmly. If what you said is true, then you don't need to find me to save the world. You should also know that I fully understand that you are trying to create fear in me. This is the necessary way for you to defeat me in the spiritual world. But unfortunately, fear can't let me let go of the control of my mind. This is my brain. I am the master here. Xin Xiao smiled and said, yes, I don't have as strong power as her. I am just the remnant of her power in reality, but you also misunderstood the purpose of my telling you this. I don't need to rely on words to defeat you in the spiritual world. I know you are not afraid of me. I can see everything, and you may still remember. I am invincible. Chapter 659. Since the future is already determined. Ma En did not fight it, then at least answer my doubts. How did I block your path to saving the world, if I am not mistaken? Shouldn't I be your ally? If it is a problem of memory, I can compromise temporarily. This is Ma En's biggest question, because he decided to try to use this power, because in his opinion, he could not be the enemy of Xin Xiao's power, nor would he block Xin Xiao from saving the world. And this power should be able to see such a future, so it is impossible to threaten himself. Is it really possible that he will stand on the opposite side of saving the world? Or are the memories shown to him by the faceless man really real, and recalling the past will make him an enemy of Xin Xiao? But even if it is the latter, it is difficult for Ma En to really not recall the past. Because even if there is a possibility that he will become bad after finding the memory, in fact, Ma En can't understand and accept such an idea in his heart, but it is difficult to imagine what kind of memory can make him bad. And becoming the enemy of Xin Xiao's salvation does not mean that the past self may be evil. In fact, there is another possibility in this situation, that is, there are some truths hidden in the past that can destroy Xin Xiao's plan to save the world, or it is some terrible abnormal knowledge, or Xin Xiao's true face is hidden in the past. These are all possible situations. But if the power of Xin Xiao at this moment really says that his memory is problematic, Ma En is indeed willing to temporarily put the search for memory aside, and wait until he has gained stronger power to search for memory again. After all, there is a possibility that some dangerous power that cannot be recalled is hidden in the memory. But Ma En felt that this was not the reason why Xin Xiao's power appeared here. You said it very well, and I also believe that you are willing to help us. Xin Xiao said confidently. But the thoughts of you humans who live in the present are meaningless. You want to help us, and you will help us. But it does not mean that the future will be closer to the direction we all expect. This is reality. Reality is not transferred by human will. Only we can decide reality. Although he did not think that the other party would agree, Ma En still said seriously, then tell me what to do. You can see the future, so you can definitely find a way to achieve your goal through words. No matter what I think, this will make it easier to achieve your ultimate goal. Ma En did not expect her to really give an answer. He was just asking questions. But Xin Xiao really nodded. Okay, you just need to hand over your body and the control bureau to me. In fact, I have no interest in your body. If possible, I don't want to kill you. It's a pity that I can't take the abnormal control bureau alone. When she said this, her face showed a little more regret, and Ma En couldn't see how much sincerity there was in it. But this passage also explained why the power of Shi Xiao insisted on dealing with him. The power of Shi Xiao seemed to be able to interfere with the world through him and the abnormal control bureau, so it wanted to rob his body. For it, attaining the power of the Abnormal Control Bureau is more likely to save the world than cooperating with him. Ma En looked at Xin Xiao with a serious expression. You can take my body? Just because you are the power of the reality twister? But I also have the Abnormal Control Bureau. Xin Xiao seemed not to notice that Ma En was stalling for time, and explained with an almost arrogant and confident look, it is because you have the Abnormal Control Bureau that I can take your body. Because you are very similar to that Hong Yuan, the reality twisting power you possess is extremely inclusive. In fact, I also considered taking his body at the beginning, but his power was not strong enough. Even if I really got his power, I couldn't really solve the problem, but then I saw you. Ma En nodded slightly and said, so Xin Xiao didn't want to save me at that time, and you also told the truth at that time. Even if you didn't intervene in this matter, I could still win the final victory, and your appearance was to pave the way for today. At that time, you planned to take my body. You used Hong Yuan's reality-twisting power to plant the seeds that could usurp my body, and then used my trust in Xin Xiao to raise it. You did all this. Xin Xiao smiled and said, yes, but don't separate Xin Xiao from me. The relationship between her and me is like that between the Control Bureau and you. She is like my brain, and I am her body. Human thoughts are determined by the brain and the body. Of course, the human brain cannot fully realize what its body is doing, but it is still extremely stupid to separate us. Then you can't see us at all. After saying this, Xin Xiao raised his right hand slightly, and the smile on his face began to fade. It's time. Fast. In the blink of an eye, Xin Xiao appeared and smashed the glass of the containment room, appearing 10 meters away from Ma En, but at this moment her figure paused slightly, as if she encountered some invisible obstacles. During this period of time, Ma En had completely understood his situation. He could not feel the various powers he had used, including the power of the sun, but there was still a strong power on him. Spiritual power V.3. While talking to Xin Xiao, he had prepared more than a dozen layers of mental power walls beside him. But at the moment, when Xin Xiao hit the invisible wall, she quickly dodged the ground with her legs, and the random mental power wall with a 5th level strength was smashed by her, and she did not suffer any injuries. Then she continued to hit the 2nd mental power wall at an almost unabated speed. This is not a 4.5 level divine power. This level should be 5.5 level, that is to say, at this moment her strength, speed and body are all at the 5th level. And if what she thought was right, when she smashed 5 walls of telekinesis in succession, she suddenly turned quickly, and thought about moving quickly to the left. As her figure moved to a safe place at high speed, the place where she had just stood also produced a terrible shock. Boom! The terrible power that erupted in the entire containment room was torn into pieces. She just dodged Ma En's upcoming attack. In other words, this incarnation of the power of the gods can also see the future, and at this time Ma En also deeply realized that without being able to use other abnormal characteristics, he would never be able to defeat the opponent in such a face-to-face battle, and it was not a question of how much he had a chance of winning. She was invincible. Chapter 660. Watching Xin Xiao dodge his attack with foresight, and destroy the defensive mental wall he had built with great effort at an astonishing speed, Ma En also began to instinctively increase the defensive mental wall. At the same time, his mind was working frantically, thinking wholeheartedly about how to win this battle. First of all, he definitely couldn't beat Xin Xiao. This was the conclusion Ma En came to immediately after confirming that Xin Xiao could predict the future at this time. This idea hit Ma En's mind with an unstoppable momentum. If it was in other places, it might not be a big deal, but such thoughts in the spiritual world are extremely dangerous. Xin Xiao seemed to have noticed this, and his movements paused slightly for a moment. However, nothing happened. Because although Ma En did agree from the bottom of his heart that he could not beat the Xin Xiao in front of him, he did not give up the hope of winning, and his spirit was not shaken at all. Because although Xin Xiao cannot be defeated in this kind of battle, from a more macro perspective, Xin Xiao is not as invincible as in a head-on battle. Of course, from a macro perspective, she is also very strong. Prophecy is an ability that has almost no blind spots or loopholes, and has the same extremely difficult characteristics to defeat. After all, it stands to reason that the more macro the battle situation, the longer the time, and the better the ability of prophecy can be used. Therefore, from a macro perspective, it is also difficult for anyone to crack Xin Xiao's prophecy by brute force. But Ma En had already thought of a clever way to crack the power of prophecy. In fact, it is very simple. Facing this power that transcends time, there is no need to be fair to it. Since you can't defeat it at the moment, can't you just borrow strength from your future self? This is also the trick that the Federation used when imprisoning Xin Xiao. The specific implementation method is to turn the future that Xiao is realizing into the future that she doesn't want to realize, or to make you overlap with the future that she wants to realize. The Federation once used nuclear binding to bind the future of Xiao's victory with the future of the destruction of the world, so that Xiao could not approach the future of the winning rate that was originally within her reach. Similarly, Ma also thought about how to kill Xiao and other prophets. When he first thought about this problem, he was mainly thinking about how to deal with other prophets like Xiao. But he also thought about how to kill Xiao, which is also very simple. Just bind the future of saving the world with her death. If you are facing other prophets, you may not even have to do this. As long as those guys are more afraid of the future of living than death, they will stop opposing themselves and take the initiative to appear in public to end their lives to prevent the future they don't want from coming. So if Xiao saw that the world would be saved after her death, and that if she remained alive, the world would only get worse, then Ma believed that the Xiao he knew would die without hesitation. And the incarnation of Xiao's power in front of him would also be willing to surrender. Although she was more evil and cold-blooded than the real Xiao, her goal was also to save the world. Although the Xiao in front of him was not kind, she was still pure. The real Xiao might even be particularly happy because she can finally realize her wish, and unlike other people who are willing to die for their ideals, she can even see the realization of her ideal future. But there are two problems with this method and implementation, that is, if someone will save the world, then he will not try to kill Xiao. Of course, you can also adopt this countermeasure in another way. The Federation took this approach at the time. If Xiao had not lost at that time, the world would have taken several steps towards destruction. There is no need to have perfect options. You can also force people to make choices. But the Federation's approach also has flaws, that is, they can't kill Xiao with this trick, because if they really want to do so, then even if Xiao dies, it will be difficult for the world to get better. A group that wants to kill Xiao cannot make the world better. Of course, the Federation is not such a group, because they don't actually intend to kill Xiao. In short, if it really comes to that, Xiao may choose to fight to the end and gamble. Fortunately, this is just a problem that needs to be solved for the killing problem, and Ma's purpose is not to kill her. Ma wanted to destroy the incarnation of Xiao in front of him. But here comes the second problem. He could create some kind of future mechanism. If the incarnation of Xiao stopped attacking at this time to help him retrieve his memory, then he would decide and insist on saving the world in the future. If he continued to attack and let him survive, then he would decide and insist on stopping Xiao from saving the world in the future. This is the best countermeasure option in theory, but unfortunately Ma cannot do this, because if this countermeasure is to be effective, then he must really strictly implement this decision. Even if this decision seems meaningless and useless. Because he cannot think about this problem in linear time. Suppose this mechanism is not effective at this moment, but he survives and defeats the incarnation of Xiao in the end, then he still has to save or destroy the world. The former is a little easier to say, but the latter is almost impossible. Because he has already won at that time, how could he destroy the world? Although it is a bit weird, even if the mechanism is not effective at this moment, he still has to destroy the world. If this cannot be done, it means that as long as the mechanism is not effective, he will not destroy the world. So as long as Xiao ignores this mechanism, it can be easily cracked, and this mechanism will not take effect. This is a paradox. Unless he can take some kind of coercive measures to make the two futures destined to become reality at the moment he makes the decision, it is impossible to influence Xiao's decision. In fact, this can also be done. The Federation has successfully implemented this trick. When dealing with Xiao, they established a closed system that could not be interfered with again. Assuming that Xiao really won the battle, and launching nuclear bombs at this time would only lead to more politicians being killed, the remaining politicians would have no way to stop the launch of nuclear bombs, and they had already given up the opportunity to regret in reality. Only this kind of closed system can smoothly implement this anti-prophecy mechanism. In fact, if Ma was in the outside world, he could also rely on the contract to do something similar, forcing himself to sign a contract to destroy the world, provided that he had the courage. In the current situation, it is almost impossible for Ma to realize this mechanism that transcends time. Unless he has forced himself to frantically execute the decision to destroy the world even when the mechanism is not effective, he must transcend his instincts and humanity to achieve such persistence. He must not only think like a madman, but also act like a madman. I don't know if there is any problem in understanding. Chapter 661. The whole thing is not about the current thoughts, but about the future actions. It is almost impossible to execute such a mechanism without external constraints, unless the user can transcend time and logic and use the will of the moment to forcibly control his future body. There are probably not many people in the world who can do this. But coincidentally, Ma-En feels that he is one of the few people who can do this, because he can fully understand the operating logic of this mechanism, and he should be able to barely control his future self. Even if he can't stick to this paranoia for a long time, he can at least stick to it until he leaves the spiritual world, and sign a forced contract the moment he leaves the spiritual world to counter Shishao. Maybe he can't destroy the world by will in a few years, or even more than 10 years, but he can at least barely surpass a few hours and force himself to sign a contract to destroy the world in a few hours. What he really can't do is another thing, destroying the world. Yes, he may be able to put himself into a state of near paranoia and force himself to make decisions for his future self beyond this period of time, which also allows him to fight against most prophets. Although, in reality, this confrontation ended when he mastered this way of thinking. From that moment on, other prophets would avoid becoming his opponents because they would see a future in which they would lose to Maine. But when the opponent was Shishao, the situation changed. Because the most serious cost of being her enemy was to destroy the world, if the enemy he was facing at this moment was really Shishao herself, then he might still be determined to fight her in this extreme way. But now, the one standing in front of him was only the incarnation of Shinshi's power. To defeat it, he had to pay the price of destroying the world in the future. It could be said that he cut off his entire arm just because he wanted to. Of course, Ma-En also thought that his purpose was not to kill Shishao, but to destroy the incarnation of Shinshi's inexplicable attack on him. The price he had to pay, and the future he had to decide would not be that high. But he also needed enough courage to make the decision. First of all, if the incarnation of Shishao could stop attacking him at this time, then he would provide enough help to save the world in the future. At the same time, this meant that if the other party did not stop, then even if he was willing to save the world, he would have to deliberately reduce his help to Shishao in the future, otherwise the previous option would be meaningless. Even in the future, when helping Shishao would bring him great benefits, such as doing so would give him allies against the Federation and other forces, even when the whole world was on the verge of destruction, and he and the people he cared about were threatened with death. He also restrained and suppressed his thoughts, preventing himself from helping Shishao save the world, and this thought would eventually affect whether the world would be destroyed. Otherwise, such a decision would be meaningless. Even if doing so would only harm him at that time. He must have such courage to make a decision. Bang! Shishao once again smashed a mental wall that was strong enough to withstand missile explosions. I have made up my mind, Ma-En said calmly. Snap! The fierce and swift incarnation of Shishao suddenly stood in place. She looked at Ma-En, who uttered these words with a very serious expression, and her eyes were not focused on him at all, as if something heavy and powerful hit her vision at this moment, forcing her to temporarily distract her attention to observe this sudden intrusion. The future collapsed. His determination has become a reality. Then she suddenly smiled. It's a very powerful trick. If the thing in front of me is not so tempting, I must have completely given up the idea of robbing your body at this moment. No, if that were the case, you would not see me appear at all. At the moment you make up your mind, my risk of failure is much higher. If I surrender at this moment, the future will be closer to my goal than if I had never come, and the price of my failure is extremely unacceptable. This trick has a very important premise, that is, you must really be able to affect the destruction of the world, otherwise, I will not see any impact on the future at all, and the impact you can actually cause. More than I originally imagined, or more than I saw. Ma-En nodded immodestly. Of course, I can change the world with the Abnormal Control Bureau. Even if you can really take my body to save the world, I don't think this is a wise decision. In the end, I will definitely stand by your side, because saving the world is a good thing for me, and I definitely don't want to be an enemy of a strong man like Shishao. At the same time, I also believe that I will be strong enough in the future, and it is definitely better for Shishao to form an alliance with me than to be an enemy. This is the future I saw, so I really can't understand. You actually came to trouble me. I can understand that you would trouble anyone in order to save the world, but the only thing you came to trouble me was something I didn't expect. What on earth is it that makes you so worried? But Shishao just smiled and took 2 steps back. Your countermeasures are indeed very strong, so I dare not confront you directly, so I can only avoid the sharp edge temporarily. But this does not mean that I can only surrender, because although you gave me a choice that I cannot challenge. But in fact, I have a third choice. In fact, you also know that unlike you, I did not really think of the existence of this choice, but I can see. That is, I cannot fall into your choice, which is the best decision. Ma-En narrowed his eyes slightly. So what are you going to do? Shishao smiled and said, you don't have to give up helping Shishao and saving the world. I know you don't want to do this, and if you really make this oath, it will also become a danger to you in the future, and finally, let you pay the price of regretting for a lifetime. Ma En looked at her firmly. I will not regret it. Shishao turned his head slightly, and did not directly refute, but you will be very painful. Ma En nodded. I don't want to use a contract to constrain myself to save the world, but that doesn't mean I won't do it. I have negotiated with others in this way before, and I was bluffing at that time. But I don't now, because you can see it. Shishao nodded slightly. Very good, then I will formally propose a plan that is beneficial to both of us. Chapter 662. What's the proposal? Ma En asked. Ma En's moves can perfectly restrain the prophet. Even the incarnation of Shishao can't continue to act according to the original plan. The road to the future she has predicted has been blocked by Ma En. In other words, if she has to make a choice, she must choose to leave and not attack Ma En anymore. But this move is not without a way to crack it. The incarnation of Shishao answered directly. I will not try to snatch your body at this time. You have already won. It is not good to save the world to continue to be your enemy, but I hope you can take a step back. Ma En looked at her puzzled. What do you mean by taking a step back? Shishao replied, I will not go against you at this moment, but I hope you will not use this trick again in the future. As compensation, I will also give in, and not kill those people you care about who are still outside. Since you know that I am the incarnation of Shinshi's power, you will understand that I am not bound by those morals and concepts. In other words, I am Shishao without weaknesses. Evil, cunning, cold-blooded, cruel, these are all advantages in me. I will use the method that she disdains to use to win. And unlike other opponents, who will be deceived by your cold disguise, you can't deceive me in various ways. I know you care about them. I can see how angry and painful you are after they die. I know you are still a living human being. Ma En's eyes suddenly became sharp. Oh, it sounds like you think you can kill them at any time? Shishao showed a terrible smile. Of course, my power is enough to transcend time. The current Shishao power is bound, but the past Shishao power has come to this moment through time. Simply put, I am everywhere, for the Federation and for you. Although I am not a psychic and cannot directly communicate with the Shishao power in other parts of the world, we don't need to, because they will know that this is the right thing to do. The most important thing is that you can't hide your sister. You should have understood this, right? Looking at Ma En's serious expression, the incarnation of Shishao showed a smug smile. Yes, when she mentioned threatening the people she cared about, Ma En immediately thought that he could instantly pull all the people he cared about to the Control Bureau temporarily. This is also the most important reason why he chose to make them employees. He has thought that there might be some evil abnormal ability people who want to threaten him through them, so he is prepared for it early. After any kidnapping of his family, he can directly pull them back to the Control Bureau. Unless the opponent is Shishao. At this moment, he also fully realized how terrifying Shishao, who possessed prophecy and power, was. Why did a god like Saran, who was almost invincible in the Southern Federation, fear Shishao so much? He couldn't bring Chen Yun to the Control Bureau in front of Shishao, because she would kill him before that. It didn't even matter how long the teleportation took, because she could foresee the future, which meant that as long as he wanted to teleport to see Chen Yun would be killed a few minutes before the decision was made. If she had rejected Shinshi's proposal now, Chen Yun might have died a few minutes ago. This is the prophet. When Shishao used a similar move to counterattack, she did not give Ma En a real choice, because she had already made a decision for the future Ma En, and he could only give up and continue to use this method to fight her in the future. Ma En looked at her with puzzlement in his eyes. I really can't understand. Can't we find a way to coexist? Even if you put forward the condition of borrowing my body for more than 10 years to save the world, I would probably sit down and negotiate with you. Shishao smiled and said, since I have already taken action against you, it means that other methods are almost impossible to succeed. As for you saying that you can borrow my body, that is impossible because I don't have the ability to control other people's bodies. All I can do is cover your reality with my own reality. Of course, I have considered lying to you, but such a future is almost impossible to succeed, so I can only kill you openly. But my goal has always been simple and pure, which is to save the world. It's just that I have chosen the path that is easiest to achieve my goal, and you just happen to stand in my way. Now you should have felt how strong I am now. If you are willing to give your body to me, then saving the world is almost an inevitable result. If the real Shishao could run on those stupid bottom lines and morals, like me, then she would have realized our common wish long ago. As long as she sacrificed millions of innocent people, she could save the whole world. That's 20 billion people. Even now, the Federation has killed more than a few million innocent people. It is her weakness that has caused innocent people to continue to die. The number of dead people has far exceeded the level she originally needed to sacrifice, and we don't have much time. The great collapse she once mentioned will eventually come, and it will be within the lifetime of many people. By then, those who she should have sacrificed will eventually die in extremely cruel and terrible ways. They will just live a few more years than before, which is meaningless at all. I must stop this terrible thing. Now, as long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself, you can save everyone, including those you care about, so that they can truly live to the end of their lives, instead of living a few more years in vain. After you die, I will also attribute all the credit to you. You will become the savior, and I will become the evil villain despised by everyone, but almost everyone will be saved. When she said this, her eyes were extremely firm, and she really looked like a savior. But Ma En was not shaken at all. Fortunately, the real Shen Shao is not like you, otherwise I might have been killed by her long ago. And if Shen Shao really behaved like you, then her reality distortion power would not be directed at saving the world. No, your lies can't shake me. Maybe you can really save the world after I die, but that doesn't mean you won't kill those I care about, because they may also come to you for revenge. If there is really a terrible collapse that will come and destroy the world, and kill the people I care about as you said, then I will stand up and fight it myself. Compared to you and Shen Shao, I believe in myself more. Chapter 663. Looking at Ma En, whose expression was more determined than hers, and more like a savior, the incarnation of Shen Shao's power did not try to influence Ma En's decision with words, because the incomplete future also disappeared at this moment. She could no longer convince Ma En. Since Ma En was discharged from the hospital, the trust that Shen Shao had built in his heart was also consumed by Shen Shao's incarnation in just a few minutes, and she had no chance to influence him by trust. And from today on, the man in front of him will no longer trust Shen Shao as he did in the past. In the future, he will always be wary of Shen Shao in his heart. Even if he still believes in Shen Shao as a person, he will be very alert to Shen Shao as a whole and always be wary of this terrible power. Since you think so, we have nothing to say. The incarnation of Shen Shao shook his head slightly. You won this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Such words may sound bluffing to other people, but they seem so threatening when spoken by her, because Ma En knows that, as she said, this battle will be extremely severe. And when he leaves here, he will face the omnipresent power of Shen Shao. In the past, this power has provided a lot of help to Ma En, so Ma En is more aware of what she can do than many people, and can also think of how she will deal with him. Don't worry, I will seriously think about how to defeat you. I suggest you change your opponent as soon as possible. Listening to Ma En's words, Shen Shao showed an inexplicable smile. I am looking forward to your performance. Well, time is also. Before she finished speaking, a cold silver-white light suddenly surged out from behind her, like a tide that instantly flooded Main's entire vision, and then gently grabbed Main, pulling him back to reality. The cold air suddenly pierced into his lungs, and a soft and slender arm was shaking his body, and then he heard a voice full of anxiety and worry in his ears. Main, are you okay? He raised his eyelids. 2 rounds of silver-white bright silver moon swayed in front of his eyes. When he recovered, he saw that the 2 rounds of silver moons were actually Selly's eyes. The spiritual entity girl was looking at him nervously and fearfully, and there was a little bit of unnoticeable self-blame and guilt between her eyebrows. The opponent used a very cunning way to cover up its invasion. It took me half a minute to notice that there was something wrong with your mental state, but with my mental power level at the time, I couldn't rescue you quickly. So I took the initiative to bring you to the Southern Federation and retrieve the power of the Moon Goddess. Ma En sat up slowly and nodded to Li. You did a good job. I almost got into trouble. This is also the reason why Shen Shao did not confront him head-on in the end. She just couldn't bear the risk of failure. This was not enough to make her give up, because she could see the probability of her success. So she would give up fighting against herself to the end. An important reason is that the possibility of her failure is very high. This is precisely because Ma En made preparations in the spiritual field in advance, and he also has Li, a trustworthy top spiritual ability user. This also indirectly confirms Ma En's speculation. Since Shen Shao herself has extremely strong combat power, she is almost invincible in a head-on battle, but if it comes to the strategic alone, then he still has a chance to win. After hearing Ma En's words, the worry on Li's face was slightly relieved. What happened? Let's go back first. Ma En was still very vigilant. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, Qin Lan was also waiting anxiously. When Li proposed to take Ma En away from here to the Southern Federation, she knew how serious this matter was. As the transmission ended, Ma and Sei Li returned to the control bureau. Qinlan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them, but her expression was still quite serious, because although Ma returned safely at this moment, it did not mean that the matter was over. And under the doubtful gaze of Sei Li and Qinlan, Ma, who returned to the control bureau, finally said, "The power of Shenxiao is out of control." He did not waste words. The power of Shenxiao can act on its own when she is imprisoned, because this power comes from the past when she was not imprisoned. But this also caused it to completely lose the restraint of humanity, and only the desire to save the world. After hearing what Ma said, Sei Li and Qinlan had basically understood what happened. So the power just got out of control. Qinlan said puzzledly, "I understand this, but why does it become a problem for us? Are we standing on the opposite side of saving the world?" When she said this, she did not hesitate to accuse Ma, who was standing opposite her at the moment, of being a hindrance to saving the world in the future. If anyone else was targeted by the power of Shenxiao, Qinlan would have no doubt that the guy must be a bad guy who wanted to stop Qinlan from saving the world, but when it came to Ma, she did not consider that he would stand on the opposite side of Shenxiao. Because this period of time was enough for her to clearly understand what kind of person the man in front of her was. In Qinlan's eyes, it was impossible for Ma to stop saving the world, and this was not because Ma was so kind. He was indeed a good man, but this was not the reason why Qinlan believed him on this point. The point was that Ma was very smart and rational, so it was already difficult for him to stand on the opposite side of Shenxiao, but there was no shortage of such outstanding politicians in the Federation, but Ma was very different from them. That was that all the interests that those politicians cared about could not impress and seduce this man. Greed, desire, these traits seemed to have no effect on Ma's decision-making and actions, as if he had received some special training to fight desire, allowing him to drive his body with pure reason. Such a person would not fall. So if he did not stand on the opposite side of Shenxiao now, he would not stand in the future. Ma also felt Qinlan's trust. To be precise, it can increase the possibility of saving the world in the future by killing us and seizing the Abnormal Control Bureau. Although I don't particularly agree with this, it sees such a future. Sei Li didn't consider standing on the opposite side of Shenxiao at all. Are we safe now? Ma shook his head. No, it has already started to act, so I have to race with it, and now, as far as I know, it is trying to prevent me from getting something, so I plan to get what I want before it finds an opportunity. Yes, although he failed to persuade the Northern Federation Salvation Alliance to temporarily give in, so that he could not fully fulfill the deal that the Federation had agreed with him this time. Now Ma also knew that this was exactly what Shenxiao arranged. In this case, he would make the future that Shenxiao's power did not want to see a reality. Chapter 664. Federal Investigation Department, Reception Room. Although he didn't keep his promise, he still came back here, because the fact that Shenxiao tried to prevent him from retrieving his memory just showed that the antipsychic drug could stop her. Of course, this could also be Shenxia's danger. Perhaps the real purpose of that power was to guide him to obtain the antipsychic drug. This situation should be specially guarded against when confronting the Prophet, but this time Ma felt that this should not be the case. Because he was going to obtain the antipsychic drug, unless the other party wanted to make some subtle adjustments to the future. But as he had figured out, if she really wanted to, she could communicate with him directly. There are definitely people in the world who are full of resistance to language, but Ma happened to be a guy who was willing to implement language seriously, so this possibility was also ruled out. At the same time, he also realized something very important, which might be one of the reasons why Shenxiao was so worried about his use of the antipsychic drug. For this, he thanked the real Shenxiao for the reminder he had given him. The real Shenxiao had mentioned this situation when he met him. Although she can see her past, she will forget it, which means that her ability to predict the past does not work for her, and the same should be true for the power of Shenxiao. That is to say, it can't remember the past, and I want to defeat it. I'm afraid the key point lies in the antipsychic medicine. Click. The door of the reception room was pushed open. The person who came was the shadow that Ma had arranged, but unlike Ma's expectations, this time, the shadow was not wearing a formal federal uniform, but a messy casual outfit, as if he had just run over from somewhere. This abnormality made Ma feel something was wrong. Normally, Shadow would not let him wait here if an appointment had been made. You know, this psychic has countless clones. Considering the Federation's current view of him, they would not let him wait. Unless it was necessary. Although he seemed a little anxious, Shadow still showed a warm smile. Mr. Ma, are you here to collect your bounty? No. Ma answered straightforwardly. After the field investigation, I must regretfully inform you that this transaction has been cancelled. Of course, This is not what I want, but I have my own reasons. Shadow was also a little surprised. It was not so surprising that Mon would cancel the transaction. After all, the affairs of the Salvation Alliance might be extremely complicated, but he did not need to come here in person for such a matter. But he not only specifically asked to see me, but also asked for an immediate meeting. It happened that I was carrying out an important task assigned by the Federation, and struggling with those non-physical psychic monsters. If he didn't believe in the Federation's ability to keep secrets, he would have suspected that Ma En was here to cause trouble. You know, there are only a few days in the year when he is too busy, but Ma En chose now. For this reason, Shadow also spent some time preparing a temporary body, and rushed over during the gap in the battle. But now Ma En's few words really made him suspect that the other party was here to cause trouble. However, even so, he still maintained the smile that a member of the Federation must have. Okay, we understand the difficulties of the Camarilla, and we look forward to cooperating with you next time. Ma En said, don't expect it. My purpose of coming here is to cooperate with you for the second time. I won't hide it. I have already promised to get the mind-reversing potion for my friend. He has also made other preparations, and he is not a particularly patient type. So I came here to propose a new deal. I can help you deal with Thor and other disobedient gods as you said before. Shadow showed a look of surprise. The Federation had just asked him to think of a way to deal with this matter. And he was actually thinking about how to evade the Federation, because according to his understanding of Maine, if he refused this request, he would not be able to change his mind easily. Through this, Shadow also realized that Maine had a certain eager desire for the anti-psychic drug. This news will definitely be added to the analysis team of the Camarilla, but Shadow did not intend to use this to bargain with Maine at this moment, because Maine at this moment did not only represent him. The Camarilla is already a large organization on an equal footing with the Federation. They will naturally give each other enough respect. But just when he was about to agree, Maine made another request. And I want to get the anti-psychic drug now, we can sign a contract. As I said, my friend is not that patient, but I believe this is not a particularly excessive request. This sentence once again confirmed Shadow's judgment, but he still did not want to use this eagerness to do anything. This is actually the reason why Maine is willing to show this eagerness. He can no longer be manipulated casually. However, this information may be more critical to the analysis team. Okay, I prepare the contract. Shadow nodded in agreement. But Maine was not relaxed at this moment. He suddenly changed his mind to help the Federation deal with the gods, which would cost a huge price, and exposing his desires to this terrible organization would also pose a great risk to his future. If the Camarilla really existed, then the exposure of this information would not be a big deal. But you have to know that the Camarilla is still just a lie until now. If this lie is exposed, it is likely to seriously threaten the personal safety of Maine and all other employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau. So now he is doing something that he would never do normally. But he has no choice. At this moment, he is racing against time. He can't let the Federation prepare the anti-psychic medicine slowly. He must not give them time to use their abilities to deal with such a prophetic opponent. Therefore, in order to defeat it, Maine can no longer think so much. Wait. Shadow's expression suddenly changed, and then showed the expression that Maine was most worried about. He said apologetically, I have been notified that this matter must be carefully considered, and asked me to temporarily reject your request here, but you can wait a little, they will give a conclusion soon. Ma En closed his eyes slightly. He had obtained the anti-psychic potion at a speed close to the limit, without giving the other party time to react. But this is the problem with being hostile to such a prophet, you never know when they will start preparing. Maybe it had already prepared long before this happened. When he heard that the Shadow would be a little late, he began to worry, and the fact was just as he worried. No matter how quickly he reacted, he had been late a long time ago. It came here. Chapter 665. The heavy reality weighed on Ma En's chest. The pressure was like a mountain about to collapse. Even the calmest people could not ignore its existence, and had to raise their heads to face the torrent of mud and rocks. This moment was the most stressful moment since Ma En woke up. He was facing the most terrible opponent. He had no place to hide, and he could not think of returning to the Control Bureau as before. The opponent would find him sooner or later. And what was even more terrible was that he had no time. He was racing against time, but his opponent had already jumped the gun before he knew about the game. So now he had no way to temporarily retreat a few steps and slowly think about the next countermeasures. He could only keep moving forward to catch up with his opponent. There was no room to breathe. Decisions must be made, actions must be taken, and the power of Shishao must not be allowed to continue to affect the future. But the question is how to control the future that she has set her sights on. Several ideas popped up in Ma En's mind one after another, but even the most subtle thoughts seemed extremely insignificant in front of this power. But soon, he remembered that Xin Xiao had mentioned her way of prediction. Due to the basic principles of the real world, she could not directly see the accurate future, or even for the prophet, there was no accurate future, but a set of probabilities of multiple futures. Ma En didn't know how this worked. Maybe Xin Xiao could see the illusion of multiple futures, maybe she just had a hazy feeling, or maybe she had a perception system that was beyond his understanding. But this gave him an idea. If Xin Xiao can see multiple futures, then some futures are more likely to come true, and some futures have only a very small probability. For example, there must be a future in which he gives up resistance and surrenders, but the probability is so small that it is almost impossible, and this future is even more difficult for Xin Xiao to foresee. In other words, if he wants to escape from this clear and limited ability to predict, he must force himself to behave as randomly and abnormally as possible, so that his behavior moves forward in a chaotic way that is difficult to predict, and through continuous random and low probability choices, the future in which he is located will become lower and lower in the total probability. Combined with Xin Xiao's previous mention of the influence of the unmemorable on her predictions, this may effectively stop and delay Xin Xiao's power, and in fact, it is very likely that his plan has already taken effect. The real self has already thought of a way to fight her, so other possible selves may also think of similar ways of fighting, and it is precisely because there are so many existences that prevent her predictions. He is still alive. Shi Xiao had already started to rush in the past, but his futures that had never existed were also fighting against this terrible enemy in a way that transcended time. After finding this method, Ma En did not think about whether there was a better way, because the more he thought, the easier it would be for Xin Xiao to catch him. Only this kind of flickering light could escape her prediction. But this is not a perfect method, at least not for the outcome of this war. If he maintains a completely random behavior pattern for a long time, he may be able to avoid Xin Xiao's prediction of himself with an extremely large number of futures, but the problem is that this can only delay time. Even if it lasts long enough, it is meaningless, it is just delaying his own death. He must find a way to fight Shi Xiao while maintaining the chaos. No, don't wait, I don't have time, just make your request directly. Ma En looked up at Shadow, who seemed to be talking to someone through telepathy. I want this thing. Shadow looked at Ma En in surprise. This was not what the man in front of him would say. In Shadow's impression, Ma En was an extremely cunning and dangerous guy, and it was impossible for him to expose his needs to the greedy Federation. It was precisely because of this that it was difficult for him to judge which of Ma En's needs were really urgent, and which were just to make him more elusive. But now Ma En only exposed his thoughts after encountering a little obstacle, and did not even try to cover it up. Even if he simply spent some time to say a few polite words, the special team established specifically for Ma En and the Camarilla would be undecided. But now they can confidently conclude that Ma En is really in urgent need of the antipsychic drug. According to Ma En standards, this is not a wise thing to do, because it will only make the Federation, a bloated and greedy giant, start to look at him with an extremely slow reaction speed, making it more difficult for him to achieve his goal. It was completely beyond his expectations. Why? Shadow asked this purely to satisfy his curiosity. Ma En still had his usual expression, as if he had not stepped into the grave. No reason, the Federation only needs to know that this is a request from Ma En, a member of the Camarilla, and you can freely propose your own conditions. As long as they are not particularly excessive, we, the Camarilla, can meet them. The premise is that I must get the mind-reversing drug, and right now. This is a very good deal. This is the truth. The Federation had no reason to reject this proposal, and since Marn said it had to be at this moment, they would not delay in this regard, and would only find ways to ask for a high price. Shadow, as the representative of the Federation, also agreed without hesitation. I will tell them right now, and let the Federation discuss new terms of the deal for you. After saying this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was communicating with the Federation members through other bodies, but immediately his face showed a surprised expression. This was the second time today that something was beyond his expectations. The Federation did not agree to this proposal of a small profit. They said the deal can be negotiated. Shadow showed an apologetic expression to Marn, but they have no way to get you the mind-reversing drug today, and the specific terms must also take time to discuss. After saying this, Shadow straightened his face and said in his own identity, I didn't expect them to reject you, but I think you can reach an agreement as long as you spend some time. The Federation, a giant organization, does seem bloated in some aspects, but believe me, this inefficiency is only reflected in time and will never affect the final result. Very good. Ma En stood up and looked at Shadow and said, contact me after you have reached an agreement. There is no possibility of a deal. If he really foolishly waited for the Federation to propose new conditions, he would have been killed long ago. He must adopt other plans. Time waits for no one. Chapter 666. Abnormal Control Bureau, Conference Room. The room was already filled with various Abnormal Control Bureau employees, including Qin Lan, a core member who had mastered most of the situations in the Control Bureau, and the three half-sisters that Ma entrusted the most, Qin Yun Yu, and Sei Li. Logically speaking, when faced with such a problem, Ma would not ask Qin Yun and Yu to come to the meeting, and they could not provide any practical help, but this was exactly why he asked them to come. Precisely because he would not do so, this situation was relatively rare in all the futures that Xin Xiao had seen, and therefore it was more difficult for him to notice, which could effectively prevent her from predicting this reality. In addition to these core members, there were some less trustworthy members in the conference room, such as Ren Shizhi and Kanaya, who were undercover in the Federation, several randomly selected former members of the Salvation Alliance, and even some surviving Level 0 employees, as well as the Atlantis girl, who was also randomly selected from the early members. Except for a few core members, this is an extremely chaotic lineup, including some members who are impossible to be selected to participate in this meeting, and they are generated randomly. Such an arrangement can definitely resist the prophecy of the power of Shi Xiao. Now you should understand the situation. Ma said to the members in the meeting room, "Our opponent is the power that escaped the control of Shi Xiao, and I need your wisdom to defeat it. But don't think about it, as I just explained, we need to rely on unexpected chaos to defeat it, so you just need to tell me the inspiration that suddenly comes to your mind at this moment. The purpose of this meeting is not to find a way to defeat it, but to prevent it from being predicted in advance." After summoning them, Ma also directly and unreservedly told them the situation he was facing, and even revealed a lot of confidential information, which was also to prevent Xin Zhao's predictive ability. She was heading in the direction she least expected. Of course, in the end, he would definitely erase most people's memories of this meeting. However, after he explained the situation, he did not immediately get any positive feedback. Because almost everyone present understood the crisis they were facing at the moment, they fell into various complex and heavy emotions, and Ma could even see some despair on the faces of several people. This expression mainly appeared on the faces of former members of the Salvation Alliance, especially Qin Lan, because she was the most able to understand how terrible the power of Xin Xiao was among all the employees of the Control Bureau. She lived with this power until today. So after listening to Ma'an's words, she couldn't even think of half an idea. She couldn't think of any method at all, and there was only strong powerlessness and fatigue in her mind. It's impossible to win. A middle-aged man who once belonged to the Salvation Alliance broke the silence. Only the Federation in the world has ever defeated Shi Xiao, and even they can't be considered a complete victory. No one Shi Xiao wants to kill can survive. This sentence is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing despair to spread like ripples in the conference room. Although Qin Lan didn't say it like him, she also thought so in her heart. In fact, their resistance and efforts at this moment are futile, just a meaningless struggle before death. Ma'an is dead. Many people who had not realized the situation at first gradually realized how unlikely it was for them to win, and their motivation to think of a solution was instantly reduced, because they did not think they could think of a solution at all. There were even a few members who secretly rejoiced at the news. Some were Level 0 employees, who had already hated Ma-In, and a few former members of the Salvation Alliance were happy about the active power of Shi Xiao. In their eyes, if they could save Shi Xiao, it would be worth paying the price of Ma-In. However, Sei Li and Yu cast displeased eyes. Unlike the members of the Salvation Alliance, who were familiar with Shi Xiao, after listening to Ma-In's explanation of the situation, they did not show a desperate expression, only strong worry, and they did not give up hope. Or they were unwilling to give up. Only Qin Yun did not react to this sentence, but frowned slightly and thought about something. She suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, raising her head slightly with an inquiring expression, "Maybe we can directly disclose this news to the Federation and join forces with them to deal with Xin Xiao's power. Anyway, they don't want to see Xin Xiao's power succeed, and this is definitely beyond Xin Xiao's expectations. And they also have experience in defeating Shi Xiao." Ma-In smiled and nodded. "Great idea. This is indeed something I can't do, but I think this method is easier to predict among all the low probability options, because I have had this idea a long time ago. This idea is a bit unreasonable and too reasonable." Qin Yun nodded slightly, and then continued to frown and fell into deep thought. Her expression when she asked the question was as if she was asking what to eat tonight. And Ma-In's answer was as calm as if he was not about to die. Qin Lan, who was watching the scene, had a strange feeling in her heart. If it was just Ma, she might not have noticed this abnormality, but Xin Yun's different reactions from the other two sisters reminded her. At this moment, she and Ma were both too rational. Although their rationality exuded a completely different aura, if Xin Yun gave her the feeling of barely understandable calmness, a terrible will belonging to a powerful human being, then Ma and made Xin Lan feel like a robot who was coldly calculating his future. In the past, this cold rationality always made Xin Lan a little uncomfortable, and it also made her unable to truly understand the man in front of her, but at this moment, his rationality was unusually appropriate. Xin Zhao's image was like an unshakable mountain, directly crushing the will to resist of most people. Any human being dominated by emotion could not fight against such a terrible enemy. Xin Lan didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she or anyone else were in Man's position. How long could they hold out before giving up resistance? How could they not accept the almost doomed fate? But if we really judge it purely from a rational point of view, Man does have a chance to survive. And even if the chance is so slim, resistance is also the final judgment that rationality will give, because he has no reason to give up, but humans will give up in this situation. The will of mortals will be easily crushed by this terrible force. But only creatures with this terrible rationality have a chance to defeat Xin Zhao, which is a necessary prerequisite for winning in this terrible war. In this case, Man's luck is really good. If he is not such a person, he would have no chance of survival at this time. But at this time, Xin Lan also had a very terrible idea in his mind. Or the real situation is the opposite. Chapter 667. Although Qin Yun's proposal was rejected by Ma, her action broke the silence of the crowd and instantly pulled all the members in the conference room back to reality, and the illusory despair in their minds gradually dissipated. Several members of the Control Bureau also put forward their own opinions, but they obviously did not have the experience of making decisions at the tactical level. The suggestions they gave were extremely easy to predict and counter, and there was no feasibility. However, soon some slightly feasible suggestions appeared. Some former members of the Salvation Alliance, including Qin Lan, who were more intelligent, put forward some theoretically feasible options, and they were basically centered on forcibly snatching the anti-mind medicine. The difference was the way they chose to snatch it. Sully had a different idea. Although it is feasible to forcibly snatch the anti-mind medicine, it is too easy to be predicted by Shi Xiao. I think maybe I can find a way to sneak into the Federation and steal things quietly with my psychic ability. This may be a bit cumbersome, but it can also ensure that the Federation will not be our enemy. Her idea was actually very simple. Ma Yan asked them to tell her most instinctive plan, and after learning the news, Sei Li's initial idea was to help Ma Yan share this matter. Although this matter is not as simple as it sounds, and it is likely to encounter obstacles from Xin Zhao and the Federation, she has made up her mind to bring the anti-psychic medicine back to the Control Bureau even if it costs a heavy price. She also has some new ideas about the power of the Moon Goddess, but it may be a little dangerous. But she is willing to do anything for her loved ones. And deep down, Sully also believed that Ma Yan would treat her the same way, even though she was not Ma Yan's real family member who grew up with him, but just a spiritual creature born in Ma Yan's mind. But he would definitely be willing to treat himself like this, and the reason was very simple, and Ma Yan might not even realize it. After all, her ideas also came from Ma Yan's mind. These were also his ideas. Okay, I add this idea to the list of candidates. Ma Yan nodded slightly. Although it was not a particularly perfect idea, he didn't want a plan that would definitely succeed, but just a feasible and random plan. The more perfect the method, the easier it would be to predict. I have an idea too. The speaker was Troa, a former member of the Salvation Alliance, and before he joined the Salvation Alliance, he was a judge of the church with the power of the 4th level. And he was able to join the Salvation Alliance because Xin Zhao once personally instigated him to rebel, using the vision and power beyond time to let him see his life clearly, and also made him realize the stupidity of his beliefs. For Xin Zhao, he betrayed his first half of his life. Therefore, his idea is somewhat different from others. I think we can find a way to use this power. You said that she is unwilling to cooperate with us. There must be very complicated reasons, and it is not so easy to overcome. But what if we find a way to use it? If there is no way for us to cooperate in the future at this moment, then we may try to create such an opportunity, and we don't even need to cooperate. We can definitely find a way to guide this terrifying power to save Shi Xiao instead of against us. As long as we pay a heavy price, we can definitely make it change its direction. And since it refuses to cooperate with us. The former judge paused under the gaze of the crowd. Maybe we are indeed an obstacle to saving the world. I don't distrust you, but after leaving the church, I realized an important truth, that is, Our ideas are not that related to reality. The operation of the world is so absurd, and beliefs are just lies we deceive ourselves. Why can't we really believe in this incarnation of Shishao? Maybe we can really give up resistance. I think Shishao will not let our efforts go to waste. Maybe she can find some way to put you into a temporary sleep. As long as we don't resist, there should be similar methods. And a better world will be waiting for you by then. Several almost angry eyes were cast at him. If you really think so? Yu gritted her teeth and said, I can let you sacrifice first. Troy looked at her without fear. I know you will definitely think I am selfish and think that I am asking Ma-En to make sacrifices to save all the rest of us, but I can tell you that I really think this can save the world. If it were me, I would definitely be willing to sacrifice my life. Of course, I know you don't believe it. So if you are willing to do this, I will kill myself first. He looked at Ma-En with a firm look. This sentence instantly made the atmosphere in the conference room fall into a trough again. Many employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau were once members of the Salvation Alliance, so there were indeed a few members who hoped that Ma-En would make sacrifices. Impossible. But someone broke the silence immediately. The speaker was Shinjiao's sister Qinlan. You said that if it were you, you would choose to sacrifice yourself. This is why you will never become a leader. I am the person who knows Shinjiao best in the world, and I can tell you with certainty. If Shinjiao was standing in Ma-En's position at this moment, she would not give up resistance. Because she is not stupid enough to easily believe in the embodiment of other people's power. Even if we assume that everything it says is true, we can't be sure that it will not change its mind in the future, let alone how likely it is to succeed by relying on this. You know, even Shinjiao himself has already failed. In this case, my sister will also trust her own power more, rather than a loser. A short silence. Yes, and even if it really works, why should we make sacrifices? The speaker is Ren Shirji, an employee who is not a former member of the Salvation Alliance. After he finished speaking, several employees of the Salvation Alliance or Non-Salvation Alliance spoke up. During their conversation, Ma-En remained silent and quietly observed the talkers. Sei Li's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. I have marked those wavering guys. I will give you a list after the meeting. Ma-En smiled in his mind. It's okay, just pay a little attention during this period. When facing such an opponent, it is impossible to maintain complete internal stability, especially since I am borrowing her power. Then it can also use this power to counter me. As long as we delete the memory in a hurry, this subtle influence will not cause any harm to us, and we don't need to care about it under normal circumstances. This is just her influence. When everyone started to speak, Qin Yun seized the opportunity to speak. She looked at Kanayu, who was thinking with her head down. Maybe you can provide some advice on this point. You are a member of the Federation's psychological department. Kanaya raised her head slightly and looked at her, then looked at Ma-En sideways, with some hesitation in her eyes, as if she was thinking about whether to speak. Do you have any ideas? Ma-En also asked proactively. After hearing the question, Kanaya exhaled slightly, then looked into Ma-En's eyes and said, Normally, I would not bring up such an idea, because I know it is stupid, and I would not offend you in this way. But you said that we should speak out our most instinctive thoughts, and this is my most instinctive thought. I can help you get the antipsychic drug. Now I am half of Alice's guardian, so I have considerable authority in this project, and I can also get the Federation to transfer the antipsychic drug to me. And I can get the drug quickly, because I can lie to them and make them think that Alice has had an accident and needs to use the antipsychic drug to stabilize the situation, which will also allow me to come into contact with the drug and her at the same time. But there is also a problem here. If I do this, I will expose my undercover identity, and we will never have a chance to rescue Alice again. Alice is my only reason to betray the Federation, so if you want me to do this, you must help me rescue Alice at the same time, otherwise I. She looked at Ma-En with a firm look, but there was a bit of fragility and powerlessness in her eyes. Selly also glanced at Ma-En. Ma-En said expressionlessly, Do you know that doing this will make me offend a monster that is no weaker than the incarnation of Shishao? And since you have already said this idea, you also understand that I can use my mental power to change your memory and force you to help us steal the medicine, right? Kanaya's face also turned a little pale, but she still forced a smile and said calmly, I know, but I am a professional antipsychic expert. It is easy to have accidents if I do this. The antipsychic measures in my brain may take effect at a critical moment, and your opponent is still Shinjiao. She can make possible become destined. When she said this, she glanced at Selly with a cold expression. The girl seemed to be fully prepared to make a big move in her mind, and Kanaya knew it deep in her heart. It was impossible for her to fight against this fifth-level mental entity. All her resistance could only slightly delay the timing of the implementation of his plan. The anti-psychic measures in her mind were nothing to Selly. As long as Surly is given half an hour, she can completely brainwash herself into a machine that focuses on the plan, eliminating the possibility of any accidents, and Kanaya has no spare energy to resist. So she didn't even think about telling Ma-en about this idea. Very good, then start now. Ma-en ordered in a cold voice. Kanaya closed her eyes in despair. I will help you rescue Alice. Kanaya suddenly opened her eyes, and showed an unbelievable look. Not only her, almost everyone in the conference room cast a shocked look at Ma-en. Only Chen Yun, Qin Lan, and Surly showed a thoughtful look, as if they had understood something. That's right. No one understands why Ma-en did this. This is why he did this, and this is the necessary condition for victory. Use reason to surpass reason. Chapter 668. The woman raised her hand, and pulled open the curtains, letting the cold white light fall on her shoulders. Then she raised her hands and yawned slightly, filling her lungs with fresh air, and completely awakened her still slightly sleepy brain. Awake! She turned and walked to the cabinet, casually bent down and opened the bottom drawer, took out a sealed bag without any label, and then carried the bag out of the door to the yard. Tear. The brown dog food fell into the basin like raindrops, and a small mountain was piled up in the blink of an eye. However, what was surprising was that the dog food seemed to maintain a strange balance, and even if it was erected, it did not fall out of the basin. Eat. As she shouted, a lizard-like creature quickly emerged from the shadows, and pounced on the mountain of dog food like a hungry puppy, happily feasting on it. Seeing this scene, a small tree in the yard that was as tall as a child also swayed, as if it was dissatisfied with the woman only feeding the little lizard. Seeing this, she also grabbed some dog food and threw it over. The small tree immediately grew branches to catch the dog food, and then there were several sounds of animals chewing. It ate the dog food. Woof! Woof! Seeing that its dinner was taken away, the lizard immediately barked at its own kind twice with a warning, and even began to grin. Snap! As the woman gently patted its head, the lizard suddenly closed its mouth, like a puppy, that suddenly realized it had made a mistake, and then bent down and made a pitiful whimper. No one could imagine that these two strange creatures destroyed Atlantis not long ago, and slaughtered countless intelligent creatures that originally had happy families. But now they are as well behaved as two pets. You should know that although Atlantis is not strong now, it is nothing after losing the protection of the ocean itself, and the current Atlantis king is far less powerful than several of their predecessors in history. But being able to destroy the city in such a short time is enough to show how terrible these three monsters are. And even if Atlantis is as powerful as it was in the past, the final fate of the three terrible monsters will not change at all. The only difference is how much power the Federation needs to liberate her. After all, standing in front of them is Shishao, the strongest man in the world today. By the way, there are only two monsters left now. The monster that can travel through time at will, like a fairy, has been twisted into a deformed appearance by the woman standing in front of them at this moment, and given to others as a secret weapon against the sun god. After feeding these terrible creatures, Shishao returned to her room, took out the Go board that the Federation had given her to pass the time, sat down at the table and closed her eyes. Then she played Go with herself. Thinking of this, Shishao smiled slightly, because she knew very well that the Federation members who were monitoring her would study her behavior like a madman, and this was the real purpose of her mystery. She had to let the Federation study something, otherwise they would get closer and closer to the truth. While playing chess, she was indeed doing something. As predicted by the Federation, this controlled liberation of power was indeed an opportunity for Shishao. While she was using her power to fight against the Earth's crust itself, she was also releasing a small amount of power to the outside world in an extremely covert way to interfere with reality. Although this power was extremely weak and difficult to confront the Federation itself head-on, Shishao believed that it would find its own direction and continue to advance the future it hoped for. After all, this was its nature. No matter how rugged and hidden that road was, it could find it and must find it. Unlike the Federation's judgment, Shishao knew that she was now at a disadvantage. Although she was affected by the fault, the Federation's strategy, and the current constraints, she was very confident that she had indeed seen it. The Great Collapse will eventually come. This is also an important reason why the Federation was able to deceive her. And now, due to the reality of her imprisonment, the Great Collapse is more likely to come, because humans now no longer have early warnings that can see into the future, if there is something that will destroy the world. Now is its best opportunity, and it is also the best time to kill itself. In those scenes when the Great Collapse came, she should have died, Otherwise what she saw should not be broken walls and burning cities, but tragic and terrible wars. Even in the best case, she should be in a state of being sealed and bound, which means that the thing that brought about the great collapse has defeated her, but that situation is not much better than the former. If the other party can really seal herself completely, then he can definitely kill herself, which is fundamentally different from the battle between her and the Federation, because her defeat at that time would not lead to the destruction of the world. The Federation defeated her by linking the destruction of the world with her victory. If the Federation's goal was to destroy the world, there would be no possibility of defeating her. Moreover, in this kind of battle, being sealed was acceptable to her, because it did not conflict with saving the world. So if there was something whose goal was to destroy the world, then the difficulty of sealing herself and killing herself should be equal. In this case, her opponent would definitely kill her, because she knew that she would fight against the end of the world in the most extreme and unyielding way, and would resist the opponent as long as she was not dead. Unless the opponent was really strong enough to not care about her, she would not be able to survive. And this possibility was much worse than the former. In other words, she might not live long. The Federation thought that the Great Collapse was a lie they pretended to be, so they never really believed her warning. But Xiao knew that the scene she saw was getting closer to reality, and it was even very likely to come. She had to stop it before the end of the world came, so even if she would die before the collapse came, she had to transform reality into a state that could smoothly pass the end of the world. In this difficult situation, she couldn't think about how to do better. She could only do her best to prevent the biggest disaster that was about to happen. As for what would happen after her death, she could only trust other intelligent creatures and let them deal with other doomsdays in the future. Although she didn't open her eyes, her breathing was very firm. With every breath she took, the future was being reshaped by her, in a way that Xiao himself didn't understand. Chapter 669. At 7:30 in the morning, the Federal Administration Department. What is going on? Shadow asked with a little dissatisfaction. Until now, he has not figured out what the Federation is thinking. The Camarilla has shown enough strength, and the deal proposed by Maine this time is quite reasonable. Dealing with the gods should also be in their plan. In theory, the Federation should agree to this deal. And in Shadow's opinion, this can be an opportunity for the Federation and the Camarilla to cooperate. The strategic significance of this matter is far more important than the gains and losses of this transaction itself. Calm down, I was also surprised when I heard it. Standing opposite was the young politician Yechingyu, but I can understand it after I know what is going on. Shadow showed a puzzled expression on his face. So what is going on? Although it seems that this is just an ordinary transaction, and the Federation is also drafting new conditions, Shadow still has some uneasiness in his heart, even if there is no problem at all on the surface. Maybe it was because he had enough contact with Maine, so even if he couldn't think of any problems rationally, he could still feel that something was wrong with the whole thing. Whether it was Maine's urgency that he had never shown, or the strange refusal of the Federation. Abnormal, that's how he felt. Yechingyu hurriedly explained. You also know that the Federation's demand for Maine is a matter of the gods. Logically speaking, in order to solve this problem, the Federation would be willing to pay a lot of price to make a deal, so there is only one possibility for them to refuse. That is, there is a variable in the problem of the gods. I actually just heard about it, but as far as I know, a very mysterious guy found the Federation, and if my intelligence is correct, then he should be related to the fact that the Camarilla can defeat the gods, and it is even possible that he is the reason behind Maine and others being able to deal with the Sun God, and now he wants to bypass Maine and cooperate directly with us. If he is telling the truth, then he may have decided whether Ma-En has the ability to deal with the gods. If he does not continue to provide Ma-En with weapons against the gods, then Ma-En will lose this advantage. This is the real reason why they dare not cooperate with Ma-En. And the mysterious visitor also made two special requests. The first is that we should keep Ma-En a secret, and we can no longer cooperate with Ma-En on the gods during this period. After listening to Yechingyu's explanation, Ingzi did not discuss the matter itself. He was more concerned about a detail. This is not your job scope. How come you found out the whole thing earlier than me? Yechingyu scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. I'm just a little curious, and aren't you asking now? Shadow shook his head slightly. Indeed, but I think this matter is not that simple. Yechingyu didn't understand what he meant. What? Didn't Ma-En agree to continue to cooperate with us, although the Federation seemed to be hesitant for some reason, and didn't want to settle the deal with Ma-En immediately? But I think it's just a matter of time. You also know that the Federation is so slow to operate. Shadow frowned slightly. No, I always feel that something is wrong. Although it's just out of intuition, I still have some doubts whether there will be any accidents in the next transaction. How about this? You notify the members of the Federation. Let them move the antipsychic drug to a different location now, and keep it separately to prevent any accidents from happening to the drug itself that will cause the transaction to fail. At least we have bargaining chips to trade with him in the end. Nietching said in surprise. Is it necessary to be so formal? Shadow nodded. It's better to take precautions before it happens. I have a feeling that if we don't take this matter seriously, the mistakes we made today will slowly develop into a rift between us and the Camarilla, and eventually lead to consequences that we will regret. Anyway, it doesn't take much resources to transfer things. Nietching nodded. Okay, anyway, it's for the sake of smooth trading with the Camarilla. I explain it to them now. Shadow nodded. As soon as possible. At 8 o'clock, the Federal Psychic Department. A young man in a white shirt and black flat-frame glasses walked into the office. The man leisurely made himself a cup of coffee, then turned on the computer, casually clicked on the forum used for leisure within the Federation, and began a day that was supposed to be idle. However, before he could take a few glances, a message popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Application for trial operation of the latest Federal Internal Psychic Defense Program beta version, White Dove Project 0.65. The man sighed, then clicked on this application with millions of words. A blue light suddenly burst out from his frame. Hiccup. The man touched his own, then he slightly raised his wrist and clicked the mouse. Passed. At 9 o'clock, the Federation Secret Protection Villa District. Ding dong. Shadow rang the doorbell. After finishing the conversation with Nietching, his uneasiness did not ease, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not think of any really key points. In his opinion, Ma-En had a characteristic. That is, he is extremely unpredictable. This is not to say that there is some kind of confusion in Maine. On the contrary, the characteristics that make him unpredictable come from the rationality buried deep in his body. Generally speaking, the more rational a guy is, the easier it is to predict. This is also what he thought when he first became a telepath. But soon, he realized that such a judgment was not accurate. For most people, this is indeed the case, but for those who are slightly smarter, rational people are often more elusive, because most smart and chaotic guys have some underlying rules hidden deep in their behavior logic. You must know that chaos is not the normal state of human beings. All unstable personalities have simple and clear motivations, and it is these motivations that give them the change from rationality to chaos. In other words, as long as their original motivations are found, these seemingly chaotic guys are easy to predict. But rational people are different, especially the coldest ones like Maine. He is also very good at various details of this purely tactical strategy. Shadow suspects that if Maine wants to make himself unpredictable, he may even use dice throwing to decide his actions to prevent the Federation from understanding his rules of action. So if he wants to understand the motive behind Ma-En's abnormal behavior, he must get help from the outside world. Click. The woman who opened the door looked unhappy. I want to consult you about something about Ma-En. Shadow said straight to the point. Silence for nearly 10 seconds. Come in. Tang Xuelwan looked at him coldly. Chapter 670. Wait a minute, sorry, I almost forgot. Shadow reached into his arms, and took out a pure black mirror, and placed it on the table. Tang Xuelwan frowned when she saw this thing, and said in an obviously offended tone, You don't believe me? This black mirror is a special lie detector tool of the Federation. This is exactly why Shadow came to Tang Xuelwan at 9 o'clock. When he just finished talking with Nietching, he wanted to carefully question these Federation members, who had deep contact with Ma-En. If he hadn't applied for a lie detector device and permission, he would have come to Tang Xuelwan at 8 o'clock. It's also ironic. He obviously has the ability to see through the mind, but he has to use such a low-level prop. Even the Federation is unwilling to give him too good a mind device, fearing that he will take the opportunity to plant some terrible arrangements. Although their defense is not without reason. It's just routine. Shadow smiled and explained, and this time the situation is special. The person we are going to discuss today is a very dangerous character, and you used to be partners. Tang Xuelwan smiled, then you're wasting your time. In fact, you can just come to me directly. I won't lie at all. Ma-En and I used to be very good partners, or so I think. But we broke up a long time ago. Strictly speaking. I even hate him a little. Shadow glanced at the black mirror. No reaction. That is to say, this sentence is true. Shadow smiled. Then you should enjoy today's work. We have to guess Ma-En's thoughts. But Tang Xuelwan just said coldly, No, I hope his name disappears from my life, but unfortunately, this seems impossible. Now Ma-En has become a big star in the Federation, isn't it? The shadow felt Tang Xuewan's resentment a little late. Although he was also good at perceiving other people's emotions and thoughts, when he lost his ability, he did not notice this situation. This may be because Shadow subconsciously felt that Tang Xuewan should like Ma En very much. Even if she didn't like him, she should have a sense of curiosity or admiration for him, which also corresponded to her original approach. And as far as he knew, Tang Xuewan had used a lot of information about Ma En in the Federation during this period. But now it seems that his judgment is completely wrong. Here is the information, take a look. Shadow casually pulled out a stack of files in the air. Tang Xuewan took the file and flipped through it. It records the entire transaction process between Ma En and the Federation during this period, as well as the analysis report of the secret team of the Federation, and some suggestions and opinions given by Shadow himself. But Tang Xuewan smiled when she saw his paragraph. You don't know how urgent this is for him, right? Shadow nodded cooperatively. Oh, then can you tell me what this means? By the way, how should the Federation deal with it? This matter is very important, so after our conversation, I will ask you if you have concealed or misled me. Although the mirror only has the ability to detect lies, it is not much different from reading minds in his hands. Tang Xuewan frowned slightly. But she gave an answer after thinking for a while. I don't think you realize what kind of guy Ma En is. You can't believe any image he creates for you. He is a liar who lies all the time. Shadow said confidently. Don't worry, the whole Federation knows how cunning Ma En is. Tang Xue smiled slightly and said, that's good. No, she didn't think Shadow and the Federation realized what was going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe the so-called cunning look Ma En showed, which was just the image he wanted to see when he came to the Federation. She knew that Shadow or others might think that she had such crazy illusions about Ma En because she was deceived by Ma En and because of mental trauma, but she knew how rational she was in dealing with these things. She read all the information about Ma En that could be found inside and outside the Federation. These documents portrayed Ma En as an extremely cunning and dangerous guy, but her feeling about Ma En in the text was not cunning. No, she couldn't see through him. And this already meant something. Although such an idea was unrealistic, Tang Xuewan believed that Ma En had never exposed his true nature, provided that he really had a certain nature. During her time with Ma En, he often showed seemingly ordinary kindness, as if he was not the murderer who killed her sister at that time, and if it was just that, it would be fine. The worst thing was the moment when the lie was torn apart. Ma En's reaction at that moment made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. The moment he knew the truth, he began to apologize and sincerely revealed his own psychological process. Ma En's frankness almost shook Tang Xuewan. But it was because of this that she felt sad. Because at that moment, Ma En was like an extremely efficient machine, and he instantly found a reason that could make her forgive him. Just a few minutes ago, I gave Ma En one last chance and asked him if he had anything to hide. He said, I'm not good at acting, and I haven't pretended anything in front of you. It seems that he will never let go unless he sees the evidence. Even if I show my strong suspicion about this matter, I can't make him loosen his mouth. It's meaningless for him to confess. Tang Xuewan took a deep breath. I think this matter is many times more serious than you think. The information Ma En revealed in this matter is all lies. Because of his impatience, this lie has been exposed. But you were still fooled by him. This is the image he created. Shadow said with some doubts. But he has agreed with us to continue discussing this matter. Tang Xuewan smiled and said, really? But I think he has no patience. If I were the Federation, I would immediately send you or other people with the same ability to look after the anti-psychic medicine. I don't think he really wants to discuss it with you slowly. When he agreed to your proposal, he had actually given up the deal. Shadow's expression gradually became serious. You mean, he will use other methods to obtain the anti-psychic drugs? That's fine. Although I am not on guard against him, I have arranged for people to keep an eye on these anti-psychic drugs. Tang Xuewan looked at the psychic as if she was looking at an innocent child. Oh, I didn't expect you to look down on Ma En so much. Shadow's eyes instantly became extremely serious. Chapter 671. 850. Federal Psychology Department. Kanaya sat on a chair in the corridor, trying to control her expression, hoping that no one could see how excited she was. Although she would not easily show her emotions, today's situation was very special. This was her day of atonement. Kanaya could no longer remember how long it had been. It seemed that after committing a sin, time became blurred. But she could never forget the look of her teacher and Alice's miserable screams. Kanya could not imagine what the girl had experienced, and what had destroyed her beautiful and strong heart. Sooner or later, she would have to heal the damage she had caused to Alice. But in the Federation, this was impossible. Are you so anxious? The sudden voice brought her back to reality. The speaker was a young man with glasses and a white coat. He had come to the chair without Kanya noticing. What? Oh. Kanya immediately responded with a spirit of excitement. I am indeed a little excited, but you also know what I think of her. If my speculation is correct, it will be a good thing for both Alice and the Federation. After saying this, she felt that it seemed a little insufficient, and then added, and this kind of thing must be the sooner the better. After all, Alice is still connected to him. Maybe we will encounter some accidents a little later. The power of the reality twister is really terrible. The young man nodded. Then let's start the experiment. After being selected by Marn, Kanya worked tirelessly to make up a plan, claiming that she could change Alice's mental state by using various mental props and steal back some of her power secretly. These spiritual tools naturally include anti-psychic drugs. Of course, this is impossible, otherwise she would have thought of this plan long ago. But the plan she made up should still be able to scare the professionals of the Federation. She quietly modified some data that could not be quickly verified and claimed that this plan was risk-free, just to allow the Federation to pass it quickly. Let's go! Kanaya nodded calmly. Luwen walked towards the laboratory first. He was Kanaya's colleague, and an extremely outstanding expert in the field of mind. He and Kanaya were the two most favored disciples of the teacher. Although neither of them was the most powerful scholar in the laboratory at that time, after her teacher betrayed, they became the leaders of the Alice Project. Because other spiritual experts, with better technology, were killed by their teacher. Luwen chatted casually. But fortunately you urged me, otherwise this experiment might be delayed for several days. The guy who handed over to me said that some of the spiritual tools we applied for seemed to be given special attention, but fortunately the official process of the Federation has not been completed, otherwise the requirements we submitted might still be reviewed. Kanaya also felt a little fortunate when she heard this. I didn't expect that low efficiency is sometimes a good thing, she replied casually. Seeing that she was not in high spirits, Luwen didn't say anything more. Although they were colleagues, and could barely be said to have shared hardships, they had never been familiar with each other from beginning to end. They walked to the laboratory in silence. The machine slowly opened. There were already more than a dozen people in white coats walking around in the laboratory, and Alice was standing in the middle of the laboratory with sleepy eyes, surrounded by several researchers sitting and preparing. The moment she saw the two of them, Alice opened her eyes wide and waved her arms happily. Brother and sister. Luwen smiled at her, then glanced at Kanaya. Very good, it seems that today's experiment will be smoother. Kanaya nodded slightly. I go check how they are preparing first. The man with glasses nodded, then walked in front of Alice and raised his hand to touch her head. How did you sleep last night? Alice blinked her innocent big eyes. Brother, are you here to pick me up? Hearing this, he felt a little surprised. Then he heard the voice of a researcher behind him. Team leader, you are not in compliance with the rules. The voice came abruptly. At the same moment, Luwen's body froze. Unable to move. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but he could only look at the scene in front of him with his frozen eyes. A familiar slender hand reached out to the girl, and Alice held her hand obediently. It was as natural as holding her mother's hand. Kanaya also glanced at Luwen. Their eyes met. The next moment, she disappeared from the spot. Then, the federal alarm suddenly sounded, and the red light instantly enveloped the laboratory, and the heavy metal also fell suddenly, sealing them all inside. Luwen, who had recovered, stared blankly at the place where Alice disappeared. Then he smiled. I didn't expect it, Kanaya. Boom. Just as he was sighing, the room that had been shrouded in red light suddenly lost all its light. Darkness fell. Then a dozen gentle blue flames lit up one after another, dispelling the darkness. This time, the light was much gentler than before, but it only made Luwen feel terrified. Because the dozen researchers who were still alive just now had all turned into wax figures, and the flames were in their original heads. I am very disappointed in you. A gentle voice came from behind Luwen. Cold sweat. It was his teacher. Are you afraid of me? The teacher smiled. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. You and Kanaya are my two favorite humans, but she has completely broken my heart. So now you are my favorite person. The tone of his voice was as if he was comforting his pet. Luwen swallowed. A cold hand was placed on his head, and then rubbed his hair. Tell the Federation that it was Ma En who ordered her, but you don't have to worry about what happens next. I have found the hiding place of this guy. He is so arrogant and stupid. I didn't want to trouble him in the first place. Now anyone can be. Indistinct words. The candle went out. The bodies fell one after another. Chapter 672. Abnormal Control Bureau, in the containment room. Almost at the same time when Carnia was teleported to the control bureau, Mon's voice flashed in front of her, and took away the antipsychic medicine in her hand before Carnia could react. Then, he did not stop at all, and disappeared directly on the spot. Mon would not give the power of Shishao any chance. After he left, Qinlan and Selly appeared here. Silver light flowed from Selly's eyes, and a weak force gently brushed over Carnia and Alice, who was leaning on her side. After confirming that there was no problem, she also walked in front of the girl. "It's okay, I will help you avoid monsters." Selly's voice was full of incitement and tenderness. But when the girl looked up and saw Selly, she shrank back a few steps towards Carnia with fear, as if in her eyes, this girl was also some kind of terrible monster. Kanaya noticed this and immediately comforted her. "It's okay, they are my friends, relax, don't resist, let your sister take you away." But Alice still looked very nervous. Where did the uncle with the hat go? Kanaya immediately reacted. Alice had mentioned that Marn wore a hat, and Alice's tone also made her realize that something was wrong. What's wrong? Alice shrank in fear. Lilith told me that he is here. Kanaya's face turned pale when she heard this. She knew very well who Alice was talking about. "Can you let Lilith come out?" Kanaya said quickly. When Alice was in danger, Lilith would always speak out. But Alice just squatted down, holding her head, and shaking her head. She is afraid too. Qinlan, who was standing in front of them, comforted them. "Don't worry, it's safe here, and the containment room is the safest place in the entire control bureau." "No." Selly narrowed her eyes. "It's not that safe here." Although she couldn't use the power of the moon goddess in the containment bureau, when she used other low-level mental abilities, she could also exert extremely powerful abilities, just like the sun god who fell to the 5th level and still stood at the top. And she felt that something was here. Very keen perception. A strange male voice echoed in the containment room. Several people looked at Alice in an instant, because this sentence came from her. The girl suddenly widened her eyes, then opened her mouth in fear, and her cheeks began to twist and become hideous. Selly could barely see that she seemed to be trying hard to close her eyes and mouth. But nothing came out. The people in the room immediately started to act. Qinlan, a former member of the Coordination Bureau, immediately called her Control Bureau panel to try to find the information of this containment room. "Sorry, you got the wrong opponent." Selly also began to frantically search the Control Bureau panel, quickly checking those abnormal characteristics that seemed to have the potential to delay the scene in front of her, but she had just found a few that were barely usable. Bang! A hand exploded from Alice's throat. Then he turned the joints freely, and clasped Alice's upper jaw in an extremely weird posture. At the same time, her adult male fingers quietly stretched out, and gently placed on the girl's jaw. Tear. Blood splashed like a fountain, and the living girl was instantly split into two halves. A middle-aged man, with an ordinary appearance appeared in the center of the containment room, holding the front and back halves of the body in his hands. If anyone looked closely at the bloody cross-section, they could see that her fragile heart was beating violently, and her tightly closed eyes were trembling slightly. "There is a god in this room." He glanced at Selly, "But it's not you." After saying that, he threw Alice's torn body out like throwing away garbage. Snap. The body hit the wall and slowly slid down, leaving 2 blood marks. Selly wanted to say something. But the man just raised his finger and made a shushing gesture to her, and her voice suddenly disappeared. "It's too late." The man smiled contemptuously. "You don't need to struggle, Moon Incarnation. You are not my opponent even in the Southern Federation, and struggling will only make your torture process more painful. Of course, even if you do nothing, you will be tortured." Then he looked at Kanaya. "I am very disappointed in you. You are my favorite human being." Kanaya looked at him with hatred in her eyes. "Gulen, you will pay the price sooner or later." Ha ha ha. Gulen laughed heartily. "Pay the price? Do you think reality is a fairy tale? Good and evil can't determine anything at all. Only strength and weakness can affect reality. And in this room, only I can affect reality." Seeing him still talking to them here, Qinlan also realized something. "We can talk. Maybe we are not your opponents, but we have the power behind us to compete with you. But there is no need for conflict at all. I believe we can definitely reach a win-win agreement. Now that the monster has not gone to kill Ma-En, it means that he is also temporarily trapped here." Gulen laughed even more happily. "Do you think Ma-En is qualified to negotiate with me?" "Yes, he can be regarded as my kind. I have observed him for a long time. I didn't do anything to him before, also out of respect for my kind. But if I want, I can kill him at any time. Maybe if I give him a few decades to grow up, He still has a chance to be on an equal footing with me, but now he is just a baby that I can strangle to death at will. Speaking of this, he looked at the people in front of him. Originally, he had the opportunity to become my friend, but unfortunately, he made an unforgivable mistake. Since he doesn't understand the principle of not touching other people's important things casually, then I will let him experience it himself. Who among you is the most important to him? The air was almost frozen. Looking at the tense people, Gulen suddenly laughed out loud. Look at you like this, of course I know who is the most important to Ma-In, I'm just teasing you. By the way, do you know? Human consciousness exists in the soul, but it relies on the body for complex operations, which means that if you want to destroy someone's consciousness, you just need to do it to the body. He raised his fist, and then slowly opened it. Selly, who was already unable to move, just looked at the extremely frightened and painful expressions on Kanya and Qinlan's faces, and their skin was gradually showing blood-red cracks. At the same time, their bodies also seemed to be inflated and began to swell slowly. Very slowly, very slowly. Gulen laughed happily. I like to let humans fully enjoy the process of torture. Pain itself is nothing. What can really destroy human consciousness is fear, the fear of moving towards the end. But I can assure you too that death is not your end. Your ending is even more terrible. The flesh and blood kept breaking and falling off their bodies. Qinlan and Kanaya just watched their bodies explode at an extremely slow speed, and the blood and flesh that splashed out floated in the air. Silent screams were echoing in the house. Gulen showed a transcendent smile. I have been curious for a long time about how the spirit and the body are connected, and what kind of irreversible impact will be caused if the consciousness of two different creatures is merged. When they were completely torn into countless pieces in pain, he clenched his fists again. All the flesh and blood gathered together in an instant, and were glued together into a whole. The two faces seemed to melt, and crossed on a head. Ah! The four-lipped mouth shouted a scream that gathered the emotions of the two people. Gulen smiled and looked at Selly. Now it's your turn to take responsibility for Ma-In's mistakes. Chapter 673. Several of the most trusted staff of the Abnormal Control Bureau are standing outside the containment room. They have all made good use of different mental and healing abilities to ensure that professional support is provided at any time. Although the more professional Carrie and Kanya have not come yet, Ma-In did not wait. He just glanced at the fully armed staff and swallowed the antipsychic drug that had been tested and found to be okay. Abnormal entity, antipsychic drug. Abnormal strength, V.3. Description: some kind of drug that is controlled by the Federation for some reason can reverse the state of mind after being taken. Features: mind reversal V.3. Can bring the user's mind back to the past, and the specific length of time depends on the mental strength and the amount taken. In fact, the psychic expert is unlikely to be useful, because according to his understanding of the antipsychic drug, he will not enter the depths of the mind after taking the drug. Based on the previous records of the Federation's use of drugs, he should recall the memories erased by the unmemorable in a short period of time, and then lose this memory again. In this process, he can use various abnormal abilities to record the required memories and information. According to Kanaya's judgment, this effect should last for 5 minutes. The specific time period he returned to could not be clearly located, but it was definitely before his memory was erased. Although he didn't know what he could do in the past, judging from the reaction of Shinche's power, he should be able to leave enough key memories in these 5 minutes. Ma-In swallowed the medicine and closed his eyes. There was no reaction. The memories of the past did not surge in. Just when Ma-In was confused, the slightly fishy sea breeze brushed his cheeks, the loud seagulls echoed in the vast sky, the rising and falling tides beat the coast rhythmically, and the fine sand rubbed his feet. Almost at the same time when he opened his eyes, the sun wrapped in heat touched his skin. The clear sky was cloudless. The beautiful azure coastline lay on the beach like an arc, with scattered palm trees dotted with green, and dense shrubs isolated the world behind him, but noisy voices could be heard from time to time in the distance. Is his judgment wrong? Ma-In looked around in confusion, trying to understand what the connection was with the antipsychic effect. Snap. But suddenly the palm on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. The visitor pulled him back and said with a smile, "It's a hard-earned vacation. Are you still thinking about business?" Ma-In turned around along this stream. It was a young and beautiful female figure. She was wearing a beautiful swimsuit that was very suitable for the scene at the moment. Her exposed skin exuded a healthy wheat-colored luster, and the slight muscle lines also exuded a sense of peace of mind for Ma-In. But looking up along this beautiful body, Ma-In could not see her face clearly. The dazzling halo spread like ripples, forcing Ma-In to look away. This familiar feeling reminded him of the time when he tried to look directly at the sun. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the clear blue sky. The blazing star was not hanging in the sky at this time. It was the woman in front of him who illuminated the world. "Hey, what are you looking at?" While Ma-en was stunned, she reached out and poked his stomach. Frightened, Ma-en also noticed that he was only wearing shorts. Then he looked at the woman again, but this time Ma-en narrowed his eyes, avoiding the face that was difficult to look at directly, and looked at the other person's body, and began to recall whether he had seen this woman before. No, he couldn't connect this beautiful body with any woman he had seen. Not Shen Xiao, not Shen Yuan, not Yu. But for some reason, he felt a reassuring sense of familiarity. Is this someone he once knew? You just said that we are on vacation? Ma-en asked tentatively. The woman didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and stretched out her left hand holding something. When you rest, you should look like you're resting. Don't always worry about work. The meaning of vacation is to allow you to temporarily stay away from the usual pressure. If you still have so many thoughts, I can't rest happily. Even if it's just for a few days, let yourself breathe a little. She handed over an ice cream cone with the aroma of strawberries. Ma-en took the ice cream and said with a throbbing in his heart, "Maybe for me, this is not pressure at all." The woman smiled and sat on the beach, patted the seat next to her, and asked Ma-en to sit down. "You are just used to pressure. I have also been in the same stage as you, but I can see that your mind and body are already tightly stretched. It will only be worse when the string breaks. Yes, your will is stronger than steel, but some difficulties can even crush metal." Ma-en sat down beside her, looked at the sea and said, "There are some things I don't understand." The woman also stared at the sea and said, "Say what you want to say. You always like to take all the responsibilities on your shoulders, but sometimes you really have to remember to rely on me and other friends standing by your side. You don't have to fight alone." Ma-en brought the topic back. "No, actually I have something to tell you, but I don't know how to start." The woman seemed to finally notice Ma-en's strangeness, and turned her face to look into his eyes. She said seriously, "No matter what problems you encounter, you can tell me. I will stand behind you no matter what. You don't have to worry about whether it will cause me trouble. In your memory, when have I ever disappointed you?" The soft sunlight sprinkled on Ma-en along with her words, and the warmth soaked his whole body. Ma-en sat upright and said, "But this is the problem. I don't remember you. This should only be the depths of my heart. I lost all my memories some time ago. I am very familiar with you. You should be someone I once knew. But I'm sorry, I haven't seen you. And if my memory has not been tampered with, I should have taken a mind-reversing drug to recall the past, but it does not seem to work the way I expected. It brought me here, so although I am sorry, I may have known my friends, but I urgently need to recover some of my memories through the mind-reversing drug, and I am facing a very dangerous enemy." Although Ma-en's words revealed very bad news for her, the woman seemed very calm while listening, and did not speak until he explained the whole situation clearly. There was a hint of loneliness in her tone. "So that's how it is. I understand. If it was the situation you described, I should have died. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been in danger without memory loss, and I would have found you for sure." Although this was his memory, Ma-en couldn't help but look apologetic. "Sorry." The woman smiled. "It's okay. Everyone will die. Looking back, my life has been good enough. The focus now is not on me, the dead person, but on you who are still alive, and the danger you are facing." As she spoke, her tone became firm and powerful again. "If what you said is right, then you shouldn't have to worry about anything. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, if you see me in the depths of your heart, it means that the situation should be very good. Remember, I always say that sentence, don't worry, just leave it to me." Although there is no basis for this sentence gave Ma-en a slightly painful sense of relief. The other party was right. He was sure that he had heard this sentence many times. At this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps the strange woman standing in front of him was once more familiar with him than he imagined. He could almost feel some memories trembling at the edge of his head. A strong, warm sadness slowly floated up his chest. The woman with a halo blurred her face, smiled and joked, "It seems that your amnesia is also a good thing. At least you won't be sad because of separation, and you don't really have to be sad for us who are forgotten. By the way, if you can successfully get through this difficulty, you should give yourself a vacation. Spend some time to experience the subtle beauty in life, spend more time with the people you care about, and experience all kinds of love." Her voice became more and more blurred. "Also, I actually had something to tell you." The halo drowned out the voice. The dream woke up. Chapter 674. Celi's body was completely frozen. But it was not fear that made her unable to move. As a spiritual creature from the moon god's mind, she condensed Main's imagination and expectations, and she had a powerful mind that was almost inhuman. What made her stiff at this moment was not the horrific scene in front of her, but something from Gulen's body, a kind of surreal aura, just like a mortal seeing a legendary dragon and being shocked by the instinct passed down from the blood. I really feel sorry and angry, Gulen said condescendingly. I actually have a little good impression of my own people. Although they are not as good as me who have transcended from mortals, there are still a few lives that are qualified to be on an equal footing with me. There are even a few like Shishao, who even I admire. If it weren't for Shishao, I might not be able to tolerate my behavior. I would have wanted to get to know her a long time ago. Marn, I was expecting you to become half-friends with me. At least during the time I observed you, you did show some qualities of my kind. Although there is still room for improvement, at least you are not the kind of vulgar mortal who can see death at a glance. You really failed my expectations. As a spiritual entity, Selly immediately understood why Gulen's conversation partner had changed. He planned to let Marn read the memory of his conversation with him, and use himself as a medium to transmit information. So what did he plan to do with himself? I will irreversibly erase your personality and memory. Gulen replied, to be honest, I still feel a little sorry. You are a very wonderful life form. Marn is quite capable of creating you. So you must be very precious to him. Only by destroying you can he realize the price of messing with other people's things. Mayan, feel her despair and fear. I will keep this part of my emotions, so that you can clearly realize the terrible consequences of your mistakes on others. Just as Selly was preparing for the coming terrible destruction, Locking Heart Armor V.3 has been used. Surly suddenly appeared in front of this text. The staff outside have noticed the strange phenomenon inside, and this news also shows that Gulen's power has not completely eroded the entire Abnormal Control Bureau. Gulen showed an arrogant smile that was almost sarcastic. You are right, your companions have abandoned you and locked us here, but do you really think that this thing can really stop me? I can even sneak into the Abnormal Control Bureau directly. With a little trick, your mind and the containment chamber will be open to me. Selly looked at him coldly, not afraid of his words at all. But you are still here now. If I were you, I would stop now, because you can't imagine what price you will pay for this. If you stop now, Mon can still let you go. Gulen said with some amusement. It's really interesting. You don't think I will play with my prey without being sure. Before your companions tried to protect your mind, I had already entered your memory. You are the one who knows Mon best here, maybe even the best among everyone, but in fact, deep in your heart, you know very well that Mon has no ability to resist me. But what's more interesting is that your expression looks like you really believe what you said, even if you know it's a lie. Sally looked at Gulen firmly. Then you must lack a basic understanding of human nature, otherwise you would know that belief does not require any reason or evidence, and belief is a kind of power. In fact, she was more inclined to believe that this was because Gulen did not stay in her mind for a long time. But she had to delay time. Gulen became more and more interested in Sally, but I don't think Main himself would agree with your statement. Selly said indifferently, I know, I don't need his consent to believe him. There are many things in this world that transcend so-called rationality and evidence. Oh, I understand. This is the real reason why you think Main is your kind. If you think so, you may be disappointed. Main's rationality is completely different from that of a madman like you. Gulen was not angered by her, but smiled sincerely. Little thing, you are really interesting. I have changed my mind. I will not destroy you. I will still erase your personality, but I will keep your memory and transform you into my own thing. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to Alice's body that had turned into mud. The crushed flesh began to wriggle, slowly sticking inward according to his will, and quickly turned into an exquisite rag doll with the same appearance as Alice, and flew into his hands. Then Gulen lowered his head slightly, and put his lips to the ear of the rag doll. Alice, it's time for a bedtime story. Relax and let your imagination run wild with my words. Listen carefully. A long, long time ago, reality began to collapse. Chapter 675. A long, long time ago, there was a great civilization called the Rama Empire. They ruled almost half of the planet, built cities on the edge of the Earth's crust, and raised countless islands in the sky. Even under the stars, there were their territories. But our story happened before these great miracles were born. At that time, the Rama Empire did not even rule the entire surface of the earth they knew, and was just one of countless kingdoms. And outside the human territory, there were countless terrible monsters threatening this race. Almost every month, kingdoms were destroyed by non-human monsters, and new kingdoms rose from the ground. This was a dark era. Let's start from before the story began. The former king of the Rama Empire was called the Pioneer. He was an extraordinary warrior who led his people to open up countless territories, eliminated many monster tribes, and annexed the land that once belonged to them, allowing the country that was originally only a medium-sized country to gradually develop into the embryonic form of an empire. However, just when he was about to make great efforts to unite several surrounding countries, to expand outward, and bring the Rama Empire to a glorious and great scale, this invincible and heroic king suddenly died. And what took his life was the legendary creature that is now almost extinct, a giant carnivorous lizard with ferocious bat wings, which is what we now call a dragon. Ironically, it was not accidental that this evil dragon killed the pioneers. The territory where it once lived is now the most prosperous trading city in the Rama Kingdom, and it was driven out of its homeland by the pioneers during the expansion of the Rama Kingdom. But its parents and siblings were not so lucky. The evil dragons that occupied huge treasures were beheaded by the brave and great pioneers, and hung high on the 12 gates of the Golden City. Only this little dragon, who was just born that year, escaped alive from the sharp blade that could cut off the sun by flapping its wings that had not yet grown, amid the wailing and struggle of its parents tearing the sky. However, the little dragon at that time also had its tail chopped off by the pioneers. Therefore, after it escaped, the pioneers also issued a wanted order for the tailless dragon. Unfortunately, this monster has never appeared in the kingdom since then. No one expected that in just 900 years, the fat little dragon that fled in panic had grown into a sinister dragon that could kill the great pioneer. No one knew how it could do such a terrible thing. But what's worse is that it not only killed the pioneer, but also kidnapped the pioneer's heir, the young princess, who has just turned 16, which also means that the Rama Kingdom now has no legal ruler. Fortunately, the pioneer's half-sister, the Great Forger, took over the scepter and temporarily ruled the Rama Kingdom as the regent, and issued a reward to the whole country. If anyone can rescue the princess from the dragon's clutches, he can get countless gold and silver jewelry, be crowned as a powerful duke, have his own vast territory and servants, and drink a sip of the fountain of youth. There are even rumors that the forger is willing to personally select the right royal family member for the person who rescues the princess to help him join the royal family smoothly. Of course, the premise is that he himself has this intention, and that there are members of the royal family who are interested in him. These are the forewords. Now let's turn the story back to the protagonist. In the corner of the kingdom, there is a young man named Maan. He is a hard-working and ordinary farmer. He has been dependent on his sister Qinyuan since he was a child. He has never thought that he would have anything to do with any evil dragon in his life. But fate likes to play tricks on mortals, doesn't it? At the same time when the regent issued the reward, Maan's sister suddenly suffered from a strange disease. Her healthy body instantly became withered, and her flesh and blood melted away at an alarming speed. The originally fair and beautiful skin also stuck tightly to the bones, and the beautiful woman turned into a terrifying skin skeleton. What's more terrifying is that Qinyuan, who was already so terrifying, did not die, but was still hanging on. This also gave poor Maan a vain hope, but when he sold his property and found all the famous doctors around him, no one could diagnose what disease Qinyuan had. In despair, ordinary Maan saw the reward. Since the regent was willing to give endless wealth to the one who saved the princess, he would definitely be willing to help him cure his sister's terminal illness. So he found a trustworthy doctor and gave him all the wealth. And Maan said to him, "Wasn't I just on the beach? How did I suddenly appear here? And where did the guy with a weird halo on his face go? What's going on with this scene in front of me? Wait, something seems wrong." Maan observed the surroundings with sharp eyes. "Ahem, sorry, I was distracted just now. I told the wrong story here. Let me polish it a little bit and drag our protagonist back on track." In despair, the young man Maan, who was once a knight, saw the reward. "No, my memory seems to be getting blurry." Maan looked at the doctor in front of him in confusion. This doesn't seem to be the normal process of using drugs. Shouldn't I have already? Wait, it seems that the protagonist of this story is a little too active, but this is also a good thing. As they often say, good stories are often guided by characters. After all, if the characters in your story are real enough, they will have their own consciousness. If the storyteller forcibly violates their own consciousness, it will destroy the story itself. But occasionally we can also do a little trick and gently turn the direction of the character's progress. In despair, the warlock Maan, who has awakened since childhood, finally stopped hiding his extremely powerful magical power. For his sister, he made up his mind to use this terrifying power to defeat the dragon and seek help from the regent to cure the curse of the evil god on his sister. So he found a trustworthy doctor, gave him all his wealth, and said, "Please take good care of my sister while I am away. If I see that she has done something wrong after I come back, your fate will be the same as this stone." While speaking, Ma-En used telekinesis to crush the stone floating in the air. "I promise to take care of your sister," the doctor said in horror. "This time it is finally right." Well, our Ma-En has made preparations like this, and finally plans to embark on a long journey to defeat the dragon. However, even if he really does not die on the road to chasing the dragon, successfully rescues the princess and finds a way to lift the curse. But by then, will his sister still be alive? Hee, let's wait and see. Chapter 676. The hot gravel scraped across the soles of my feet, and the mottled halo flickered on her face, blocking the noisy beach behind her. The hot wind with a fishy smell made me squint my eyes. I couldn't see her face clearly. Then I remembered that it was just a dream. Ma enclosed the book in his hand. He knew very well that he shouldn't waste time on such things now. Nothing was more important than saving his sister's life, and Shen Yun didn't know how long he could hold on. But if he wanted to cure his sister, he had to defeat the evil dragon. He was born with the mysterious power to move objects at will. He was a natural caster and warlock with cursed and corrupted blood in the legend. Moreover, his magic power was enough to easily destroy armor and rocks, tear apart strong and brave warriors, and stop swift arrows that could penetrate tree trunks. But facing the legendary dragon alone was almost like sending him to death. So he naturally came up with a reasonable idea. Find other dragon slayers who also want to win the reward, form a team with him, and kill this evil and cruel dragon together, avenge their former king, and take back the princess. So he casually took a book and sat next to the most famous bounty nearby. There is also an inquiry desk built by His Majesty the Caster himself, and many dragon slayers will come here to learn about the situation. In Ma-En's opinion, those brave men who are most likely to slay dragons will definitely have a serious attitude, so they are likely to meet many masters here, but the ones who appeared in the past few days are all guys who overestimate their abilities. While he was sitting, many visitors noticed him. After all, there was a sign next to him that said High Warlock, seeking a dragon-slaying partner. Many adventurers have come to ask him these days, but after a simple test, he found that they just wanted to try their luck and see if they could get a reward by following him. But today was different. There was a very special guy among them. "Hey, are you a High Warlock?" A carefree female voice came from behind him, and she even patted his shoulder casually. "Why aren't you wearing a robe that represents your identity?" High Warlocks refer to warlocks of level 4 to 5 in the Rama Kingdom. Even in the Rama Kingdom, spellcasters of this level are not very common, so it's no wonder that women would have some doubts about his identity. Ma-En turned around and looked at the guy who quietly walked behind him. Beautiful muscle lines can be vaguely seen in the brown skin, and the slightly bulging arms will not make people doubt whether she can wield weapons, but her dress is a little weird. On the premise of wearing cloth clothes, she wears a metal helmet on her head, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. But this also made Ma-En slightly more alert, because she could get close to him without him noticing, while wearing a metal helmet, which meant that she had a good stealth level. And judging from her outfit, she didn't seem to be an assassin or a thief. "You don't look much better," Ma-En replied tit for tat. "Huh." The woman chuckled and patted the metal helmet with her hand. "I didn't notice it if you didn't say it. I'm sorry that for special reasons, I can't take off this helmet, but I can promise you, I am the best warrior you can find. As long as I can get close to the dragon, I can chop off its head with my sword, but the problem is that I can't get close to the dragon, especially after wearing this helmet. So I look for a suitable partner." Ma-En didn't care about her weird appearance. "If what you said is true, then I can cooperate with you. I do have a way to limit the movement of the dragon and help my companions get close to it, but you need to prove your ability to me." After hearing what Ma-En said, the woman seemed to have forgotten that she was the first to question him, and naturally followed Ma-En's words. "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Ma-En raised his hand, and the rock not far away was uprooted and floated in front of the woman. "Prove your strength." After hearing this, the helmeted woman put her right arm back to her abdomen, and then, with a crisp sound of breaking wind. Before Ma-En could see the other party's movements clearly, her arm had already sunk into the rock, and easily pierced through the telekinetic membrane that Ma-En had not yet put away, and as the woman pulled her arm out of the rock again, the rock that turned into powder flowed out of the cave, like a waterfall. Then the entire stone wrapped in telekinesis collapsed, and shattered towards the empty position. "You are very powerful." Ma-En narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other party. "So what you said is true. As long as you get close to the dragon, you can solve it?" The woman raised her visor slightly, and showed a confident smile. Of course, as long as it is flesh and blood, I can kill it. Ma-en asked with some vigilance. Why haven't I heard of you before? The woman grinned and said, I was born with supernatural powers when I was young. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my hometown to ask. When I was 5 years old, I helped my family plow the land. 30 cows couldn't beat me. After hearing this, Ma-en basically believed it. In the territory of the Rama kingdom, there are indeed many extraordinary people like them. Ma-en nodded slightly and said, My name is Ma-en, I am a wild sorcerer. You have just seen the natural magic. I can use magic to move objects and creatures remotely, and I can also let you move at high speed, as long as your body can support it. The woman pulled the mask back on. My name is... The dazzling light drowned out the voice. The woman wearing a helmet told the sorcerer Ma-en her name. In this way, they knew each other's names, but in our future stories, Ma-en rarely used the name to directly call this woman who came out of nowhere. He gave the woman a very vivid nickname, the Helmet Woman. After listening to her introduction, Ma-en suddenly mentioned, By the way, we haven't talked about how to divide the money yet. The woman's tone was a little surprised. Isn't it divided equally? Like Ma-en, the helmeted woman didn't have much brains. He just went along with the words, and she had already tacitly agreed to join his team. But he didn't intend to cheat her. No, I don't need wealth. I just want the king to help me cure my sister's illness. You can take all the wealth besides that, so when it comes to slaying the dragon, you don't have to worry about me competing with you. I understand. The helmeted woman's tone was obviously a little surprised and admired. She patted her breastplate and said, Don't worry, I won't let you down. I protect you on this road. Chapter 677. In this way, Ma-en from the countryside and the mysterious helmeted woman formed a dragon-slaying team, and they were ready to move in the direction of the dragon. However, before they had taken a few steps, they realized a serious problem. That is, how can they find the dragon? You know, even the adventurers from the neighboring territories were attracted by the high rewards, but no one has come back alive with the news of the dragon. From time to time, adventurers suddenly disappeared. However, they never revealed the news they had received to others, and the dragon was likely to continue to wander throughout the Rama kingdom. If the forger was not sure that it must still be nearby and trying to retaliate against the Rama kingdom, the adventurers might think that it had left here, but the forger was sure that it was still wandering around. This is also the reason why the dragon kidnapped the princess. It wanted to lure out the forger and other royal family members, and slaughter them all to complete its cruel revenge. It wanted to do to him what the pioneer had done to him. Ma-en. The helmeted woman excitedly pushed open the door of the hotel room. I heard the news. Ma-en, who was in the room, was floating in the air at the moment, with a handful of flowing gravel in front of him. Under his gaze, it was undergoing complex and rapid changes, sometimes turning into lifelike animals, and sometimes turning into sophisticated instruments. After hearing the helmeted woman's words, Ma-en floated back to the ground and put the gravel in front of him back into his sleeves. Is it about the dragon? The helmeted woman nodded slightly. I heard that a mysterious adventurer has mastered the method of tracking the dragon. She will charge a high fee to point out the direction of the dragon for the visitor. The news is also correct. But the problem is that the news can hardly catch up with the speed of the dragon. When the adventurers arrive, they can only see the traces left by the dragon at the original place. Ma-en was a little puzzled. In this case, can't we take her with us to hunt the dragon together? The helmeted woman said sympathetically. I thought so too, but there is a problem here. It's not that no one else has thought so, but she rejected the request of the visitor. I even heard that someone wanted to take her away by force. Of course, the other party did not succeed and left a few lives, but after that, the mysterious tracker disappeared and never showed up again. This is the dragon tracker we are most likely to find. Ma-en nodded slightly, and his brain began to work naturally. Then we have to find a way to find her. Maybe we can start with her previous interpersonal relationships, or study how she tracks. But just as Ma-en was analyzing the situation as usual, the helmeted woman interrupted him. No need. She said cheerfully, I've found a way. In fact, the adventurers who wanted to take her away last time did not give up. They issued a reward and wanted to organize a professional team to capture them again. After all, although not everyone can track dragons, there are many experts in tracking humans. And I have already accepted the reward for us. After hearing that she had arranged everything, Ma-en felt a little weird for some reason. He had no experience in cooperating with others in his life, but he seemed to have gotten used to being the one who made the decision. But he didn't waste time on this weird feeling, and immediately asked, So you mean we pretend to join that team and then intercept them? Although he couldn't see it, Ma-en could still feel the helmet girl's smile. Yes, we are going to be a hero to save the beauty. The ogre experts are a notorious mercenary group. Before they set their sights on the dragon, they had completed many amazing tasks. Even when the former King Pioneer was fighting, they had also conquered many territories as mercenaries of the kingdom. And all the cities they broke through will have open-air feasts. The sky-high black smoke will flood the streets, the human torsos pierced by spears will be roasted and dripping with hot oil, and all the mercenaries will feast on the red meat on the grill. As the name suggests, they are professionals in the mercenary business, and their hobby is cannibalism. At this time, the deputy leader of the ogre experts, Dill, was standing in the square. He was a tall and thin man with a dagger-like hooked nose. His skin was pale, and did not look like a living person. His face was full of inhuman and weird temperament, just like the product of recent breeding in some remote villages. But this face, for some reason, made Maine, who was standing below, feel familiar. He seemed to have seen creatures with similar features. The helmet woman whispered, "It is said that the leaders of the ogre experts are not people like us. They are some kind of special humanoid race that is almost extinct, and they seem to be called Stikel people. I don't know the details, but I heard that they can gain some kind of power by eating people. The leaders, including that one, are all 5th level strongmen, which is why they dare to track the terrible dragon. Only such a strongman would think he has a chance to defeat the dragon." Ma-In answered in the air layer that could isolate the sound. "Then do you think they can really defeat the dragon?" The helmeted woman chuckled and said, "It depends on how strong the dragon is. The official news released by the caster is that the dragon is only level 5. It succeeded by using racial talents, poison, treasures, and sneak attacks on the seriously injured pioneers. But that was a great pioneer, who once slaughtered the whole family of the evil dragon alone. Even among the 6th level monsters, he is definitely a strong man. After all, the dragons he slaughtered at that time were all adult dragons of the 6th level. Even though he had just repelled the combined forces of the sun god Saran and the god of war, and suffered injuries that were difficult to heal in a short period of time, and the evil dragon prepared several 6th level treasures for revenge, he was still a pioneer after all. I suspect that even if the dragon is really at level 5, as the forger said, it is probably not an opponent that ordinary level 5 can deal with. Of course, the treasure that restrains the dragon is also easy to find." Ma-In nodded slightly. "That is to say, it depends on how well they prepare." While they were talking, Dill, who was standing in front, spoke, "You all claim to be professional trackers and capturers. If you can find this annoying dragon hunter for us, the ogre expert will definitely not be short of your gold coins. But if you mess this up for me, my team members, and I will not be able to control our mouths." After saying that, he showed his silver-white fangs. Chapter 678. When Dill showed his white teeth, the 2 ogre mercenaries behind him, one fat and one short, also showed their carnivorous smiles, looking at the few people as if they were looking for their own dinner. But except for Maine and the helmeted woman, the other dozen people were not scared. Since they dared to take this job, they had enough confidence in themselves. Otherwise, even if there was a lot of money, they would not want to get involved with this notorious cannibal gang. Even in the open Mama Kingdom, cannibalism is a hateful act. Standing in the front was a tall and thin old man named Samon with brown skin and exotic patterns all over his body. He just nodded slightly to Dill's threat and answered with a voice rubbed by gravel, "The ancestors and ghosts have found the target's traces. It's not difficult to catch her if you want." After he said this, Dill glanced at the dozen hunters standing behind him. "Very good, that's the kind of confidence you need. You are all top trackers and bounty hunters. It's not difficult to find and catch this little girl. After you finish, you will also gain the friendship of us ogres. No one cares about this. Everyone comes for the treasure." Off stage. "Hey, are you trackers or hunters?" A young man with beautiful brown skin suddenly came up to Mon and the helmeted woman and asked them with his big watery eyes. The mercenaries who took on the commission were divided into trackers and hunters. The former were masters of tracking positions, and the latter were experts who mastered various live capture techniques. Logically speaking, the ogre groups only need to hire the former, as they have many powerful masters in their group, but the fact is that they failed when they captured him last time. That guy has mastered a special way of escaping, so a professional hunter is needed. "I'm a hunter," the helmeted woman answered before Ma-In. "What about you?" Hearing that her voice seemed very friendly, the brown-skinned boy immediately smiled brightly. "I'm a wizard, responsible for tracking. I recently developed a new tracking spell, and am planning to take this opportunity to try it out." "Brother, are you also a hunter?" Ma-In nodded and replied politely, "Yes, that's right. They can only play the role of hunters. Fortunately, his innate warlock ability is indeed very good at capturing others alive, So he was recruited after simply demonstrating his ability. Seeing that both of them seemed to have good personalities, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. Great. He looked at the others a few times, then moved his head closer with a sly look, and said to them in a low voice, "To be honest, I am a mage with no self-protection ability. It is easy for me to find people, but if I encounter danger, I may not be able to protect myself. You look like the two most normal people here. So I want to ask you too, if you can help me by the way. If you really encounter any danger and need your help, I will definitely not treat you unfairly, and I can even give you my reward." This surprised Ma-In and the helmeted woman. The helmeted woman was puzzled. All the rewards? The boy quickly replied, "Yes, in fact, I am not here for money. I just want to test the application effect of my new spell in actual combat." The helmeted woman didn't comment on his words, and their purpose was not actually to get the reward. But if they refused directly, it would seem a bit suspicious. "Okay, but we will definitely take care of ourselves first," she answered ambiguously. The boy showed a childlike innocent smile. "Thank you both." While they were talking, Ma-In was observing other figures around him. Because he was not surprised that the other party would give up the reward, but that he would find them. In Ma-In's view, the people around him were no different from them. At least, he couldn't understand why the other party said that they were the two most normal people here. If it wasn't that the other party could see through their essence just through their eyes, and notice some dangerous temperament in other people that Ma-In could hardly realize, then he probably investigated their background. And for some reason, looking at this brown-skinned boy, Ma-In always felt that there was something strange, but this weirdness seemed to be mixed with several feelings, so that Ma-In couldn't figure out his own feelings. When Ma-In was observing the surroundings, there were also several eyes looking at them. Dill and his two men were watching them quietly. "Boss, that guy looks tender and must be delicious." The fat ogre licked his lips as he looked at the boy who was talking to Marn. The short man also grinned. The meat on that man and woman looks quite chewy. But Dill did not show his greed for meat. Instead, he looked a little weird. His nose, as sharp as a blade, was twitching slightly at this moment, as if he smelled something pungent. That was the smell of the fairy slayer. He did not tell anyone about his discovery. Only a stare of his level could distinguish the smell of this creature, so only a few people in the entire ogre group could do it. And they all knew what the fairy slayer was. In the distant past, there were magical fairies that could fulfill wishes. They were once a mysterious race that was extremely kind and wise, secretly changing the whole world. But in the end, these beautiful creatures died tragically under the slaughter of the wise men. That bloody slaughter brought the wise men their current dominance, making all human branches like the stair people on the verge of extinction, and the fairy slayer was the side effect of that slaughter. The fairy slayer was not a survivor who personally participated in the slaughter, they were the product of that slaughter. Although the fairies died, the ability to fulfill wishes did not completely disappear from this world. That kind of magic is far more difficult to destroy than the fairies themselves. Those who somehow got this power were called fairy slayers within their race. And they, the Styger people, could obtain their racial talents by eating other intelligent races. Although this power was not strong enough to plunder the characteristics of an individual, even if he ate a fairy slayer, he would at most be infected with a little magic, but this was something that could not be sought. Moreover, the ancestors of these fairy slayers had once destroyed their civilization. And most importantly, it was said that their meat was the most delicious food in the world. His saliva had already flowed into his stomach. Chapter 679. The moist mist stuck to everyone's eyelids, vines like pythons lurked on the branches, and the thick brown trunks were densely packed like pillars blocking their way. Dill picked up the insects on his body and stuffed them into his mouth. "Are you sure it's nearby? This is too remote." The forest they were in had already left the territory of the Rama kingdom. This professional search team had traveled through mountains and rivers for more than 40 days to get here, and there might be some unknown dangers here. If it weren't for the escort of the ogre experts, this search team might have been swallowed by the local monsters more than 10 days ago, so Dill also doubted how the target survived here. She was not a strong person who was good at fighting. The old man Saman, who was walking in the front, leaned over and picked up a handful of soil, caught it in front of his nose and sniffed it. "Yes, I can smell him," the old man replied, "and we all basically agree that the target is near here. It's impossible for her to hide from so many guides at the same time." Dill spit out the chewed insect ball. "That's good, do your job well otherwise." Suddenly Dill closed his mouth tightly and stretched out his left hand to the side. Then, the skin on his palm opened up, revealing 2 rows of white fangs, and then the upper and lower rows of teeth gently touched each other. Bang! A standing yonlar tree exploded instantly, and the jagged tear was as tragic as if it had been eaten by some giant monster. And I don't know if it's an illusion. When this yonlar tree fell, it waved its branches as if struggling. The angry and somewhat desolate screams pierced everyone's eardrums. More than a dozen trees that were not unusual twisted instantly, pulling their roots out of the soil, and sharp branches rushed towards them instantly. Blood bloomed and turned into bright red flowers on the branches. An unlucky tracker was hung on the tree. Just as everyone was panicking and trying to resist the tree people, more than a dozen graceful and beautiful figures emerged from the dense green leaves. These girl-like creatures had light green skin, beautiful faces, insect-like wings, and almost naked bodies with only a few faint green leaves covering them. However, this beautiful scene only made everyone more frightened. Tree people and tree spirits. The throat-breaking shouts made half of the trackers lose their composure. Tree spirits are extremely scary and dangerous creatures with a clear sense of territory and a strange desire for humans. In simple terms, they regard humans as prey, human trunks are their nests for laying eggs, human skin is their favorite fabric, and human bones are the materials they use to decorate the temple. The most terrifying thing is that they will cut off the heads of humans alive and connect them to the sacred tree before they die completely, so that the sacred tree can provide nutrients instead of the body, and those humans whose heads are removed will never die. They will turn into the fruit of the sacred tree and suffer eternal torture. And for the tree spirits, the stronger the human head, the more sacred it is. They know this so well because the pioneers in the past destroyed several great tree spirit civilizations when they expanded the Rama kingdom, which also made them and the Rama people have a deeper hatred. Calm down. Dill gnashed his teeth and roared, "It's just a few tree spirits." As he spoke, a tree spirit that had come to him was instantly chewed into pieces, and dark green juice splashed out like a bursting fruit. The fat ogre also swung his hands, and instantly knocked back two tree men like a heavy hammer. The short ogre burst out with terrible speed and began to protect those trackers, who had no self-protection ability. The other hunters all raised their weapons, formed a formation and began to resist the enemy. Just as they began to steadily deal with the enemy, and were about to slowly and successfully repel the tree spirits, Dill, who was cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers, suddenly raised his head. In the shadows of the vines, a body that was obviously stronger than the other tree spirits emerged, and she was not only decorated with leaves, but also covered with flesh-colored clothes. It was obviously human skin that had been processed by some special process. In addition, she also had a necklace made of broken human bones hanging around her neck, and the spear-like weapon in her hand was made of some kind of plant, but it also had human fragments as accessories. When he saw the tree spirit, Dill couldn't help but curse, "High priest? How did that bitch survive in such a place?" But when he saw the tree spirit, Dill knew that he no longer had the energy to take care of others. He had to get rid of this terrible monster that might even threaten his life. It was at this time that more trees began to shake, and then they emerged from the green leaves one after another, and began to really hunt the incomplete humans. At this time, the two tree spirits noticed a boy who was running away in panic. He had a very beautiful brown skin, and the clothes he made must be very good looking. Without any hesitation, they flapped their wings and flew towards the boy. The terrified boy quickly raised his hands and gestured, and several sharp purple arcs appeared in front of him, and flew towards the two dangerous tree spirits. However, they just turned sideways slightly, and avoided the flying purple arcs. Several rays of light finally fell on the trees behind them. The purple light instantly swallowed the entire tree, and then dragged it into something weird, and finally disappeared completely from this world. The boy knew very well that as long as he hit the opponent with these few hits, he could easily kill him. But there is no if in reality. They have come to the front. Help! The boy closed his eyes and shouted. The unbladed heavy sword fell suddenly, smashing the head of the tree spirit running in front like a watermelon. The second tree spirit just jumped high, but was suddenly fixed in midair. Then, as if crushed by some invisible thing, its skin began to compress into its flesh, and blood flowed out from every hole. In just a few seconds, it turned into a skeleton. In front of Ma Yin and the helmeted woman, these tree spirits were as fragile as mosquitoes. "Are you okay?" Ma Yin's polite greeting made the boy open his eyes. The boy looked at the two dead tree spirits timidly. Ma Yin nodded to him gently, and comforted him with his usual calm voice. "No, it's wrong here." Ma Yin, a rookie, didn't know why he had a strange calmness at this time, but he didn't doubt that maybe this was his innate ability. He nodded to the boy very gently, and comforted him, "Follow me." He already had an idea in his mind. Chapter 680. Pa. The boots fell heavily, splashing mud and water all over the trouser legs. 3 figures were moving forward non-stop in the swaying branches, as if there was some terrible monster chasing them behind them, and they had to escape from this place even if it cost them their lives. A stumble. The brown-skinned boy finally couldn't hold on any longer. His numb legs began to lose control, and then his whole body flew out like an arrow, and his head pierced the wet mud hard. Seeing this, the helmeted girl also stopped easily, and Ma-In, who was floating in the air, also slowed down and changed direction in front of the boy. The boy struggled to prop up his upper body, raised his dirty face, and looked at them. He said breathlessly, "Can we take a break? We have been running for so long, we should have gotten rid of them." Ma-In glanced at the helmeted girl. The boy was right. After running for so long, they had indeed gotten rid of the tree spirits who tried to chase them. Although there were indeed a few who wanted to hunt them, they had already been crushed by Mon's telekinesis. Although there were indeed a few who wanted to hunt them, they had already been crushed by Mon's warlock magic. The purpose of running so far was certainly not to escape the hunt. If the situation went well, Dill, the ogre expert, might have calmed the situation, so they should not run too far. Otherwise, how could they find the main force? Unless, Mon did not even think about finding the main force. He stretched out his hand to the boy. "Are you serious when you said you don't want the reward?" The boy blinked when he heard this, and then he realized that something seemed wrong. How did they go so far away? Looking at Ma-In and the helmeted woman who were looking down at him, their images gradually became ferocious and evil in the eyes of the boy, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his calm face. "Brother, big brothers." The boy's teeth were trembling. "I really don't want anything." Seeing him scared like this, Ma-In was a little puzzled, but he immediately comforted him. "Don't be nervous. We just want to find the target before others, and then ask for more rewards. So I want to ask you if you have any way to find her." Hearing this, the scene in front of the boy began to gradually return to reality. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness just now were just fantasies generated by his panic, and Ma-In's expression was still so gentle. "Oh, sorry." The boy grabbed Ma-In's hand. "I was a little scared by those tree spirits." "Sorry, if you want to find the target, I should be able to help a little." The boy patted the dust on his body, and reached into the cloth belt around his waist to search. He took out a wooden doll covered with colorful lines, held it up to his eyes, and looked at it carefully for more than 10 seconds. His innocent eyes suddenly became as sharp as a dagger. After just a few glances, he made up his mind to bite his finger, wipe the doll with the blood from his fingertips, and then raised his head to explore the surrounding scene with rabbit-like eyes. "Well, here?" He raised his legs and walked. Ma-In asked curiously, "Is this magic?" The boy suddenly seemed to have changed, and said with extremely cold eyes, "The magician's tricks are not something that warlocks and mortals can understand." His sudden arrogance surprised Ma-In and the helmeted woman, but they didn't comment on his focused search. After walking for a few hours, the boy suddenly squatted down, and then his eyes looking at the ground began to emit a faint blue light, and some dark liquid substance began to sway in his eye sockets. She hid? The boy analyzed attentively. There is some kind of curtain blocking her, but almost all curtain tricks have some common basic principles, most of which can be cracked by the theory of real displacement. Speaking words that no one understood, he stretched out his fingers and began to draw in the air. Various complex numbers and symbols began to form formulas in the air, but he frowned after writing a few formulas, then stretched out his hand to erase most of the formulas and started writing again. After writing for 3 or 4 minutes, his frown finally relaxed. Excluding the real displacement crack, there are not many types of curtains left, so the 7-item balance theory should be enough to crack it. Very good. "What kind of magic are you using?" the helmeted woman asked in confusion. "I have never seen magic like yours." "I said it." The boy turned his head impatiently and looked at them. "Don't bother." But as he saw the appearance of Ma-In and the helmeted woman, the boy's voice gradually became smaller and smaller, as if he just remembered his situation at this moment, and his mind was completely trapped in the world of magic just now. The boy smiled awkwardly after reacting. "Well, the magic I used is indeed not a common magic. It is a cracking method that has been inferred based on the environment around us and uses basic magic principles. Because the common curtain cracking methods are too troublesome, they often waste a lot of unnecessary magic power, and their own magic power is not much." At this point, he showed a shy and proud expression on his face. "So I can't use those magics. I can only rely on my understanding of magic and mathematical principles to come up with some structures that save magic power to crack the opponent's hidden spells in a targeted manner." Ma-In exclaimed in surprise. "This is amazing." The boy touched his head embarrassedly. It's okay. In fact, I don't think it's difficult, but there are too many idiots in this world. At least the mages I have seen are mediocre without talent. If you can't even do this, it's better not to embark on the path of mages. It's better to think of a way to switch to a warlock. At this point, he suddenly reacted and closed his mouth again, his face reddened to the roots of his ears again, looking at Ma-En very embarrassedly and hurriedly explained. I don't mean to say that warlocks are bad, but the achievements of mages are almost determined by talent. For example, I have just been exposed to magic for a few days, and I can see how far I will go, while most mages can only live in a muddle. As if he felt that there was something wrong with saying this, the boy's voice became smaller and smaller again. Ma-En waved his hand casually, showing his genuine curiosity. I don't know anything about these things, and I don't care. Just tell me what you think. But according to what you said, you seem to be a very talented wizard. Why did you accept this kind of task? The boy blinked when he heard this, and did not answer immediately, but fell silent, because he couldn't think of a reason for himself to be here. He should be sleeping in his room now. Ah! The boy blinked when he heard this, and answered naturally, because I think such things can exercise my magic ability. Ma-En nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. The boy answered cheerfully. Yes, my name is Yin. You can also call me Xiaoyan. Chapter 681. Now that the story has begun, it stands to reason that a qualified writer only needs to create characters, and let them make their own decisions in the story. But let me say a few more words today. Before meeting Maine and the helmeted woman, Yan's life was already exciting enough. He was an orphan born in the slums. He was lucky to survive, but good luck can't make bread. Therefore, at a young age, he had committed numerous crimes. This was also due to the fact that it was easy to contact magic in the kingdom of Rama. He soon realized his outstanding talent, and used it on the wrong path. Theft, robbery, fraud, and even murder. These crimes were like a quagmire that entangled him. Even now, he has mastered spells that are much stronger than before and can work as a hired wizard, but he still can't get rid of the shadow of the past. This influence is both psychological, making it difficult for him to get used to doing any serious work, and cultivating his arrogant character that looks down on everything, and at the same time, he has no resistance to wealth. Of course, he doesn't care about the reward, because what really attracts him is the treasure of rescuing the princess. Yes, the above are the reasons why Yin appears here. There is no other unnatural reason. Very good, these reasons are sufficient, and will not arouse anyone's doubts. No character will think that there is anything wrong with Yan's appearance here. Yin himself will not. Very good, let's get back to the story. A long time ago, before the Rama Empire was established and the first Emperor Forger was about to ascend the throne, there was a dangerous forest, hiding a mysterious hunter who could track the dragon, and those adventurers who coveted the wealth of the Rama royal family were hunting down this tracker here. I don't know what would happen to us now if the princess really took the throne and the forger abdicated and failed to become the king, but these are not important at this moment. The story has already ended. Just like the fate of the characters in the story, the ending has been prepared long ago. 5 hours after the last chapter. Yin jumped up excitedly. I found it. I have figured out the principle of the other party's hiding. It's really powerful and terrifying. This is a spell I have never seen before, using some kind of almost essential way to stop us. If I can study it, maybe I can think of some powerful hiding spells. Ma-En and the helmeted woman are not interested in the principles of magic. So the man didn't care about the boy's excitement. In other words, we can find each other? Yin nodded violently. Well, she is actually near us, but she is blocked by the curtain trick. Now I have determined the principle of this spell, and have thought of a solution. Now just follow me. After saying that, he did not move immediately, but jumped up to grab the next vine. However, even if he tried his best, he was still more than 10 centimeters away from the vine. Seeing this, the helmeted woman drew out her heavy sword. At a terrifying speed, the unbladed heavy sword easily cut the vine. The boy took the vine and smeared complex runes with blood, and then handed it to Ma-En and the helmeted woman. Hold the vine, don't fall behind. After seeing the two people reach out and hold it tightly, he turned around and stepped forward. Then, he disappeared in front of Ma-En and the helmeted woman. Following the power transmitted by the vines, they hurriedly followed, and as Ma-En also took a step, the originally sunny forest instantly lost all light. They came to the night. The boy in the dark looked nervously ahead. We should have broken the curtain. You must hold on to the vines, otherwise you may be expelled at any time. If you encounter danger, you must also give priority to protecting me and the vines. Ma-En and the helmeted woman nodded. Can you find the target? The latter asked. The boy frowned. She should be nearby. Whoosh! The sharp silver-white blade flew towards the vine connection between Ma-En and the boy at an astonishing speed, like moonlight emerging from dark clouds. The corners of the boy's mouth raised a cunning arc. Although he did what Ma-En and the helmeted woman told him to do, he did not tell everything. Perhaps lying was his nature, so he instinctively played a trick. Cutting off the vines will not make them leave here. He said that to the target. Very good, now it's time to appreciate her shocked expression. However, he did not wait for the sound of the vines being cut, but a heavy silence drowned the world. The boy turned his head and looked behind him in confusion, and his eyes widened instantly. Ma-En, holding the vines, was calmly tilting his head slightly. And just a dozen centimeters away from him, a heroic girl was floating in the air, unable to move. Her whole body was frozen in the air like a sculpture, but her eyes still revealed some anger and hatred. And the three of them also noticed that she had a lot of strange scales on her body. If they were not mistaken. Dragon blood. The helmeted woman nodded calmly. No wonder she can track dragons, because she has the blood of dragons flowing in her body. Ma-En looked at the girl and said in a gentle voice, "We have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you to help us find the dragon. In return, we will share the wealth of finding the dragon with you. If you are not satisfied with the reward, we can also talk. Now, I will release my control over you." The boy who heard this suddenly realized something. These guys' purpose is the same as his, to find the dragon. No wonder they brought him out, but now it seems that it is a better choice to follow them. The girl also floated back to the ground gently, and then her whole body relaxed. Ma-En untied her restraints. In an instant, bright red flames emerged from her mouth and eyes, and light red scales began to spread wildly on her body like mold, and then the girl turned into a dangerous half-dragon. At the moment of looking at each other, Ma-En saw the hatred that wanted to destroy the world together. The girl did not attack Ma-En, but still resolutely rushed towards the most vulnerable boy. It would only take a moment to tear his head apart. Seeing this scene, Ma-En, as a rookie, suddenly panicked and burst out with all his strength to try to save the innocent boy from being slaughtered by the devil, so he could no longer restrain the terrible magic in his body. With a crisp sound, the dragon girl's head was crushed into a meat paste, and the bright red blood poured down like a stream. The lifeless body fell to the ground like a rag, and finally, Ma-En killed his own sister with his own hands. "No, that's not right," the majestic voice ordered. The golden hammer fell heavily, smashing the fragile reality to pieces. This is not what really happened at this moment. Let me tell you again. The real story. Chapter 682. Our story happened a long time ago. Even my memory is blurred, so I can't guarantee that what I tell you is the real history. As for the place where the story happened, it's even more ridiculous. There are forests inhabited by tree spirits around the Rama Empire. The pioneers have indeed been buried in the ground, but this does not mean that the Rama army will sit idly by. For this kind of race that hunts humans for fun, the Rama kingdom will only strictly implement the policy of extermination, at least in this period, until the Empire-era Rama people stopped killing all hostile races. This is a chaotic and dangerous era, and cowards cannot survive here. As for the details in the story, they are even more chaotic. Just like the beaten egg liquid, it is no longer possible to distinguish the egg white and the egg yolk, and all the details are ridiculous. Self-righteous imagination of the real past. But isn't this the essence of the story? The truth and the lie. Well, let's go back to the story. Before the Rama Empire was established, the forger had not yet planned to become the first emperor. He was just hammering the hammer and enjoying the fun of forging. By the way, in fact, the forger was not called this at that time, but this small mistake is insignificant. The real mistake is that Maine is not the kind of guy who panics when encountering an emergency. This is the obvious irrationality. Yes, even if he is just a fledgling new warlock at this time, I dare to guarantee to all readers that he was already like this when he was born, and he was not afraid of anything. Want to shake his will? I'm afraid this little thing is far from enough. The story in my eyes is like this. At the moment of looking at each other, Ma-En saw the hatred that wanted to destroy the world together. The girl did not attack Ma-En, but still resolutely rushed towards the most vulnerable boy, and it would only take a moment to tear his head apart. But as soon as she jumped up, she hit the magic wall that Ma-En had prepared. The body that was subtracted began to spin in the air, and was fixed again in a few times. She could only stare at Ma-En, and the others with eyes still full of anger and hatred. Just as she showed an expression that she wanted to tear Ma-En apart, the helmet girl walked forward and then, bang! With a dull collision sound, the metal helmet hit the girl's head hard. Hatred, anger, bloodthirstiness, all kinds of emotions instantly disappeared from her eyes. Only clear confusion was left. What happened? Before the girl could react, the helmeted woman grabbed her attention and said, "Someone is chasing you now. Remember that you once offended the ogre expert. They have issued a reward to capture you." We did accept the reward. Although our purpose is not to help them, they can easily capture you and take you back by themselves. I think you also know what kind of guys the ogre experts are. If you fall into their hands, I think the fate will not be too good. You may be cut into human sticks and made into some kind of flesh and blood device for searching dragons. I can assure you that they will find you in a moment. You can continue to resist us. As long as you struggle a little more, we will turn around and leave here immediately. Then, be prepared to be tortured to death. Almost at the next moment, Ma-In showed a gentle expression, as if they had some kind of tacit understanding. We are really not here to hurt you. As long as you are willing, we can help you survive this hunt. We just have reasons to find the dragon. As I just said, as long as you agree to help now, you can share the last wealth with us, or you can put forward any other requirements, and we will try our best to achieve them. I don't even need wealth. Maybe you don't believe it, but I just want the forger to help cure my terminally ill family. I don't care about anything else. After they finished singing the white face and the red face, the girl's expression became a little calmer, but the hostility in her eyes towards them still did not dissipate. Just when Ma-In was thinking about how to completely convince her, a bright moonlight parted the clouds and fell into the mortal world. Chapter 683. Sorry, everyone. I was distracted just now. Where was our story? Yes, Ma-In killed. Wait. Am I blurry? The story should be entering the first interesting plot, right? It seems that I am not skilled enough as a storyteller. A short distraction made the story escape the route I arranged. But there is nothing I can do about it. The characters in excellent works have their own lives. We cannot control it forcefully unless you want to destroy your characters. It is easy to destroy the characters, but this is not the purpose of our creation. We hope to let these characters have some unique experiences in the story, such as making them realize the mistakes they have made. Let them realize how disgusting it is to have their things tampered with by others. And nothing is more suitable for people to understand the truth than personal experience. Fortunately, our story has just begun, and we have enough time to teach the characters this truth. As the bright moonlight fell, the silver-haired girl bathed in the light appeared in front of them. Her expression was much calmer than the struggling dragon girl, and the girl calmed down a lot when she appeared. "Sorry, my sister Yu is a little afraid of strangers," she said naturally. "We have been hunted for a while, so we are a little overly sensitive." Seeing this calm and composed girl, Ma-In felt that the next thing might go smoothly. I understand that anyone would be nervous when suddenly encountering a stranger who broke into their territory, not to mention that you are being hunted. The silver-haired girl introduced herself. "My name is Selly, Yu's half-sister. I can see that you are very strong. If you want to kill Yu, it will probably take only a few moves, but if we want to run, we still have a chance. You may not understand, but I am the agent of the moon goddess. Wherever the moonlight shines, I can use her great power. Although I may not be able to defeat you, it should not be difficult to survive." As she spoke, Yu swayed like a willow branch blown by the wind, showing her power. Hearing this, Yin showed a thoughtful look. It seems that this power is the reason why they can hide themselves, and if it is that power, it is indeed very suitable for escaping. What she said may be true. The boy reminded in a low voice. The helmeted woman took over the conversation. "We absolutely have no intention of hurting you. If you disagree, we will actually just turn around and leave. You see, we have not really taken the initiative until now. These few moves are just legitimate defense. Although this sentence is not completely correct, they did not hurt you." Selly nodded slightly. "Well, if what you just said is true, we are willing to help you find the dragon, but I also have to put forward a small condition in exchange, also to make us trust you." Ma-In nodded. "What request?" Selly smiled. "There's a saying that a common enemy will forge the most solid alliance. Kill the ogre members who want to capture us, and we will help you find the dragon, and this can also solve the future troubles." Ma-In frowned when he heard this. Although he had strong magic power, he had never killed any intelligent life until today. Suddenly, he heard that he was asked to kill someone. He didn't seem to feel anything. "Okay." But the helmeted woman agreed without any burden. "Since they dared to come, they should have been prepared to be killed, but I also hope you can keep your promise." Selly nodded. "Of course, it is not wise to offend two powerful enemies at the same time. As long as you kill them, we have a reason to join forces, and you are right. We do have the means to track the dragon." The three of them realized that there was no need to talk nonsense, as they had reached a consensus. But Yin blinked beside him, and then looked at Yu, who was also confused. The dragon girl didn't understand what was happening in front of her. She was just dealing with these uninvited guests, who suddenly broke in, but now Sailey had formed an alliance with them. But she didn't waste time and brains to think deeply, and directly accepted this fact. Yu had some unconditional trust in Sailey as her sister. But Yan's feeling was completely different from hers. Although he had some small thoughts at the beginning, he never thought that he would be involved in such a thing at this moment. You should know that the Ogre Expert is also a well-known mercenary group in the Rama Kingdom. There are several strong people like Deer in the Ogre, and they also have a large number of middle-level members, who are enough to break into the city. Even if the two of them can really kill Deer, they will offend the entire Ogre. Even if they can find the dragon, they will face the revenge of the Ogres after killing it, not to mention that they may not be able to complete the mission and get the reward. Are they going to pay such a painful price now? Not to mention, Yu is not the only dragon tracker left in the world. Is it really worth it just for her? Such questions kept popping up in Yan's mind. Is this reasonable? Doubts about the development of the situation kept jumping in the boy's mind, like a crazy shaking alarm bell reminding him that there was something wrong with the scene in front of him. These changes were too fast and too absurd. They were still working for others a few days ago, but now they have to help them kill their former employers after just a few words with the target. It was so inexplicable that it seemed like a dream. At some point, the patter of raindrops had already fallen, soaking the boy's cheeks, pulling his attention back from the various fantasies that had just been scattered to the real reality. The cold touch of the rain kept reminding him that this was not a so-called dream at all, but an extremely clear reality. Yes, things have come to this point. He also had no power to choose. It seemed that this man and the helmeted woman did not intend to ask for his opinion. Although they might not have thought of letting him participate in it, he could not escape now. Even if he turned around and left now, it would be useless. With the character of the Ogre Experts, they would not consider so many things. Now he was standing on the opposite side of them, and he would definitely be on their hunting list. If he was really caught by them, he would definitely be eaten alive. It seemed that he had only one way to go. Is this reasonable? Such a question suddenly emerged in his mind for the first time. Chapter 684. The chaotic thoughts turned into seeds and planted in Yan's heart. It is unknown when they will grow into towering trees. However, no matter how promising the seeds are, they need patient watering and sufficient time to break through the ground. They may not have enough time now. After all, Ma'an is a fledgling warlock. Yan, a wizard with outstanding talent, has always relied on his magic to solve all the problems he encountered, and he will not provoke opponents of this level. He has no experience in this. And Yu and Sailey still don't trust them. They are still on guard against each other. And this makes none of them predict what will happen next. They all underestimated their opponents. Outside the curtain, Dill wiped the sap on his face, limped forward a few steps, picked up the limbs of the high priest tree spirit scattered on the ground, and sniffed them in front of his nose. Then he opened his mouth and chewed the clothes made of human skin on the surface. As he continued to swallow, the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. As a Stykiel, he had a strong ability to digest and utilize flesh and blood, and could extract the energy from it to repair his body. This also made them extremely good at continuous fighting. Perhaps because there were two different creatures, this piece of meat tasted good. Thinking of this, Dill felt a little irritated. In the most glorious era, they didn't have to think about any fighting at all, they just had to enjoy the continuous supply of food. Now they have to work for these low-level races. After taking a breath, Dill's pace slowly became stable again. As he walked, he looked at the tragic scene after the bloody battle. The ground was full of the mutilated bodies of humans and tree spirits. At this time, an inappropriate thought came to his mind. According to the taste he just tasted, these are all fresh ingredients for making new dishes. The bright red blood looked like an attractive sauce in his eyes, which made Dill swallow his saliva, but he still resisted the urge to study the food. He came here today for two serious things. The most important thing was to catch the target. This matter was related to whether their Stykiel empire could rise again. As long as they could save the princess, they could get the reward of the caster. And they had already thought about what to ask for at that time. But after recruiting these men, he had a more important goal. Dill licked his lips, and reluctantly stepped over the beautiful flesh and blood that exuded a delicious smell. There were more delicious things waiting for him. The Goblin Slayer was one of the best ingredients known in the Stykiel records. Even if his flesh and blood were useless, Dill would not miss the opportunity to catch the Goblin Slayer this time. All powerful Styger people are gourmets, and even Styger scholars believe that they have actually been slaves to taste for a long time. But Dill doesn't care about these. What's more important is that using the Goblin Slayer can steal a small amount of their power. And power is equivalent to more and better food. After stepping over the corpses and several survivors, Dill stopped and looked at the ground in front of him. An old arm stretched out. Dill took over and pulled out the old shaman who buried him in the ground. Remember what I told you? Are you still tracking the guy? The shaman's left eye socket was empty when he got out of the ground. Of course, and we have a surprise. Chapter 685. At this time, at the back of the forest, Maine and his men were still unaware that Dill and his men had already noticed their plot, and were excitedly preparing to kill the prey that they saw as falling into a trap. I can barely sense their position. There is a very dangerous aura here. Sari pointed at the spread-out Earth Devourer and said, among the members chasing them, Dill should be the only one who is at level 5. Even if we put aside Sari, who has not yet trusted Maine and his men, the two main combat forces on their side are both at level 5. If we really ambush the other party, it shouldn't be difficult to win. It shouldn't be difficult to kill him. Maine, who had never really experienced a battle, asked in confusion. We still have to be careful. The helmeted woman shook her head. Although our opponent is only Dill, he is a member of the Ogre Experts and has experienced countless battles. Facing such an opponent, even if we are well prepared, we can't guarantee victory. Mayan pondered. Then what should we do? The helmeted woman raised her head slightly and thought. Before officially accepting the mission, I asked about Dill's news. He is a mage who is good at close combat and medium-range long-range combat. This is not a threat to us, because they can handle these combat ranges. The helmeted woman is good at close combat, while Ma'an is more versatile. Except for ultra-long distance, they can basically handle it easily. Logically, their team should be very confident in the battle. But their team has a problem. Although I have practiced magic myself. Ma'an asked worriedly, but I have never really fought any serious battles, at least not with such a powerful enemy. This should be a serious problem, right? The helmeted woman nodded. Yes, we can't treat you as a real warrior, but fortunately your ability is particularly versatile. As long as you assist me according to the method we have planned to deal with the dragon, it will be fine. Mayan nodded when he heard this. After they became partners, they also discussed how to deal with the dragon and practiced enough to ensure that it could be successfully implemented. Although the specific implementation is a bit funny, the actual effect is quite good. Very good. The helmeted woman nodded. Then we only need to implement the decapitation plan. Even if the opponent is very fierce in the fight, it will be difficult to resist our sneak attack. Ma'an couldn't help but ask the key question, what if the decapitation fails? The helmeted woman shrugged. Then we can adapt to the situation, but don't worry, it is impossible to fail. According to the information I have learned, without any precautions, Deer is not able to stop us. It just happened to test this trick in advance to see if it can really be used to deal with the dragon. Maine and his companions were preparing their decapitation plan in full swing, but they did not expect that their plan had been seen clearly by the old shaman, who had already prepared. Perhaps this was the cruel fate. Although Maine had a very good idea and did not make any mistakes, his intentions were still exposed by coincidence, and the identities of the hunter and the prey were quietly changing. If this had not happened, perhaps Maine could have followed the decapitation plan and let Surly first anesthetize the target so that they could not notice their existence. Then, by letting the magic power penetrate into their bodies through breathing, and then destroying the opponent's visual and auditory systems that perceive the world, although the energy field of powerful creatures will prevent the operation of magic power, the incomplete power is enough to directly destroy the opponent's more fragile visual and auditory systems. Anyway, the opponent is Dill, a mage, and Maine has already investigated his fighting style and knows that his body strength is not particularly high. Therefore, he will use the time gained by destroying vision and hearing to continue to destroy other flesh and blood that maintain Dill's survival with his powerful magic power. In this process, Dill's biological field will also become fragmented, and at this time Maine can use his powerful magic power to directly tear the opponent into pieces. If it is a sneak attack, it is indeed possible to succeed. But at this time, Dill has already sensed the danger through the old shaman and has prepared to prevent secret attacks early, so unfortunately, Maine's plan is likely to fail. And he will soon learn that everything has a price. Maybe he will die here miserably, or maybe he will survive by luck, but he will definitely leave something here. If he can finally survive and learn from this mistake, then when he looks back at what he has lost along the way, will he regret it? Chapter 686. When Ma'an thought that he had already found out about the opponent's ability, he felt that he could easily use the intelligence and take the initiative to kill the opponent. However, this was such an arrogant idea, and he was destined to pay the price for his arrogance. Although it was just a coincidence, reality would not go along with your imagination. Various so-called coincidences constitute the cruel uncertainty of reality, making it impossible for anyone to fully control their own destiny. Therefore, only by making all preparations can you maintain victory in a long life. Today, Maan will understand this truth. And this time, it is undoubtedly Dil who is more prepared. As early as when he just realized that Maan was a goblin slayer, he had already started to find out all the information about Maan. Unfortunately, Maan was a guy without a past, so he couldn't figure out how to deal with Maan through simple investigation. But this is not necessarily bad news, because it made Dil more prepared, and he also had a slight understanding of Maan's abilities. After all, when he joined their team, Maan had already demonstrated his abilities in front of him. He claimed to be a sorcerer, and the ability he displayed was indeed in line with the wildness of a sorcerer, using pure violent magic to control everything he could encounter. This kind of power was so strong that it could not be detected during a sneak attack, so he prepared a prop specifically for dealing with this invisible magic attack, the emerald necklace that was currently hanging around his neck. Observer, which could display any magic in a tangible way in front of him. The stone ring on his right middle finger could form a protective shield around him, with considerable defensive power. Although a strong man like him could still break the defense, the key point was that the ring could always maintain a defensive state and warn the user of approaching danger. These are all used to target invisible attacks, and for Maan, who has no combat experience, such preparations are enough to break almost all of his first-hand advantages. In addition, considering that Maan is a warlock who can manipulate objects and is likely to fight him at a long distance, Dil also prepared props that can be used to close the distance. Folding gloves, props that can directly fold space. In addition, he also prepared 5 bottles of expensive elixirs that can be used to restore the state. Although 2 bottles have been used in the previous battle, the remaining ones are enough to recover from injuries in the battle. After making all preparations, Dil finally stopped hiding and walked out alone, concentrating on preventing the upcoming attack, preparing to turn Maan's upcoming sneak attack into his own advantage. Facing such an opponent, Maan is still stupid at this time. Facing this battle whose outcome has long been determined, Dil is still stupidly preparing various defensive measures specifically for Maan, imagining that he is about to switch the identities of hunter and prey. However, all his efforts were in vain. Although he was lucky and prepared in advance, facing the absolute gap, no matter how much luck he had, it was just a pattern on the blade. It would not have any impact on the outcome of the battle. Reality is cruel. Some gaps cannot be made up by hard work and luck. Today, Deer will understand this truth. The vacuum orbit is basically stable. At an altitude of 50,000 meters, Maan said to the helmeted woman beside him. Deer's combat range is short range and close combat, the helmeted woman's combat range is close combat, and Maan's combat range is his field of vision. That's right, his telekinesis has an astonishingly terrifying range. Although the precision of telekinesis control will seriously decline when the distance is too far, making his long-range combat power not as strong as that at close range. But his strength will not be weakened too much, which makes the helmet woman and him come up with a powerful combination skill that can avoid the precision defect and exert the strength of strength. This move is particularly simple and crude, but also very useful, because the conditions required for such a move are almost impossible for others to achieve. Only Maan and the helmet woman can do this. First of all, the most important thing is to reach a high enough altitude. At this time, they even have to look carefully to notice the clouds far below their feet. The air environment here is not enough to sustain the survival of ordinary people. Fortunately, Maan used telekinesis to bring up enough oxygen, and this height has 2 functions. First, this place is extremely suitable as the starting point for a sneak attack. Deer is in a dense forest, which makes it difficult for him to detect the attack from above. But even if he is in a vast plain, it is difficult to detect the existence of Maan and the helmet woman. As long as the distance is enough, they will disappear from the enemy's sight. Secondly, only by keeping a sufficient distance can they create a sufficiently long vacuum track. The so-called vacuum track is just as its name suggests, a very long track in a vacuum state. This track is cylindrical, and the internal space can accommodate several people. It is extremely difficult to do this normally, but it is not difficult for Maan, who can directly exert telekinesis on objects out of thin air, and his current power is strong and vast enough. This vacuum track is also the focus of their combination skills. The secondary purpose of vacuum is concealment. For example, ordinary strong men can feel threats in a few ways, such as sound, vision, and air. In high-speed battles, sound has the least effect, because the speed of sound is too slow, and visual perception is not particularly important in the forest. They can solve it by covering up or attacking from an angle that the opponent cannot observe visually. But the touch of air changes is all over the body. What really makes deer alert is the subtle air flow created by high-speed moving objects. After experiencing enough battles, you can form a set of keen and intuitive perception of the surrounding airflow, and you can anticipate the opponent's attack in advance through your subconscious that you can't even perceive. And the vacuum track can completely avoid any form of air perception. But this is only a secondary problem. The most important thing about the vacuum track is to solve the air resistance, because according to their expectations, deer may not be able to use air perception at that time. More important than the vacuum is the length of the track itself. Because the longer the track is, the more time they can accelerate. We all know that force determines acceleration, and acceleration multiplied by time equals speed, so in theory, as long as an object is accelerated for a long enough time, it can reach a certain limit speed. The premise is that the object can support it, and there is a way to continue to exert force on it. The latter can be solved by Ma-En, and the former. The Helmet Woman can do it. Chapter 687. Dill, who was fully prepared, walked out confidently, and when he just showed his whereabouts, Selly, who was secretly monitoring the forest, received the news. This is their location. Selly, hiding behind the curtain, shared Dill's exact location at the moment, and the map of the entire forest with Maine and the helmeted woman through telepathy. The entire forest was once bathed in moonlight. Yu asked with some concern and dependence, "Do you think they can succeed?" Although they are not related by blood, Selly has been like Yu's biological sister since she was a child. When facing any problem, she always stands in front of her, so Yu has unconditional trust in Selly. Even though she was nervous and alert deep in her heart, she still followed Selly unconditionally. This unconditional trust seemed to be some kind of habit buried deep in her heart. Selly stared at the air in front of her with deep eyes. I don't know why. I have a feeling that the words of those two guys seem to be worthy of trust. Although she believed Selly's decision, Yu was still a little puzzled. Just a feeling? Normally, you wouldn't trust others so easily. We all know how this world is. To be more precise, it was Ma-En who gave her this feeling. As the agent of the moon god, she rarely had her own ideas, and she was not the type who would easily believe outsiders. Logically, she should think about how to take the opportunity to escape. But inexplicably, she believed the guy could kill the opponent. And to be honest, Ma-En seemed to trust them too much. It was obvious that she might have lied to him, but he agreed to go to Dill without leaving any tricks. What a wonderful feeling. Prepare to launch. Ma-En sent a message through the mind connection, always monitor the target. The familiar words made Selly fall into a brief trance. Before she could react to what happened, she had already replied very seriously, received. Ignoring Yu's somewhat surprised look, Selly focused her attention on Dill. The shade of the dense branches and leaves swayed, blocking the clear blue sky, but even if there were no trees at this time, Dill could not see the two tiny figures hiding behind the clouds when he looked up. He easily cut off the vines blocking the way, and shuttled through the woods at a brisk pace. However, his heart was not as calm as it seemed. The process of waiting for prey is often tormenting, especially in this battle. The identities of prey and hunter may be swapped at any time. Even if he was very confident, and did not take these two unknown people too seriously, it definitely did not mean that he would take this battle lightly. Even when facing the weakest opponent, he had to be very alert. As a mercenary who has experienced many battles, he would not take any battle lightly. Otherwise, he would have died on the road long ago. And since the helmeted woman and Ma-En dared to take him as a target, they must have some kind of confidence, although most of the opponents he met eventually proved with actual results that their confidence was just arrogance. But this made him understand that there must be no arrogance in a life and death battle. Therefore, although Dill deliberately pretended to be very relaxed, in fact, his senses were running at high speed, sensing all the changes around him with extremely terrifying efficiency. Even if there was a slight change in the airflow, he could sense it instantly. But there was only terrible silence around. Nothing. He just raised his leg forward. The treetops began to be torn apart. But the surroundings were still silent. Dill paused. The gas began to flow. But it was too late. The rain cover maintained by the stone ring was as fragile as an eggshell, and it was crushed without any movement. Then, severe pain instantly hit Dill's whole body, but before he realized what was happening, he saw a figure flying out from in front of him, and disappeared from Dill's field of vision at a terrifying speed, destroying any trees along the way and turning into tiny black dots. Then, broken pieces of flesh appeared in front of him. That was his broken body that was smashed into pieces. There was no time to react at all. It was almost as fast as lightning. He almost died. But just as these broken limbs were about to fall, several streams of green mist suddenly surged out from the broken part of his body, and then directly pulled his broken parts back together to form a complete Dill. One of the 3 bottles of spiritual medicine has been consumed. This spiritual medicine, that can almost heal all injuries, is difficult for him to afford. Logically speaking, 2 bottles are the limit of what he can afford on this journey. The remaining spiritual medicine was supposed to be returned to the Legion. But now he has no time to think about these. Dill is just glad that he took so many medicines. But at this moment, he has not thought about how to deal with the enemy's attack. The moment his body just recovered, his eyes that opened again turned into a mouth full of fangs, and countless small cracks appeared on his body, opening and closing at a crazy speed. The ground, air, trees, rocks, all suddenly disappeared as if bitten by an invisible monster. He used crazy biting to create a layer of minefield around him. After the instinctive reaction, he continued to think about how to. Silence disappeared. Nothing was seen, nothing was bitten. The helmet woman passed through him for the second time. The frequency of mine attacks was like a fishing net full of holes to her. Only the body that was smashed to pieces announced that she had been here. Dill's eyes were huge, and his broken head was working frantically. What should I do? Strong despair was oppressing Dill's mind. He had never thought that Mon and the helmet woman would use such a terrible move, and he was not good at dealing with this type of opponent. Is there any spell, by the way, maybe he can use? Dill's body had just recovered, and he had already thought of a way to restrain the opponent. In silence, the third collision occurred. Moreover, the direction of the helmeted woman's attack this time was falling from the sky, and when she smashed Dill's body, she stretched out her hand towards his head without slowing down at all. Then she grabbed Dill's head and slammed it into the ground. The soil rolled and the ground cracked. A canyon was formed extremely violently and quickly under her impact. And when Dill was caught and knocked out for several thousand meters, he realized what happened. How could it be possible? Can she move her arms freely at this speed? The strong shock has surpassed fear and despair. He can't understand the scene in front of him at all. How could she perform such a complicated operation at such a high speed? He looked at the cold face armor of the helmeted woman. The silver luster that could not reflect any emotion seemed to imply that she was a cold executioner. The third time the elixir began to take effect, flesh and blood grew directly from his neck, and the helmeted woman looked straight ahead and didn't look at him at all, but when the effect of the medicine was just consumed, she just used a little force and crushed Dill's skull. The brains flowed all over her hands. Chapter 688. The situation was completely beyond my expectation. Perhaps he had some qualities that were destined to succeed, or perhaps luck favored Mon again. In the end, he killed Dill without paying any painful price. Even I had to admit that Mon was indeed not simple. It seemed that there was something invisible and intangible that was secretly helping him. Maybe this was fate. Although it was ridiculous to believe in fate, there were indeed some fates in the world where we lived, and these fates were often spread by Mon and my peers. Now it seems that some fates favored Mon. In fact, it is easy to think that the madman who wanted to save the world must like Mon very much, so he was destined to be protected by her power. But as the story progresses, his connection with the madman who saved the world will become weaker and weaker. After all, this is my territory, not to mention that I also borrowed Mon's room. Even she couldn't go too deep. And she is not the only one who can create fate. Back to the story, our protagonist Mon walked to the body he killed. Mon landed lightly in front of Dill's body, looking at the helmeted woman standing at the bottom of the canyon, and the pieces of meat scattered at her feet. The figure bathed in flesh and blood was like a bloodless and cold demon, exuding a terrible and cruel aura. In front of her, Dill had no power to fight back. Although it seemed that the helmeted woman had a lot of movements, in fact, it only took Dill a few seconds from being attacked to death. This move was too fast. If it weren't for Dill's ability to recover, they would have to attack several times in a row by turning, and the battle would have ended in the blink of an eye. This simple and crude combination was stronger than Maine imagined. No one could explode such terrible power without it. Although the helmeted woman was very strong, she had no mobility and speed. In theory, Maine could accelerate anything to such a terrible degree, but the problem was that he couldn't find materials with such strength to attack. Even if ordinary strong objects could be accelerated to that degree, they would be crushed first when they hit their enemies and lose their destructive power in the process. You have to know that their target is a terrible creature covered with dragon scales. The pungent smell of flesh and blood penetrated into Marn's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly, but his tone of inquiry remained habitually gentle. Is deer dead? Ah, yes. The cold mask seemed to reflect the warm sunlight between the branches and leaves at the moment the voice came out, and the cruel breath disappeared instantly. If he is given a little more time, it may be dangerous. This move is only the strongest when they attack by surprise, because they do not give the opponent any time to react and prepare in advance, which is why they can successfully kill deer. If he brought a few more bottles of spiritual medicine, he might really find a way to deal with this move. Of course, he could not have more spiritual medicine, and 5 bottles were already a somewhat unreasonable number. Mar nodded slightly, and then asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" The power of this combination of skills exceeded his imagination, and it lasted for several seconds longer than they initially expected, so he was also a little worried about whether it would cause any harm to the helmeted woman. But she shook her head easily, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my body is very strong, and I can still bear this strength. However, if you want to use this trick to deal with the dragon, you need to make more preparations. After all, Dill's physical strength is far lower than that magical legendary creature." She casually patted the pieces of meat on her body, as if she was patting off the dust on her clothes. Then, she continued confidently, "But this combination of skills is very successful in actual combat. It seems that we are really suitable to join forces. If we study it carefully, we may be able to defeat many strong people who could not be defeated before." Ma-En also agreed with her opinion, but he did not agree. The important thing is to find a way to deal with the dragon. As they spoke, the figures of Selly, Yu and Yin also appeared around them. Yu's face was full of surprise, as if she had never expected that Ma-En and the helmeted woman could kill Dill, who was chasing them so easily, and it seemed that she had never expected that they were really willing to do so. Selly's eyes were slightly calm, but she could not hide her surprise. Even though she had an inexplicable trust in Ma-En, who suddenly appeared, the development of the situation was beyond her expectations. "Did you really do it?" Yu asked without hiding anything from her. The helmeted woman shrugged confidently. "We have completed what we promised. You should not have any regrets." Yu did not have such an idea. She did not think it was a wise decision to regret it this time, but she still glanced at Selly and waited for her to make a decision. "Selly has also made a decision. Of course, we will help you find the dragon." Even if she doesn't consider that inexplicable feeling, she still thinks that she should cooperate with Maine and the others. After all, they are now allies with a common enemy, and the ogre expert may not give up. So logically speaking, cooperating with them is the best choice. If she could think of a few reasons to escape alone before seeing this battle, she doesn't have these reasons now. Because this battle has proved that as long as they follow the two of them, they really don't need to worry about the ogre expert anymore, because Maine and the helmet woman seem to have the ability to deal with each other. Just when they were ready to go together, they didn't notice the goose in the corner at this moment. The boy didn't show much expression on his face at this time, but his heart was struggling like a torrent. Seeing that they ignored his intentions, the strong fear blocked his chest. Yes, they killed Dill and could just pat their butts and leave. But what about himself? Although he claimed to be a genius wizard, he did not think that he could easily escape the revenge of those terrible mercenaries, and they would definitely come looking for him. If he could not tell Maine's whereabouts, he would only suffer the most terrible torture. It was worse than death. At this moment, this fear had overwhelmed the boy's head, and he slowly developed some resentment towards Maine and others in his heart, and also laid the groundwork for future changes. The arrogant boy knew very well how to survive at this moment. He had to put down his dignity and beg for help from several people. Unlike the last request, this time the situation was really out of his control. Just like we once said, the boy grew up in a bad environment. Hidden under his arrogance was a sensitive and fragile inferiority. In his eyes at this moment, the indifference of several people towards him seemed to carry some kind of almost absurd contempt. Therefore, when he spoke, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. "Guys, can you take me with you? Maybe I can help you. Of course, I don't need any reward, as long as you can continue to provide me with protection." Ma-En smiled gently at him and said, "Of course, we will take you with us even if you don't say it. After all, it is us who dragged you into this mess, and the matter of reward is actually—" No, Ma-En, who has never seen a few people in his life, is not capable of giving such a comprehensive answer. This is what the boy really heard. Yin looked at Ma-En and glanced at him a few times with some indifference, seeming a little reluctant, but finally showed a little pity for him after careful consideration. "Okay, we can take you with you, but you have to be careful not to cause trouble." "Okay," the boy said humiliatedly. Chapter 689. After several twists and turns, Maine's dragon-slaying team has almost all the members they need, including Maine and the helmeted woman who can fight the dragon head-on, Yu and Seili who are good at hiding and tracking, and Yin who can perform various practical small spells. And just as Main expected, Yu did master the ability to track dragons. As a dragon with dragon blood flowing in her veins, she can directly sense the location of pure-blooded people, which is also a natural ability of dragons. Dragons were once a powerful race, and it is precisely because their blood is connected to each other that they are different from fragile humans, elves, dwarves, and other races. Dragons have unity engraved in their blood. Although there is hatred, fighting, and bloodthirsty fighting among them, there has never been any war, unlike humans, elves, and dwarves who are good at killing each other and will self-destruct. This is not because dragons have higher morals, but simply because their various characteristics as creatures make it almost logically impossible for such self-destruction within the race to form. Mutual perception makes it slightly harder for dragons to conceal, lie, and cheat than other races. Any killing may invite revenge from other dragons, so there is almost no secret murder among them. There are only sacred duels. This is why the pioneer has never worried about the revenge of the dragon, because in his impression, the dragon has extremely crazy arrogance. Even if it is revenge, it will only fight him head-on. And in a head-on battle, he is invincible. How far are we from it? Yin struggled through the bushes. It has been more than a month since they formed this professional dragon-slaying team. During this time, they have been running around with Yu. It was okay when the distance was far, at least Ma-In took them to fly, but when the distance to the dragon became close enough, they had to walk. Yu, who was walking in the front, walked briskly. If I could tell you the exact time, it would have been found long ago. The movement trajectory of this dragon cannot be predicted by habits at all, and it often changes its position suddenly. In fact, the boy also understood this truth, but the long journey these days had worn out his patience, making him unable to look at everything he encountered as usual. Or maybe it was the humiliating experience of having to get involved in danger and begging for help that made him more and more impatient. The other people were particularly patient. Even Ma-In was not in a hurry. Although he was in a hurry to find the dragon and rescue the princess to cure his sister's illness, he knew that there was no use in being anxious. Yu was already the best dragon tracker they could find, and professional matters naturally had to be left to professionals. He didn't think he had the ability to intervene in other people's work. But Yin couldn't help asking, why does this guy fly away every time we approach it? Can it sense you who also has dragon blood? Yu sighed, and after a few seconds of silence, she replied, no, the blood of us sub-dragons is as weak as the moonlight reflected by gravel, while the blood of real dragons is as hot as the sun in our eyes, so the dragons can't notice our existence, and we dragon blood species have the ability to track dragons. That's why dragon blood species don't have the ability to sense each other. Maybe there are dozens of teams like us around tracking it. Seeing that her tone was getting more and more impatient, Yin finally shut up. He did not show any emotion towards Yu, but dissatisfaction was still suppressed and accumulated in his heart, like a forbidden spell that was constantly accumulating energy and could reveal its terrible power at any time. The helmeted woman confidently interrupted. It doesn't matter how many teams are tracking the dragon now. After all, the important thing is not to find it, but to successfully rescue the princess from its hands. Several people climbed over the mound, and suddenly a lake suddenly appeared in front of them, like a sapphire embedded in the ground. And when they stepped into the land 20 meters before the lake, the originally calm and smooth lake surface began to roll, as if it was stirred by something, and a strange vortex formed in the center. Seeing this scene, Ma-In immediately raised his hand to stop the others from moving forward, and used magic to create a protective shield around them that could resist attacks. In the pre-Rama era, any abnormality could hide terrible magic that could destroy the kingdom. In the vortex, a slender figure slowly emerged from the water. She has a body of light green and sky blue, and these two colors blend together like ink on her skin, dividing her body in a harmonious way. But what is more eye-catching is her 4 slender and fragile arms, 4 insect-like eyes, a mouth at the navel and on the face, and 2 pairs of pointed ears like feathers. It's like 2 independent creatures, fused together like plasticine. It's like a master's exquisite masterpiece. Chapter 690. Ahem, let's go back to the warm and happy fairy tale. Let me see where we were last time. Oh, by the way, our little heroes just stepped into a sudden lake in the last chapter. The sudden appearance of a mysterious creature made them tense up instantly. They didn't dare to act rashly after realizing the situation in front of them, fearing that their actions would cause serious consequences. Why is the atmosphere so tense at this time? I believe that friends who have read this don't understand, so let me explain to you what the situation is. The creature they saw was basically extinct after the destruction of the Rama Empire, so almost no one has seen or known about the existence of this creature since then. Fortunately, the Rama Empire had not even been born at this time, so I can tell you what this creature is. The thing that appeared in front of them was called a fairy by the Rama people. This fairy, and the extinct ancient fairy certainly not only have the same name, they are the descendants of the fairy that existed in ancient times. However, these fairies are not the direct descendants of the ancient fairies. The Homo sapiens at that time slaughtered all the fairies. Even though they didn't need to do so to complete the prototype of the Homo sapiens baseline, they were still worried about the revenge from the fairies. It was a long and difficult bloody massacre. They must have killed all the ancient fairies they could find. Even if there were lucky ancient fairies that survived, they never appeared in front of humans again. And the funny thing is that these fairies today are not only not the direct descendants of the ancient fairies, but they are actually the descendants of those who slaughtered the ancient fairies. To be precise, they are the product of the intercourse between the fairy slayers and nature itself. A kind of atavism. As the inheritors of the magic power of the ancient fairies, these new fairies are naturally not simple. They have abilities very similar to their ancestors to realize the wishes of others. However, they cannot realize any wishes as recklessly as their ancestors did. Immortality, vast divine power, subversion of civilization, moving celestial bodies, these wishes are as simple as snapping fingers for the ancient fairies. And as long as the ancient fairies agree with the wisher, these wishes will be realized in the best way. Immortality often brings eternal youth and fearlessness of injuries and illnesses. The vast divine power will perfectly integrate with the wisher. The destroyed civilization will collapse in the way the wisher hopes, and the moving celestial body will not cause disasters that users do not want because of the destruction of gravitational balance. But the current situation of fairies is exactly the opposite of their ancestors. Just like the weird body of the fairy that appeared in Ma's eyes, these new fairies are like deformed products of continuous inbreeding. Moreover, this deformity is not only reflected in their appearance, but also in their thoughts and their seemingly sweet wishes, as if they were born with an evil nature. If someone wishes them immortality, they will almost certainly get immortality with decay and pain. Even a healthy body will rot in a short time and fall into eternal pain. And if they wish to move celestial bodies, these fairies, who are not as powerful as their ancestors, will directly use lazy methods, such as destroying the wisher's brain so that they can no longer accurately identify the position of celestial bodies in the universe. In short, making wishes to them will almost always bring extremely terrible consequences. Many scholars in the Rama Empire in later generations believe that they were actually the revenge left by the ancient fairies. Greedy humans are always seduced by desires and destroyed by terrible wishes, and the effects of wishes often involve the wisher's family, friends, and even his city and country. But if you ask me, this is just the normal result of the combination of nature and magic. As we said, their deformed bodies also give them deformed brains. Cruelty and fun are just their nature. Creatures that can really fulfill wishes, like their ancestors, are deformed in this nature. There is no revenge on Homo sapiens at all. It's just pure evil that strangles desire. Whether our little heroes can overcome this difficulty depends only on whether they can control themselves. But desire is the basic driving force of any creature, and an eternal temptation that mortals cannot resist. There is only one way to know the result. The beautiful fairy blinked its 4 eyes, and looked at the people in front of it. Then she stuck out her 2 tongues and licked her lips, showing a charming look to Ma-In and the others, and looking at everyone present at the same time, with their twisted souls reflected in her eyes. Hello, it's been a long time since a mortal stepped into my territory, let me see. The fairy showed a surprised look. Ah, you are here to find the little lizard, but unfortunately, you are too late. Hearing this, Yu frowned first, as if she wanted to refute. But before she could say anything, the girl's expression changed. It took off. Just half a second after the goblin said they were late, the dragon left here. The goblin showed a confident smile. I am the master of wishes, the embodiment of reality. My tongue can spit out the truth. Nothing can escape the control of a powerful creature like me. Since you guys are here for the dragon, then you must be here for the reward, right? Just before Mon opened his mouth to answer, the helmeted woman lowered her voice and warned, I remember, this is a goblin, a creature that will fulfill other people's wishes, but the way they fulfill wishes is often not in the way the wisher expects. This is an extremely dangerous creature, never make a wish to them. Hearing her words, the goblin laughed even more happily. It seems that you have heard the legends of my kind, but I assure you that not all goblins enjoy watching wishers being tortured by wrong wishes. I have done too many things like this, and this kind of play is no longer interesting to me. I am not the type who likes to torture others through deception. I like deeper pain. Although I also like to see the wisher being tortured, I won't lie to you. After hearing this, Ma-en had already made up his mind, and then waved to the others, turned around and prepared to stay away from this dangerous creature, not intending to listen to her continued instigation. But when he turned around, what came into his eyes was not the forest he came from, but the lake and the fairy. The fairy smiled brightly. "Oh, I forgot to say, another reason why I don't like deception and misleading is that I don't need it. Unlike other people of the same kind, I can force others to play with me. Don't worry, it will be fun." Chapter 691. The fairy looked at the people in front of her with a proud look like a god, and seemed to be thinking about what kind of way to have fun, and she hardly considered the people's own thoughts. But she was indeed qualified to think so. Even in an unnatural way, the incomplete divine power of the ancient fairy did exist in her body, and was constantly boiling and rolling, and countless bubbles wrapped in wishes were trying to float to reality. Ma-en glanced at the helmet woman with a questioning look. "Should we do it?" The helmet woman did not answer him immediately, but stared in the direction of the fairy, and seemed to be thinking about something seriously. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then she shook her head slightly. "Don't act rashly. This is a tricky guy, not the kind of enemy that she can kill with a few hits of the sword. It can even be said that fairies are the most dangerous creatures in this era. They may not be the strongest, but few species can surpass them in terms of danger. Most fairies are actually not very aggressive. If you don't actively make a wish to them, there is still a relatively high probability of leaving them safely. Of course, there are also cases of bad luck. Some fairies will follow those who refuse their wishes, and wait for the right opportunity to appear. In a long life, there will always be moments of despair, and the more powerful fairies will create such desperate moments themselves. But the fairies in front of her seem to be more than that. She no longer needs them to actively make wishes, and although these ordinary fairies lack aggressiveness, they have strong counterattack capabilities. If anyone actively provokes them, they can show the same terrible power as realizing wishes. On the contrary, if you don't actively provoke fairies, they are often difficult to directly pose any threat to humans. The fairy in front of him had already shown great power even before being attacked. Attacking her would only cause a far more terrible situation than now. Active attack is the worst option, and the best option is to find a way to escape. This was also Ma-en's initial reaction. "Go up," she said. Hearing this, Ma-en nodded slightly, and then the people present floated up, and then flew towards the sky like a rocket, and quickly moved away from the forest. Looking at their departing figures, the fairy showed a cunning smile. Ma-en and his companions flew out without looking back. But after a while, there was still a dense forest in front of them, and the few people soon realized that something was wrong. This forest was not that vast, and everyone's expressions became more and more serious because they had realized what had happened. Selly then said, "Stop, let me do it." The few of them were suspended in the air. Selly looked up at the sky, and then the sunny day began to dim at a very fast speed, as if the sky was covered with curtains. The moon also quietly emerged from the clouds. The whole world was turning upside down, entering the moon god dimension behind reality. "Huh, let's go," Selly said calmly. However, they only flew forward for half a minute, and saw a sapphire-like lake. The bright lake surface was like a mirror reflecting their mockery. "It seems that it is not so easy for them to escape," the helmet woman said. "Such a strong fairy is almost hard to see, but you don't have to worry. Since it didn't actively attack us, it means that it doesn't have such a strong ability to hurt us. But you must remember not to attack her actively. If we attack her actively, this fairy will release all restrictions and use her terrible power to deal with us." If the helmet woman hadn't emphasized it again and again, they might really attack the fairy. If so, no matter what the fairy does, it will be very reasonable. Ma-en asked, "What should we do then?" The helmet woman thought for a while, and said, "Since we can't run away, we might as well go down and see what tricks she wants to play, but you must remember that fairies are evil and cruel creatures by nature, and are good at using words to deceive mortals into walking into a dead end. This kind of creature has only one weakness: they almost never really lie." Hearing this, Ma-en showed a thoughtful look. "What does this mean? Is it that they can't lie or can't lie?" The helmeted woman replied, "No, there may be a few special cases, but as far as I know, almost all fairies cannot lie, which is exactly the same as their legendary ancestors. But this does not mean that she cannot tell lies, because some actual truths are actually lies to the listener, such as giving you immortality is true, but letting you suffer eternal torture is just unspoken words. Even they cannot lie by nature, so they are better at deceiving than humans. So you still have to be wary of her and don't believe her words, because her words may not be lies to fairies, but they are definitely completely different from what you imagine." At this time, Ma-en thought of something. That is, what she just said was true. She didn't intend to use bewitching methods to deal with us, but wanted to force us to participate in her so-called game. The helmet woman reminded it this time, or this is actually her misleading us. For example, she claimed that she didn't like to use deception, which doesn't mean that she really wouldn't do it. It may just mean that she doesn't like these things as other fairies. And she claimed that she wouldn't deceive us. This sentence is somewhat convincing, but the limitation of fairies is that they can't tell lies, not say wrong words, and don't have to obey every word they say. Her saying this can only mean that she thought so at the time, but fairies can change their minds afterwards. For example, they can say that they will never eat again at any time, but they can regret it in 2 minutes. It's just that this situation is relatively rare, because fairies often say what they think, and are so stubborn that they rarely change their minds, but we still have to be careful of fairies of this level. Ma-en thought of something, and regret is not something we need to worry about. This is actually very easy to crack. Since they can't lie, we just need to ask it again whether it uses deception and misleading us. The best response it can make is silence, but silence itself is the answer. The helmeted woman nodded, and if she is what she thinks she is, then she is likely to not bother to mislead us, so we can just see what she wants to do first, and then make a decision. In fact, the best choice is to drag it out with her until she loses patience. But Ma-en's sister is in danger, and time is running out. Death is approaching her. They must race against time. Chapter 692. We must be suspicious of the fairy. Even if she is telling the truth, it is likely a lie to mislead us and put us in danger. Anyway, we must understand one thing. That is, she must want to play with us, so we must be alert at all times and in all places. The one who is giving orders at this time is not the helmet woman who just explained the nature of the fairy, but Ma-en, who has begun to analyze the situation without knowing what is going on. It is not a solution to continue running away now. Ma-en continued, I am sorry, everyone, but I have to find the dragon's reason quickly, and we can't drag them until they lose patience as the helmet woman said. So we must contact her, and take the initiative to let her realize that we are not her target. But contact may cause problems, so we have to think of ways to deal with her temptation, and we have to know what she wants to do first. After saying this, Ma-en showed a thoughtful look, as if his spirit was immersed in his consciousness. After about 10 seconds, he raised his head and said, according to the explanation of the helmet woman, if we put ourselves in the perspective of the fairy, it is not difficult to imagine what she would do. First, she must want us to be suspicious of each other, and then slowly lead us to kill each other. Watching the companions who originally trusted fall apart, betray each other, and even personally wipe out the last of humanity under her instigation, so that we kill each other with our own hands, this is definitely a kind of enjoyment for her. Yen blinked. Is this really not difficult to imagine? The helmet woman nodded slightly, and said the subtext for Ma-en that he did not explain. The point is, this is also the most suitable thing for the fairy to do, because she can't do it directly to us, so she will definitely use us, that is to say, as long as we ignore her. Then she won't be able to do anything to us. Although we can't get out of here, we can still find animals and water in the forest, which means we can survive easily, not to mention that you guys have your own survival ability. If it really doesn't work, we can leave sooner or later as long as we drag her along. As long as you promise not to accept her bewitching, we can leave alive in the worst case. It's just that time will be delayed. Ma-en then emphasized, you should have understood that the wishes of this creature will always be realized in a distorted way. Even if she promises not to, the price will come in a way you can't imagine. The examples that the helmet woman just told you should be enough for you to understand this truth. Don't trust her promise easily. It's obviously stupid to think you are smarter than the fairy. Saley nodded. To be honest, this matter is not difficult. As long as we don't waver, I think as long as we ignore her for enough time, she will let us go. Yu, with a cold face, took over and said, I also think it's not difficult to do this, but how do I know that they can do it? Yu looked at the three people except Saley while speaking. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it did reveal a certain problem, that is, it is not as difficult as imagined to insist on not being bewitched, provided that they met the fairy alone. But how can they trust each other? This is indeed a serious problem, which made Ma-en fall into deep thought. But soon his serious expression became relaxed. I have a way. Remember the trick I used with the helmet girl at that time? Listen to me. Chapter 693. Ma-en and his companions flew around the forest like headless flies, but they could not escape the cage set by the goblins. Finally, they could only fall back to the ground helplessly. Bugs are just bugs after all. Even if they flap their wings loudly, they can't fly out of the mosquito net covering them. They landed in front of the calm lake. You are back. The voice of the goblin came from Ma-En's left. Hearing this, Sei Liu and Yin all turned around. Ma-En and the helmeted woman only looked at the sign at a very slight angle, but this instinctive reaction lasted only for a moment before they were forced to stop and immediately pulled their eyes back to the original position. But it was too late, because they were looking in different directions. The sound heard by everyone came from a completely different direction. When Ma-En retracted his gaze, the other people had disappeared from his sight with the turn and the misalignment of their eyes, as if they were swallowed by the air and the forest itself. Who are you looking for? The warm breath blew along the fairy's lips to Ma-En's left ear. Ma-En, who had realized what had happened, did not panic and turned around calmly. The fairy's head was almost in front of him, and her slightly bent posture also revealed her graceful figure, and her eyes looking at Ma-En were full of charm and desire that could make people infatuated. Anyone who saw this look would want to tear off their clothes and pounce on him immediately. But when they looked at each other, the fairy was stunned. Ma-En's eyes were as cold as a glacier across the ocean, directly extinguishing all the hot breath. What's going on? Isn't he a young man who has just started out? Even if he was born with powerful magic, how could a young man who has lived in a small town for more than 20 years have such a look? You know, the will of such a warlock is often more fragile than that of a mortal. This cold look seemed to turn into a sharp dagger that stabbed over, scaring the fairy queen's song to take a few steps back, looking like a frightened girl, and the original charming aura disappeared in an instant. After realizing her performance, the fairy's face flashed a little panic, but soon she picked up the charm and seductive posture just now, and changed back to the pretended charm. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? It was as if all those were just her performances, and the panic exposed in fear was her true face. Ma-En exclaimed, "Great performance." The fairy blinked her eyes, as if she didn't know how to deal with the lies exposed by Ma-En. But she still had some luck, and forced herself to maintain her disguise and said, "What do you mean I'm not acting?" It seemed that her disguise had been exposed, and she was about to reveal her true face. But Ma-En interrupted her ruthlessly. "No, I'm not saying that your charm is a performance, I mean your panic just now. You realize that the performance of charm is useless to me. So you want to play the role of a naive fairy who is fragile inside and pretends to be charming." The fairy's expression paused. Then she smiled happily. "Yes, the so-called exposure of flaws is just a performance." She applauded with approval and frivolous movements. "Not bad, not bad. I really didn't expect you to see through my performance. You are absolutely right. Charm and purity are both reflections of desire, and countless men and women have fallen before my two tricks. Many people will pounce directly on the charming body. There are also many people who will be tempted by the innocent soul. The two souls reflect the same desire. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I haven't seen a human as smart and determined as you for many years." As she spoke, her eyes looking at Ma-En became more and more fiery. "Let's do this." The fairy stared at Ma-En's body and said, "You should know that we can't lie. In fact, I originally prepared a little game for you and your friends, but now I have changed my mind. I haven't seen a creature with enough wisdom for a long time. Your determination and wisdom are extremely attractive features in the eyes of the fairy. To be honest, I fell in love with you at first sight." She licked her lips, looking at Ma-En's fiery eyes, which were churning with pure desire and sincere love, and even gave people the illusion that she would pounce on him at any time. She suppressed her desire and love and said, "How about it? Do you want to be my partner? I'm not talking about lovers in love, but partners who will spend their lives together. In my eyes, most mortals are playthings. Only creatures with wisdom, and will like you are qualified to love me equally. I believe this is also true for you. I guess to you, most humans are just stupid monkeys. As long as you agree, I will no longer stop you. And I can fulfill any of your desires, eternal life, enough power to overthrow the dynasty, and even if you want, I can change my body to satisfy all your carnal desires. Or if you are tired of it, I can also seduce countless beauties to enjoy you." At this point, she suddenly smiled. "Sorry, if you think about it carefully, you should not be obsessed with these. Let me see, you seem to have a seriously ill sister who needs help. Let me cure her for you, and all I need is your love. I am not talking about romantic love, but true love. In turn, I will give you the same true love, love that transcends the body and soul. More passionate than lust, more gentle and deep than the love of parents. If you are still worried, I can also guarantee that I will not use those bad ways to realize my wishes, and I will not hurt you in any way you don't want. As long as you agree to be my partner, the whole world will be yours. How about it?" She looked at Ma-in sincerely, and made a promise that was enough to shake the king. But Ma-in's eyes were still calm. I have to admit that your words have terrible magic, but before meeting you, I have already figured out the various misleading things that may be implied in these words, and I will not be deceived by your superficial promises. First of all, a true promise itself does not mean an oath that cannot be violated. What's more, you can hurt me in the way I want. For example, you can use various strong stimulations to increase my threshold, and make me blur the difference between harm and enjoyment. This is just the loophole I can think of immediately. But even if I can't detect any loopholes, I can't agree to you. Because I'm not stupid enough to think I can take advantage of the fairy. Hearing this, the fairy's face began to sink slightly, and the love in his eyes was gradually replaced by disappointment. She shook her head with a gloomy look in her eyes. You don't know what you have given up. Do you think their understanding of fairies is the truth? Do you think we are really just some kind of monsters who enjoy torturing others? Love is also a great pleasure for us. We can make many compromises for this, but unfortunately you don't have a second chance. You once made fairies fall in love with Poochie. She suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying to block her clear laughter. Seeing this, the fairy waved her hand and explained with a smile. Sorry, I really can't help it. We are indeed monsters who enjoy torturing others. Finally, she put away her serious disguise and revealed her evil true face. But she did not expect that Ma-in could resist her third move. The killer move hidden behind desire is true love. This is her best move when she really uses it to seduce wishers. The desire for beauty and the desire to protect innocent girls are things that many wishers can see through and resist. But true love can often deceive these strong people. Because many smart strong people will realize how true love can change the hearts of others, so that they will misjudge the impact of true love on fairies. And such people often feel lonely in society. Because they always think they are smarter than other humans, and even arrogantly do not regard other humans as equals to themselves, and always feel that others cannot understand themselves. Therefore, they will yearn to be understood by similar creatures. Yearning to be loved. Wisdom ultimately shapes their flaws and fragility. Of course, what the fairy said was true. She would always fall in love with such a guy. Because the intertwined fragility and strength would make these mortals have a kind of beauty that she admired. The fairy smiled and said, Speaking of which, I remembered the last human who believed in me. He also had wisdom that I admired. It's a pity that the guy was still a little too self-evident. Of course, what I said was true. I did fall in love with you a little, just like I fell in love with every human I met before. I did keep my promise during the passionate period. But you also know that love is always fleeting. The fairy no longer pretended, showing a devilish smile, but it's not your kind. In fact, your performance has really exceeded my expectations one after another. Although many humans can resist temptation, such people are often stopped by true love. After all, my love is always so sincere and passionate. Ma-in's expression was still cold, as if he was a stone statue. At this point, the fairy's tone was a little more pleasant and playful. Of course, I'm not so heartless. To be honest, your innocent look is also very cute. For example, I really couldn't bear to part with my last lover, and I couldn't bear to part with the gentle touch of his skin. So I used my wish to turn him into a beautiful and comfortable living mattress. In this way, we can be together forever, and every time I fall into love, I can be wrapped by his warm and comfortable skin again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not cruel enough to kill him. If you agree to my courtship, he can feel that we indulge in pleasure on him. At this point, she also showed a nostalgic look for the good old days. This kind of nostalgia only made Ma-in feel sick. Then she looked at Ma-in with a terrible look of disappointment. What a pity, we could have had a sweet time together. She really felt sorry for Ma-in. After all, if he really agreed to her, at least he could enjoy a brief moment of happiness before he died. Chapter 694. Since you gave up the last chance, the fairy said with a little dissatisfaction and arrogance, then you can also join the game I have prepared for you. Humph, it's too late to regret now. She clapped her hands, and the fog climbed out of the lake like an invisible monster, submerging Ma-in and the fairy standing in the open space like a rising tide, and as the fog completely covered the surrounding environment, the faces of several other people began to emerge in the fog, Li, Yu, Yin, and the helmet woman, and the slightly surprised expressions of the first three revealed a direct message that they should have seen the faces of others. However, as the fog rolled, their faces quickly disappeared. What you saw are the few of them. The fairy said with a smile, You know I can't lie. Are you saying that what I saw were the people now? Ma-in asked back. Even if, as she said, what she saw were the other people, they might not be the people now. Perhaps what he saw was what they looked like a few minutes ago. Seeing him trying to catch the loophole in his language, the fairy only showed a smug smile, as if he had prepared this so-called flaw long ago. Of course, I didn't play a trick to confuse time. Next, I may show you the expressions of the other people occasionally. The specific situation depends on my thoughts. As she said, she showed a sly smile. Since you dare to reject me, you must be confident that I can't do anything to you. You are right. I really can't do anything to you. If you really ignore me, I will definitely leave impatiently. But unfortunately, you have a reason to leave here quickly, don't you? Ma-in said confidently, maybe, but even if it really delays time, it is much better than believing in you. He does have confidence that never wavers. The fairy also believes that although her so-called courtship is more of a cruel and crazy game, it is still a kind of behavior used to play with a wisher to satisfy herself, and the flattery she just mentioned is actually not what humans would understand. But it is true that not everyone can make her make such an invitation. Either they have to have some interesting qualities, or they are simply strong-willed. It also makes her feel particularly accomplished to destroy such people. Ma-in at least belongs to the latter. The tougher you are, the more pleasant it is to show vulnerability. You are right. The fairy smiled complacently, and if you appear alone, I really have no way to do anything to you. But do you really believe in your companions? You have seen my methods, yes, I have no way to you win. But I actually expected this, so there is a more important reason for me to do this. Guess what it is? Ma-in immediately understood what she wanted to say when she heard this. Your meaning is very simple. I may not be shaken myself, but my companions will inevitably make wrong judgments. The fairy's smile became particularly bright. That's right, and more importantly, even if you believe that they will not be bewitched by the fairy, how can you believe that they will believe you? Mutual suspicion between people will destroy all trust. Now, let's start the game. Let's start by introducing the rules, but I don't like to waste words, so I just teach you how to play with a game. Let's start with the two of you. She clapped her hands, and the helmeted woman appeared in the mist. She was looking at the fairy on her side with her arms folded, her head raised with strong disdain and contempt, and she seemed a little surprised when she saw Ma-in. Then she took a half step back and readjusted her posture. The contempt just now disappeared instantly, and her posture and temperament instantly returned to the relaxed state when she was with Ma-in. This also made Ma-in realize that the fairy had just used misleading methods. The expressions of the other people at that time looked like they saw the same scene, so ordinary people would mistakenly think that the helmeted woman who appeared at the same time seemed to have seen them. But in fact, the helmeted woman's reaction now shows that she saw other people for the first time. Even if it is not necessary, this cunning misleading still exists in every action of the fairy. It's like instinct. Ma-in said to the helmeted woman, "Do you have any ideas?" But the moment he opened his mouth, the influence of the helmeted woman was instantly fixed. "Don't try, I won't give you a chance to communicate." The fairy said proudly, "Even if you speak, your voice will not be transmitted, and I will stop any action in advance." After that, the image of the helmeted woman returned to the present. The game is very simple. The fairy announced proudly, "I will give you two choices. You just need to tell me whether you agree to make a wish to leave here, and do me a small favor. If you and she both refuse my request, then nothing will happen. As long as you can keep going like this, I will definitely leave here soon out of boredom. And if you all agree, I will not do anything this time, and the result will be no different from you refusing at the same time. But if one of you agrees and the other refuses, then I will let the one who agrees go, and keep the one who refuses forever. Turn him into my toy." At this point, she looked at Ma-in with a smug look, as if to say that since you refuse me, I can only treat you in a worse way. The fairy who thought of this smiled like a child who is about to get candy. "Do you think you are safe if I can't hurt you? Then you are too naive. I really can't hurt you directly, but it will be different if someone makes a wish to me. I can't hurt you, but she can hurt you through my wish. And how can you guarantee that others will not make wishes that are beneficial to themselves? How can you guarantee that even if they can overcome the desire to escape, how can they believe that you will not make wishes that are not good for him? If you want to know the answer, just make a wish and you will know." At this point, she waved her hand, wiped off the projection of the helmeted woman, and then looked at Ma-in. "Agree or refuse?" Looking at Ma-in, she showed a smug expression. Although as a fairy, she could not directly harm anyone including Ma-in, as long as one of them made a wish, it would be fine. And even if they all firmly believed that making a wish was bad. But it was difficult for them to firmly believe that others would not betray themselves first, because in this game, the first betrayer would suffer the least loss, and anyone might try to grab this position. At that time, they would really betray first because they were worried about others' first betrayal. Just when she thought Ma-en would fall into deep thought. Reject? The firm words were thrown to her face without hesitation. Chapter 695. The fairy was stunned when she heard this, and then she showed a kind reminder. You don't seem to understand how this thing works. I said that even if both of you choose to agree this time, I will not do anything to you, but if you refuse and she agrees, then you will become my plaything. That is to say, if you choose to refuse, you may be turned into a toy that can only be manipulated by me, but if you choose to agree, then you will definitely have no problems. And if you both choose to agree, nothing will happen. That is to say, agreeing is the best choice this time. The fairy looked at Ma-en with doubts in her eyes, and seemed to have begun to doubt her original judgment, thinking whether Ma-en was a fool who could not see through the logic. If there is a problem with the brain, then she is not interested no matter how strong her will is. But just when she was judging Ma-en with a suspicious look. Don't pretend. Ma-en once again exposed her performance. Logically, choosing to agree is indeed the best decision, but this is based on the premise that I believe you have not misled me in any way, and I don't believe you. In fact, as long as you choose to refuse at the same time, you will not have any chance to attack us. The fairy put away her suspicious look and curled her lips slightly. Do you trust your companion so much? What Ma-en said is actually right, but there is a premise here, that is, his companions must also maintain exactly the same point of view, and if his companions adopt the idea guided by the fairy, then she will have the opportunity to directly turn Ma-en into her toy. And as Ma-en said, he really shouldn't believe himself. Although fairies can't lie, fairies are very fickle. She did say that she wouldn't do anything to them, but if the helmeted woman really agreed, she might not be able to help but turn Ma-en into her toy and let the others go. Ma-en is enough for her to play with for a long time. Facing the fairy's bewitching and inducement, Ma-en always maintained a firm look, as if he didn't worry that the helmeted woman would choose to agree. They just met. Seeing that she couldn't shake Ma-en's decision, the fairy didn't pester him anymore, clapped her hands in a lack of interest, and then the influence of the helmeted woman appeared in front of Ma-en again. Choose me to declare that Ma-en chose to refuse, and the helmeted woman also refused. In the end, she even deliberately prolonged her voice, but it was completely useless for the statue-like mane and the helmeted woman. They seemed to have known the answer long ago, and did not listen to the result she announced. The fairy who saw the scene was not discouraged. Don't worry, as I just said, this is just a demonstration. Even if you really fall into my hands so easily, I still think it's a bit boring. That's why I chose the combination that is most likely to pass the game. Now that you have all passed the test, the game will officially begin. This sentence obviously means that the other three have also passed the first test. But Maine also realized a problem. There are 5 people in their team, so how are the other few people combined? But it doesn't matter. As long as they always pay attention to any word she says, always remain in a state of rejection, and don't take the initiative to make a wish with her, then nothing will happen. It seems that the fairy gave a decision of one of 2 choices. But in fact, this matter is just whether to make a wish to her actively, and if they realize this, they just need to keep the original agreement. The fairy continued, I will change the rules slightly this time. The participants of this game will be the 5 of you, and the rules are exactly the same as before. If everyone agrees or refuses, nothing will happen. But if someone agrees and someone refuses, then the one who agrees will leave here, and the one who refuses will stay and become my plaything forever. It sounds easy, right? There is only one difference between this time and the last time. That is, the participants have changed. When she said this, the fairy showed a sly smile. The seemingly simple change brought about a qualitative change. Last time, she combined Ma-en and the helmet woman, and Li and Yu. The first 2 combinations passed the test without suspense. But Yin did not take the test. And unlike the others, Yin did not have someone to trust completely, so the first test he had to face was 4 companions who could not be fully trusted. The trust between Ma-en and the helmeted woman may not be given to Li and Yu. Conversely, Li and Yu have full trust in each other, but they may not trust Ma-en and the helmeted woman enough. The fairy blinked her 4 eyes, looked at the 5 people in front of her and asked, What is your answer? Ma-en closed his eyes and sat down. Reject. A dull voice came from under the helmeted woman's visor. It's useless. You can still leave if you stop now. Li also said without hesitation in a tone similar to Ma-en. Reject. Yu stared at the fairy fiercely. Even if you say it 100 times, I will never agree. I didn't expect them to give the answer so quickly. The fairy actually expected that they were not so easy to be deceived, but she didn't expect that everyone was so determined. Fortunately, this game does not require everyone to be misled. She only needs to successfully deceive one person. In other words, as long as there is a shortcoming in this team, then all others will be buried with him, and this shortcoming will be lucky enough to leave here alone. The fairy smiled and asked, "Why? What are you still hesitating about?" The brown-skinned boy was biting his fingers, thinking seriously about the content of the game. According to the logic you gave, as long as we all agree, it seems that there will never be any problems, but think about it carefully, is the situation really that simple? Although he is not very old, he is not stupid. After hearing the popular science of the Helmet Girl, the boy immediately realized the trap hidden in it. The purpose of the fairy is to induce them to choose to agree. The fairy did not deny her purpose. Yes, but do you really have a reason to refuse? You are not familiar with them, right? Hearing this, Yan's mind flashed back to the humiliation he suffered some time ago. Seeing him hesitate, the fairy continued to bewitch, and can you really guarantee that they all chose to refuse? If any of them agree, then your choice to refuse at this time will only make you my plaything. Serlin and you may trust each other, and Ma En and the Helmet Girl may not betray each other, but the two pairs are likely to betray each other, right? Yes, they completely trust each other, and the fairy's speculation is wrong, but the facts are not important. What is important is that Yin will also doubt their trust. Why take the risk? The fairy's face almost came close to the boy. How about this? If you agree to make a wish, I can give you an extra little gift, and it doesn't carry any curse. Desire surged into his heart. The boy was not stupid. He knew that the most correct thing to do was to firmly reject and ignore the goblin. But at this moment, his mind could not help but surge with anger towards Maine and the others. The humiliation from the inferiority and cowardice deep in his heart occupied his entire chest. It was about to make him completely lose his mind. Chapter 696. As long as you agree, not only can you leave here safely, but I can even meet your small requests, such as making Maine and the helmeted woman realize what it would cost to insult you. Yen is not a fool. This idea has been lingering in his mind since he was a child. The opposite of this sentence is everyone except him is a fool, which was the truth for him when he was a child. Yen felt that he had such confidence. He had eyes that could easily see through the truth. For example, when he first met Maine and the helmeted woman, he realized that they were unusual. Not to mention that he was almost a genius in the field of magic. To some extent, he even looked down on magic itself. After all, this matter was too simple for him, and these talents nourished his arrogance. This arrogance gradually twisted into a deformed self-esteem, making him look friendly on the surface, but in fact, he looked down on everyone in his heart, naturally including Maine and the helmeted woman who were easily seen through by him. But even so, he is still not a fool. Fairies cannot be trusted. No matter how flawless her words sound, he should always be vigilant against fairies. This truth is not difficult for him, who thinks he is a genius to understand. So, ahem. To me, this truth is indeed not difficult to understand. But people are not machines that act according to the truth. As we repeatedly emphasized in the previous article, Yin is a very proud person. Therefore, there is a very important difference between him and the others. In addition to not believing in fairies, the others also humbly believe that they are not smarter than fairies, so they feel that even if fairies promise a wish, there will be some kind of trap buried. But arrogant people think they can be smarter than the goblin. More importantly, the boy at this moment also deeply recalled that Ma En and the helmeted woman arrogantly involved him in this matter not long ago, and their faces at that time. In the memory, their faces were full of mockery and contempt, and the way they looked at Yin was like the gangsters he had met when he was a child, and the humiliation of the past and the present was mixed together. It made the boy unable to distinguish. Anger surged up. Yin opened his mouth and wanted to agree to the goblin's temptation. But his throat was like a dry well at this moment, and he couldn't even squeeze out a drop of saliva. The difficult wriggling only brought intense pain and fear, because at this moment he remembered the scene he saw dozens of minutes ago. "Do you still remember the trick I used with the helmeted woman?" Ma En asked them. He asked the other three. Selly and Yo-Yua's eyes slightly crossed for a moment. Not understanding what Ma En wanted to say, Yin nodded in confusion. "I remember, but I can't think of how this trick can be used against fairies." Selly also added, "Aren't we unable to actively attack fairies?" Ma En nodded. "Yes, but I think fairies will try to divide us, prevent us from communicating with each other, or even make us betray each other, so the key is how to solve the potential betrayal problem. I came from the countryside, so my ideas may be a little simple. You listen to whether they are reasonable. First of all, You all saw that I killed Dill easily with this trick of the helmet woman's joint. He had no ability to resist at all, and he was considered a veteran in the 5th level. Even so, he is no match for us in one move. Yin nodded. Yes, your move is very powerful. Seeing that they all agreed, Ma-En also nodded slightly, and smiled to avoid misunderstanding. But his originally gentle eyes also turned into a piercing coldness, with a subtle arc. That's good. You should have known that my purpose of hunting down the dragon is just to cure my sister's illness, which is also very important to me. If the fairy really succeeds, although I am confident that I can survive, my sister will probably die in bed, so if any of you betrays our entire team, the Helmet Girl, and I will use this move to crush him into a meat paste. No matter where you escape, we will drop from the sky. Don't be lucky. I promise you, no matter what wish you make, we will survive. The goblins may cause us trouble, or even cause irreversible damage, but the guy who betrayed our team, the end will definitely be countless times worse than ours. Do you understand? Even you, who was a little indifferent, straightened his back at this moment, and the boy felt that this sentence was spoken to him, and cold sweat oozed out of his back. Although Ma-En's words were simple, his cold and firm eyes revealed a kind of confidence that surpassed all rationality, which made the boy believe his promise unconsciously. If he betrayed, he would really die. Yan's intuition, that could see through people's hearts, told him so. If I were to say, Ma-En's words would be enough to destroy all the boy's wavering thoughts. But let me move the story forward a few steps. Their preparations are not over yet. After listening to Ma-En's words, the boy remained silent, and Yi looked at his sister. After Selly showed a thoughtful look again, she nodded slightly. Very convincing words, since you have said so much. I also have a way to prevent betrayal. If you are willing to believe me, I can plant a mind bomb that can cause fatal damage in your hearts. As long as any one of you betrays, I will directly blow him up. But the problem with this plan is that you need to open your hearts to me completely. And how can I make you believe me? Even if Selly said it well, it would be difficult for Ma-En and others to completely believe her. After all, after opening their hearts to her, their lives were almost equivalent to being held in Selly's hands. Hearing this, the helmeted woman seemed to have thought of something, and then tilted her head slightly to Ma-En's ear, lowered her voice, and said a few words, and Ma-En's eyes lit up. Unlike Ma-En, who came from the countryside, the helmeted woman has extremely rich combat experience, so she quickly came up with a perfect plan based on Ma-En's ability. Your idea is very inspiring. Ma-En said to Selly, how about this, you use the mind bomb on the other 3 people except me, and I will use magic to make a special compression bomb, and put it in everyone except you. I will use magic to make a compression bomb that is difficult to detect and get rid of. As long as I want, I can use the bomb to turn everyone except Selly into an inflated balloon and destroy your fatal organs in all directions. In this way, you and we each have each other's hostages. How about it? Hearing their conversation, the boy only felt the cold wind blowing across his cheeks. Cold, cruel. Very good. But Selly agreed without even hesitation. Back to the adventure of several little heroes. Just when the boy's heart was about to be dominated by strong arrogance and humiliation, the memories of dozens of minutes ago were like a basin of cold water poured down, destroying all his wavering will. There are deadly bombs buried in his brain and heart. The boy looked up at the other party, and the long-lost clarity slowly emerged in his turbid pupils. I refuse. Even if you ask 100 times, my answer will not change. No one with any sense would believe a goblin's words. Chapter 697. The firm answer made the fairy look surprised. She didn't expect the boy to refuse. She saw with her own eyes the negative emotions around him, and the gap between him and the others. He should be the weak link of this team. How could she be wrong? But at the moment when he said no, the negative atmosphere around him disappeared, and the gap floating in the air like a ribbon also dimmed rapidly. It was as if he let go of his resentment towards his companions as he figured it out. The memories that broke into his mind woke him up like a heavy hammer, smashing all the chaotic thoughts into pieces and making him open his clear eyes again. The boy sat cross-legged on the ground, looking like he would not move even if the wind and rain blew. The fairy was a little furious when she saw this, but she still tried to suppress her thoughts and said, "You don't need to make up your mind too quickly, you must have something else you want." The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled arrogantly. "I have a lot of things I want, but I don't need to make a wish to you. With my talent, I can achieve anything with my talent." After figuring out the situation, the boy's arrogance built a solid wall. As he spoke, there was even more contempt between the boy's eyebrows. "And you have exposed your desire to make a wish for me, and you definitely don't want me to make a wish for my own good, which means you have some kind of plot. And the fairy's plot is definitely not a good thing. When he said this, the boy was still full of arrogance. It was obvious that he was quite sure of his conclusion, and would never listen to any persuasion from the fairy. The fairy also saw this. The other people were even more stubborn. The feeling of boredom soon came to her heart, because it was foreseeable that it would be troublesome, and a waste of time to find fun in Ma-In and the others. Fairies are impatient creatures, so she planned to give up. Fairies are impatient creatures, but this fairy is a little unusual. They are actually made up of a broken fairy and a mortal. Therefore, they have much more patience than ordinary fairies, and it is for this reason that they have higher pursuits than other fairies. At this moment, she did not give up the few toys in front of her because of boredom like other fairies, but felt a little angry like mortals, and even had the idea of revenge on them. Also because of the combination with mortals, the fairy power she possesses is slightly weaker than other fairies bound by various rules, and in turn, the constraints she is subject to are much smaller. This is why she was able to trap Ma-In and others so easily at the beginning, and even completely isolate them, and block all communication methods including spiritual communication. It is because she has the flesh and blood of mortals. The imaginary creatures invaded reality through human bodies. Yes, this is the origin of this fairy. She is a masterpiece made by a true master, and a carrier that can use fairy magic to interfere with reality more efficiently. The most important thing is that the human part gives her a personality that is extremely susceptible to emotions like mortals. At this time, she had a strong desire for revenge, and wanted to make Ma-In regret for rejecting her. However, her strength was not enough to attack strong men like Ma-In and Sei Li, so after choosing a few more times, she naturally turned her eyes to the girl they called Yu. She first chose the girl because she was an indispensable helper for Ma-In to find the dragon. But inexplicably, the fairy always felt that destroying this girl would make Ma-In regret and feel guilty. Yes, this fairy is indeed the product of the combination of two creatures, and the humanity buried deep in her body reminded her of Yan's rejection just now, so a more reasonable situation occurred. She naturally turned her eyes to Yan. The fairy stared at the boy with a cold and cruel look. You angered me. Due to my nature, I can't kill you, but you know, there are many things in this world that are far more cruel and terrible than death. First of all, I don't like the way you looked at me just now. To be honest, I don't even like the way you look. Put it down. It won't cause you any real harm. I hope you like my gift. If you don't like it, you'd better say it now, because this change is irreversible. She raised her finger towards Yin. The boy seemed to be strangled by the throat, and his whole body froze in place. Then he opened his mouth with difficulty, as if trying to breathe hard, but when his hand reached his neck, his eyes bulged out like a dead fish, and his mouth began to open wider and wider. It was so big that you could clearly see the upper and lower jaws, throat, and then the esophagus. Under the influence of some terrible force, the boy's internal organs twisted and squeezed out of his mouth, which had been deformed and expanded to the point where it could pass through a human body. The first to be thrown out were the two lungs, followed by the stomach, heart, and intestines, and the bones seemed to remain inside him in a way that violated the laws of physics. The part that was originally the boy's skin was turned over and stuffed into his body, except for the two protruding eyes that popped out with a puff, and there were a few pieces of flesh behind them that came from nowhere. The originally handsome boy turned into a soft pool of red flesh and blood as he turned inside out. Various organs were hanging on his new epidermis, and his two eyes became two tentacles. Yin was not hurt at all. He could still move, and his blood was still circulating under the impetus of his heart, maintaining his fragile life. He could still live to the average lifespan of humans. The premise is that he does not crush his heart while moving. How is it? The fairy showed a mocking expression. Do you still like my gift? This change is almost irreversible. Unless someone makes a wish to me, no one can change you back to your original state. Do you think they will make a wish for you? Don't worry, we will know after we try. Let me take you to Maine and the others to see if they are willing to save you at a price, but you don't have to worry, because if they refuse to make a wish to save you, you can still make a wish to take revenge on them. The boy's body began to wriggle. The fairy smiled like a child who had succeeded in a prank. What do you want to say? Do you regret rejecting me? As it slowly wriggled, the flesh and blood that looked like a pile of mud spit out clear sentences. Who are you? The voice was arrogant and questioning. More importantly, a female voice came out of the flesh and blood. Chapter 698. The fairy frowned and looked at the squirming pile of flesh in confusion. She turned the goose inside out, but she didn't turn his gender over. What's going on? The meatball shook a few times, and then made a sighing sound. Although it's a little deformed, it still feels familiar. It's been many years, and I haven't felt such a clean and simple body again. It's just that this is a little troublesome." At this point, she began to wriggle forward, and the beating heart exposed outside also slowly moved down with her wriggling, and then was pressed to the ground by her heavy flesh and blood. And when the flesh and blood covered the heart, the meat ball stopped moving forward, and after shaking, it began to do the most inappropriate behavior. She jumped up directly on the spot, and with a dull sound, the bright red blood flowed out of the bottom of the meat ball along the broken heart. Death came to the flesh ball with all its organs exposed, but it didn't happen in the way the fairy expected. In fact, she didn't like to really kill Yin. This was originally a toy she used to tease the others. But what happened next made the well-informed fairy feel weird. Because the dead flesh ball suddenly shook a few times, and then a small bulge suddenly appeared on its top. If someone looked closely, they could see a handprint that looked like a baby's. It was as if this new life was impatient, and wanted to break free from its mother's embrace. This palm print quickly faded away, but after a few seconds, a palm print symmetrical to it appeared not far away, and this time, the palm was a circle larger than it looked just now. This time it was like a child's hand. With a few consecutive slaps, the palm prints that emerged became larger and larger, and the soft flesh and blood ball swelled up like a balloon, as if it had turned into a womb that nurtured new life. With a crackling sound, the bright red slender arms tore the warm red flesh ball apart. A tall brown body crawled out of the red nest like a spider, and flexibly supported itself with 4 slender limbs. After turning a few times in a weird posture, it finally stood up straight. The woman who broke out of the flesh wiped her face, letting the bright red flesh flow down her naked body. Then she raised her head slightly, and looked at the scene in front of her with great pride. "Whose dream is this? Who is the guy hiding behind you?" she asked like an indifferent king questioning his servants. The fairy frowned and stepped back after seeing the scene, trying to use the knowledge in her 2 heads to understand the strange scene in front of her, but she couldn't figure out what was going on. As for the woman's inexplicable question, she didn't know how to respond. As if she realized the fairy's confusion, the woman didn't ask any more, but bent down and grabbed 2 handfuls of scattered stones in her palms, and then sprinkled them on both sides of her at the same time. She first looked at the stone on the left, and then her arrogant and cold expression slightly relaxed. "I was wondering whose dream this time. It turned out to be this guy Ma-In." Then she turned her head to the right, but the information revealed by the divination this time didn't make her feel so relieved. "Oh, it wasn't Ma-In who called it himself. There are other guys behind this. You dare to summon me here. You are quite brave, although I am indeed much weaker than before. But disrespecting me will cost you a price. Let me see who is behind it." As she spoke, Chao Yin ignored the fairy and squatted down. She stretched out her hand and fiddled with the pile of stones on the right, as these stones formed a certain shape that only she could understand. Chao Yin showed a suspicious look, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Then she turned around and picked up the stone that she had used to tell fortunes for Ma-In, and threw it down again. However, the result remained the same. Chao Yin stood up suddenly, looked at the stones on the ground with a serious expression and murmured, "How is this possible?" After she finished speaking, she raised her head and looked around, carefully looking at the scene in front of her, and cast her eyes on several trees that looked ordinary, and her eyes became sharper and sharper. Sure enough, these scenes finally made her accept the facts. "I really didn't expect it." The fairy finally couldn't help it. "What are you talking about? What's going on just now? Give me a good answer. I can do it to you once, and I can do it to you a second time." Chao Yin finally cast her eyes on the fairy, but the look she gave her was not the fear that the fairy expected. Instead, there was a bit of pity. "You are crazy," Chao Yin said. "I regret that I don't have magic power now, and I can't change what has happened to you. This is not my memory, so what I can do is very limited. But I owe you a favor, so close your eyes now. Of course, you can open them." The fairy blinked her 4 eyes in confusion and stepped back vigilantly. Then she saw Chao Yin, picked up the blood bag she had just walked out of, and slammed it directly on her head. Seeing this, the fairy flapped her wings and tried to escape. But the broken blood and flesh bag seemed to contain some kind of magic, which made her unable to move. Snap! The tattered blood and flesh bag scattered randomly on the ground, and the goblin had disappeared. After dealing with the goblin, Chao Yin looked up in the direction where Ma-In and the others were, and the surrounding fog began to dissipate gradually as the goblin left. But she did not walk towards Ma-In and the others. This matter had nothing to do with her, and it was not something she could intervene in. The result of the divination had made the meaning very clear. Chao Yin turned around and walked away from Ma-In and the others. She did not intend to leave, but was ready to leave here and go around. It was not that she could not leave here, in fact, it would not be difficult for her. Because the situation was completely different from that of Ma In and the others. This was real to Ma In and the others. At least it was a kind of falsehood that had blurred the reality. But for Chao Yin, everything was just a dream. As long as she opened her eyes, she would wake up. But there are many things in this dream that she has never seen before, and they all existed in the past, because the basic materials of dreams are fragments of the dreamer's memories. Even if the combination of these materials may be illogical, the materials themselves are real. These are all from various scenes that they have seen with their own eyes, and there are many things in this memory that Chao Yin is also interested in. Just like the trees that just appeared in front of her, she has only seen them in books. After all, she was not born in this era. Chapter 699. After going through hardships, our 4 little heroes still defeated the goblins with difficulty, and all of them were intact, and set out on the road to find the dragon again. And their next journey was quite smooth. Although there were various dangers trying to block them from time to time, they were all lucky to avoid these dangers and arrived at the final destination very smoothly. The continuous Kamwink Mountains covered half of the sky, tearing sharp lines on the blue canvas, making people feel that as long as they stepped on the mountains, they would be scratched by sharp stones. The dragon is just ahead. You looked at the nearest peak, this is the closest one. The legendary terrible creature is hiding in the distant mountains. This distance may be a natural chasm that is physically insurmountable for mortals, but it is very close to Ma In and his friends. Selly stopped and said, "Let's separate here. I will use mind magic to connect your perception with Yoyua's and help you point out the specific location of the dragon. I will not participate in the direct battle. As you know, dragons have scales that can resist magic. I don't think I can help much." The helmeted woman nodded. Selly was right. Most magic cannot threaten dragons, especially magic in special fields like mind. The less intuitive the magic, the less likely it is to threaten dragons. Their scales can reduce any properties and effects unless they can see and feel this power with their own eyes. That is why most dragons deliberately do not learn how to perceive changes in magic. Because if they understand the basic principles of magic, then magic is no longer a fantasy for them, but a kind of clear power, and the anti-magic ability of its scales will also be greatly reduced. Therefore, the helmet woman brought a sword specially. As long as this thing hits fast enough, the flesh and blood will be torn apart. This is the consensus of all creatures. Are you ready? Ma In looked at the other people and asked. The helmet woman grabbed the sword. Leave it to me with confidence. Ma In nodded. Sayli, you go and start locking its position, and she and I will start preparing the track. After that, Ma In took the helmet woman to fly into the sky. During their ascent, Sayli also quietly approached the mountains with Yu, and the specific location of the dragon became clearer and clearer, and was projected into the minds of Ma In and the helmet woman through mental magic. After determining the location of the dragon, Ma In quickly laid the vacuum track. After that actual combat, they also conducted a lot of training and fine-tuning, and this trick was close to perfect. At least it was perfect as they could do. But whether it can really deal with the dragon is still unknown. As if seeing what Marn was thinking, the helmeted woman chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, although the dragon is a very strong creature, we are only facing a young dragon, and the method we adopted also bypassed all the dragon's strengths. We didn't use unintuitive magic, and the attack just exceeded the dragon's defense limit, and we didn't worry about the dragon's flying and breathing ability, etc., etc. We have done our best. Her tone was somewhat comforting. But Ma In did not let go of his worries. Instead, his doubts became stronger and stronger, as if something he had ignored for some reason had become clear and obvious at this moment. No, it is the dragon that killed the pioneers. Can we really win? And our other backup plans are not as well prepared as this plan, and there is no good evacuation plan. If we fail, we may all die here. Maybe we should not rush to act, but should do more reconnaissance and preparation first. Looking at his cautious analysis, a smile appeared on his face under the helmet. If someone who does not know him looks at Mons chattering at this moment, he may think that he suddenly feels nervous and anxious about the upcoming battle. But this seemingly tense atmosphere only makes her feel strongly at ease. Familiar peace of mind. Do you believe me? The helmeted woman suddenly asked. Ma In was stunned for a moment, then looked at her blankly as if he was suddenly awakened. He paused for a few seconds, as if the question from the helmet woman reminded Ma In of something strange. Believe it. But before Ma In could figure out this feeling, his mouth had already uttered the answer skillfully. The helmet woman said, Then just launch me directly, and leave everything else to me. Don't worry about how to deal with it after failure. I promise that there will be no accidents in this matter. Let's start preparing for the launch now. They didn't have any extra time. Chapter 700. The peaks that reach the clouds stand in the sky, and the thin air isolates almost all life. Only a few tenacious animals hide among the rugged rocks, making faint noisy sounds. Insects flutter their wings, birds of prey carve cracks in the rocks, and hidden pythons rub against gravel. The vigorous vitality of all things turns into the most harmonious symphony in the interweaving. Even the cruel man-eating antelope beast is immersed in this tranquility, stepping on the edge of the crumbling cliff with elegant steps. The antelope beast licked the blood at the corner of its mouth with its deep tongue, and its 2 ears stood up high, searching for all unusual sounds around like radar. No matter prey or danger, it can't escape its capture. Tranquility. The antelope beast raised its head happily, shaking its head and jumping. Its front hooves suddenly hovered, and its eyeballs also rippled redly, as if injected with blood. The shrunken pupils gave it amazing vision far beyond other monsters. A tiny black dot appeared in the sky far, far away. It blinked in confusion. There was a violent collapse. Then, darkness and severe pain overwhelmed all the senses of the antelope. The towering mountains began to collapse, and a nearly elliptical hole appeared in the middle of its working section. The terrible impact spread to the entire mountain range, and the collapsed rock flow slaughtered all the lives in front of it. The beast roared like a demon resounded through the mountains and forests. On the back of the mountain, the terrible beast smashed towards the ground like a meteorite, and scattered black scales and light golden blood were scattered in its flight path. If anyone looked carefully, they would notice that the belly of the beast was concave. There was a human figure there. Boom! The heavy body of the dragon smashed into the ground, and the shock wave directly uprooted all the surrounding trees. The creatures that did not have time to escape were crushed into meat paste by the terrible force. The dragon lying on the ground was like a small mountain made of flesh and blood. It hurriedly supported its body with its wings, and tried to turn its body to fight back. At the same time, it opened its mouth towards its abdomen. The dark green flames that seemed to have life rolled towards the tiny body. The helmeted woman standing on the top of the meat mountain did not escape, but gathered the long sword towards the heart of the dragon. Just as the flames engulfed her, the long sword also stabbed down. Blood flew. Next, with a roar, Mayan used all his strength to throw the heavy sword in his hand towards the fallen helmeted woman, but the flexible dragon tail also slapped the heavy sword. Fortunately, Mayan didn't really throw the heavy sword with all his strength. The flying sword body evaded the dragon's tail's several swift attacks. Seeing this, the black dragon could only turn its head, which was already facing the helmeted woman, and roared at the area where the flying sword was. The terrifying loud noise became a physical entity in reality, directly fixing the heavy sword in the air, and then its tail was not affected at all, whipping the heavy sword at an extremely terrifying speed. Then the curled tail tip directly controlled the heavy sword, and after there was no threat, it looked at the helmeted woman who staggered to stand up again and opened its mouth, revealing the deadly fangs engraved with mysterious runes. The dragon's eyes once again emitted a light blue flame, and then the helmeted woman's movements were frozen again for a moment. It suddenly crouched and bit, and the helmeted woman just stood there unable to move. But just when it was about to succeed, a heavy force suddenly hit his neck, and the fragile and soft flesh hit the resolute dragon's scales regardless of anything, and the light blue firelight dimmed for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mayan also suddenly used magic to push the helmeted woman away from the dragon's sight. The bright moonlight turned into a cage, covering the mountain-like beast, trying to stop it in it, but its snake-like eyes showed a little contempt, and its wings began to vibrate at a certain frequency. As a certain invisible force easily destroyed the cage on the dragon's body, it also stretched its wings and suddenly stood up half upright, and its majestic body instantly covered the moon behind its wings. Then it raised its head slightly, looked at a place in the distance, and opened its mouth. Noticing the position where its mouth was aimed, Selly's face immediately turned pale, and then her figure instantly disappeared in front of Maine, and returned to the direction of the breath at a very high speed. Maine also realized at this time why it had not used wing vibration to counterattack Selly's previous attacks. The purpose of that flight was to get close to here to eliminate Selly's resistance. Looking at the dark night around him, Maine knew that he could only rely on himself now. He endured the pain, and watched the dragon shake its head slightly. The meteorite that had been prepared fell from the sky, and hit the dragon's mouth that was about to spit out dragon breath. The dragon's breath gushed out crookedly, waving and dancing like falling magma, and several of them fell lightly towards Maine's position, and their descent speed was not fast. But his body couldn't hold on any longer. Mayan took a deep breath, and used his magic to lift up his flesh and blood body that was about to fall apart. Plop. The bright red blood flowed down the corners of his eyes, dyeing the world in Ma'an's eyes red. Countless Sanskrit sounds floated in the air and tried their best to drill into his ears, trying to occupy and replace all his senses. The surrounding air was even more dissolved with sacred white light, turning into sharp needles to pierce Ma'an's eyes. But he still raised his head with difficulty and looked straight ahead with the diaphragm composed of red blood. The white old dragon was floating in the air with its legs crossed. There were terrifying and strange flesh and blood holes where his eyes, nose, and ears should be, making the old dragon exude the temperament of a cult ascetic. The white scales floating in the air formed a strange rhythm and pressed towards Ma'an. Ma'an spat out a mouthful of blood foam, struggled to keep the note kneeling, stretched his hand to the ground and began to draw. But at this moment, bang! A figure burning with golden light tore apart the sacred whiteness and rushed from behind Ma'an to the old dragon floating in the air, and the originally solemn Sanskrit sound also fell to the ground. The white light also dissipated with the wind. Boom! The helmeted woman held the heavy sword high and fell from the sky, smashing the dragon's head fiercely. The heavy monster body also fell into the valley. They tore out with terrible force, revealing the silver moon and the night behind it. But although the dragon's body was collapsing, dark green flame still came out of his mouth, and the patterns carved on his wings flashed with purple light and covered the helmeted woman, and orange lightning splashed in his eyes. Seeing this, the helmeted woman could only dodge in a panic and could not continue to chase. But Ma'an raised his hand in her direction, and then the heavy sword broke away from the control of the helmeted woman and flew towards him, and when the heavy sword came in front of him, he directly grasped it. He let the heavy sword carry him to the valley. During the fall, Ma'an saw the place that was not covered by black scales. He smashed into the heart of the dragon.